Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
My name is Soo-chun. I just got divorced, and now it's just me and my daughter, Noa. She's around 4 or 5, always cheerful and curious. We left our old home and started walking toward a new place, an older, run-down apartment near her kindergarten. It's nothing fancy, but it's all I can afford now. My heart ached when she asked where we were going. She already knew about the divorce. She overheard her mom and grandma. Still, she wasn't sad. In fact, she smiled and said we'd be happy, just the two of us. That gave me strength. Our new apartment is small, dusty, and far from luxurious, but it's ours. I cleaned it up, tried to make it feel warm. I even brought her old toys from the previous house so she wouldn't feel out of place. When she fell asleep still hugging her oversized ice treat, I wiped her face gently and let her rest. Watching her sleep, I knew she's my entire world now. Money's tight. After the divorce, I only got custody of Noa and about 30,000 yuan. My ex-wife didn't care much about the family, always out drinking and ignoring our child. I raised Noa mostly by myself, even when she was sick. I lost my job for missing work to take care of her. Now, with no job and no direction, I was stuck until something strange happened. A voice rang in my head. A system, like those from the novels I used to read during breaks. It said I'd unlocked a street food stall system and gave me my first skill, divine-level braised pig trotter cooking. My first task? Sell 500 servings in a week. Knowledge about cooking flooded my mind. How to chop, season, braise, everything. I realized what I used to make for Noa was child's play compared to this. I got ingredients and tools from the system and started cooking. The pork trotters were amazing, high-grade, almost glowing, with the perfect texture and color. Maybe this is our chance. I don't know how far this system will take us, but I have Noa by my side and something to work for. I'm ready to try. The pig trotters from the system were beautiful, fresh, tender, and nothing like the frozen ones in stores. They smelled amazing, like something raised naturally in the mountains. I was amazed by the quality. I only made 3, just enough for me and Noa to eat, since this was my first try. As I started chopping, I realized my movements were smooth and precise, like the knife knew where to go. It was almost effortless. I cut them into small pieces so Noa could eat easily. After prepping, I blanched the trotters and followed the system's instructions. No tap water allowed, only mountain spring water, and even the wine had to be top shelf. I used everything straight from the system backpack. When I began stir-frying the spices, the smell was so rich and layered it made my mouth water. The scent filled the whole apartment. I added the trotters to the pot and let them simmer. While they cooked, I washed Noa's lunch-stained shirt by hand, like I always do. I smiled to myself. Maybe I'm not rich, but I can be a good dad. The smell of the braised trotters got stronger and stronger. It even woke Noa from her nap. She ran to the kitchen, nose twitching, eyes sparkling. When I lifted the lid, steam and aroma burst out. She was instantly hooked and begged for a bite. I told her it wasn't ready yet, it needed more time to soak up the flavors. But she kept begging, acting all cute and tugging at my sleeve. I couldn't say no. I gave in and told her 10 more minutes. During that time, she asked me over and over, like 20 times, if it was ready. I had a headache from all the questions, but also couldn't stop smiling. This dish wasn't just food, it was the beginning of something new for us. After finishing the cooking, I scooped out the braised pig's trotters onto a plate. They looked perfect, shiny, golden, and covered in thick, fragrant sauce. Just seeing them made my mouth water, and I could tell Noa felt the same. She stared at them so hard that her drool hit the floor. I had to laugh and reminded her to wash her hands before eating. She rushed off like a little whirlwind. Once she came back and sat down, I gave her a small piece to try. She took a bite, and her face lit up with joy. It made all the effort feel worth it. I knew how greedy she could be. Even back when we lived with my ex, she'd try to sneak a taste of the neighbor's herbal soup. I had to remind her to eat slowly and be careful not to burn herself. I took a bite too, and I was shocked. The meat was tender, rich, and full of flavor. Every chew brought out more taste. It wasn't just good, it was the best I'd ever had. And that was with only 2 hours of braising. If I simmered them longer, they'd melt in the mouth. Before I knew it, the plate was almost empty. Just as I reached for the last piece, Nua cried out, accusing me of stealing her share. I froze, looked at her teary face, and felt both guilty and amused. I promised more, went back to the pot, and served the rest. She smiled again and kept eating until her belly was round. Even after that, she grabbed a bone and started chewing like a squirrel. I almost choked from laughing. I had to stop her before people thought I couldn't afford food. She pouted but listened when I said I'd cook again next time. Later, she sat on the couch with her toy, watching cartoons while I cleaned the kitchen. I used to be messy, even wore mismatched socks. But being a dad changed me. Now I try to be a better role model. With Nua relaxed, I got back to work. I summoned 70 pigs trotters for tomorrow's task. 2 big steel buckets appeared. It was a lot, but I wasn't worried. I chopped for over an hour, then called it a night. Time for Nua's bath and bed. That night, after Nua bathed and put on her strawberry pajamas, I tucked her into bed and told her the story of Snow White. Before I even got to the end, she kissed me goodnight and drifted off to sleep. Watching her peaceful face made me smile like a fool. Then I headed to the kitchen to prepare tomorrow's batch of pig trotters. I was much faster this time, blanching, stir-frying, and simmering. By the time I finished, it was 2 a.m. The smell of the braised trotters filled the air, even waking a chihuahua upstairs. That one smell caused a small animal riot, dogs barking, cats meowing, even electric scooters going off. Apparently, I ruined a lot of people's sleep. The next morning, I woke up early, made breakfast, and got Nua ready in her cute pink dress. She asked if we were going out to play. I told her I had to set up a stall to earn money for her treats. She didn't complain, just cheered and promised to behave. I packed her toys, snacks, and tablet, then brought out the food cart the system had provided. It had everything I needed: pots, fridge, tools, even a child's seat. Very thoughtful. We arrived at Star Dream Park and set up a little late. Most of the early crowd were elderly people exercising. I opened the cart, laid out the pig trotters, and set the price 68 yuan per chain. A nearby pancake vendor looked at me like I was crazy. But the moment I lifted the lid, the rich, meaty aroma exploded in the air. Even Nua couldn't resist and rushed over begging for a bite. I gave her one small piece. The trotters looked even better than last night, shiny, soft, and soaked in sauce. Soon, the smell reached the nose of an old lady, Zhou Shushan, who had just finished Tai Chi. She tried to resist, but the aroma and Nua's adorable eating won her over. She grumbled about the high price but still bought one to try. That was my first sale. And as she walked off with her pig trotter, I felt hopeful. This might really work out. Young man, add more brine. Please put some in a separate plastic bag. After saying that, Zhou Shushan cleared her throat and added green onions, cilantro, too. Oh, and get a few more pairs of gloves. Since it's so expensive, she thought it was worth adding some free small extras to avoid losing out. Once Suchin finished packing, Zhou Shushan took out her phone, squinting carefully at the price on the scale. Then she scanned the QR code. After confirming everything was correct, she hesitantly pressed the payment button. When she received the pig's feet, Zhou Shushan walked while opening the packaging. Wow, it's quite hot. It just came out of the oven. But as the aroma hit her face, she didn't care about the heat anymore. Wearing gloves, she grabbed a bright red pig's foot and eagerly took a bite. Huff, huff. Zhou Shushan gasped sharply from the heat, taking several deep breaths before daring to put it in her mouth. Just one bite. Her cloudy old eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. The tender, soft meat spread in her mouth. It wasn't too soft to lose texture, nor difficult to chew. The salty, savory flavor of the marinade was just right, blended perfectly with the rich aroma of the spices. Every bite seemed to make her aged tongue dance like a waltz. Delicious, so delicious. Zhou Shushan held the pig's foot in her hands, walking and eating happily. But as she walked, she suddenly felt something was off. It seemed like everyone's eyes around her were fixed on her. It felt like a grand audience was watching her. making her feel uncomfortable all over. Chewing the pig's foot, Zhou Shuzhen slowly looked around. She didn't feel as relaxed as before when eating. It's just a pig's foot. Why is everyone staring at me? After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Shuzhen straightened her back and continued to chew casually. For her, whose taste buds had already dulled, other people's gazes were secondary. Eating the pig's foot was the main thing. Since she got older, eating had become less enjoyable. No matter what she ate, she couldn't taste the full flavor. But today, this pig's foot surprisingly awakened her dull senses. She closed her eyes, greedily savoring this rare delicacy, a happy smile on her face. At this moment, she forgot about the high price. Forgot her age. He was fully immersed in the enjoyment brought by the delicious pig's trotters. 70 yuan. Definitely worth it. It's really worth it. With a goal of selling 500 portions a week, he had only completed 1/500. Suchin felt quite satisfied. Anyway, he had taken the first step. Just then, Nuonuo came over carrying a tray. Dad, I'm finished eating. I want to eat more. The little girl looked at Suchin eagerly, with a bit of sauce on her mouth. Suchin slightly frowned and gently refused. No, we agreed only to eat half. Nuonuo's eyes twinkled, and she cleverly spoke again. Can I have some cookies and dip them in a little sauce? Suchin smiled and pointed at her belly. Not now, see? It's still a bit swollen. Nuonuo looked down at her round little belly. Reluctantly, she pouted her lips. But knowing her dad was doing it for her, she obediently stopped arguing. Under the sunshade, father and daughter sat quietly on small stools, lost in the world of cartoons. Nuonuo snuggled in Suchin's arms, her eyes shining as she stared at the screen, with a pure smile on her face. Suchin looked at his daughter with a loving expression, occasionally gently stroking her little head. When the classic line, "I will come back for sure," was spoken, Suchin suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes. A figure blocked his view. He looked up in confusion and saw it was the same old lady from before. She was still dressed in plain practice clothes. But now, she carried a Tai Chi sword on her back. Zhou Shuzhen held a cloth bag in her left hand and a fan in her right, gently fanning herself. Young man, another large order of pig's trotters. Suchin was slightly taken aback. Wow, a returning customer so soon. Quickly, he picked out the two biggest pig's trotters from the pot and efficiently placed them on the scale. 100 yuan. Suchin announced the price. Zhou Shuzhen didn't say a word and quickly paid by scanning her face with her phone. Her speed was completely different from before, when she was hesitant. She kept her eyes fixed on Suchin's actions as he prepared the trotters, unwilling to look away. Suchin understood her silently and didn't need to say more. He packed her a portion of braised water with plenty of cilantro and green onions. Seeing the bag full of pig's trotters and side dishes, Zhou Shuzhen nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the other vendors around were busy shouting to attract customers. When the crisp notification sound of received 100 yuan for treasure from Suchin's side was heard, everyone turned around at the same time and took a deep breath in surprise. Honestly, setting up a stall at the park entrance usually doesn't attract many customers. Most visitors are either elderly or people exercising. These folks wouldn't be interested in a roadside stand like theirs. So when they first saw the new face of Suchin approaching, they didn't pay much attention. But unexpectedly, Suchin bought something worth 100 yuan. Wow, that's too much. This single sale is equivalent to 10 pancakes or over 30 sausages. But this new guy is really bold. His ingredients are seriously heavy. They could smell it strongly, making their noses twitch. A few minutes later, a man riding a bike appeared at the end of the road. He wore a professional cycling helmet and tight cycling clothes, with a very fit body. When he reached the park entrance, he slowed down and stopped his bike. He took off his helmet and wiped his sweaty hair with a towel. Cycling is very tiring. After drinking a bottle of electrolyte water and half a banana, he took a deep, satisfying breath, showing a contented expression. As he was eating, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing a cool feeling. Then, a strong aroma of braised meat suddenly filled his nose. The smell was rich and tempting. The banana in his hand suddenly lost its appeal and was hard to eat. He sniffed a few times and couldn't help but follow the scent. Soon, the man arrived at Suchin's stall. He parked his bike and eagerly leaned forward to look. A few braised pig trotters on display looked shiny and red. Their glossy surface seemed to silently invite him in. The braised sauce in the pot was bubbling happily. Compared to the aroma he smelled earlier at the park entrance, This smell was even richer and more mellow. It seemed to his soul and hit his brain hard. The cyclist's brain received a strong signal and quickly caused his salivary glands to produce saliva wildly. Then, as if a mysterious valve had opened, his mouth flooded with saliva uncontrollably. Swallow. His Adam's apple moved violently up and down. Then, he shifted his gaze. His eyes landed on the sign that read Pig Trotter's 68 yuan per chain. He was suddenly startled. Wow, that's so expensive. Is it a bit too much? They say curiosity kills the cat, and the same goes for people. The man's rebellious spirit suddenly surged. I really want to try it myself. What makes it so costly? Boss, one please. I want to try it. Okay, just a moment. Suchin looked at the man in front of him, quickly stood up, and skillfully selected a pig's trotter. The man took the trotter, hurried over to his small stool, and sat down. Wearing gloves, he eagerly bit into a large piece. With a cracking sound, the crispy outer skin broke apart with a slight popping. He pulled hard, stretching the soft tendons. They shimmered with collagen in his mouth. Then, rich meat aroma spread everywhere. In an instant, he was completely captivated. Wow, does such delicious food really exist? The man's eyes widened suddenly. Although he knew the aroma meant it wouldn't taste bad, actually tasting it still shocked him deeply. For people like them who love cycling, they don't just cross mountains and rivers or travel thousands of miles, but once they get on their bikes, they usually ride at least dozens of kilometers. Along the way, they taste many good foods, not just homemade dishes, but also unassuming but very tasty small eateries, even hidden treasure shops not marked on maps. What haven't they eaten? But right now, the pig's trotter in his hand made all the other foods pale in comparison. It was like someone who thought they had seen countless beauties, becoming numb inside. Yet, unexpectedly, turning around casually, he met a girl who made his heart race and made him lose control. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Such delicious food must be shared with friends. Thinking of this, the man quickly took off a glove, opened his phone, and started posting in the cycling group. Guess what I found today in Xingming Park? His fingers flew across the screen, typing rapidly. Soon, a fellow cyclist responded. Hey, that's a bit out of the way. What did you bump into? Could it be a lost girl? Haha. You look pretty serious, just a little shy, huh? Having fun? Huh? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Our group doesn't tolerate such chaos. Boss, kick this guy out quickly. Don't ruin our pure little group. The man was quite popular. As soon as he spoke, many riding friends started teasing him. But the topic quickly shifted to silly and somewhat suggestive guesses. The man frowned and hurriedly typed an explanation. It's not what you think. I just found a super delicious pig's trotter stall at the park entrance. The flavor was amazing. It would be a real shame not to try it. After typing, he didn't forget to lick the bone he was holding. Not long after sending the message, the group chat exploded again. Hey, guys, is that all? It's just a pig's trotter? Really? Is it worth all this fuss? Wasn't the spicy frog we had last time at dinner enough? Forget it. Everyone go home and find your own way. There's no point getting so excited here. Brothers are busy riding bikes, and they still took time to reply to you. Next time, don't make a fuss in the group chat unless it's really important. Seeing that everyone was unimpressed with his words, the man was really annoyed. He suddenly slammed down the nearly polished pig's trotter bone. He shouted loudly at Su Chun. Boss, I want 2 more packs to go, please. After shouting, he lowered his head and kept typing quickly. In another hour or 2 of riding, I'll meet up with the main group. I'm packing 2 more, and soon you'll be so happy you'll want to thank me. At the same time, another 2 packs arrived. In just a short while, hundreds of dollars were added to his account. This made the nearby stall owners very jealous. Not only jealous, but also craving. Xia Feng, carrying the heat and the smell of spices, kept ing over them. A middle-aged man selling grilled sausages was swallowing his saliva. He felt like dozens of claws were scratching inside him. The more he smelled, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the more he wanted to eat. The smell of the spices had tortured him for hours, and his patience was almost gone. Finally, he clenched his teeth, put down his sausage stand, and painfully walked over to Su Chen's stall. One bite, and the rich flavor instantly filled his mouth. Wow, it's so delicious. His eyes lit up, and his tongue trembled with happiness. He had been watching that young man eat earlier and felt so tortured inside. Now he finally got to taste it. In his joy, he didn't even notice his nose rubbing against the spicy sauce. He realized that this kind of intense pleasure was truly amazing. He thought, no wonder people love this so much. If only he could have some wine to go with it, he'd feel like he was in heaven. The sausage vendor was holding a pig's hoof and eagerly biting into it. After a few bites, he finally realized the truth. He had been running his stall for several years. He had sold grilled sausages, fried skewers, and hot pot. In their line of work, the materials used are not necessarily very poor quality, but they are definitely not good either. They often use old zombie meat, gutter oil, and synthetic meat. These have become well-known, accepted shortcuts within the industry. Their main goal is to make money. They cut costs as long as customers don't get seriously sick. At first, he looked down on this behavior. But over time, he became numb inside and no longer felt guilty when taking money. After all, he wasn't the only one doing this. Plus, these products even come with proper packaging. What's the big deal? He hadn't broken any laws. But after eating a few bites of the pig's hoof, he had to admit, Suchin was definitely an honest businessman. The ingredients he used were top quality. With decades of experience, he could tell at a glance if it was zombie meat or not. The ingredients were excellent, the taste was superb, and the stall was bright and tidy, nothing to criticize. He thought, such conscience. Truly conscientious. It's clear that a young restaurant owner like him is different. In his excitement, all that was left in the sausage vendor's box were lonely bones. After finishing, he suddenly had the urge to buy another portion. But he hesitated. The sausage vendor hesitated. The small pig's hoof cost 50 yuan, really not cheap. He was selling grilled sausages, including starch sausages, cooking oil, skewers, seasonings, food bags, and gas. Each cost about 955 yuan. He priced them at 3 yuan each. He had only sold 20 so far. If this continued, after a whole day of hard work, he might end up losing money. When he got home, his wife would definitely scold him to death. Unless he could trade the pig's hoof for more sausages, he thought, maybe he should just give up. He was the one who was poor, not the pig's hoof. After all, when something has many good points but only a high price as a flaw, the high price isn't a flaw of the product but a reflection of his own shortcomings. He looked helplessly at Suchin's food cart, then reluctantly walked back to his sausage stall. At that moment, the uncle selling pancakes watched this familiar old partner, unable to control his curiosity, and shouted loudly, "Hey, Lao Wang, is it tasty?" The sausage vendor glared and hurriedly replied, "Delicious, so tasty. I tell you, it's almost as good as the dragon meat from heaven." Hearing this, the uncle felt a bit worried inside. This, old buddy, dragon meat? Do you really have the luck to eat that? If I didn't know you, I might think you're joking. But it does smell really good. The pancake stall uncle was eager to try and see how amazing the flavor really was. He unconsciously looked at his wife beside him, but his wife looked serious and wasn't moved. The uncle had to swallow his words hard. Oh, what a mess. They haven't sold many pancakes yet, and now he's thinking about helping others. But then he thought, trying the food and doing some market research is okay, right? In other words, if I buy some home, even if I get scolded, my wife will probably enjoy it. Thinking of this, the uncle nudged his wife with his elbow. Pig's feet. No, wife, are you hungry? It's mealtime now. Should we have a proper meal? Eating enough will give us strength to work, right? He asked with concern, trying to be careful. However, the woman, who almost lost her real name just now, rolled her eyes at him. Without saying a word, she bent down silently and took out a disposable mask from a box to put on. Then, she started speaking sharply. Are you really capable now? How much money did you make today? Did you pay the rent? Did you pay the bills? With these 3 tough questions, she made the uncle feel overwhelmed. Well, now he didn't feel like eating pig's feet anymore. The uncle looked gloomy. Like a wilted eggplant, he weakly called out to his pancake stand. Delicious pancakes. Tasty pancakes. Actually, business was slow at noon, but he didn't want to upset his wife. He just hoped to attract more customers, or life would be really tough. Meanwhile, over with Suchin, there was a lot of laughter and joy. Nua, sitting on a small stool watching a cartoon, looked like a cute little ball. She shifted a bit and cheerfully called out to Suchin, "Dad, you're so awesome. You sold so many pig's feet in the morning." Nua's eyes sparkled with admiration for her dad. After praising him, the little girl touched her tummy and revealed her real reason. Dad, I'm hungry. Can I eat pig's feet now? Seeing her hopeful little eyes, Suchin's heart melted. He nodded gently with kindness. Nua was very happy. She immediately ran over and gave Suchin a big kiss on the cheek. Suchin was so happy he couldn't stop smiling, feeling very content. Actually, he had already prepared lunch earlier, just waiting for his little girl to feel hungry. Besides the fragrant pig's trotters, he also steamed 2 bowls of smooth, tender steamed eggs. Suchin carefully served these delicious dishes onto the table, along with 2 glasses of tempting plum juice. They looked very appetizing. Father and daughter sat facing each other. Nua couldn't wait and grabbed a piece of pig's trotter, eating happily with her little mouth shining with oil. Suchin smiled as he watched his daughter, reminding her to eat slowly from time to time. After they finished eating and drinking, Suchin found a loudspeaker in the food cart. With a daily task of over 70 recordings, he still had a long way to go. It was time to make some noise. He pressed a button, ready to start recording. But Nua bounced over happily, her face full of excitement. Daddy, I want to record with you too. Haha, okay. Listen, I say one sentence, and you repeat after me. Delicious pig's trotters, don't miss out when you pass by. Wow. Fragrant pig's trotters, don't miss out when you pass by. Nua cheerfully repeated after him, slightly improving his words. Her voice was sweet and cute, like a silver bell, very pleasant to hear. Suchin's voice was steady and deep, with a special charm. Their voices blended together, creating a hypnotic and enchanting effect. Listening to them made people want to stop and get closer. Zhou Shuzhen returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she heard her daughter-in-law ing loudly in the master bedroom. Her heart suddenly tightened. She quickly put down her Tai Chi sword and other equipment, and also set the pig's trotters on the coffee table. She hurriedly went to pour water and pat her daughter-in-law's back. During this time, her daughter-in-law was 7 weeks pregnant. Her pregnancy symptoms were very severe. She couldn't eat anything greasy. Her sense of smell was so sharp it was even more sensitive than a dog's. At mealtime, the smell of cooking from neighbors' houses made her uncomfortable for a long time. At first, she just felt nauseous. Later, she developed headaches and ing, and had to stay in the hospital for several days receiving injections. Now, she could only rest quietly at home. To take care of her daughter-in-law, Zhou Shuzhen did everything she could. She cooked apple and pear fruit soup, made oil-free cold noodles, plain porridge, and white steamed buns. She also made a special noodle dish recommended by experts, which pregnant women could eat without ing. It was just boiling water, adding some noodles, and a little salt, simple and easy. A completely clear soup with no oil at all. And to prevent her daughter-in-law from feeling sick from the smell, the family mostly ate boiled vegetables and steamed buns during this time. On the bedside table, there were remedies like for nausea and lemon for morning sickness. The daughter-in-law tightly held a lemon, with a face so pale she looked like she might. Zhou Shuzhen felt heartbroken but didn't know what to do. It's over now. Even the lemon doesn't help anymore. She might start ing anytime, anywhere. What should she do? Ting, maybe we should. Zhou Shuzhen hesitated as she spoke, her voice full of doubt. But before she finished, her daughter-in-law interrupted her immediately. Cough, cough. Mom, what are you saying? The baby's heartbeat and embryo are developing well now. I will do everything I can to keep the baby safe. The daughter-in-law wiped her mouth, a stubborn look on her pale face. Mom, please open the second cabinet and take out that odansequin inside. Yes, the green box. After carefully taking care of her daughter-in-law for a while, and at Tingting's repeated urging, Zhou Shuzhen gently closed the door and went to cook. She even closed the kitchen door tightly, worried that the sounds and smells of cooking might disturb her rest. Half an hour later, Zhou Shuzhen opened the kitchen door, ready to serve the prepared food. But when she looked into the living room, she was surprised to see her daughter-in-law had come out of the bedroom, and she was holding the pig's trotters she had brought back for her husband's meal. Zhou Shuzhen gasped loudly. Oh. She clapped her forehead in guilt and said, Ting, can't you stand the smell? Are you being affected by the fumes? Sorry, I forgot. I'll take it away right now. But her daughter-in-law waved her hand. No need, Mom. I don't find the smell unpleasant. What happened next shocked Zhou Shuzhen even more. Her daughter-in-law was holding the pig's trotters, and suddenly, she peeled off the lid with a pop. The rich aroma of braised meat wafted out freely. Her nose twitched slightly, greedily inhaling this intoxicating scent. The familiar acid reflux in her stomach disappeared completely. Drawn gently by the tempting smell, she unexpectedly leaned over and took a bite of the pig's trotters. In an instant, Zhou Shuzhen stood frozen in place. Her expression was like she had seen a ghost or been struck by lightning. She slightly opened her mouth and stared intently at her daughter-in-law. She preferred to believe her failing eyesight was the cause. She didn't want to believe that her daughter-in-law, who couldn't even smell oil, would do such a thing. Ting Ting. You. What are you doing? The daughter-in-law didn't answer. The moment she bit down, she felt alive again. The tender skin, firm texture, and delicious juices. All these flavors flooded her tongue, awakening her numb taste buds. Most importantly, the greasy feeling she expected was gone, replaced by a sense of enjoyment. Crunch. Crunch. She greedily bit and chewed. God knows how long it had been since she last ate meat. The tender meat spread in her mouth, bringing a primitive, deeply ingrained joy. 1 second, she was a pregnant woman suffering and unaware of the world. The next, she felt reborn, returning to pure satisfaction and happiness. Mom, the baby wants to eat. Tingting saw her mother-in-law still standing there in shock and quickly called out to her. Zhou Shuzhen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Her hands trembled, unsure where to put them. She kept muttering to herself. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. I've finally waded through it. How long has it been since you had a proper meal? I'll call your dad now and ask him to bring a chicken for soup when he comes back. She eagerly took out her phone and called her husband. Then she returned to the kitchen to serve carefully prepared dishes: pumpkin soup, steamed eggs, blanched broccoli, stir-fried bok choy, and sliced cucumbers, without seasoning. Finally, her daughter-in-law could eat something light. These simple dishes were just right. But as she brought them out, the smell wafted through the air, and Ting Ting immediately sensed something was wrong. Her face changed, she hunched over, covered her mouth, and ran to the bathroom. Zhou Shuzhen was stunned. She stared blankly at the dishes in her hands, and then at her daughter-in-law's back, full of shock. Mom, I just feel a bit nauseous. Please help me with that plate of cucumbers and the jar of marinade. After coming out of the bathroom, her daughter-in-law asked for those 2 items and then went back to her room. Zhou Shuzhen was about to leave when she suddenly saw her daughter-in-law putting a piece of cucumber dipped in marinade into her mouth, squinting happily. She was eating and occasionally making soft praise sounds. Delicious. The daughter-in-law's movements became faster and faster second, third. She ate each bite so carefully and greedily. Finally, she even picked up a plastic bag filled with sauce and carefully scraped the remaining sauce from inside with one end of a cucumber. Until the plastic bag looked shiny and clean, like it had been polished or washed, she was satisfied and put it down. At this moment, Zhou Shuzhen's eyes nearly popped out of her head. No way, this can't be happening. She felt sick just smelling the food, but eating braised pig's feet or dipping cucumber in sauce was fine. If she told anyone about this, they probably wouldn't believe her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sun was blazing, and the sky was a bright blue like a gem. When the man on the bike was about to reach the end of Route 77, a few friends were already waiting there to meet him. This was an open space. Trees on both sides of the road were lush and provided cool shade. The man looked toward the left path. Far away, he saw one friend struggling to push another friend's waist, trying to catch up. It seemed everyone had arrived, and the timing was good. Xiangzi, you're here. A voice called from ahead. The man looked up and saw someone excitedly waving at him. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly pedaled harder. The wheels spun quickly, and he sped off. In the blink of an eye, he stopped steadily, kicking up a little dust. Xiangzi smiled and said, "You guys are pretty quick." At that moment, everyone who was drinking water or playing with their phones looked up at the same time. They sniffed the air, noses twitching. "Brother, you smell so good." One friend teased first. Xiangzi rolled his eyes and joked, "Get away from me. You're on drugs or something." "Yeah, you really do smell good," another friend said. Soon, everyone quickly parked their bikes and surrounded Xiangzi. "Stop wasting time. Just give it to us. Aren't you the one who said you'd make us all happy? Hurry up." Their eyes looked fierce, like wolves, staring intently at Xiangzi. Xiangzi's face went stiff, and he secretly cursed inside. He wished he hadn't said he was hungry when he arrived here. Now, was it too late to take it back? "Guys, I really want to give it to you, but I'm hungry too," Xiangzi said with a helpless look, taking his small bag from his bike and holding it tightly to his chest. "All right, we even left a few skewers of barbecue for you. That's pretty nice, huh?" Before Xiangzi could respond, His bag was snatched away by a fellow rider. Xiangzi widened his eyes in shock. He reached out to try to grab his bag back, but with 4 hands against his 2 fists, it was too late. As the zipper of the bag was pulled open, the screams of the riders scared a flock of sparrows into flight. "Smells so good. It smells amazing." The riders seemed like firecrackers that had just been lit, shouting wildly. The noise startled the sparrows in the trees, causing them to flutter chaotically. A few who were dozing off thought their house had been bombed and fell down in surprise, flapping their wings and flying away in panic. They dared not provoke this group of troublemakers. When they opened the lid, things got even more intense. A few people hurriedly peeled back the plastic seal, and the smell of pig trotters exploded like a nuclear blast. It burst out with a loud boom, spreading quickly. This caused even more exaggerated screams. "Wow, Mom. It's even more fragrant, ugh. It smells so good I feel weak in the knees. It smells even more intoxicating than my little girlfriend's delicate feet." Although Xiangzi had never been to Manhwa at this moment, he truly felt like he was being robbed by bandits, blocked on the road, robbed, and having his bag snatched. He was jumping around wildly, panicked and flustered, not knowing what to do. Xiangzi was so angry he almost laughed. Could it be that they had possessed some mischievous spirit? What could he do? He had to fight back. Fight to the death. Xiangzi rushed forward in a quick stride, seizing the chaos to grab his bag and another unopened box of pig trotters. He rolled his eyes in annoyance and started to scold. "Look at you all. So useless, so greedy you're drooling over it. All right, there are only these 2 portions of pig trotters. That one is a reward from Babwa for you guys. By the way, I should tell you, that one costs quite a bit, 98 yuan. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and emphasized his tone. Now, all the brothers jumped up in surprise. What? 98 yuan for 1 portion? We're all broke. Usually, when they ride outside and get thirsty, they mix some powder into water to drink. But Xiangzi, being stingy, usually just bought a 1 yuan bottle of ice stew. Why today? At this moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Their eyes fixed on Xiangzi, showing a hint of gratitude. Someone must have started it. Then, a series of loud cheers erupted. Wow, Manzi, you're willing to buy us such expensive things? All those charming tricks are used on brothers. Nonsense, it's clearly Father Chang. This father-son bond is so touching it could be written in textbooks. Wow, such generosity. Today, the kids are lucky to have such a feast. Father Chang, stepfather, I bow to you. 98 yuan might not win the goddess's favor, but it will definitely make a group of brothers shout boss. Happily. After a wild round of teasing and successfully catching the fish, everyone's attention returned to the box of pig's feet. One rider couldn't hold back. He quickly reached in, almost grabbing it. Another rider responded even faster, swiftly swatting away the greedy hand. There are more brothers than food. Only 2 halves of pig's feet are in the box. Is that enough for their group? So they acted like, grabbing at the food. Whenever someone tried to run with a piece, others would pull them back before they could step out. After some tugging and pulling, each person held a small piece of pig's foot, about the size of a lighter. They took a small bite. Other pupils suddenly widened. Excited tears almost welled up in their eyes. One rider, who finished first, squinted happily, looking completely captivated. Then, silently, he turned his back to everyone, lowered his head, and made some gesture with his fingers. The other guys were surprised. They were a bit shy at first, but seeing this, they finally felt at ease. They exchanged glances and then, without words, licked their fingers. It doesn't matter what they look like. Who didn't dip their fingers in instant noodle seasoning when they were kids? Right now, all they wanted was to lie under the shade of the trees and get drunk on the smell of pig's feet. Hey, what kind of marinated snacks are you eating? Save me a piece. A man and a woman, who had been walking on the path to the left of Manzi, arrived late. The girl adjusted her waist and gasped for breath. Her eyes were tired, but also sparkled with a little light. A few brothers shook their heads. No more. It's all gone. If anyone is more unbelievable than a fishing guy, it's definitely their cycling buddies. In the blazing daytime, with temperatures in the 30s or 40s, they go out dressed for a whole day. They're not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Heat stroke and sunburn are just part of the adventure. As long as brothers support each other and cheer each other on, there's nothing they can't get through. But now, you all secretly ate without telling me. The tempting smell of braised meat still lingers in the air, almost echoing in the ears. May I ask, being able to smell but not eat, what kind of cruel punishment is this? My body isn't as strong as a boy's, so how can I ride without enough food? Looking at the only little sister in the group, she pouted sadly, feeling wronged. The big guys couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. They had to shift their gaze to their adoptive father. Zhang was guarding his food, afraid they wouldn't have enough and might come to it. He had already run to a large tree about 10 meters away. In the next moment, the girl's eyes lit up. There was more. She immediately changed from panting and looking faint to full of energy. Without hesitation, she ran toward the source of the smell. Everyone was stunned. People say humans have potential. It just needs to be awakened. This time, they truly experienced it. Under everyone's watch, the girl found Zhang and begged him persistently for a piece of pig's trotter. The pig's trotter was shiny and oily, with a rich braised aroma that fascinated her. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Then came barking sounds. Dozens of dogs of various sizes rushed out like a whirlwind. They were all skinny and messy-haired, with eyes shining with hunger and greed. They all headed toward the source of the smell. Zhang didn't have time to react. The plastic box in his hand was knocked over. The stray dogs were overjoyed, fighting fiercely like hungry tigers to grab the last piece of pig's trotter inside. And the girl's situation wasn't much better. A vicious dog bit her pant leg, making her scream in fright, and naturally, the pig's trotter in her hand was also snatched away. My pig's trotter. Zhang and the girl shouted together. How did they get robbed by dogs? Zhang stomped his feet in frustration, but dared not confront the wild dogs. He usually eats his pig's trotter slowly and carefully. If it weren't for his gentlemanly manners, he wouldn't have shared a piece with his female teammate earlier. But now, his heart was bleeding. When the other riders arrived, the stray dogs had already run away. But they were now completely wild. They fought madly over that tiny pig's trotter, falling into the most savage dog fights. They even started biting each other. Actually, it's not entirely the dog's fault. Their sense of smell is incredibly sharp. The aroma of the pig's trotter was already strong, and their senses amplified it infinitely. Humans would drool just smelling it, not to mention stray dogs that hadn't tasted good food in a long time. For a moment, in the crowd of dogs, there were biting ears, pulling legs, and chaos everywhere. Sharp, painful screams kept ringing out. It was hard for people to watch. At this moment, Qiangzi and his riding team were completely defeated by Su Chen, who had made them feel like pigs. How about we rest here for an hour and then ride straight to that park to buy something? Someone suggested. Everyone nodded eagerly. Rest? No way. By the time we get there, they might have closed. Let's go now. Someone from the crowd licked their lips. Let's go. We'll ride no matter what. We can't be stopped. Not at all. Even if we get dizzy, we keep riding. Yeah. I'm burning up, sweating, exhausted. But as long as I get to eat some pig's feet, I'll be happy. Actually, I don't really want to eat that much. I just want to ride my bike. At this moment, Su Chen had no idea. His homemade braised pig's feet had caused a storm of chaos on the deserted land at the end of Highway 77. He was focused on chopping scallions and cilantro, filling small jars with seasoning. Hey, young man, help me pack 2 servings of pig's feet, came Zhou Shuzhen's voice from afar, heading straight for Su Chen's stall. Suddenly, someone called her from behind. It was a few older women around her age. They wore matching clothes and held white and red fans. Seeing Zhou Shuzhen standing at the roadside stall, they were very curious. After all, in their impression, Zhou Shuzhen didn't seem like someone who would eat from street vendors. Hey, old Zhou, why aren't you dancing? What are you doing here buying stuff? One older sister asked casually. Zhou Shuzhen quickly explained, a little excited. My daughter-in-law ate the pig's feet sold by this young man. It was so fragrant. She used to suffer from morning sickness and couldn't eat anything, but now she can eat again. The older women all opened their mouths in surprise. Really? Morning sickness and still able to eat that? But seeing old Zhou look so serious, it didn't seem like he was joking. As Zhou Shuzhen paid happily, some of the older sisters started to feel tempted. It does smell good, but how tasty can street food really be? Yeah, and it's so expensive. Zhou Shuzhen held 2 boxes of pig's feet with confidence. It's definitely delicious. It's worth every penny. If you think it's too expensive, buy fewer useless health supplements instead, and you'll save money. And you, I don't want to say much, street food is fine. Don't think I didn't see you sneaking a bite of grilled sausage. With that, the scene ended. A few old friends suddenly looked at each other in surprise. They were all experienced and knew exactly how to speak to touch people's hearts. Their hearts felt a little hurt, and their faces showed slight embarrassment. Old Joe, don't be so confident with your words. But trying a piece isn't a bad idea. Then, I'll take one too, to give to my grandson. Kids are always craving snacks. Maybe he'll like it. I'll buy one as well. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over the city, a lively group of women queued up in front of Su Chen's food cart. They fanned themselves and chatted about everyday life. Their fans were white with a red border, very pretty and eye-catching. As they waved their fans, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the smell of pigs' trotters far and wide. At this time, more people were out for walks and strolls. Voices filled the air with discussion. Wow, that pig's trotters smell incredible. It's almost tempting my soul away. Look at that vendor's bold move. He even hired the park's most popular senior dance group for advertising. Could it be a new stall brought in by the park's investment promotion? That sales pitch is so catchy, it's probably designed by a pro, right? Unbeknownst to Su Chen, he had already gained a reputation without realizing it. However, the stalls nearby were mostly empty, quiet, and deserted. Only Su Chen's food cart was lively, with the horn blaring loudly. Colorful small lights flickered on the canopy. A circle of cheerful older women gathered around. Anyone seeing this would naturally think something interesting was happening. After the women left with their fragrant pig's trotters, Nua happily ran over to Su Chen. She stretched out her chubby little hand and made a 3 gesture with her fingers. Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat 3 pig's trotters. This little girl was quite confident. Could her small stomach really hold that much? Su Chen smiled and couldn't help but pinch her soft, chubby cheek. No, you need to subtract 2. Hearing this, the girl immediately pouted, looking like a little steamed bun who had been wronged. Okay, then -2. That makes 5. Nua crossed her hands on her hips and confidently held up her fingers. Su Chen burst out laughing again. That's not right. That's not right. Try counting again. Nua looked unhappy and stubbornly lifted her chin. Humph, Dad, it's 5. Su Chen knew she was doing it on purpose. He shook his head and teased her with a smile. All right, my little math genius. When you grow up, you'll rewrite math textbooks, but here with Dad, there's only one. As a pig's trotter was served, the young girl eagerly held it with both hands and started to eat happily. Slurp, slurp. Delicious. Soon after, a sharp and rapid sound of mountain bike brakes suddenly rang out. She looked up and saw a cycling team rushing towards them at high speed. They were all blushing, sweat streaming down their faces. Their cycling clothes were soaked and clung tightly to their bodies. The team came to a quick stop right in front of Su Chen's food cart. We've arrived. It's here. Xiangzi panted heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. They had ridden so far, it was really tiring. For this tasty treat, they had sped past their usual speed and raced all the way here. At this moment, their legs trembled slightly, muscles aching, but their eyes were full of longing. Boss, do you still have pig's trotters? Give each of us one. Xiangzi spoke eagerly, his voice a bit hoarse. The others nodded in agreement. Okay, everyone wait a moment. Sit down first, Su Chen smiled and said. He took out some foldable chairs from the cart and set them up. So far, he had sold quite a few portions, but he was still a bit short of his daily goal of 70 servings. But judging by the situation, it shouldn't be a problem. He lifted the lid, and the aroma of braised pig's trotters once again filled the air. Although the cycling team was exhausted, their eyes were fixed on Su Chen's hand grabbing the trotters, unwilling to look away for even a moment. The braised dishes steamed and wafted upward, slowly drifting into the air. Compared to the previous cold pig's trotters, the freshly cooked trotters looked glossy and moist. They were rich in flavor from the ingredients themselves and full of the deep aroma of the braising sauce. Glug 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 glug. At the same time, all the cycling friends swallowed hard, their actions surprisingly synchronized. Their eyes were filled with longing and greed. The first ones to get their meals immediately started eating eagerly. The hot pig's trotters were softer and more tender. A gentle bite caused the collagen to melt in the mouth. The meat and tendons were elastic, with a slight bounce. The fat seeped out, making the texture even more moist. It slid smoothly down the throat, very silky. Even their stomachs seemed to cheer with delight. Boss, no more tissues. Please give me some tissues. Boss, can I have some more gloves? As the eating became more intense, people occasionally shouted at Su Chen. No problem, just a moment. Su Chen was still weighing pork trotters for the customers behind. His hands were so busy they almost looked like they were moving too fast to see, wishing he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Dad, Let me help carry it for you. Nua, who was busy eating, lifted her small face. Seeing her busy dad, she also wanted to help share some of the pressure. And this small task was something she could do. Suchin glanced at Nua amid his busy work, but didn't refuse. He just looked at her face covered in sauce and smiled helplessly. You little girl, your face is dirty too. Wipe it clean. Nua obediently wiped her face and then happily took a tissue to the crowd. Big sister, here are the tissues you wanted. Nua, a tiny figure, stood there holding the tissue politely and handed it over. Just now, she was so focused on the pork trotters that the LY now noticed this doll-like little girl. Such a cute little girl. The girl couldn't help but praise. Nua heard the compliment and her eyes curved into a crescent moon. Big sister is very pretty too. The girl was amused by Nua's mutual compliment and laughed happily. She reached out to gently pat Nua's small head. Your little mouth is so sweet. You're truly a little angel. Actually, to be honest, she wasn't someone who liked children. Most children are naughty and unreasonable, often shouting and causing trouble everywhere. But Nua gave her a completely different feeling. Not only well-behaved and sensible, but even at such a young age, she already knew how to care for others. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Isn't the country encouraging people to have more children? Maybe this is everyone's dream child. Seeing the older sister smile at her, Nua tilted her head and smiled even brighter. Then she turned around and happily went to get something else. Uncle, here are the gloves you wanted. What? A tall, dark-skinned cyclist suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at his female teammate and then at himself, feeling like he had just been hit with 1,000 points of damage. Hey, little girl, how can you call her sister and call me uncle? Am I that old? Nua blinked innocently. The man was a bit unwilling. He struck a pose he thought was cool, trying to find a way to save face. Little girl, do you think I'm the most handsome here? Just nod if you agree. Next to him, the female teammate saw his expression and couldn't help but laugh, teasing him. Come on, you're so shameless. Didn't you see how handsome my dad is? It's a miracle if I praise you. As soon as she said that, all the eyes turned to Suchin. Sigh. The boss is handsome. He also has a delicate daughter. His pig's trotters are perfect. He's truly a winner in life. Honestly, they didn't quite understand. With the boss's skills, he shouldn't just be running a street stall. He should be working as a chef in a 5-star hotel. Could it be that stars come to experience life here, with hidden cameras around? Night quietly fell, and the clock pointed to 9 o'clock. Suchin began packing up his stall, preparing to close. Today's sales were surprisingly good. All 70 pigs trotters were sold out, especially the cycling team later on. After eating, they bought a lot to take home, buying out all the pigs trotters. Boss, what time do you open tomorrow? Boss, the meat is all sold out. Can I buy the marinade? Name a price. A few customers finishing their night run hurriedly asked as Suchin prepared to close. Tomorrow's opening time depends on the situation. The marinade can't be sold. Everyone, go home now. Suchin waved his hand helplessly. Based on the current trend, tonight he definitely needs to prepare more pigs trotters. That way, he probably won't be able to sleep until midnight. And in the morning, there aren't many people, so it's hard to say what time he'll start. Suchin calculated that he made a total of 6,585 yuan today. This money can go straight into his pocket without needing to give it to the system. After deducting labor costs, it's a profit without any investment, pure income. The current environment isn't great. Working hard at a regular job, a corporate drone, he only earns about 5,000 or 6,000 a month. But running his stall, he earns as much in a day as a month's salary. Plus, after completing tasks, he can get mysterious rewards. It's simply awesome. Ding. The host completed the first day of stall operation and received a random divine-level seasoning for braised pigs trotters, spicy, sweet spicy, and vine pepper flavors. While Suchin was immersed in the joy of his stall, a mechanical notification suddenly sounded in his mind. What? There's a random reward? 3 different flavors of braised seasonings. What a surprise. He was just thinking whether the traditional aroma of braised meat might become boring after a while. Unexpectedly, the system's reward came just in time. Suchin took 1 minute to digest and process the knowledge flooding into his mind. In simple terms, spicy seasoning means adding lots of dried chili peppers, peppercorns, and Sichuan peppercorns to the brine. Sweet and spicy seasoning, as the name suggests, combines sweetness and heat cleverly. This kind of marinated food usually has a light frost-like coating on the surface. Sweet but not greasy, spicy but not overwhelming, perhaps young people like to eat it. As for the Sichuan peppercorn seasoning, it mainly uses Sichuan peppercorns as the main ingredient. It has a certain spicy kick and a refreshing numbing sensation. Since he was going home in the evening, he could take some time to study it carefully. On the way, the little girl was very excited and didn't feel sleepy at all. When they got home, Suchin sat on the bed and looked at her softly asking, "Nuo, how did you feel about selling things today?" Nuo rested her small head on the pillow and blinked her big eyes. "I'm very happy. Selling with Dad was so fun. Dad is so amazing. We sold a lot of pigs trotters today. If my classmates knew, they'd definitely envy me for having such a great dad." With that, her little face showed an extremely proud expression. Listening to Nuo's words, which sounded like those of a little adult, Suchin's heart suddenly rippled like a lake disturbed by the wind. He wasn't afraid of working hard himself, but he was worried about his child suffering because of him. Nuo had never experienced maternal love, and now she was running around with him. Honestly, he felt a bit guilty. But luckily, the current difficulties were only temporary. He firmly believed that in the future, he would give Nuo a good life. Suchin went to the kitchen and prepared 100 pigs trotters, which was quite a lot more than yesterday's 70. Although the system could supply unlimited amounts, waste was not acceptable. Selling leftovers casually was also impossible. With the increase in quantity, cooking time naturally lengthened. Fortunately, the brine was already prepared, saving half the work. Suchin still cut the pigs' trotters, blanched them, and drained the water. Adding yesterday's old brine and some new seasoning, he covered the pot. Marinated food needs long cooking times. By tomorrow morning, he would divide the ingredients into separate pots and add 3 kinds of seasoning. Letting it simmer until noon would bring out the best flavor. After boiling on high heat, Suchin turned it to low and simmered slowly. The kitchen was filled with a rich aroma of marinated meat, so strong it made people dizzy. In such an old neighborhood, cooking all night in a poorly ventilated space could be dangerous if gas leaks occurred. Thinking of home, I remember the sounds of gossip in the neighborhood. Suchin quietly opened the window. "Sorry, everyone. Tonight you might have trouble sleeping again." The night grew deeper. In the silence, those who got up in the middle of the night suffered. A strong aroma of braised meat drifted around, sneaking into the bathroom through the window. For them, it was almost like torture. "Wow, it smells so good. Wow." I went to the bathroom and ended up feeling hungry. Which house is that? Still cooking late at night without caring about others? Their hungry stomachs started to protest loudly inside. Helpless, they searched around the house. Drawn by the tempting smell, they stood on the balcony, tears in their eyes, eating instant noodles. Soon, more and more people woke up from their sleep. Children cried loudly because they were craving the food. Parents comforted them while drooling. An elderly man next door, who had trouble walking, was even more eager. He grabbed his walking stick and started banging on the wall. Meanwhile, Suchun and Nuo slept peacefully, unaware of the commotion outside. Today is Sunday. It's past 9 in the morning, and the sun is high in the sky. Nuo, dressed and holding onto Suchin's arm, swayed back and forth. "Dad, you lazybones, wake up." Seeing Suchun turn over and bury his head in the pillow to continue sleeping, Nuo was not willing to give up. He reached out his chubby hand, mimicking Suchin's usual way, and pinched his face. "You little rascal." Suchin felt the pain and opened his eyes, sighing helplessly. In the next moment, he gently stroked Nuo's forehead with affection. "Good boy. You woke up earlier than Dad today. You even dressed yourself." After washing up, Suchin eagerly uncovered the lid. Instantly, warm steam wafted out, and he gave Nuo a spa treatment with braised flavors. Suchin prepared 4 small pots. Each pot contained 25 pig's feet. They were flavored as original, spicy, sweet spicy, and prickly ash. The original flavor didn't need much preparation. Just pour the broth and meat into the pot and simmer. The seasoning packets for the spicy and prickly ash flavors were prepared by the system and packed in cloth bags. He picked up a bag of spicy seasoning and opened it. Inside, the chili used was authentic 7-star chili. Thin-skinned, thick meat, very spicy, and fragrant. According to the system, this was the only chili designated for chili competitions. Pepper and Sichuan pepper are popular ingredients from Han, known for their large grains and fragrant, numbing taste. With this distinctive aroma, Suchin can almost imagine the spicy, satisfying flavor. Next, look at the vine pepper ingredients. Vine pepper uses clusters of green peppers with a shiny, smooth appearance. The green peppers are also special, made from a 9-leaf green variety. Smelling them, the numbing sensation is pure, with a strong, fresh aroma. As for the sweet and spicy sauce, it needs to be cooked into a sauce in the pan. Suchin thinks he will make it later when he is ready to sell. He puts the ingredients into separate bags, then continues simmering. Suchin makes breakfast and cuts some fruit. After eating, he sits on the carpet with Nuo, building blocks. Dad, aren't we going to sell food today? Nuo picks up a triangular block, looking a bit disappointed. We will, but a little later. Suchin thinks he will go after the little one naps. Anyway, there aren't many people out during the day. The sun is too hot, so few want to come out. Besides, no matter how busy, he still makes time to be with his child. As a dad, he really values family moments. When they come back to Xingming Park again, it's already 2 p.m. in the afternoon. At the park entrance, the security guard is sitting bored in the booth. Suddenly, his eyes light up. He sees a new food truck approaching from afar. The guard immediately pulls out his walkie-talkie, excited like a soldier on a mission. It looks just like a soldier urgently relaying important news on the battlefield. Here it comes. The pig's trotter truck is here. His voice is eager and excited. Are you in the North District? Quickly inform Xiaolu. That kid asked me about it 800 times today. After saying this, the guard quickly puts down the walkie-talkie. He then pulls out his phone and quickly presses a number. When the call connects, he doesn't even get to speak before the other side responds quickly, as if prepared. In just a few seconds, they reply enthusiastically, okay. Their energy is like a top agent on a secret mission. After finishing all this, the guard keeps his eyes on the approaching truck and leisurely sips his tea. He's truly a professional. He has just completed an important task. Meanwhile, most of the stalls are already full. Suchin wanders around like a headless fly. Finally, he manages to park his cart in a quiet corner. Surprisingly, several people are waiting at his usual spot from yesterday. As soon as Suchin's cart is parked, a few customers rush over immediately. Some quick ones scan the QR codes already, ready to pay. Boss, you finally arrived. We've been so anxious. Yeah, we thought you wouldn't come. The beer is ready, just waiting for your pig's feet to enjoy with drinks. Boss, bring me 2 servings so I can let my wife try. Suchin didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Everyone, please wait a moment. Take your time, don't rush. I'll start bringing out the tables and chairs. After saying that, he turned around and went into the food truck, carrying a stack of foldable tables and stools. A few strong young men quickly gathered around him. Hey, let us help you set up. Exactly, you don't need to worry about this. At 2 in the afternoon, it was the hottest part of the day. The sun was like a big fireball, burning relentlessly. An old man and a young man, both dressed as security guards, ran wildly from the north gate to the south gate. Their faces were red, and sweat kept pouring down like beads that had broken loose. Their security uniforms were soaked through with sweat. As park security, there wasn't much work intensity. The last time they ran like this was when someone fell into the water in the park. Just as they were panting and running, suddenly, a whoosh sound. An electric scooter shot out from behind them. The young security guard on the scooter held a cigarette in one hand and turned around proudly. The young guard running was furious, stomping his feet and shouting, Hey, you have an electric scooter but didn't take me? Are you rushing to die? The older guard was also angry, puffing his cheeks and glaring. You little brat, you have no team spirit at all, only thinking about eating pig's feet. The young guard exhaled a smoke ring and said leisurely, Haha, don't blame me. I sold out last night, and I was craving all night, so I had to get it first. After saying that, he twisted the throttle. The scooter sped away with a whoosh. In the pavilion, 2 elderly people were slowly fanning themselves. Watching the security guards rush around, they looked puzzled. What's going on? What's happening in the park? The other elderly person was also confused, scratching his head and replying, I don't know. It seems like they're talking about pig's feet. The old man paused, then looked at his companion. Huh? Since we're free, maybe we should go see what's happening? I just got a new fake tooth the other day, and not eating it would be a waste. So, the 2 looked at each other and headed over to join the fun. Suchin divided the cooking pot into 4 parts. Just like a 4-section hot pot, each layer has a different flavor. As Suchin lifts the lid of the pot, a rich, hearty aroma slowly drifts out, with a strong scent that invades everyone's nose. A few customers gathered in front of the stall look at each other with surprise. Those with a keen sense of smell quickly notice something unusual and excitedly shout, "Boss, is there a new flavor today?" Suchin smiles. "Yes, we have original, spicy, sweet spicy, and Sichuan pepper flavors. The original is what you had yesterday. Besides the sweet spicy, which needs to be cooked fresh, the others are ready to serve. The prices are the same, 68 yuan per jane." After saying that, Suchin calls Nuonuo to bring over the small whiteboard. The original price signs are clearly visible, and Suchin has written the different flavors on it. There are also a few carefully drawn pictures with watercolor markers by Nuonuo. Original, spicy, sweet spicy, Sichuan pepper. These images represent a pig's hoof, a burning flame, a heart, and a string of green small fruits. The whole menu is playful and charming, making people smile. "Boss, I want a sweet spicy one, and I can wait. Then I want an original and a spicy one." Seeing the menu updated, some people quickly change their minds to try something new. Others are quite generous, adding more to their original orders. Okay, one at a time. Suchin quickly puts on an apron and starts weighing and packing the orders for those who want fresh items. The first person to get the spicy pig's hoof is a young man with a crew cut. He holds his box and finds a spot to sit down. Just as he takes a bite, suddenly he stands up sharply, eyes wide open. Wow, you never know until you try, then you're shocked. It's truly an amazing taste. The spice first hits with a fiery, stimulating sensation, jumping wildly on the tongue. Then it quickly spreads throughout the mouth, burning every taste bud. Meanwhile, the delicious flavor of the pig's hoof unfolds in his mouth. The meat is firm and elastic, with a tender texture. Every bite reveals the richness and delicacy of the meat. The flavor of the meat and the spice blend perfectly, complementing each other, creating a unique taste that's hard to forget. He usually loves spicy food and even plans to buy some chili sauce to mix with it. But he didn't expect this new flavor to completely surprise his taste buds. His lips trembled slightly, and a blush appeared on his face. Wow, so spicy and flavorful. People waiting in line around him looked over with curiosity. Some of them also loved spicy food. Seeing the young man's excited expression, they couldn't help but feel eager too. They started to get ready, full of anticipation. Inside the food cart, Suchin sold the current flavors. Without stopping, he began preparing sweet and spicy marinated pig's trotters. He carefully mixed chili sauce, ketchup, honey, and other seasonings in the right proportions to make a special sweet and spicy sauce. He poured it into a pan and cooked it over low heat, stirring gently. When the sauce thickened, he added the marinated pig's trotters. At this point, the glazed trotters looked shiny and slightly golden, with a tempting color like vinegar pork. Sprinkling some sesame seeds on top made it look even more delicate. The steps don't seem too difficult, but in reality, they require good skills to do well. As the sweet and spicy aroma filled the air, it made everyone's stomach growl. Some people's stomachs started to rumble uncontrollably. "Boss, is it ready? Is it out of the pan?" They all stretched their necks like giraffes, leaning in to look into the pan. Smelling carefully, the aroma was rich and sweet like honey, with a fiery, spicy kick. They could also smell the unique roasted scent of the fried pig's trotters, almost making people feel dizzy. "Ready. 2 servings, total 165 yuan, Suchin replied while still busy working. Customers ate quickly, almost wishing they had more mouths. Suchin was also busy, with sweat on his forehead. He wished he had more hands to handle the busy business. After 10 minutes, he finally could take a break. "Dad, I want to eat too." Noa, the obedient little girl, waited until Suchin finished and then ran over eagerly asking for food. "Okay, I'll make you a glass of juice. That'll be a nice afternoon snack," Suchin said. The little girl usually ate less at lunch, so she was hungry now. But Noa was still young and couldn't eat too much spicy food, as it could upset her stomach. Just half a piece of sweet and spicy pig's trotter was enough. Just as Suchin turned around, a cheerful shout caught everyone's attention. "Hey, young man, you finally arrived. Give me 2 big portions of trotters." From far away, Zhou Shuzhen came quickly, holding an umbrella and walking briskly. She had a loud voice, and her shout carried far. Some nearby vendors who hadn't opened yet heard the noise. They all looked over, feeling so jealous it made their teeth ache. This morning, Zhou Shuzhen arrived at the park entrance right at 7 o'clock. Not to practice Tai Chi sword. She was just waiting for Suchin. Yesterday afternoon, her daughter-in-law ate a pig's trotter. Late at night, she secretly ate another one as a midnight snack. Who would have thought? By 6 a.m. the next morning, her daughter-in-law was lying on the sofa. She kept touching her stomach and licking her lips, crying out hungry. As a mother-in-law, what could she do? Of course, by some. Zhou Shuzhen hurriedly went to the park. She waited and looked around where Suchin had set up his stall yesterday. But there was no sign of pig's trotters. An hour passed. She became anxious, stood up again, and went to check other entrances. But still, she found nothing. Finally, she helplessly returned to her original spot. She asked a vendor selling corn, tea eggs, and eggs, "Do you know when the pig's trotters seller will come?" The vendor thought she was just asking about business, smiling happily. But when he heard she was asking for news, his face suddenly fell. "I don't know." But Zhou Shuzhen refused to give up. She didn't leave, but sat down heavily on his stall stool and kept waiting. The tea egg vendor looked annoyed, frowning and muttering. Zhou Shuzhen didn't bother to argue, so she simply bought a tea egg. However, when paying, she paid 5 cents less. Despite being very frugal, picking up even a stray hair and stuffing it back into her pocket, she suddenly changed her mind when buying pig's trotters. She confidently ordered 2 large ones. They are sold by weight, and the bigger they are, the more expensive. But at this moment, Zhou Shuzhen didn't notice the surprised look from the tea egg vendor. She had been waiting from 7 a.m. until noon, but Suchin never showed up. Fortunately, she had a little foresight and asked the gatekeeper to keep watch for her. She already planned to take some tea leaves from her husband's tea box at home and give them to the gatekeeper as a reward. The smell of the braised tea eggs made Zhou Shuzhen feel relaxed. It was like a chrysanthemum blooming in autumn, each fold of her face showing her inner joy. When an old customer came to her stall, Suchin immediately started to introduce. "Today, besides the original flavor, we have spicy, sweet spicy, and vine pepper flavors. Which two would you like?" Zhou Shuzhen was surprised, then looked at the small whiteboard. "Oh, new flavors too. Let's go with the original flavor and Sichuan pepper flavor." She and her daughter-in-law both love the Sichuan pepper taste. Yesterday's braised aroma was so delicious. The Sichuan pepper flavor should be just as good. Zhou Shuzhen paid the bill and asked when Suchin would come tomorrow, receiving a casual reply. She could only carry her bag and head home. After all, selling such tasty pig's trotters is popular, so being a little spoiled is normal. But just as she turned around, Zhou Shuzhen couldn't help but stop and sniff the air. The Sichuan pepper flavor was indeed nice, and many people at the table were eating it. Unlike yesterday's braised aroma, it carried a sharp yet fresh scent that danced happily in the air, making her feel as if she were in a lush Sichuan pepper forest. Gulp, she was craving it. Zhou Shuzhen swallowed and subconsciously opened her food box. She swore she would just smell it, to see if her purchase was different from what others were eating. In just a few seconds, her gloves were on her hands, and the Sichuan pepper pig's trotters were in her mouth. But it wasn't her who made the first move. Sigh. Once the pig's trotter was in her mouth, a strong numbing sensation exploded on her tongue. Zhou Shuzhen felt as if countless tiny electric currents were wildly zipping around in her mouth, causing her lips to tremble slightly. The numbing and refreshing Sichuan pepper combined with the tender pig's trotters, creating a chaotic dance of flavors in her mouth. Her entire mouth was immersed in a numb, tingling sensation. She stared in surprise, eyes wide open. Unknowingly, the numbing sensation overwhelmed her mind, and she absent-mindedly finished one pig's trotter. Ah, it's gone already. Inside the box, a few lonely bones lay there. Zhou Shuzhen suddenly felt a bit dazed. But, since that was the case, she might as well finish the remaining one. The original flavor pig's trotters were still as delicious as yesterday. The meat was tender, even more springy than before. The tendons were also very crispy and satisfying. Every bite was a great delight for her taste buds. At this moment, next to Suchin's stall, an old man and a young man, both dressed as security guards, sat at a table. They were devouring the pig's trotters like hungry tigers. The old guard held a pig's trotter tightly in his hands, opened his mouth wide, and bit down hard. A piece of glossy pig meat was torn off instantly. His cheeks puffed out as if stuffed with 2 small buns. He chewed vigorously, making satisfied hums. The young guard beside him also looked eager, each holding a pig's trotter in each hand, biting into them eagerly, as if he hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Suddenly, the old security guard choked. His dark face turned slightly red, and tears appeared in his eyes. He quickly grabbed a glass of cold water nearby and drank it hurriedly. The water went down his throat with a gulp. Only then did the old security guard take a deep breath. Oh, it wasn't that he wanted to eat so quickly, mainly because his stomach had never been served such rich food before. It pushed him to swallow the delicious meal quickly. Wow, this is so tasty, so delicious. The old security guard exclaimed as he eagerly took another bite. The young security guard nodded repeatedly, speaking unclearly with his mouth full. Meanwhile, two elderly people who had come to see the excitement were standing behind the guards, leisurely fanning themselves. When they arrived, they had already decided to buy a pig's trotter to try. But they were discouraged by the high price at first. They were used to being frugal. Since the vendors' prices were so high, they thought their old bones might not be able to handle it. However, seeing the guards enjoying the food so much, and the rich aroma wafting into their aging noses, their expressions gradually changed. One of the elders took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his mouth. The other licked his lips, unconsciously moving his throat. The two elders looked at each other. Oldly, shall we get one? Old Wang, this stuff is greasy and raises blood pressure. Are you sure? Though he said that, his eyes never left the pig's trotter. What's there to worry about? I have blood pressure medicine. Why not use the medical card? If not now, then when? Listen to me. If you want to stay healthy and live long, smoking, drinking, and eating fatty foods are. All right. In just a few words, the two old men made up their minds. They silently put away their fans and approached the stall. Staring at the bubbling pig's trotters in the pot, they shouted to Su Chen, "Young man, give me one sweet and spicy. I want a plain one." 5 minutes ago, at a corner table by the food cart, Nuon Yuo was holding a sweet and spicy pig's trotter with both hands, eating happily. She ate very quickly, with a sticky ring of sweet and spicy sauce around her small mouth. She looked like a cute little cat. Su Chen, now free, quickly took a wet wipe and wiped her mouth. But this girl hadn't finished chewing the food in her mouth and was still staring intently at the pig's trotter in her hand. She moved closer to take a bite. Hey, Nuon Yuo, eat slowly. Su Chen helplessly shook his head and quickly handed a glass of juice to Nuon Yuo. Nuon Yuo took a sip, her little face full of happiness. Burp Dad, this sweet and spicy pig's hoof is so delicious. It's 100 times better than McDonald's fried chicken. Su Chen smiled. He was quite confident about this flavor. The spiciness was perfectly balanced with sweetness. The taste was a sweet and sour flavor, with just a slight tingling sensation. Even children could enjoy it. Eat slowly, even if you like it. After saying that, Su Chen gently stroked Nuon Yuo's forehead, full of affection. Just then, he heard two urgent shouts. Oh, more guests. The two old men had been watching for a while but hadn't moved. Are they interested now? Coming. Su Chen stood up quickly and responded. Dad, you go ahead and get busy. Nuon Yuo smiled sweetly at Su Chen. The two pigs' hooves weighed 75 and 90 grams. The two old men were surprised and gasped. Wait, are these pigs' hooves made of gold, or are the bones gold? Why are they so expensive? Old Wang couldn't help fanning himself with a fan to ease the awkwardness. Oldly glanced and pursed his lips. He knew his old friend was reluctant. With a lot of money on his health card, what's the use? Seeing his old friend's stinginess, he thought, learn from your big brother. Then he shakily took out his phone, opened the payment app, scanned the code, and paid. Payment of 75 yuan received. After paying, Oldly didn't say anything but quietly looked at his friend. The two old men knew each other very well. Old Wang understood what he meant. He couldn't help but his beard and stare. If you're not stingy, why didn't you pay the 90 yuan? But when he smelled the aroma of the pig's hoof, he couldn't resist either. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and paid. Soon, the two old men, one after the other, carried the steaming pig's hooves to the bench. As soon as they sat down, Oldly couldn't wait to take a bite. In an instant, rich flavors exploded in his mouth. The meat was tender and smooth, fatty but not greasy. He felt a shiver run through him, and his cloudy eyes welled up slightly. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. He had eaten donkey meat and snake meat before, but he had never tasted such delicious pig's hoof. There's a saying, such a hoof should only exist in heaven. It's rare to see on earth. So, all the pig's hooves he ate before were just pig food. I never thought I would live this long, almost like living as a dog. Oldly couldn't help but take another bite. The next moment, he choked on the rushing saliva. Cough, cough, cough. Old Wang slightly turned aside, with a look of disgust, and spoke. Oldly, haven't you ever eaten pork? You're so impatient. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, and no one is fighting you for it. Honestly, you probably weren't in such a rush when you entered the bridal chamber. After saying that, he smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow. Now, this old buddy was very quiet. He didn't say a word, just happily ate with his face covered in oil. Old Wang was disappointed but didn't say anything. He simply opened his mouth and took a bite of the pig's trotter. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Well, Oldly, no wonder you ignored yourself while eating the pig's trotter. This is just too delicious. He immediately started to enjoy it eagerly. Old Lee's portion of pig's trotter was smaller, and he had eaten first. In no time, he finished the whole pig's trotter, even on the bones. Then, he looked at Old Wang with ill intent. Old Wang, don't eat so much. It's bad for your health. Let me help you share some. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Wang quickly turned around to protect his food. Get lost, you. I can't even feed myself. Soon, Old Wang finished the pig's trotter too. Not full yet. Maybe I should buy 2 more. The two looked at each other. Today, if we don't buy 10 or 8, it won't be enough to eat. As for the pension, what's the point? Save it for the grandkids? The 2 old men quickly reached an agreement and decided to buy happily. They went to the stall. Young man, the pig's trotters are pretty good. Give me one of each flavor. Me too, but I have bad teeth, so cut a few more slices on top of the pig's trotter. The 2 old men spoke one after another eagerly. As long as it suits your taste. Suchin smiled. Watching these 2 elderly men, happily satisfied like children, their faces covered in sauce without a care. He quickly handed them some tissues. Grandpa, wipe your face. I'll pack it for you. The 2 took the tissues happily and wiped their faces casually, not caring at all, their eyes still fixed on the pig's trotter. Nearby, after 2 security guards finished eating their pig's trotters in a whirlwind, they both wiped their mouths with their sleeves, faces full of lingering satisfaction. Not enough to eat. Not enough at all. These pig's trotters are not enough for a grown man to eat. Not only did I not get enough, but my craving has also been awakened. Turning around, I saw 2 old men who had been watching nearby already buying again. TSK. At their age, why are they still fighting over this? Such greasy, meaty food. Let me, as a young person, handle it. The 50-something security guard saw this and immediately followed. Boss, one more with Sichuan pepper flavor. That taste is really good, very strong. The young security guard didn't want to fall behind either. Since the master is older, 1 is enough for him. I'm still young, so I can eat too. Boss, I want 1 spicy and 1 original. Honestly, I also want to try every flavor. But with a monthly salary of only 3,000 yuan, that's not much. Even a pig's trotters is a luxury for me. But so what? Isn't life about enjoying it? Someone young like him working as a security guard naturally pursues simplicity and enjoys life. Eat some pig's trotters, drink a little wine, lie down in the security booth, watch some videos. What's wrong with that? The only problem might be making others jealous. Thinking of this, the young security guard changed his mind. Add another Sichuan pepper flavor, please. Seeing more repeat customers, Suchin smiled and agreed. He also glanced at the remaining pig's trotters in the pot. Looks like today's task is almost done. Someone in the line had already started planning. Now, under the shade, Zhou Shuzhen was holding the last piece of original flavor pig's trotters in her mouth, reluctant to swallow. When she heard the person next to her ask for several pig's trotters at once, her face froze in surprise. What's wrong with these people? They're young and eating so many? It's not like they need to supplement collagen, care for their joints, or strengthen their bones. Seeing more people walking towards Su Chen's pig's trotter stall, Zhou Shuzhen felt very anxious. At this moment, things were different. If she wanted to buy more now, she could only keep waiting in line. She quickly finished the pig's trotters in her mouth. Then, she turned sideways. Grabbing her umbrella tightly, she kept pushing past the people in front. Excuse me, please make way. Zhou Shuzhen moved quickly and forcefully. Finally, she managed to get ahead of a few young girls and stood in line. She smiled proudly. Hiki. After all these years waiting in line at the supermarket entrance for eggs, she knew how to do it. Watching the line slowly move and seeing others happily leave with their pig's trotters, Zhou Shuzhen's hope grew. She couldn't wait for her turn. The person in front of her was still murmuring. Those few people bought several at once. Maybe when it's our turn, they'll be all gone. Ugh, why do they need so many? Seeing some people feeling uneasy, Zhou Shuzhen silently agreed. Grabbing things quickly is just how it is. She didn't mind how many she got, but she got anxious when others started grabbing. She kept tiptoeing, trying to look forward. Oh no, oh no. Her daughter-in-law might not get any pig's trotters this time? Zhou Shuzhen kept thinking to herself. Her heart was all over the place, unable to settle down. Meanwhile, Suchen, after weighing the pig's trotters, looked up and loudly announced, "No more line behind. Only 5 pig's trotters left." Hearing this, the people in line, except for the newcomers, refused to give up. They hadn't even gotten their pig's trotters yet. How could they just leave? What if the person ahead only wanted one? Then maybe they still had a chance. For a moment, no one moved much. Everyone held on to a little hope. But unexpectedly, the bald man at the front didn't hesitate. Without saying a word, he took all 5. To be continued. Click next to read more. 1/2, all gone? The shocking news spread, and the customers behind were stunned. It's a new day. Someone's face suddenly changed color, and someone let out a loud scream. Everyone's eyes fixed on the big man, filled with frustration. What should they do? They really wanted to rush forward and grab the food. A few people changed their approach and hurriedly gathered around the food stall. "Boss, are you sure there's nothing left?" "Boss, try scooping it out again. Maybe some are still hidden." Yes, try again. Check every section." Listening to this, Suchen couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. He thought, maybe it's better if you all just come up and grab it yourselves. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "No, there's nothing left. We're closing today. Come back tomorrow." After saying that, Suchen quickly turned off the stove. At this moment, Zhou Shuzhen's gaze was still fixed on the heavy pig's trotters in the big man's hand. She watched him confidently hop onto his motorcycle and then roar away. Her remaining willpower instantly shattered. Now, she felt like risking her pride to rush to the stall. She clung tightly to Suchen's leg, wanting him to sell her another pig's trotter. It was heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. Zhou Shuzhen kept crying inside. On the left side, a girl was sitting on a stool, eating pig's trotters without caring about anyone else. She was munching loudly, with a box of unopened pig's trotters beside her. She looked proud, showing off her prize, which made Zhou Shuzhen feel envious. Oh, this girl was so lucky, she still had a whole box left. And look at herself, how could she be so greedy? How could she go home and explain this? Zhou Shuzhen felt like slapping herself in the face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She smiled happily and approached the girl, trying to flatter her. "Oh, young lady, look at you, so pretty and kind-hearted. I tell you, my daughter-in-law is pregnant, and she's craving pig's trotters. If I don't buy some for her, she won't be able to eat anything. Could you please be kind and sell me your box of pig's trotters? When you're pregnant someday, someone will help you too." But the girl didn't move or even glance at her. Zhou Shuzhen was still not giving up and turned to another person. "Hey, young man, you look so handsome and kind. I'm an old lady, and I just want to buy some pig's trotters for my daughter-in-law. If you give me yours, I can introduce you to someone." The young man blushed and smiled, but didn't agree. After all this, Zhou Shuzhen felt very frustrated. What kind of people are these? Why is there no compassion at all? It seems I need to use my best move. In the next moment, Zhou Shuzhen suddenly leaned against another table. Then, she took out a tissue from the tissue box. With a loud wow, she began her performance. "Oh dear, why is my life so hard?" Zhou Shuzhen first let out a few loud wails. But being an experienced actor, tears came easily. She cried while wiping her tears with the tissue. After successfully drawing everyone's attention, she started to speak with emotion. "My poor husband has a serious stomach problem. The doctor said his condition isn't good, and he needs surgery soon. He might never get to enjoy good food again in this life. But my husband keeps talking about wanting a bite of this pig's trotter. If I don't buy it back, how can I face him?" Zhou Shuzhen cried heartbreakingly. She stomped her feet and pounded her chest. Seeing Zhou Shuzhen's act, the young man next door turned pale with fear. He was worried she might faint there and cause trouble. Quickly, he took the pig's trotter and the box and hurried to sit by the altar to eat. Looking around, some people looked surprised, their throats tight from shock. Others couldn't help but smile secretly, covering their mouths. But Zhou Shuzhen paid no attention. She continued her dramatic performance, hoping someone would give her the pig's trotter. At this moment, a man at a nearby table felt a bit soft-hearted. Seeing Zhou Shuzhen's age, probably around his mother's age, he felt a bit emotional. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the half-pig's trotter that he hadn't touched and walked over to Zhou Shuzhen. He said, "Auntie, you seem really anxious. Just consider this a good deed. I'll sell you this half-pig's trotter for 36 yuan. When Zhou Shuzhen heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. The cloud of worry on her face disappeared. She took the pig's trotter with both hands and couldn't help but thank him repeatedly. "Oh, young man, you're such a good person. Thank you so much. Whoever marries you will be truly lucky." After paying, she left happily. When she got home, her daughter-in-law, Ting Ting, was napping on the sofa. In her drowsiness, she heard the door open. She suddenly jolted awake, got up quickly, and rushed to the door to greet Zhou Shuzhen. She looked at the bag in her hand with anticipation, but when she saw only half a pig's trotter in the box, her excitement immediately faded. She couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Seeing her daughter-in-law's expression, Zhou Shuzhen covered her mouth and said, "Today, the boss was acting strangely and made very little. This small piece was hard to get, and I finally bought it with great effort." After saying that, she quickly handed over the bag. Then she hurriedly went to the bathroom to brush her teeth. What a close call. She almost let her daughter-in-law smell the bad breath. Meanwhile, Suchin had packed up and left the stall. When he returned to the neighborhood, it was almost 6 p.m. In just over 2 hours, he sold 100 portions of pig's trotters. He earned a total of 9,542 yuan. If this keeps up, he thinks he can finish the remaining tasks in 3 days. He wonders what kind of mysterious reward the system might give him then. Thinking about this, Suchin pushed his cart and took the buckets of old marinade home. To be safe, he covered the buckets with a cloth. From the outside, you couldn't tell what was inside. They were sealed tightly and didn't smell at all. But as soon as they got out of the elevator, Suchin and Nuo were suddenly startled. Usually, the 5th-floor corridor is quiet as a pin, but now it was crowded with many people. Some were squatting, some standing. Even more surprising, some had brought small foldable stools from home. This sudden change made Nuo feel uneasy. She shrank back and tightly clutched Suchin's sleeve. Suchin also frowned slightly. What's going on? Why does it feel like a zombie apocalypse in this building? Is the end of the world coming early? Are people fighting for the last bit of food? Hey, look. He's finally back, a loud voice shouted, almost loud enough to shake the roof. "Ah, brother, you're here. Do you know how hard it's been for us craving your food?" "Exactly. I didn't sleep all night. My mind was full of pig's trotters smell. My dark circles are so heavy I could get a job as a panda at the zoo." When everyone saw Suchin, their eyes looked like hungry zombies smelling fresh meat, glowing green. Suchin felt both amused and helpless. Of course, the pig's trotters were all gone. They were neighbors, so he tried to say a few words to send them away. "Well, the pig's trotters are gone. Please, everyone, go home." As soon as he said that, there was another commotion in the crowd. "When will there be more? Can I buy some?" Yeah. We all paid. We want to buy. Hurry. Tell us the price. Just give us a straight answer." Seeing the crowd's reaction, Suchin quickly grabbed Nuo and pushed the cart toward the door. Quickly, he used a shopping cart as a shield to separate the crowd. "Everyone, big brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. I'm not refusing to sell, but my company has promotional tasks I need to focus on. Currently, I have to sell at the entrance of Xingming Park. It's a matter of principle, so please understand. If you want to buy, come back tomorrow." After giving a casual excuse, Suchin hurriedly opened the door and went inside. Selling pig's trotters in the neighborhood requires fairness. Either everyone gets a share or no one gets any. If exceptions are made and everyone comes to buy, he won't be able to handle it. Seeing how crazy the neighbors are, Suchin thought it's better to finish these busy days first and then look for a better neighborhood to rent. After all, he's been earning quite a lot these days, and he doesn't want his child to be scared. After dinner, Suchin and Nuo lay on the sofa watching TV. Tomorrow, the little one has to go to kindergarten, so they can't watch too late. By 8 o'clock, Nuo, taking small steps, obediently went into the bedroom to sleep. Suchin went back to the kitchen and worked for a few hours. Another 100 pig's trotters. Though experienced, it was still tiring. After taking a shower and going to bed, he stuck his pillow and fell asleep immediately. The next day, Suchin got up early to make breakfast. On the table, there were 2 bowls of noodles, one big and one small. It wasn't the recipe provided by the system, but it still tasted okay. Nuo, wake up. It's time to go to kindergarten, or you'll be late. Hearing Su Chin's gentle call, Nuonyuo rubbed her sleepy eyes and then linked her arm with his. Dad, I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to go sell things with you. The little one pouted, looking like she might cry. Nuonyuo, be good. Get up quickly. Dad promises to come pick you up early. Children often feel some separation anxiety. Actually, Su Chen didn't want to leave either. So, he kissed and comforted her, then sent her to kindergarten. Su Chen didn't immediately go to sell food. He only left the house at noon after eating. At 1 p.m., at Xingming Park, Su Chen was driving his food cart and saw a group of people waiting from afar. Before he even stopped, they rushed toward the cart. Su Chen felt the terrifying fear from yesterday when neighbors blocked his door again. His heart was panicked. Everyone, stay back. Be careful. Safety first. Su Chen shouted loudly. He was genuinely worried about these crazy customers. There are quite a few elderly men and women inside, and if they bump into each other, it could be a big problem. Hey, make way. Let the young boss pass. Don't push. Don't push. Whoever pushes is a little dog. Oh my old arms and legs. Please don't squeeze me too hard. I'm waiting to eat pig's feet. Su Chen parked the food cart. Before he could get out of the driver's seat, he saw the crowd rushing around wildly, starting to scramble for spots at the serving area. Hey, don't push me. Line up. Line up. I was here first. Go stand in front of me. After getting off the cart, Su Chen quickly arranged the tables and chairs. But this time, no one came to help him. Everyone was tightly pressed against the line, afraid that if they moved away even a little, someone might cut in line. Luckily, it was noon now, so not many people were out selling. Customers in line could stand under the shade of the trees to cool off. Boss, do you have all the flavors today? Seeing Su Chen placing a stack of food boxes on the counter, Zhang Qiuxing, who was in front, couldn't help but speak. Yes, all of them, original, spicy, sweet and spicy, and prickly ash. All for kinds, none missing. And the sweet and spicy flavor, I've already kept warm at home, ready to serve, no waiting needed. Su Chen responded with a smile, busy with his hands. Great. I didn't get to try the sweet and spicy yesterday, so I must enjoy it today. Many people at the scene were like Zhang Qiuxing. Yesterday, they bought one or two just to try, sitting aside and munching. But after finishing, when they wanted to try other flavors, the pig's feet were already sold out. I used to think the sweet and spicy flavor would be strange, but it's actually amazing. Sweet without being greasy, spicy just right. The feeling, Exactly. I bought 5 yesterday to take home. My 3 little pets at home fought over them, saying they're delicious. Really? Then I'll buy more today. As they continued talking, the customers in line started chatting with each other. When the lid of the braised meat was lifted, a rich, tempting aroma wafted out immediately. An elderly person in the middle of the line sniffed and felt a twinge in his heart. He eagerly tiptoed, stretching his neck forward to look. So tempting in the next second, the elderly person, who caught the conversation of the customers ahead, frowned. Oh dear, you all want to buy more? How can that be? The elderly person thought to himself, feeling uneasy. I have been waiting here for so long. I can't miss out on buying pig's feet just because I am not as fast as the young people. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. He decisively reached out his hand and loudly gave his opinion to Su Chen. Boss, please limit the purchases. Otherwise, everything will be bought by the people in front, and we won't get any. Hearing this, several elderly people behind also nodded in agreement. Exactly, boss. Please limit the purchases. The young ones in front can eat a lot, but at least leave some for us. Can we open a special lane for seniors? Everyone was talking loudly, arguing back and forth. The customers in front were a bit annoyed at first, but seeing the elderly people looking fierce, they quickly got scared. All right, I won't provoke them. Su Chen was scooping pig's feet from the pot and saw them arguing about limiting the purchase. He didn't really mind. After all, he had seen how good the elderly could be at acting yesterday. If they surrounded him again today, it would be trouble. Okay, then each person can buy 2. I only have 100 pig's feet in total. If each limits to 4, only 25 people can buy. There's no choice but to cut the price in half so more people can try. When everyone heard Su Chen say this, their expressions changed. Some looked disappointed, some understood, and some felt helpless. After a brief silence, some people started ordering. Boss, I want 1 spicy and 1 sweet spicy. I want 1 original flavor and one with spicy vine pepper. Me too. Almost everyone ordered the maximum of 2. The first buyer, Zhang Qiuxing, tightly held his pig's feet and hurried toward the bus stop. As he walked, he glanced at the sanitation workers resting under the shade of a tree, and suddenly, he had a good idea. "Uncle, can you help me buy 2 pig's feet? I'll transfer the money to you." The sanitation worker was surprised. Out of caution to avoid falling for scams, he stayed silent and became alert. Zhang Qiuxing used his money skills directly. Finally, when the tip increased from 5 to 8 yuan, the worker was tempted. "All right, since we've been standing for a while, it's time to move around." The worker patted his bottom and stood up. Zhang Qiuxing was very happy. "Thank you so much. I want one original flavor and one with spicy vine pepper." A few minutes later, Zhang Qiuxing managed to get the remaining 2 flavors he wanted. Seeing this, many others also started to think carefully and try similar tricks. Soon, vendors around and even small shop owners started lining up, tempted by the power of money. Some were curious and wanted to see what was happening. Only one person agreed to help buy something for someone else, leaving a pig's trotter for himself to taste later. Nearby, the tea egg seller felt jealous and annoyed. No one understood that today, the first money earned was actually from tips for shopping assistance. Under the blazing sun, the heat seemed to melt the ground. Zhang Qiuxing stood by the bus stop, feeling almost unable to breathe from the heat. Still, he quickly opened a box of sweet and spicy pig's trotters. Ignoring the burning sensation, he took a big bite. Juices slowly flowed out with a sizzle sound. It was hot, and he wanted to stomp his feet, but he didn't want to spit it out. The greasy oil spread in his mouth, rich and fragrant, with a good bounce. The sweet flavor was mixed with a hint of spice, perfectly balancing the greasiness of the pig's trotters. The intense flavor made him feel like his soul was flying away. He kept licking his lips with his tongue, looking completely enchanted. It was so good that he felt it was worth the tower weight. He also thought it was lucky that his electric bike tire burst this morning. If he hadn't taken a day off, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy such delicious sweet and spicy pig's trotters. Everything was perfect now. The shiny meat skin mixed with sweet and spicy sauce looked even more tempting in the sunlight. Zhang Qiuxing almost couldn't hold back and was about to open another one. But he stopped himself. Only one for now. He planned to save one for dinner, one for a late-night snack, and take the remaining to his company tomorrow. He had carefully planned everything in his mind. Just then, the bus arrived slowly. Zhang Qiuxing hurriedly carried his pig's trotter onto the bus. As soon as he stepped on, the driver immediately stopped him sternly. "Please do not eat or drink inside the bus." It was so hot outside, and the air conditioning was on. If anyone ate something, others might get overwhelmed by the smell. Zhang Qiuxing quickly nodded and tightened the bag's opening. But the bus was stuffy, and even a small smell could become very strong. Gradually, Zhang Qiuxing started feeling uncomfortable all over. It seemed like countless eyes were watching him. The driver also kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror, making Zhang Qiuxing nervous. Why are they watching me? I really didn't steal anything. After a new round of restrictions, Su Chen's business became even more popular than yesterday. Customers seemed to be more eager to buy. Within just 1 hour, all 100 pig's feet were sold out. It's still early, and the kindergarten hasn't dismissed the children yet. Su Chen didn't plan to go home, but drove straight to the most famous toy city in the southern city. After browsing around excitedly, he finally bought a Princess Elsa doll for 4,888 yuan at a boutique on the first floor. Although it was a bit expensive, there was a good reason for the price. This doll can blink, change styles, and also has bilingual smart conversation, singing, and storytelling functions. It can meet almost all the needs of little girls. Imagining Nua happily talking and playing pretend with the doll, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. At 4:30 p.m., the entrance of the kindergarten was crowded with people. Cars and electric bikes were parked all around. Children, led by their teachers, lined up at the entrance, their faces full of joy, like cute animals coming out of their cages. Parents needed a badge to pick up their children. "Daddy," Nua waved her small hand and ran over, jumping into Su Chen's arms. He immediately picked her up and ruffled her little head. "Did you behave well at kindergarten today?" Nua proudly puffed out her chest and pointed to the red sticker on her forehead, loudly saying, "I was good today. Teacher Lu even gave me a little red heart." "Haha, Nua is great." Su Chen felt happy and kissed her chubby little face. "Goodbye, Teacher Lu." Nua turned around, waving her chubby little hand at a young teacher. Suchin also gave a gentle smile to the teacher as a greeting. Goodbye, Nua Nua. The next day, at 8:30 and 58 seconds a.m., Zhang Qiuxing suddenly slammed on the brakes, leaving his little sheep behind. He hurried to punch in, just making it within the last 2 seconds. He was panting heavily and slumped at his desk, breathing hard. His colleagues around him looked just as sleepy as lazy sloths, with tired faces. No one was working at this time. 5 minutes later, those eating biscuits, biting into fried dough sticks, and drinking soy milk started their day. Although the company had emphasized not to bring breakfast, the manager usually arrived after 9 a.m., so it didn't matter. Seeing his colleagues eating happily, Zhang Qiuxin couldn't help but swallow hard. He was lucky not to be late after oversleeping this morning, so he didn't bother to buy breakfast. He still had the leftover spicy pig's feet from yesterday in his bag, but that was saved for lunch. After some internal struggle, Zhang Qiuxing put pig's feet into the microwave to heat. Last night, he was worried the pig's feet would spoil, so he stored them in the fridge. Now, 5 minutes should be enough. Soon, a buzzing sound came from the microwave. A strong aroma of Sichuan pepper and herbs began to fill the air. The smell of meat mixed with a slight numbing sensation, stimulating the nose. It was like drinking a cold Sprite on a hot day, refreshing and invigorating. Ding, the microwave made a clear sound. Zhang Qiuxing quickly took out the pig's feet and returned to his desk. He uncovered the lid. The pig's feet still looked shiny and fatty, with a rich aroma. Compared to when it was freshly cooked yesterday, it didn't lose much flavor. Sizzle, the texture was tender and chewy, with a slight numbing and spicy taste. So delicious. Just one bite was enough to lift a worker from the depths of exhaustion back to happiness. Unknowingly, colleagues gathered around Zhang Qiuxing. Wow, eating pig's feet so early in the morning. Are you trying to make everyone jealous? Hey buddy, where did you buy that? Why didn't you bring me one? Man, it smells so good. How can you eat it in the office? The spicy aroma of herbs and the fresh sharpness of Sichuan pepper collided, adding a lively touch to the pig's feet. Just the smell made everyone hungry. Breakfast, already hard to swallow, seemed even more tasteless. One colleague couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his teeth, took a box of coffee, and slapped it onto Zhang Qiuxing's desk. Bro, I just bought this box of strong-flavored coffee. You still have half a pig's foot, right? I don't mind trading with you. Hearing this, Zhang Qiuxing chewed the pig's feet and shot a sideways glance. Things are different now. You keep that little energy drink for yourself. Then he reached out and decisively shoved the coffee into his colleague's arms. The colleague was unwilling and reached out to grab it back. Just at this tense moment, suddenly, a voice with anger came from behind. What's that smell? Who let you bring breakfast to your desk? Are you all trying to quit? Everyone was stunned, as if struck by lightning. No one knew why this troublemaker showed up so early today. They quickly packed up their breakfast and pretended nothing was wrong, returning to work. The manager's face was as dark as if it could drip water. His gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Zhang Qiuxing, because his smell was the strongest. The manager's face grew even more grim, and he scolded directly, Zhang Qiuxing, come to my office. Zhang Qiuxing immediately felt overwhelmed. He chewed the soft, fragrant piece in his mouth and then locked the pig's trotters in the drawer. Then he stood up, walking slowly toward the manager's office. Now, he knew he was going to get scolded. He entered the office. Zhang Qiuxing, you know the rules. Our company repeatedly told you not to eat breakfast at your desk. Why don't you remember? This seriously affects the company's image and work efficiency. The manager's words came rapidly like a barrage of bullets. Zhang Qiuxing stood there feeling uneasy, his face full of exhaustion. Just speak quickly. After he finishes, I can go to the stairwell and finish the remaining half of the pig's trotters. Half an hour later. The manager's tone surprisingly softened. Xiao Zhang, you woke up late today and didn't have time for breakfast? Even if the pig's trotters are delicious, you shouldn't eat them during work hours. You're eating alone. Everyone is watching, and it looks bad. Zhang Qiuxing looked confused, not understanding what the manager was really after. As he spoke, the topic surprisingly shifted back to the pig's trotters. He glanced at the clock on the wall. What should I do? I really want to escape. Maybe I can make an excuse to go to the bathroom? The manager kept talking endlessly. His throat kept moving up and down. Finally, with a red face, he couldn't help but ask the key question. Where did you buy those pig's trotters? Actually, he already regretted asking. Zhang Qiuxing didn't notice that he had some pig's trotters juice on his clothes. But he could clearly smell it. As time passed, The fragrant smell grew stronger and stronger, drifting into his nose. The manager felt itchy inside but was too embarrassed to speak. He could only look away and pretend not to notice, watching the guy swallow hard. Unexpectedly, this guy was so clueless he didn't understand what he was hinting at. Sigh, he really doesn't want to improve at all. Hearing the manager ask where he bought the pig's trotters, Zhang Qiuxing looked up. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, then quickly disappeared. Probably no one could resist such delicious food, so it was normal. At a food cart outside Xingming Park, the manager was genuinely surprised. Xingming Park is quite remote. He thought it was a long-established shop, or at least a popular online store. But it turned out to be just a small stall. After a brief shock, the manager cleared his throat and spoke. Xiaozhang, can you help me buy 4 portions of pork knuckles? The manager finished speaking, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed again. Buy them quickly. I want to see them before work this afternoon. Zhang Qiuxing instantly looked frustrated. Wow, you're going to eat 4 portions in one go. You really love it. He scratched his head and said shyly, Manager, there's a limit of 2 pork knuckles per person. Also, the vendor is pretty casual, and their stall hours are unpredictable. Whether it delays work or not, I'm not even sure if I can buy them, he added. The manager's eyebrows furrowed immediately upon hearing this. This guy usually works as lazily as a slow donkey, only moving when whipped. Now he's talking about work again. Then go multiple times, you'll probably get them. It's getting late, I have a meeting to attend. Figure it out yourself. The expenses can be reimbursed by me. After leaving the meeting room, Zhang Qiuxing's lips curled into a smile that was almost harder to suppress than a big laugh. He quickly opened DingTalk and submitted an out-of-office request. Sure enough, it was approved instantly. Haha, I knew you'd be tempted by food. While I'm at it, I can get some fresh air and buy 2 portions of pork knuckles. Better than being stuck in this cubicle all day. Wow, starting work and already done for the day, who understands? Back at his desk, the room's ventilation was on, and the smell of pork knuckles had temporarily disappeared. But everyone's gossiping enthusiasm remained unchanged. As soon as Zhang Qiuxing sat down, friendly greetings flooded in. Bro, you're back. What's going on with the manager? Took you so long to call you over. Yeah, it's just some pork knuckles. What's the big deal? The manager is overreacting. By the way, Qiuxing, where did you buy those pork knuckles? After some back and forth, everyone returned to the main topic, asking what they really wanted to know. Zhang Qiuxing looked around at everyone and rolled his eyes helplessly. It's just... Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he let out a loud shout. Hey, who unlocked my drawer? He was furious. He pulled open the drawer, but there was no sign of the pork knuckles. Instead, there was a box of coffee. Then, a weak voice sounded. Brother Shang, I'm sorry. The speaker looked guilty. I was going to wait until you got back to exchange it, but you've been gone so long, and the smell of the pork knuckles kept wafting past my nose. I couldn't hold back. Don't worry, the lock isn't broken. I borrowed Shaya's hairpin and just pried it open. Listening to his colleague's explanation, Zhang Qiuxing almost fainted with anger. He was about to go to the stairwell and finish the remaining half of the pig's foot. But suddenly, he turned around and found his home had been broken into. What kind of person would do such sneaky, dishonest things? He really wanted to call the police. A nearby colleague quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Brother, forget it. Xiao Jie didn't mean to do it on purpose. We are so far apart, and his desk is right next to yours. How could he not smell it? Xiao Jie also quickly apologized again. Yeah, Brother Xing, sorry about that. To make up for it, I'll buy your breakfast this week. Everyone took turns talking. Hearing this, Zhang Qiuxing, a shy young man, felt his anger slowly fade away. He pouted. He casually told his colleagues about the pig's foot's location and the purchase restrictions. Then he grabbed his bag and strode out of the company. It was still early. With the experience from the day before and yesterday, he decided to wait until noon to visit Xingming Park. As for what to do now, Zhang Qiuxing chuckled to himself. Workers who don't get their happiness are just fools. Knowing how to relax and take it easy, he wouldn't miss this good time. He decided to go home and lie down for a while. Soon, Zhang Qiuxing hopped on his small electric scooter, humming a silly tune, heading home. Today, Su Chen's stall opened a little later than yesterday. Around 2 p.m., he finally arrived at Xingming Park in a slow car. Some elderly men brought small stools and sat under the shade of trees, chatting and waiting for him. Not far from the stage, many uniformed delivery guys sat squatting, playing on their phones and smoking. The smoke curled up, but they didn't look tired at all. After all, they earned extra money from customers, so working in the sun was more comfortable. They didn't mind waiting all day. Ding ding, the sound of the food truck's horn rang out. Everyone quickly lined up when called. Boss, I want 2 spicy ones. Boss, 1 original flavor and 1 with prickly ash. I want. After a few days of practice, Soo-chun had become quite skilled at multitasking. He could grab pig's feet with one hand and pack orders with the other. He responded to everyone's request while still listening for the sound of money arriving. Many customers bought pig's feet and didn't leave. They sat down on nearby benches and started eating right away. Crunching sounds. Slurping. The chewing noises kept coming one after another. The pig's trotters were trembling as they were bitten. Just looking at them, you could tell the meat was full and firm. A delivery person finished his queue, carrying 2 portions of pig's trotters, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Smells so good. No wonder I called for delivery to buy this. Usually busy running around the city in the rain and wind, exhausted like a dog. But now, looking at the fragrant pig's trotters in his hand, he felt an unexpected urge. It's not wrong to treat himself after such a tiring day, right? Once the thought appeared, it grew wildly in his mind like weeds. Yes, just this once, no repeat. Soon, the delivery person swallowed and immediately canceled his order on the phone. Hello, I'll pay double for this order. The pig's trotters are mine now. With a leader setting an example, the second person, tempted by the aroma, also decisively canceled his order. More and more people with ideas started to follow. Sir, sorry. Your pig's trotters were accidentally taken by a dog. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'll refund your order. I will compensate for your loss. Hello, your pig's trotters gained self-awareness and ran away. I can't catch them, so I'm canceling your order. Sorry. In the Jiangzhou Branch South Road Police Station, Operator Xiao Zhao was sitting at his desk, staring at the information on his computer. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply. Xiao Zhao quickly answered. Hello, Jiangzhou Branch South Road Police Station. How can I help you? A worried voice came from the other end. Officer, I want to report. There's something strange about the pig's trotters sold at a snack stall. After I ate them, I kept craving more, like I was possessed. I couldn't eat anything else. Today, I saw a food safety ad, and I suspect there might be something harmful in them. Xiao Zhao was startled. He comforted the caller while carefully asking for details and quickly took notes. Please don't worry. Take your time. Where is the snack stall located? Besides craving, are you feeling any other discomforts? After hanging up, Xiao Zhao was anxious and didn't bother knocking. He rushed straight to the captain's office. At that moment, the captain was leisurely holding a cup, ready to take a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Suddenly, the office door was slammed open with a loud bang, and Xiao Zhao rushed in hurriedly. The team leader was startled by the noise. He accidentally spilled hot tea on his hand. Frowning, he looked displeased and scolded him. Hey, kid, why didn't you knock before coming in? Xiao Zhao didn't bother to explain and hurriedly replied, Captain, a citizen reported that a snack stall's pig's trotters might be contaminated, possibly with some illegal additives. The captain was first surprised, then widened his eyes, nearly dropping his cup. What? Really? Illegal additives? Quickly notify the Food and Drug Inspection Team and testing agencies. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiuxian was still in line for the pig's trotters. Due to high demand for the purchasing service, the selling fee had also increased. In just one day, the sanitation worker uncle's pay rose from 8 to 15 yuan. Part-time work paid more than his regular job, and the uncle's face was practically smiling from ear to ear. Zhang Qiuxian was happy to pay, since the manager would reimburse him anyway. He even brought along the uncle's wife, and both helped him queue. The manager ordered 4 portions, and Zhang Qiuxian took 2 for himself, just right. Soon, 4 portions of pig's trotters were handed to Zhang Qiuxian. Young man, here you go. Call me again if you need more work. I usually stand under the 3rd big tree at the intersection. Both men looked happy and waved goodbye. The blazing sun shone fiercely, and the crowd gathered around Su Chen's pig's trotter's stall. A long line wound back and forth, creating quite a scene at the park entrance. Some fans waved to stay cool, others kept wiping sweat, but no one wanted to leave. Su Chen stood at his stall, loudly calling out, Dear customers, only 10 pig's trotters left. No more after that. As soon as he said this, a wave of complaints erupted from the crowd. Ah, they're gone so fast. I've been waiting so long. Can't they make more? Just a few minutes late. Blame all the delivery people today. They've disrupted the market. At that moment, a sudden screech of brakes broke the noise, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A police car sped towards them, very noticeable. 3 police officers got out of the car together. They looked serious and commanding, with shining shoulder badges under the sunlight. The people in line froze in surprise. Some started whispering quietly. What's going on? Why are the police here? Oh no, I hope these pork trotters aren't spoiled. I hope nothing bad happens. I haven't even tasted these pork trotters yet. At this time, all I think about is eating. With this attitude, you're not afraid of getting sick. The customers immediately became restless. The leading police officer glanced around and walked steadily toward the food stall. Are you the owner of this stall? We received reports from the public that your food might contain illegal additives. We need to check. 2 other officers followed, showing their badges. Hearing this, the orderly line of customers suddenly dispersed, whispering and talking among themselves. Suchin also looked surprised. Who could be jealous of him? Is he being targeted by competitors? He looked around with a cold gaze. A few vendors nearby, upon seeing Suchin's look, quickly hid their smug expressions. People are like that. When they see others' businesses doing well and forming queues, and their own stall is empty, they get anxious and angry. Now that their rival's stall is in trouble, why do they feel secretly happy? Suchin looked away, silently moved aside and stood quietly. Police officers, I want to clarify this is definitely a misunderstanding. Please go ahead with your inspection. The officers nodded and began a thorough search of the stall. Fortunately, the system provided detailed information about the source of the pork trotters. After checking, they put on gloves and carefully examined and sampled the meat. Honestly, after so many years, this was the first time they saw pork trotters become so tender and fall off the bone with little effort. It was unbelievable, too unbelievable. And the color was so bright and fresh. Normally, home-cooked pork trotters wouldn't have such vivid color. With their sharp judgment and strong investigative skills, they suspected that harmful additives had been added to the meat. Specifically, a common illegal additive used in some shady braised food shops, sodium nitrite. It can make meat tender and fall off the bone, retain moisture, and improve color. The color-changing effect makes the food look fresher and higher quality, misleading consumers. Long-term consumption can harm the digestive system. It's so dishonest. How could a handsome young man like him do such things? The leading police officer cast a sidelong glance at Suchin. But Suchin didn't respond. He just sat calmly playing with his phone. After collecting samples, they quickly uncovered the lid to check the broth. For types of spicy flavors mixed with steam rushed straight to the forehead. So fragrant. So very fragrant. It's almost too much to call it a wonderful aroma. No wonder the enthusiastic citizen who reported the incident couldn't resist the tempting smell. Even the steadfast police officers were affected. Of course, it's obvious. Years of experience and testing have made his nose as sharp as a police sniffer dog. There must be some added flavoring cream in there. As for whether there are any illegal substances, as police officers, they really shouldn't jump to conclusions about every citizen. Everything must be fair and based on facts. As time passed, more and more people gathered around Suchin's stall to watch. Everyone had different opinions. Some believed in Suchin, some suggested strict punishment, and a few were just watching quietly. Those customers who were originally sitting happily on their stools, enjoying pig's feet, now looked at each other nervously. They were trying to figure out what the others might do. The pig's feet still looked greasy and shiny. The strong smell still lingered stubbornly in their noses. The leftover marinade and thick texture made their stomachs rumble even more. For a moment, everyone was torn between wanting to eat and not wanting to offend the police. Some started secretly blaming the police in their minds. They wondered why the police came now, just when they were about to enjoy their food. It felt worse than losing their meal. As time went on, the mood started to change subtly. A big man with a tattoo of a blue dragon on his arm suddenly slammed 2 boxes of pig's feet onto the table with a loud bang. He stood up, glaring fiercely, and shouted, "Police are here. How can we eat this now? Refund. Give me my money back." Next to him, a skinny man shivered in fear. He quickly swallowed the pig's feet he hadn't finished chewing and asked, "Big brother, do you want a refund? Can I buy yours instead?" He leaned forward suddenly, reaching out his hand. "You're crazy. Just for this? What if they add ice?" "What then?" The big man with the tattoo glared at the skinny guy, full of disappointment. The skinny man's hand froze in midair. But then, his eyes became more determined. Big brother, I don't believe there's anything wrong with these pigs' feet. The smell is so good. Even if there's some risk, I'll accept it. After saying that, he still resolutely paid the money. He grabbed the 2 boxes of pig's trotters and brought them in front of himself. The thin man glanced at the 3 police officers in front of Suchin's stall. Boss, do you want to arrest us or not? Anyway, I paid for it. Is it illegal to eat a few bites? He was worried that if he didn't eat now, he might never get the chance again. The crowd argued loudly, drawing the police's attention. Although they had some doubts about the ingredients of the pig's trotters, out of duty, one of the officers spoke. Everyone, be quiet. Until the test results come out, guessing won't help the store's reputation and might cause unnecessary panic. Please wait patiently. The police's words were firm, and the noise at the scene quieted down a lot. They removed the lid of the quick test kit, inserted the test into the marinade, and waited 15 minutes for the result. 2 lines meant negative, 1 line meant positive. The process was quite simple. Soon, the results were ready. It's negative. As soon as this serious voice was heard, a burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Everyone's desire for pig's trotters reignited. They immediately started eating again, opening their mouths wide and biting down hard, trying to make up for the enjoyment interrupted earlier. Meanwhile, a few vendors hoping Suchin would be fine looked disappointed. Their eyes lost their sparkle instantly. Someone stared at Suchin's stall and took a deep drag on a cigarette. Why? Everything was so lively, and then suddenly he was released without punishment. It left people feeling empty inside. 2 clever customers quickly rushed to the stall. Boss, I want one with Sichuan pepper flavor and 1 original flavor. 1 with Sichuan pepper and 1 sweet and spicy. They exchanged glances and smiled. They weren't originally in line, but now they found an opportunity. Seeing this, others also pushed forward, secretly muttering, "Aren't you too disgusting? Young and sneaky, playing tricks, unfair." There were only 10 in total, and now 4 are gone. Things look grim now. Suchin showed no emotion, calmly put away his phone. He stood up, ready to serve the customers the pig's trotters. But unexpectedly, the leading police officer raised both hands and made a calming gesture. Everyone, don't rush. Today, the vendor can't sell anymore. As he spoke, he turned to Suchin and said, "Hello, quick tests are only initial screenings and are not very accurate. Since this concerns people's health, we need to send samples for regular testing. This is to check that there are no illegal or harmful additives. We expect to get the results by tomorrow morning. If everything is fine, we will clear the shopkeeper's name and apologize." Suchin nodded. Products from the system are naturally safe, but all this trouble is quite inconvenient. I understand. It's for everyone's food safety. I believe the police will also clear my name. Soon, the 3 police officers exchanged looks. They lifted the pot and loaded it onto the police car. Suchin was momentarily speechless. I heard they only took samples for testing, right? Why did they take the whole pot? They took away all my ingredients. I still need to sell tomorrow. 1 hour later, a large bucket of pig's trotters was sent to a professional food testing lab. Inside the lab, staff dressed in white lab coats, wearing masks and gloves, placed the pig's trotters on the work table. They picked up small knives, cutting tiny pieces of meat from each sample. They put the pieces into test tubes for chemical analysis. Meanwhile, in the hall next door, Suchin's insulated containers sat on a table. A few police officers sat quietly, waiting for the test results. Within minutes, the rich aroma of braised meat overwhelmed them. They tried hard to resist the urge and kept repeating in their minds, stay strong, we're here for testing. This is evidence. Stay focused and resist temptation." But the smell was just too tempting. Their throats kept moving, and their noses involuntarily twitched. Wow, it smells so good. One young police officer couldn't hold back and sighed aloud. Another officer echoed him. "Yes, this smell could almost make you dizzy. It's so tempting I can hardly stand still." The air was not very well ventilated. They all let out a collective gasp. Sniff, sniff, cough. The lead officer cleared his throat, and taking the chance while coughing into his fist, he secretly wiped the saliva off his mouth. Control yourselves, both of you. If you can't resist, go outside and have a cigarette to relax. You've been trained strictly for this. The 2 young officers nodded and went outside together. He took a few deep breaths of fresh air. Only then did he feel better. Wow, this smell is so strong, probably measured by weight. By the way, after solving this case, do you think we might get promoted? You're overthinking. You're just the investigator, not the detective. A few hours later, while 3 police officers were anxiously waiting, 2 lab technicians in white coats came out. How did it go? The lead officer immediately stood up, eager to hear the results. He couldn't wait even a second longer. He couldn't eat the smell, but he had to stay serious and calm. It was hard to handle. The 2 technicians exchanged looks. They directly handed over a paper report. Captain Wong, the test results show no problems. All indicators are far below the national standards, which is quite excellent. Huh? The other 2 officers stood up. This thing has no issues? Then, they were really drooling now. One technician was the first to take off her mask. While under everyone's watchful eyes, a long, shiny strand stretched out as she moved her hand. Realizing what was happening, she quickly covered her mouth and ran to the side. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that mask supposed to block germs and dust? Turns out it could also block saliva. They learned something new. Captain Wong looked at the report, then frowned seriously. Are you sure the test results are accurate? This smell is too strange, definitely abnormal. If there are no prohibited substances, I'll eat all 10 pig's feet myself. The others were surprised. Wow, Captain Wong, you really dare to think that. You can't want everything both ways. As a police officer, you're actually trying to cheat and eat for free? But on the other hand, since the pig's feet had already gone to the lab, returning them for sale was impossible. If there's no problem, and since we don't want to waste, why not just buy them ourselves? A few minutes later, 5 people looked at the empty space and the reflective insulated bucket, falling silent. Burp. Captain Wong burped. Oh my, it smells so good. I told you, what can break your will isn't some ordinary thing. I really want to eat another. The next morning, early in the morning, a police car arrived in the neighborhood. A few curious neighbors, eager to see what was happening, immediately tensed up with curiosity. 3 police officers are walking toward the building where I am. I quickly follow and stay close behind. Wow, look at that. The police are heading to the new guy's house. Maybe he's in trouble? Someone whispers nervously. Scary. Did he commit a crime like theft or fraud? Wow, I didn't expect our neighborhood to be so mixed. It's not very safe here. Suddenly, an older woman appears. She grabs their arms and starts talking about what she saw. Yesterday, I was craving something and went to that guy's favorite park to buy pig's feet. But guess what? As soon as I got there, I saw a police car taking away his insulated containers. They said something about illegal substances. Her voice is not loud, but very clear. Everyone hears her. The crowd gasps in shock. Wow, that's scary. Good thing I didn't eat his pig's feet. That young man looks honest, but turns out he's a big criminal. Such a crime. We should have the police arrest him. Leaving him here is like a ticking bomb. The story continues on the next page. 1/2, but his little kid is really adorable. Per him. Wait, could he have been hiding drugs with that girl all along? Neighbors love to gossip and make things worse, each one more exaggerated than the last. Inside the room, Suchin is sleeping soundly. Since sending his child to kindergarten this morning, he's played a few rounds of a game and is exhausted. Suddenly, there's a loud knocking at the door. Who is it? Suchin rubs his forehead, which feels a bit sore, and opens the door in slippers. Standing there are the 3 officers from yesterday. They all have dark circles under their eyes, clearly tired. Suchin yawns and speaks first. Oh, officers. Are the test results still unclear? Do you need to test again? The officers stiffen. No, you misunderstand. There's no problem with the food you sold. We're here to apologize. Hearing this, neighbors hiding nearby lose hope. So they're not here to arrest him? He was hoping to see the rose gold bracelet. He's disappointed. Suchin, hearing that the police want to apologize, remains calm. He scratches his head and casually responds, Okay, I understand. After finishing speaking, he made a move to close the door. At that moment, a strong smell of meat wafted over. The 3 of them instinctively stretched their necks, greedily smelling the aroma in the air. Suddenly, there was a movement under someone's police uniform. Immediately after, the young police officer couldn't resist the temptation, and his jaw muscles tensed up. He clearly swallowed hard. Boss Su, it smells so good. Are you cooking pig's trotters again? Suchin shrugged. Yes, just waiting for you police officers to clear my name so I can open my stall again. The police nodded but did not leave. They looked like a few greedy little dogs staring at a bone, wanting to leave but also reluctant. Suchin understood what was happening. However, he ignored the police licking their lips and added, Comrades police officers, if you have work to do, go ahead. I need to get back to the kitchen. As he finished speaking, the 3 police officers stood there, visibly at a loss. Just as the door was about to close completely, the lead officer, Wong, quickly reached out and held the door frame. "Boss Su, please wait a moment. Considering what happened yesterday, we are here to ask when you plan to set up your stall. We want to go to the scene again and explain to the public to prove your innocence. Our police work must ensure innocent people are not falsely accused. We want to give everyone a satisfactory explanation." Suchin was surprised and smiled. That was good. It saved him from having to clarify the rumors himself. He gave a time and then closed the door again. Walking out of the corridor, the lead officer immediately glared sharply at the other 2. "I told you yesterday to watch your image. What were you doing just now? It's like you wanted to stick your mouth in the pot. What kind of behavior is that?" The other 2 officers. "Wong, you really do forget things easily. Yesterday, I heard someone ate 3 pigs trotters alone." Meanwhile, inside the building, the gossiping voices continued. "Oh, look at that. Police officers are really the people's good servants now. Who says not?" 3 police officers came to apologize. "By the way, the pig's trotters that young man made are so fragrant even without any seasoning. It's pretty amazing. Maybe we should go learn his skills." Inside, it was shiny and bright, like it had been washed with water. In the bucket, there was also an envelope sealed in a plastic bag. "Huh? What is this? A test report?" Suchin, full of curiosity, picked up the bag and slowly opened it. It turned out to be 800 yuan. These 3 police officers were quite thoughtful. They didn't mention this earlier and quietly bought all 10 pigs' feet at the set price. He checked, and the system indeed counted these orders toward his workload. That's good. At least no food was wasted. 370 out of 500. Still need 130 more. With 3 days left, selling casually is more than enough. Suchin stored the money and moved the bucket to the kitchen. Although the inside of the bucket was so shiny it reflected almost like a mirror, he still instinctively rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning carefully. At 2:30 p.m., at Star Dream Park, the green trees drooped listlessly under the scorching sun. Under the shade, groups of 3 or 5 people gathered, chatting eagerly. "Why hasn't that little boss come yet? I can't wait anymore. Who knows how the police investigation is going? Are they still letting people by? I think that little boss is definitely fine. Do I know if the food is okay? Someone's definitely maliciously reporting." Usually, at this time, they would be happily munching on pig's feet. But now, they could only stretch their necks and look into the distance. Just as someone was very disappointed and about to leave, suddenly, the sound of an engine came closer. Seeing the familiar food truck, everyone's spirits lifted instantly. "He's here. He's here. He's bringing pig's feet." No wonder they had waited so long here. Suchin sat inside the driver's seat, glancing out the window. After yesterday's incident, he didn't expect many familiar faces still waiting here. Of course, some were just here to watch the show. As soon as he parked the truck, the crowd quickly rushed over. "Boss, you finally arrived. Hurry up and open the sunshade. Young man, give me 2 with pepper flavor." "Boss, have the test results come out? How is it?" "Huh, no need to ask. It must be fine. Otherwise, why would he come out boldly to sell?" The crowd chattered loudly, making the scene very chaotic. Suchin stood in front of his stall, feeling his head buzzing. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the roar of a car approaching from afar. A police car suddenly stopped, and the 3 officers from yesterday got out. Leading them was Captain Wong, who looked serious as he swept a stern glance over the chaotic crowd. "Hurry up and step forward quickly," then spoke. "Dear citizens, please be quiet. After our careful testing, we found that the food sold by this vendor meets national standards and is safe. You can buy with confidence." After speaking, Officer Wong raised the inspection report to show everyone. Then, in front of the customers, 3 police officers turned to Suchin and nodded seriously. "Dear vendor, we apologize to you. Our enforcement has caused you inconvenience and trouble. We hope you understand. Also, thank you very much for your cooperation." They had already visited to apologize in the morning, but now they were doing this in front of the crowd. After all, the vendor was innocent and wrongly accused, so they needed to show a proper attitude publicly. When these words were spoken, people who were worried suddenly felt reassured. The crowd grew even larger. Many started making calls and inviting others to buy. Suchin kept working. Glancing at the long line, he couldn't help but give a friendly reminder. "Dear customers, I only made 60 portions of pig's trotters today. Please queue reasonably." Just a simple sentence. A few words, but it made many customers feel cold in the heat. Why did you make so few today? Will I still be able to buy if I come late? Blame that idiot who reported us. I'll find out who did it and make him pay. Someone immediately started cursing loudly. After all, everyone had been lining up peacefully these days. They could come early, wear masks, and queue twice for 100 pigs trotters a day. Now, not only was the delay causing trouble, but the boss's mood was also ruined. Who was the troublemaker, the one stirring up chaos? Seeing that the task was complete, Officer Wong spoke to the two young police officers. Pack up. He was exhausted from the pigs trotters yesterday. He didn't even feel like eating lunch. Now, he had to stay strong. With that, the two young officers reluctantly moved in one direction. But their eyes seemed magnetized, fixed on Su Chin's stall and unwilling to look away. Seeing this, Officer Wong thought it looked bad. He quickly nudged the two with his elbow. But the two officers, already in charge, were like a scale weight, completely still. Officer Wong was both angry and anxious, lowering his voice to curse. What are you standing around for? Let's go. As soon as the scolding started, both of them fell silent like cicadas in the cold, feeling a bit embarrassed. They had only casually eaten a couple of bites of their lunch boxes at noon and were still hungry. Now, smelling such delicious food, how could they not be hungry? Speaking of which, wasn't the reason they came here also partly because of the pigs trotters? I don't understand what the captain was thinking. But after all, the higher-ups have authority, and the two young officers didn't dare to argue. A gentle breeze blew by again. The aroma was everywhere. Gurgle, one old man in line, clearly heard his stomach growling. He looked to the left and saw the two young officers walking behind Captain Wong, looking disappointed. The old man watched them with a tired expression. Suddenly, he remembered his grandson working far away. His grandson was still a junior officer, and he didn't know if his work was as tiring as theirs. Thinking of this, the white-haired old man reached out and grabbed Captain Wong's arm. Comrade police officers, no matter how busy you are, you must eat well. Look at those two poor kids, their stomachs are growling so loudly, it's like they're playing music. Eat something before you go. You work so hard for everyone, but you shouldn't neglect your health. The old man's voice was a little hoarse, and his weathered face was full of concern for them. Captain Wong was first surprised. When he heard the last part, his face turned red. But he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his usual calm. Yeah, since the two young guys didn't eat well at noon, I'll listen to the old man. After saying that, he turned his head. He looked at the two young officers and gave an order. You two queue up. I'll go back to the car to handle some official matters. The two nodded eagerly at the instructions. Then they ran quickly to the back of the line. Wow, this old man is so kind. He's like my own grandpa. I'm his real grandson. One young officer looked very happy, almost jumping with joy. By the way, your stomach was so loud because of you. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't get to eat the pigs trotters. Nonsense, it was clearly your stomach growling, and you're blaming me. Huh? Wasn't it you? The two looked wide-eyed and turned their heads to stare at the police car not far away. Captain Wong was so hungry he almost couldn't stand it, yet he insisted on pulling us along. Not hungry, right? Fine. Later, you can only eat one piece, and the rest will be shared between us. Waiting in line is really tough. Smelling that aroma, both their souls almost floated into the air. The more the team moved forward, the more excited the young police officers became. Almost there, we're almost there. Hey, calm down, everyone is watching. Realizing they had lost control, the young police officers also settled down a bit. They quickly straightened their backs, kept their feet together, and placed their hands along their sides. They returned to their usual serious and proper appearance. However, because of the smell, their bodies unconsciously leaned forward. Almost at a 30 degrees angle, they tilted towards Su Chen's stall. It looked quite funny. 10 minutes later, the two young police officers had 4 portions of pigs trotters. By then, there were no empty seats at the table. Captain Wong sat in the car, enjoying the pigs trotters with the air conditioning on. The two young police officers didn't mind and simply found a spot to squat and start eating. Under the sunlight, the amber-colored pigs trotters looked shiny and greasy. As soon as they took a bite, they exclaimed because it was so hot. Wow, so hot. Chew, 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 so tasty. Taking a bite makes my waist feel stronger too. Ha ha, yes. Eat more pigs trotters, and you'll be straight for life. The 60 pigs trotters were sold out quickly. Su Chen tidied up and drove away directly. After bringing Nuonyuo home, The little girl jumped happily straight to Princess Elsa doll on the sofa. She hugged the doll with both arms, gently pressed her small mouth against the doll's ear, whispering to it. No one knew what secret words she was saying to the doll. Her eyes were happily squinting into a curved line. After playing for a while, Nuonuo seemed to remember something, and her expression suddenly became serious. She ran to Su-chan, tugging at his clothes with her short legs. Dad, isn't this Princess Elsa doll really expensive? Today at kindergarten, she overheard her classmate bragging. Her mom bought her a talking, storytelling doll that cost 1,000 yuan. So, her own doll probably isn't cheap either. Nuonuo didn't know how much money Su-chan earned each day. She only knew that her mom used to complain that her dad earned too little. Dad, let's return the Elsa doll. I've played with it for a few days, but I didn't get it dirty or break it, and it looks new. Dad, you don't need to buy me such expensive toys anymore. I'm fine with the dolls I already have. Nuonuo kept talking nonstop with her small mouth. Su-chan listened quietly, feeling a twinge of sadness inside. Like a child her age, she always wants to buy a toy whenever she sees one, making it hard to walk through the store. But why is this child so considerate of herself? It made her old father feel like crying suddenly. Su-chan squatted down gently and looked at his daughter with kindness. Nuonuo, don't worry. This isn't expensive. Dad can afford it. In the future, whatever you want, Dad will buy it for you. When Nuonuo heard this, she saw that Su-chan wasn't joking. Her childhood innocence returned instantly, and she gave Su-chan a big kiss on the cheek. Great. I like Dad the most. After sending Nuonuo to kindergarten, Su-chan went home and rested until noon. Then he took the marinated 70 pig's feet and headed to Xingming Park. Today is the 6th day of his stall. After selling these 70 pig's feet, he will have completed the task required by the system. He wondered what reward he might get for finishing the task a day early. When he arrived at his spot, customers were already waiting eagerly at their usual place. As Su-chan lifted the lid off the pot, several people rushed toward him, steaming with excitement. Boss, you finally arrived. How many pig's feet did you bring today? Is it enough? Boss, pick me 2 of the biggest ones. I want the original flavor. The customers were more aggressive than before, rushing in with even more energy. Scared, Su-chan quickly moved people back. Today, there are only 70 portions of pig's feet. Once sold out, that's it. Please queue up and stand back so you don't get burned. What? Only 10 more portions than yesterday? But the crowd here has grown quite a bit. Some even brought their children along, trying to secure a spot. Almost everyone brought their cats and dogs, trying to get a place. Suddenly, the footsteps grew hurried and loud. Then, a burst of shouting erupted. Hey, don't push. I have a nail infection. Who stepped on my toenail? Line up properly. Don't cut in line. Wait, what? Did someone's fake tooth fly into my mouth? People started pushing and shoving, revealing their primitive, wild instincts. Everyone just wanted to buy the pig's feet quickly and go home with it. The park security guard, who was watching the line, suddenly brightened his eyes and had an idea. He immediately started maintaining order at the scene. Everyone, don't push. I'll be sad if anyone gets hurt, okay? He shouted while waving his small baton. He looked quite serious and professional. After a while, he managed to restore some order. The security guard confidently walked to the front of the line, standing with his hands on his hips. After the previous customer paid, in the next moment, he put on a friendly smile and said to Su-chan, Boss, give me 1 spicy pepper and 1 spicy flavor. Everyone. Well, it turns out you were just pretending to act tough to get some benefits for yourself. The security guard didn't get anything good either. Under everyone's angry looks, he received a few playful hits on the head and sheepishly ran to the back of the line. At this moment, Su-chan was even busier, almost like his hands were about to turn into shadows. He decided to change the electronic scale to a voice broadcast system. When weighing the pig's trotters, the scale would automatically give a price. After customers paid, a voice would announce the receipt of money. This really saved him a lot of effort. However, it annoyed the nearby vendors. Their own stalls hadn't even opened yet, but the electronic sound from the pig's trotter's stall kept ringing nonstop. Is it not loud enough? It plays twice every time. Can't they let people live? 160 yuan. Money received, 160 yuan. More than half an hour later, 2 voices sounded one after the other. Su-chan looked at the empty insulated bucket and waved to everyone. Today's pig's trotters are sold out. Everyone, please disperse. At the same time, a familiar electronic notification sounded in Su-chan's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task one day early and earning a reward of 500,000 yuan. The bonus has been transferred. The source has been legally processed. Please feel free to use it. 50,000 yuan. Wow. Su Chen's heart suddenly jumped, and happiness flooded his mind. This was not a small amount of money. It would greatly improve his and Nuonyo's life. Then, the system notification sounded again. Ding. The host can choose to continue selling at the current location for one more day. Sell 100 more pigs trotters to receive a mysterious reward. Hearing this, Su Chen was surprised. He had planned to finish the task today and rest tomorrow. But selling for one more day to get a mysterious reward sounded like a good deal. And he had a feeling that this reward would be even more generous than 500,000 yuan. Thinking this, Su Chen immediately clicked to confirm. The next morning, City Maternal and Child Hospital. Zhou Shuzhen, with her daughter-in-law Tingting, arrived early for a checkup. The examination was completed, and everything was normal. When she heard the doctor mention a pregnancy class nearby, she quickly pulled Tingting over. In a bright and spacious room, a doctor was giving a lecture. The doctor explained in detail about monitoring fetal movement, choosing the right sleeping position, breastfeeding, and other topics. Does anyone have questions? Feel free to ask. After finishing, the doctor looked at the dozen or so people sitting below. A pale, very weak-looking pregnant woman raised her hand. Doctor, I have a question. You mentioned nutrition during pregnancy, like eggs and chicken soup. I really can't eat anything. She seemed to remember something at this point. She quickly covered her mouth, leaned forward, and started to dry heave. A man sitting beside her gently patted her back with a worried look. Seeing this, Zhou Shuzhen remembered that her daughter-in-law Tingting had been like this a few days ago. If it weren't for that boss's pig's trotters, then... Suddenly, she felt like raising her hand. But thinking it was a hospital, she decided not to show off and instead listen to the professional advice. After all, Tingting might be an exception. She didn't want to mislead everyone. The doctor looked a bit helpless. Morning sickness reactions can only be eased as much as possible. You can try eating some soda crackers, lemon, or raw foods. We also have related articles on our hospital's official account. You can check them out. All the pregnant women listened very attentively. Once the doctor finished explaining pregnancy knowledge, and the moms shared their experiences, it was break time. Pregnant women often felt hungry, so many wandered to the rest area. They took out small crackers and started eating. At this moment, Tingting in the corner also felt her stomach growling loudly. She went outside the corridor and sat on a bench by the window. She opened her insulated lunchbox. Immediately, a strong aroma of meat spread out. It was the original flavor pig's trotters her mother-in-law bought yesterday. Still warm. A soon-to-be father just finished the bathroom and came out. When he smelled the strong meat aroma, his face suddenly changed. His wife was still in the lounge. If she smelled this, she wouldn't feel well, and he definitely wouldn't have a good day either. Thinking he might get scolded by his wife, he shivered. So, he quickly walked over to Tingting and politely spoke. Oh, beautiful lady, the smell is a bit strong. There are pregnant women here. Could you please eat outside? Tingting looked apologetic when she heard this. 1/2. Sorry, I need to go out to eat, she said, hurriedly closing the insulated box. Just then, many people came out of the lounge, making a loud noise. Wow, what's that smell? It smells so good. It's so tempting. Everyone sniffed and looked around for the source of the meat aroma, then quickly walked toward Tingting. Among them was a man's wife. When she saw her coming, he immediately felt uneasy. Sweetheart. He quickly reached out to stop her, worried she might get sick from the smell. Unexpectedly, his usually gentle wife suddenly pushed him away with strength. Get out of the way. She stared intently at the insulated box in Tingting's hands, and even licked her lips. Now, the man was completely confused. What's going on? Can't you stand even a little smell of meat? So, you were pretending earlier? Meanwhile, Tingting hadn't realized what was happening and was suddenly surrounded. Wow, it smells so good. So delicious. Strange. I usually can't stand the smell of meat. Wow, this smell is so addictive. I feel like my morning sickness has gone away. Unbelievable. Look, my baby inside is kicking excitedly. Sis, where did you buy that pig's trotters? I really want to try. Suddenly, the pregnant women's nausea and discomfort seemed to disappear. Instead, they kept swallowing nervously. One pregnant woman quickly spoke up. Where did you buy that? I'll pay double to get a small portion. Another hurriedly joined in, pretending to be sad. Oh, sister, don't take it all. I haven't had good food in a long time. My husband doesn't buy me anything, and I'm pregnant eating only clear soup every day. It's so pitiful. Please, be kind and share with me. Stop fighting, everyone. Since I got pregnant, I've been starving and craving so badly I could dig a hole in the ground. I'll pay triple. I'll pay 5 times. The pregnant women suddenly got excited. Who knows how long it's been since they last ate meat? Seeing such tempting meat, every cell in their bodies seemed to scream for it. They knew they had to get it quickly. As the bidding price kept rising, Ting looked helpless, covering the insulated box. I won't sell. If you want it, go buy it yourself. My mother-in-law said it's at Star Dream Park. After saying that, she ignored everyone's gazes and headed straight to the tea room. She opened the lid again, took a big bite, and started chewing. To her surprise, the pregnant women also followed her, watching helplessly as the pig skin was bitten open, revealing the clear muscles and shiny tendons inside. They all drooled and lost their composure. Husband, come here. Several men standing behind hurriedly moved closer, like soldiers responding to a general's call. The break room was crowded with people. Someone asked, "Do you want some water?" "I've already poured some." Outside, a man was searching everywhere for his wife. When he heard her call, he quickly ran to the break room, holding a small cake in his hand. "Sweetheart, look, I bought the mango pudding you wanted." But before he finished speaking, his wife, who was quick to change her mood, pouted and pointed at the pig's hoof in Ting's hand. "Who will eat this?" "I want to eat pig's hoof, just over there." Hearing this, the man hurriedly responded, Okay. When the results are out, we'll go buy it." The pregnant woman was annoyed when her husband said they should wait for the test results before buying pig's hoof. She touched her big, growing belly. "No, we can't wait. Let's go now. Your baby is probably crying to eat it," kicking inside. The man looked helpless. He knew that Star Dream Park was very far. Not only was it a long trip to buy food, but they also had to come back tomorrow for the checkup results. Why does the pig's hoof have to be eaten today? Thinking this, he looked toward the break room. He saw Ting happily eating the pig's hoof. The pig's hoof was amber-colored, shiny, and very tempting. The glossy layer of oil on top made his mouth water. Lately, he had been eating the same bland food as his wife. No meat, barely any oil, just plain vegetable soup or tasteless boiled eggs, making his mouth almost taste nothing. "Let's go, now. Star Dream Park, right? An hour no, 45 minutes, we can definitely get there." The man swallowed hard and quickly helped his wife up to leave. Since his wife wanted to eat pig's hoof, he couldn't let her down. "Husband, let's go buy pig's hoof too." Yes, let's go together, wait for us, sisters in front." A few pregnant women in the break room couldn't hold back and started talking. Soon, a convoy set out towards Star Dream Park in a grand procession. 2 p.m. Suchin carefully delivered 100 pig's feet to Xingming Park. Today is the last day to sell pig's feet. "Boss is here." Someone in the crowd shouted, causing a big ripple. Everyone immediately became excited, eager to welcome him with drums and bells. After parking the car, Suchin didn't wait for questions and spoke directly. "Today, we have 100 portions of pig's feet, 25 of each flavor. Please don't rush. Line up slowly. Everyone will get a share." His words sounded like music to everyone's ears. They were so excited they almost jumped up. "Yesterday I came late and couldn't buy any. Today I brought my partner, and we want all 4 flavors. Today is such a lucky day. Could it be that the boss is now focusing on quantity?" "Exactly. With 100 portions, there's still time to draw lots, and everyone will get some." Suchin chuckled, opened the lid, and weighed the portions for everyone. 10 minutes later, suddenly a loud screech of brakes. Then, a roar of engines approached from afar. 10 different private cars drove into the park entrance. The security guard at the booth was relaxing with his feet on the table, enjoying a nap. He had just eaten a pig's foot and was still savoring it. The sudden noise at the entrance startled him. He almost jumped out of his chair. What's going on? What's happening? The old guard looked confused, his mind racing. Had he received a leadership inspection task? Or was there an emergency? Or maybe a celebrity was filming here? He guessed wildly while glancing outside the booth. The first car at the entrance was a Hongqi, a BBA luxury brand. Isn't scary, but Hongqi still has a strong presence. Could it be that the leaders are here for a secret visit? He quickly grabbed some tissues and covered the pig's feet bones in the trash bin. He tidied his security uniform and straightened his hat. In a panic, he even forced a slightly stiff smile in front of the mirror. Then he hurried out of the booth and approached the Hongchi car. Without saying a word, he made a clumsy gesture and saluted awkwardly. Leader. The next moment, the window of the main driver's seat lowered halfway. A young man with frog-shaped sunglasses looked at him with a puzzled expression. This park is really nice. Although it's remote and there's no proper parking lot, the security guards are quite unique. Not only are they professional, but their manners are so polite that it feels like springtime. Hee master, I just need to park for a moment, then I'll leave. The old man was stunned. He immediately widened his eyes and shouted loudly, the leader said no parking here. All of you, move quickly. One sentence left 10 men speechless. The nearby parking spots were all full. The closest parking lot was a kilometer away. Helplessly, a group of pregnant women, all with big bellies, had to slowly get out of their cars. They looked angry, and their resentment towards the old man could fill a whole evil sword fairy's army. The old man panicked instantly. What are you doing? Are you going to fight me? This isn't 10 people, at least 20. Help. There's a serious crowd fight here. I need backup. The pregnant women ignored the old man's actions. At this moment, a familiar smell of braised meat wafted over. The scent was so tempting it seemed to lure their spirits, and they immediately turned their eyes to the food cart. Their husbands had gone to park the cars and hadn't come back yet. They couldn't hold back their impatience and slowly moved to the back of the line, still pregnant. Under the shade of a tree, the line was already full of people. These pregnant women could only stand in the sun. Seeing how lucky and blessed they looked, with their big bellies full of life, a few kind-hearted older women took out their stools and umbrellas to lend to them. Of course, they would never let them cut in line. That was impossible in their lifetime. Soon, the husbands of the pregnant women returned, ready to take over. But when they heard each could only buy 2 portions, the women refused to rest aside, insisting on staying in line. The husbands had no choice but to join the back of the line. After waiting more than 10 minutes, it was finally the pregnant women's turn. The woman with short hair stepped forward and pointed at her round belly, saying to Su-chun, Boss, I'm expecting twins. Add 2 more kids, and I want 6 portions of pork trotters. As soon as she finished, another pregnant woman behind her spoke up. Boss, I'm carrying triplets. I need 8 portions of pork trotters. I have 5 babies. Boss, save 12 portions of pork trotters for me. All right, so this is how it is. If you keep playing like this, 100 portions of pork trotters won't be enough. Without Su-chun needing to say a word, the other customers naturally wouldn't let them get away with it. They all united and loudly protested. The pregnant women had to stop their antics. The woman with short hair received 2 portions of sweet and spicy pork trotters and couldn't wait to eat them. Hiss, huff. The soft, tender meat skin, heated to a high temperature, instantly gave her a strange and wonderful feeling. First, she tasted a salty, fragrant sauce. Next, a gentle sweetness like honey, and finally a hint of mild spiciness. She kept biting into it several times. The rich, sweet flavor made her dopamine rush wildly. Now she feels as if her baby inside is happily bouncing around. As more pregnant women got their pig's feet, praise erupted around Su-chun's stall. Wow, it's so delicious. No wonder I was so nauseous before. Turns out I just didn't get to the fine crumbs. Wow, I'm so surprised. I feel like my life is complete. It's so tasty, I almost cry. Baby, your mom finally got to eat some meat. They cheered excitedly. Then they each picked up their pig's feet and started to eat carefully. This pig's foot truly is a miracle food. As soon as it went into their stomachs, they felt their usually proud and irritable stomachs suddenly become very happy. Not only did they not feel nauseous or sick, but their entire digestive system seemed to cheer. Even the umbilical cord worked hard, quickly sending delicious energy to the baby. With everything so peaceful, their bodies felt full of vitality. Many pregnant women finished their meat but didn't want to throw away the bones. They licked every drop of juice from the pig's foot bones. If their teeth had been stronger, they might have chewed the bones into pieces and swallowed them too. The men lined up to buy pig's feet, and when they saw their wives like this, they felt a bit stunned. Is this still the same pregnant wife who only takes 1 bite of each dish? But after the surprise, they felt more joy. Their wives couldn't eat much before. Not only did they suffer, but the baby's nutrition was also affected. Now everything was resolved. All 100 pig's feet were gone in an instant. Su-chun looked at everyone's satisfied faces and thought to himself, it's time to close up shop. He quickly covered the pot and packed up the tables and chairs. He was quite happy with how smoothly everything ended. But, while some cheered, others cried. Many late-arriving regular customers saw that Su-chun had already closed and were stunned. My pig's feet. Yesterday, I could buy pig's feet at this time. Why are so many pregnant women here all of a sudden today? Eating so greasy. Do they all feel nauseous? Smelling that tempting braised aroma. Old customers who didn't buy feel really upset. They stop Su-chun's food cart and stubbornly speak. Boss, is it really sold out? Maybe you can work overtime and make another pot. I can come by it late at night. Su-chun is surprised inside. In the hot weather, how can you say such cold words? I've already worked overtime today. Why work more? He looks apologetic and shrugs. Sorry, I can't do it anymore. Truly can't. At first, he thought about telling customers he wouldn't come anymore. But now, looking at the situation, if he says that, these customers might go completely crazy. Whether he can go back later is another story. Maybe there will be a scene like the end of the gods? Thinking of this, Su-chun sighs deeply in his heart. Forget it. Better to just leave quickly. After persuading the customers to leave, Su-chun sits in the driver's seat, ready to step on the gas and leave quickly. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice sounds in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a week of stall tasks. Reward, a set of Yuhu Yuan villas. The related documents and property deed are ready and have been placed in the master bedroom drawer. Please check carefully. Yuhu Yuan? Su-chun pauses slightly. If he remembers correctly, this neighborhood is one of the most upscale villa communities in the southern city. The community has complete landscaping, scenic facilities, and strict security. It seems that a set costs several million, and larger units can be close to 20 million. Is this luxury house just given to him? Sure enough, the mysterious reward is not fake. According to the system, the villa has already been decorated and is ready for move-in. Su-chun is instantly overjoyed and immediately brakes to stop the car. Why live in that old house? Since it's still early, he can pick up the kids and move now. Important things go on the food cart, and the rest can be arranged with a delivery service. As for the old house, the lease expires in over 2 months, which is easy to handle. He opens a rental app. Just list it for sublease. Su-chun picks up the kids and starts tidying the house after returning home. Nua, we are moving to a new home. Nua's eyes light up instantly, full of anticipation. Dad, a new home? Where is our new house? Su-chun smiles and pats her little head. Sweetheart, the new house is in a very beautiful place. You will definitely like it. Nua happily danced around, quickly tidying up her small toys. Once everything at home was nearly packed, Su-chun brought several large boxes and neatly packed them. An hour later, a big and a small person arrived at their new home. In front of them stood a 3-story villa. The villa looked grand and elegant, with a courtyard outside. The living room was very spacious, decorated with tasteful furnishings. The second floor was the bedroom area. From the bedroom window, they could see their garden and the small lake in the community. Su-chun paid special attention to the children's room. The room was mainly decorated in soft pink. In the middle was a children's bed filled with plush toys, and nearby was a small study and relaxation area. Nua's big eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, is this my room? I like it so much. The little girl excitedly tiptoed over and almost rolled on the carpet from happiness. Seeing her so happy, Su-chun also felt joyful. Late at night, everything was silent. A ding sound suddenly rang out. The system's voice exploded loudly. Su-chun was startled. Huh, system task? Last week, he had been selling things at the market for 7 days straight, from Saturday to Friday. Now, at midnight, a new task appeared. It seemed he couldn't get a break for a whole week. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare do that. This week's task, sell 100 meat sandwiches every day. Location, at the entrance of Fuse Temple. Time, 8 a.m. Price, 50 yuan. What? Are you okay, Brother Tongzi? Selling pig's trotters in the park is normal, but selling meat sandwiches at a temple entrance is a bit much. Is he there to cause trouble or to challenge the monk's patience? Su-chun was very confused but decided to show respect. Ding, the complete guide to making meat sandwiches has been sent. He quickly looked over the knowledge that flooded into his mind. There were flavors like cumin spiced meat, beef, duck, and even crayfish. No wonder it's called a complete guide. There's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. Traditional flavors mixed with new ones, everything you could imagine. Su-chun was alarmed, thinking something might go wrong. He was confident in his cooking skills and ingredients provided by the system. But if the meat sandwiches become too fragrant, the monks might cry, the nuns could be heartbroken, even Buddha might get tempted. What should he do? This is definitely a serious mistake. If the meat-filled bun smells too good, wouldn't that be a sin for the temple's master? No, that's not right. If the meat bun makes the master crave it, then the master's willpower isn't strong enough. Suddenly, Su Chen's thoughts become clear. It's clearly helping the master cultivate, so the master should thank me. Ba, this is a great meritorious deed. However, to sell 100 meat buns by 8 a.m., if I sleep only a few hours and then get up to make them, I definitely won't make it in time. So, Su Chen lifts the quilt and gets out of bed. He quietly glances into Nua's room. On the first day sleeping separately, the little one is sleeping soundly holding her doll. The kitchen is downstairs, so it shouldn't disturb her rest. He walks in. The central island in the kitchen is very spacious, with many high-end stoves. As for what flavor to make on the first day of selling, Su Chen decides to stick with the authentic meat bun, also known as cured pork bun. The system didn't provide pre-made dough. That means he has to knead the dough, pinch the dough balls, and roll the buns himself. He enters the kitchen. Su Chen prepares flour, yeast, baking powder, and lard on the counter. This time, the system provided top-quality flour from the Hetao region of Inner Mongolia. Anyone who often makes noodles knows, if you want the dough to have a good aroma, you must go to the countryside to buy from farmers. Flour sold outside, whether old or new, has had the germ removed and often contains additives. It's no wonder it doesn't taste as good. The flour in his hand now is fine and slightly yellowish, which shows no additives are used. Smelling it closely, there's a natural grain aroma. This natural scent makes people feel relaxed, as if standing in a wheat field. The baked goods made from this will become sweeter and more fragrant the more you chew. Once tasted, they are unforgettable. To make the dough for cured pork buns, you need white jima. This type of bun has a special way of making. Su Chen mixes yeast water into the flour until it becomes flaky, then starts adding lard. While kneading the dough, he adds lard gradually, which makes the crust more crispy. A big, strong cook is truly a labor-intensive job when kneading dough. And kneading also requires 3 lights, the bowl light, the hand light, and the dough light. Su Chen stands in front of the counter, using special techniques and skillful effort. He kneads the large dough ball until it becomes white, big, and delicious. After some time, he looked at his creation and happily patted it from above. Surprisingly, the dough was smooth and delicate like a baby's skin, not sticky at all. The texture was even better than slime. Unlike usual fully fermented dough, Bai GMO uses semi-leavened dough. Su Chen set the dough aside to rest for half an hour before waking it up again. Now, he was ready to make cured pork. He took fresh pork bones and chicken from the system and put them into a pot to boil for broth. He also added some of the old marinade used for braised pig trotters. This marinade had absorbed the essence from boiling 600 pig trotters, so its quality was very high. After finishing, Su Chen took some pork front leg meat from the system. The meat was a mix of fat and lean. The lean meat, when braised, wouldn't dry out or become tough, and it was tender and not greasy. The size of the meat pieces didn't matter much. He could cut them with his eyes closed. He casually cut some pieces about the size of half a palm and threw them into the pot. Cured pork relies on a balance of 3 parts marinade and 7 parts soaking. Controlling the heat when cooking the meat is very important and requires constant attention. For now, Su Chen could only cover the pot and wait. He yawned and went to the living room. In the corner of the living room, there was even a massage chair. After working so hard, he felt a little guilty not to relax with a massage or play some games. Outside, the sounds of cicadas and crickets filled the air, like a natural night song. The moon was cool and clear. Su Chen lay in the massage chair, relaxing with his eyes closed. An hour later, Su Chen got up from the chair. It wasn't that he was sleepy, but the bird calls had woken him up. A few birds, unable to sleep, were attracted by the smell and gathered around, chirping nonstop. They chirped loudly around the villa. Fortunately, it wasn't in that old neighborhood. Otherwise, Su Chen thought he would be overwhelmed by the whole neighborhood's fuss. Back in the kitchen, he turned the fire to low and simmered slowly. Then, he divided the dough into 110 pieces. 10 extra pieces were for him and his daughter to eat. He rolled them into bowl shapes and fried them briefly in the pan before they could be served. It looked very casual, But a good by GMO must have three features: a strong ring, a tiger back, and a chrysanthemum heart. Only when fried to a golden, crispy two-layer crust can they be served. There are so many pancakes that one pan can't hold them all at once. He originally thought the electric griddle in the kitchen was big enough, but frying the pancakes proved otherwise. I decided to take out an electric griddle from the system to cook together. The system is quite generous with all the equipment that supports street vending. Soo-chun was completely immersed in making pancakes, unaware that dawn was breaking. When the batter was ready and neatly stacked, and the stove was turned off, he finally dragged his tired body back to the massage chair to rest again. Although today is Saturday, there is a weekend activity at the kindergarten called Intangible Cultural Heritage Lacquer Fan. After sending Nuonyo to school, Soo-chun carried a semi-finished meat-filled bun and headed to Fuse Temple to set up his stall. On the other side, the cycling team that Xiangzi belongs to has had a few members go on a long trip recently. They have been riding for several hours now, and everyone is very tired. The girl in the team was riding far for the first time. Her legs felt heavy like they were filled with lead, and she was starting to struggle to pedal. In her mind, the image of braised pig trotters suddenly appeared. Just thinking about it made her saliva start to flow uncontrollably. Sigh. Forget about wandering the world with a sword. Right now, she'd rather stay in this city, holding on to pig trotters and munching on them. Only after going far away would she realize that. To keep up the pace, they usually eat bananas or energy gels. If really hungry, they find a cheap eatery, slurp a bowl of noodles, and quickly recharge with carbs. If. She means if. Next time she must go somewhere far, she'd ride a three-wheeled vehicle that can support logistics, carrying a whole cart of pork knuckles. Everyone, pedal faster. Once we cross this bridge, let's buy some good food to fill our stomachs. The leader's voice came. Where are we going? The girl's attention was instantly diverted at the mention of delicious food, her eyes shining as she looked ahead. At this moment, they were on a downhill. She instinctively squeezed the front brake with one hand. Suddenly, the front of the bike violently, and she lost her balance instantly. Unprepared, her body lurched forward, hitting the ground her chest. Immediately after, the bike, propelled by inertia, flew out and landed heavily on her. A scream rang out as all the riders hurried over. The girl's face was pale, and she was painfully lying on the ground. The bicycle on top of her was still slowly turning its wheels. My left leg can't move at all. Lingling, don't be afraid. We'll take you to the hospital right away. Due to the temple's reputation for miracles, people come to pray every day without stopping. This was Soo-chun's first time coming here. He held the steering wheel, driving along the street toward the temple. Along the way, there were many small stalls selling bracelets, souvenirs, and elderly fortune tellers offering their services. Compared to busy times, there weren't many people now, but it wasn't quiet either. He wondered if he could sell meat sandwiches near the temple. He looked around both sides and drove all the way to the temple gate. Luckily, there was a freshly opened chicken steak shop 10 meters from the gate, and a Daiko's fast food restaurant on the left. That's settled. Soo-chun finally relaxed, feeling relieved. The scene was different from what he had imagined. It was nearly 8 o'clock, but the temple gates hadn't opened yet. There was already a small line at the entrance. Soo-chun took his eyes off the crowd and looked at a stall selling buns and starched sausages in the middle. There was an empty spot there. He parked his car and prepared to start his business. The space was small, so he didn't bring out a folding chair. He took out a small whiteboard with a sign, braised pork sandwich 50 yuan each, and hung it outside. Most pork sandwiches usually cost around 15 yuan. Selling them at such a high price might be hard for people to accept, but with top-quality ingredients provided by the system, his skill, and double the usual portion, it was definitely worth the price. Soo-chun opened the multifunctional oven on his food cart and placed 4 plain buns inside to bake. No one ordered yet, but he was feeling a bit hungry. As the rich aroma of wheat spread out, he turned the buns over. When they were done, the buns puffed up nicely with a beautiful color. He placed them on a cutting board, and they made a popping sound. From the sound, you could tell they were crispy but not hard. These buns didn't need to be sliced. Each side had a natural. With a firm squeeze, they formed perfect hollow SS. The cooked meat was kept warm in a thermal container. When he took it out, it still trembled slightly, the fat looking like jelly, swaying on both sides. He pressed the meat flat with a knife, then chopped it into small pieces. The knife glided smoothly over the oily surface of the meat. He had to be careful not to cut too much and lose the juice, but also ensure the meat bits wouldn't fall out when placed into the bun. This required skill. He pressed the meat down with the knife and then stuffed it into the buns. Authentic meat sandwiches usually don't have vegetables. He didn't have any either, just a bun full of meat, overflowing. Not to boast, but one bite could almost dislocate his jaw. Meanwhile, old Mr. Chin was dressed in a Taoist robe. Carrying a bag and a sign for fortune-telling, he leisurely crossed the street. This morning's lucky sign was unclear about its meaning. He looked around, hoping to find some big happy news. He sniffed. He caught a strong smell of meat. The aroma was powerful and almost aggressive. Who changed the recipe? He had been here for 2 years and had never smelled this before. Suddenly, his stomach started to growl, and saliva flooded his mouth. Could it be a meat sandwich? I must try it. Master Chin stepped forward and headed towards Su Chin's food cart. Su Chin was holding a meat sandwich and didn't notice Master Chin approaching. He took a big bite, enjoying the crispy crust and soft filling. The fatty meat was not greasy, and the lean meat was tender and juicy. It was very good. The sandwich is best eaten hot. The remaining 3 sandwiches, if not sold in half an hour, he planned to eat them all himself. At this moment, Master Chin reached the cart. Seeing Su Chin enjoying his food, he cleared his throat. Young man, your meat sandwich smells really good. Give me one too. Who was that? Such a loud voice. Luckily, it didn't scare away my sandwich. Su Chin snapped back to reality, feeling a bit reluctant, but still placing the sandwich aside. Okay, just a moment, sir. Master Chin looked around at the clean cart and utensils and nodded. Still, the young vendor's stall was very tidy. Last time, he had checked the fortune and saw a big misfortune. It scared him so much he didn't dare go out. Finally, after starving all day, he couldn't resist and went outside. He ended up eating a bowl of spicy hot pot. It turned him into a fire-breathing warrior 9 times in one night. He almost ended up on the toilet. He wondered if that old lady was picking rotten vegetables at the market. That night, he sat on the toilet and silently vowed never to eat food from old men and women outside again. He thought, at their age, they should learn from him and do more good for the people. Your meat sandwich is ready, 50 yuan. Thank you. Su Chin pointed to the price on the small whiteboard. Master Chin was surprised. That's so expensive. Brother, your price is just too high. Could it be that I, Master Chin, only buy 4 at a time? It's almost embarrassing. Luckily, you didn't join my line of work. But, on the other hand, the vendor clearly marked the price, so it's his fault for not reading carefully. He had no one to blame but himself. So, he paid by scanning the code and took the sandwich. Feeling the hot temperature of the sandwich, he wasn't in a rush to eat it. It is important to maintain a good image of a master when outside. Have you ever seen a wise master, full of grace and dignity, walking around and eating? Master Chin carried a meat sandwich and strolled casually to his usual stall. He thought for a moment, took out sunglasses from his pocket, and put them on. He set up the stall carefully and adjusted his traditional robe. Then he sat down heavily on a folding chair. When working outside, you can't be careless about your appearance. He is a professional after all. Meanwhile, Wang Shui was feeling upset after a big argument with her boyfriend, wandering outside aimlessly. She just wanted to take a walk and clear her mind. Unconsciously, she found herself on a busy street. She usually trusted tarot cards and horoscopes. Seeing a fortune-telling and character-reading booth, she felt a sudden urge to try. Wang Shui looked around and chose the one that seemed most appealing to her. The master there looked very wise and graceful. The stall had some old books, a compass, and other mysterious tools she couldn't name. Thinking it must be very professional, she went straight over. At this moment, Master Chin finished packing up and took out his meat sandwich. The sandwich was just the right temperature. Through his glasses, he calmly took a bite. Crunch. First, the fragrant and crispy bread, then the savory, rich meat. The fatty parts didn't feel greasy. The lean meat was cooked until tender and soft, with no dryness. In just one bite, the juice dripped from the corner of his mouth, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. Suddenly, Master Chin saw someone standing in front of his stall. He immediately frowned, understanding Su Chin's situation. He was having a good meal, but someone interrupted him. It was really frustrating. Reluctantly, Master Chin swallowed his food and spoke casually. Are you here for fortune-telling or character reading? At the moment she took a step forward, Master Chin put down his meat-filled bun and reached out, calling out, Miss, please wait. Master Chin squinted, carefully examining Wang Shui. He noticed her eyes swollen like walnuts from crying and her frightening dark circles. An idea formed in his mind. Miss, your forehead is slightly dark, indicating you are troubled by sadness. As I suspected, you have come because of relationship issues. Hearing this, Wang Shui's steps unconsciously stopped. Her face showed surprise. She was just arguing with her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, this old man, who seemed unreliable, was so accurate. While she was thinking, Master Chin continued speaking. From your face, I can see that you and your loved one have recently had some disagreements. This is a sign that the wheel of fate has slowed a bit. If not resolved in time, it could cause many troubles in your life. Wang Shui became more and more nervous. She hadn't said anything yet. Could this old man, no, this master, really have some special skill? Though she was impatient when eating, he seemed to have real talent. Seeing her changing expression, Master Chin chuckled and didn't rush. As for how he guessed, it was naturally because he saw the strawberry on Wang Shui's neck. Even through sunglasses, the color looked dark and purple. Young people are always so impatient. Crying like this, it must be a fight, right? As a fortune-telling master, he needed strong observation skills, logical reasoning, and some understanding of psychology. From the current situation, it was clear that the other person was more anxious than he was. Indeed, under Master Chin's calm gaze, Wang Shui immediately panicked. She clasped her hands together and asked anxiously, Master, how can I resolve this? After speaking, Master Chin slightly turned to the side and looked at the sign on his stall. Fortune-telling and advice, 200 each. Wang Shui understood immediately. 200 yuan was a lot for her as a student. But so what? At her age, when it comes to love, even if it cost 2,000, she would grit her teeth and pay. After receiving the 200 yuan, Master Chin squinted and slowly said, Young lady, the road of love is full of ups and downs. Since you are sincere, I will give you some guidance. Look over there, to the east, a place where purple energy comes from. There might be a chance for your love to turn around. Master Chin gave a mysterious smile, then wagged a finger and answered slowly, Secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You should go east to explore. You will find something. But remember, sincerity brings results. Don't give up halfway. Wang Shui stood still, looking confused. But I heard that fortune tellers have rules about their fees. If you back out, it might backfire on you. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly spoke. All right, master. I'll go east and see. I hope it really will bring some results, just like you said. After eating a luxurious meat-filled bun, Suchin still felt it wasn't enough. This thing smells so good. I really don't understand how anyone can resist such delicious food and not buy it. There are 2 buns left. He decided not to wait for customers anymore and made one more for himself as a treat. Suchin opened the lid, took a piece of meat, chopped it up, and stuffed it into the bun. At that moment, someone said, Smells so good. Boss, 1 meat bun, please. Wang Shui was drawn in by the rich aroma and came over directly. The next second, she looked at the sign with the price and froze. 50 yuan for one? Earlier, the fortune teller only charged her 200 yuan for just the words East Side. Now, she saw the buns cost 50 each. She suspected she had wandered into a trap. Suchin seemed prepared. He took a bite of his bun, nodded, and kept eating. Wang Shui's eyes widened in surprise. It turns out, he doesn't even bother to hide it. This vendor is pretty bold. Boss, isn't that too expensive? Did you use a whole pig for this? I use high-quality ingredients, and the portions are generous. It's normal for the price to be a bit higher. Look at what I have here. Can't even hold it with one hand. Suchin explained briefly, then focused on eating his bun. Then, I'll take one too. Wang Shui was really hungry after not eating all night. Plus, among the snacks here, his was the most fragrant. Crunch. She took a bite. Her eyes suddenly widened. The bun skin wasn't tough at all. It was crispy and slightly chewy, not breaking apart with one bite. The filling was soft and tasty, with a fluffy, fermented texture. Juicy cured meat soaked into the bun, making it fragrant and crispy, stimulating all her taste buds. This is so delicious, so amazing. It's so good that it feels like her soul is floating away, flapping little wings in the air. No wonder the old fortune teller looked so greedy before. She herself has never tasted such fine flour. Boss, give me 2 more. With such a big pancake, a house should be enough to eat one. Just a moment, the dough still needs 3 more minutes to bake. Wang Shui eats her pancake with one hand and quickly pays with the other. Today, she spent 350 yuan all at once. Later, she plans to ask her father for some extra supplies. Young boss, give me 4 more meat sandwiches. I'll pay 200 yuan. Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Shui lifts her head from the meat sandwich. Wow, this old man is really generous. So, he's using my money so casually to buy food. Suddenly, there are 6 more orders. Suchin directly lifts the lid of the insulated container. A rich, mouth-watering aroma bursts out, spreading eagerly in all directions. Many customers also smell the delicious scent. Before the shop opens, some customers throw their bags on the ground to save a spot. They walk towards Suchin's stall. An old scholar, who is waiting in line, sees more and more people going for the meat sandwiches. He hurriedly shouts loudly, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be worshipping Buddha? Don't you know the rules? Before praying, you shouldn't eat meat or oily food. Eating it inside would be a taboo." Hearing the old scholar seriously remind them not to eat meat before entering the temple, the eager customers wake up from their days. Yes, burning incense and praying are their main reasons for coming. Although some people don't truly believe in the taboo, since they are already in this solemn temple, they prefer to believe it rather than doubt it. Hey, let's go back first. We can eat after the prayer. A customer from the crowd calls out. Seeing this, others shake their heads regretfully and leave reluctantly. At this moment, Zhou Yun is also among the crowd. She wears simple clothes, with sincere intentions, coming to pray for her son's studies. But she is distracted by the tempting smell of the meat sandwiches. Seeing others turn to leave, Zhou Yun finds she can't move her feet. Moreover, the strange aroma keeps invading her nose. She can only swallow hard to suppress her inner urge. Oh, the shop will open soon. Just hold on a little longer. After the prayer, she will come back and enjoy a big feast. A few minutes later, the old, sturdy temple door opened on time. Zhou Yun hurried through the crowd and headed straight to the Wenshu Hall. Inside, the solemn Buddha statue and rising incense smoke made people feel respectful. Zhou Yun began to pray sincerely, kneeling 3 times with 3 bows. Next to her, a young man knelt on a mat. His face showed devotion but also some confusion. He came to seek help for his exams. Seeing some classmates choosing to pray to Buddha for success and actually passing, he didn't want to fall behind. But when he reached the face of Wenshu Bodhisattva, he didn't know what to say when making a wish. He looked around left and right. Finally, his eyes settled on a middle-aged woman nearby. He decided to imitate her. The young man knelt beside her, tilting his head slightly. He listened carefully to Zhou Yun's words. Zhou Yun knelt in front of the Buddha statue, eyes closed, hands pressed together. She looked devout and calm, but her mind was elsewhere, daydreaming about a meat bun. The more she tried to push the thought away with her mind, the clearer the image of the meat bun became. After a while, Zhou Yun gave up and started making her wish aloud. Namo great wisdom Wenshu Bodhisattva, I, disciple Zhou Yun, live in. Please bless me and my son with endless wisdom. May he gain both luck and intelligence, and pass the exam for the meat bun. No, I mean. Zhou Yun quickly shook her head to clear her mind and refocused. Get into Chihuahua and Peking University. The young man listened and silently remembered her words. Just as he was deeply absorbed, he suddenly heard the phrase pass the meat bun exam. He couldn't hold back his laughter. His shoulders shook nonstop, almost falling off his mat. The other worshippers in line also covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. Ha ha ha, you want Tsinghua, she wants Peking University, and Auntie is praying for a meat bun. Meat bun. That's not right to pray to Wenshu Bodhisattva for that. You should go to the kitchen god instead. Such a serious mistake. Auntie, you've come to the wrong place. Zhou Yun's face turned red from the sudden laughter, feeling very embarrassed. A few young monks hurried over to restore order. Everyone realized they had been rude and didn't want to disrespect the Buddha. The hall quickly returned to its usual solemn and respectful atmosphere. Their first stop on the way back was naturally Su Chin's meat bun stall. Inside the temple, worshippers generally pay attention to their manners and walk slowly. But once outside the temple gates, they let loose and run freely. Suddenly, footsteps sound, and many people gather around Su Chin's stall. Boss, 2 meat sandwiches, please. I'll have 1 too. Boss, look at all of us. Can you give us a group discount? Su Chin doesn't hesitate and responds, sorry, no bargaining. The meat sandwiches are definitely worth the price. Many determined middle-aged men see no discount and turn to leave. However, others, driven by strong hunger, pay immediately. They've been craving this flavor for a long time and won't back out now. Plus, it smells so good, they believe it will taste heavenly. Even if they get overcharged, they are willing to take the risk. Seeing Suchin scoop out a pile of marinated pork from the pot, a variety of meat with a mix of fat and lean, glistening red, lies on the cutting board. The fat meat is very tender, and the lean meat fibers are clear and visible. It looks of high quality. The craving is so strong that people can't look away. They believe in the saying, no fear of breaking into pieces, as long as the delicious taste stays on the lips. With a quick chop, the aroma intensifies. Zhou arrived early, and after running all the way here, she was the first to get her meat sandwich. It's a hefty portion, enough for a big bite. Before finishing, she already feels an unprecedented satisfaction. The warm bread is filled with hot marinated pork, filling the air with fragrance. Under the watchful eyes of others, Zhou takes a big bite. The bread is perfectly toasted, crispy on the outside and soft inside. The marinated pork is red and tender, with the fat melting in the mouth, and the lean meat soft and flavorful, breaking into shreds with a gentle chew. Other worshippers, seeing her enjoy it so much, start to feel envious. Boss, mine isn't ready yet. Add 3 more. Boss. Meanwhile, at the temple entrance, a young novice is carefully sweeping fallen leaves. As he gets closer to the gate, a delicious meat aroma drifts over, making him dizzy with hunger. He can't resist and sniffs the scent for a few seconds before regaining his senses. He clasped his hands together and recited, Ahmed Ba, I am overwhelmed, I am overwhelmed. Who is the benefactor selling marinated meat? Who is it meant to delight? Doesn't this place uphold purity? The young novice secretly feels annoyed, holding his broom, and continues slowly gathering the leaves. He wonders, how does that song go again? The little monk went down the mountain to collect alms, as instructed by the senior monk. The braised meat at the foot of the mountain is dangerous, like a tiger, and must be avoided at all costs. Yes, that's right. It's best not to look, listen, smell, or think about it. But unexpectedly, the tempting aroma seemed to grow legs and directly wafted into his nose. Oh well, I'll just dodge it. The young novice couldn't take it anymore and was about to put down the broom to find a safe spot. However, he caught a glimpse of the monk on duty not far away. His body suddenly stiffened. Thinking of the last time he was punished for laziness and had to copy the Diamond Sutra, he shivered. It looks like he can't escape this time either. The young novice sighed, quickly stuffed some tissue into his nostrils, and continued sweeping. To the east, Wang Shui was holding a meat-filled bun, eating and thinking about what Master Chun, the fortune-teller, had said. She looked around, wondering which way to go east. Is it north up, south down, west left, east right? Wang Shui pondered in her mind, but finally gave up trying to find the right direction. She wiped the oil from her hands, opened her phone's map app, and looked around. In the end, she found that east was also the way back to her school. She finally relaxed. If she didn't find anything along the way, she could just go back without wasting much time. After swallowing the last bite of her bun, Wang Shui licked her lips, still a bit reluctant. No wonder these pastries sell for 50 each, so delicious, it's unbeatable. Then she looked at the bun she was holding. Maybe. No. Ahao probably hasn't woken up yet, and he definitely hasn't had breakfast. She decided to give him this bun later. Wang Shui patted her slightly swollen stomach happily, making up her mind. It takes more than half an hour to walk back to school. She carried the bun and followed the navigation's voice. By the way, where exactly is the opportunity the master mentioned? So tired. After walking for more than 10 minutes and drinking a bottle of mineral water, Wang Shui looked around and then at the bun in her hand. Forget it. Once she gets back to school with the bun, whether Ahao sees her or not is still uncertain. Plus, the bun will get cold and won't taste good anymore. After a brief hesitation, Wang Shui opened the bun bag and took a bite. Walking along, stopping now and then, she absent-mindedly looked around both sides. When she reached a corner, suddenly, a child on a scooter zoomed past her. Wang Shui was startled and instinctively moved to the side. Unexpectedly, she slipped. Her balance was lost instantly, and she fell to the side. Just when she thought she would tumble embarrassingly, she unexpectedly landed in a warm embrace. I'm sorry, Wang Shui instinctively apologized. But as she looked up, she saw a very familiar face. How, it's really you. It was such a surprise, so unexpected. Could she really meet her boyfriend here? Could this be the chance or coincidence the master mentioned? The master truly is wise, there's something special about him. Compared to Wang Shui's excitement, Luo Hao's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw her. I'm glad you're okay. I'll go now, he said, then turned and walked away without looking back. Wang Shui knew she had really upset Luo Hao this time. She hurried after him like a little tail, jogging along. Hao, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. She spoke softly, eyes full of pleading. Seeing that Luo Hao kept walking with a cold face and didn't speak, Wang Shui had no choice but to step in front of him and open her arms to block his way. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper. Please forgive me just this once. Wang Shui was almost crying with worry. In her desperation, she hugged Luo Hao's neck tightly. Her warm, slightly humid breath brushed his face, carrying a faint heat and intimacy. Sniff. Luo Hao's nose twitched slightly. The couple, who had been in a silent standoff, was now very close. Wang Shui had just eaten a meat bun, and the tempting aroma still lingered in her mouth. She slightly opened her mouth, exhaling gently. A burst of meaty fragrance instantly filled the space between them. People say that smell can identify a woman, and Luo Hao was experiencing this firsthand. Right now, he felt Wang Shui's breath was not only rich and fragrant, but also layered with depth. The aroma of star anise, cinnamon, cloves. Countless spices surged forth. Every breath brought a unique top note, middle note, and base note, making it hard to resist. For a moment, Luo Hao was so captivated by the scent that his mouth almost watered. He whispered softly, so fragrant. Wang Shui heard him clearly. Suddenly shy, she lowered her eyes, her heart pounding like a drum. Smell? Hee, I knew you would forgive me. Watching her head get closer and closer, Wang Shui instinctively closed her eyes, showing a shy expression. Luo Hao was stunned. This wasn't what he meant at all. This fragrance is not the same as that one. Rather than saying you smell good, I should say the smell of the pastry is better. Don't think too much. I'm just here for the pastry. In the next second, the moment their lips touched, Wang Shui's body was pushed against a tree, and she let out a muffled sound. Luo Hao only felt that the softness and tenderness of her lips were so delightful, and the rich aroma of spices freely danced on their lips. One touch made him lose his composure. So fresh. A kiss so sweet that even the heart feels warm. Soon, it was as if the surroundings turned blurry, and time seemed to stand still. Luo Hao, like a beast driven by the scent, launched into a kiss unlike any before. It was forceful, fierce, long-lasting, and deeply intense. The delicious juices quickly overwhelmed Luo Hao's taste buds. Just like their love, simple and pure. He kissed her, mumbling softly, "Baby, let's make up, okay? No more arguing in the future." Wang Shui was stunned, her eyes immediately turning red. She wiped the tears from her face, lifting her chin to accept his passionate kiss. Receiving her silent response, Luo Hao wrapped one arm around her waist, and with the other, he brushed through her hair and held the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Meanwhile, a single man in the distance, feeling hopeless, took a long drag from his cigarette. It hurt so much. It's just squatting down to smoke a cigarette. Why am I causing trouble? Can all these public displays of affection be stopped? Or at least some fines imposed? 10 minutes later. Baby, what did you just eat? Luo Hao's voice was gentle but curious. Wang Shui's cheeks immediately flushed with a rosy hue. She suddenly remembered she had just eaten a meat-filled bun. If she had known she'd be kissing Hao for so long, she would have bought some gum beforehand. Now, Hao was asking what that meant. Does he find it disgusting or look down on her? I ate a meat-filled bun. Wang Shui's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and she shyly tugged at Luo Hao's sleeve. A meat-filled bun? Then let's go buy some more quickly. Luo Hao's eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly grabbed Wang Shui and ran toward the snack street nearby. Hey, wait, it's not from here. That place is far away, and I only have half of a bun left. If you don't mind, you can eat it in a clean spot. Before Wang Shui finished speaking, Luo Hao suddenly let go of her hand, grabbed the bun, and started eating it eagerly. His cheeks puffed out, and he looked very pleased. Wang Shui simply couldn't believe her eyes. She had been together with a Hao for so long, and he never ate leftovers. Now, he was directly biting into food with his mouth. As Su Chen's meat bun stall gathered more and more people, devotees also began to line up quietly. This place wasn't as spacious as the park entrance, so they couldn't line up on the street. This made the aunt selling buns nearby very annoyed. Her tricycle was blocked completely. Hey, don't block my bun stall. My meat buns are also very tasty, try one. The aunt said, worried that people might not believe her. She proudly took a hot steamed bun from the steamer and split it open to show everyone. Many people turned their heads to look. It was probably the cheapest frozen bun bought in bulk. The meat bun had a thick wrapper, little filling, and the meat inside was hard and stiff, like a dead lump. Its color was dull and grayish. Everyone was speechless. They had seen vendors selling melons like wongpa, but never seen someone embarrass themselves so openly. Look at yourself. What kind of good meat could this be made of? Who would dare to buy it? Then compare it to the meat in the meat bun, its color, aroma. Can you do better? Devotees understood silently, agreeing not to speak. They simply took a detour and continued to queue behind the ants' tricycle. Thus, a winding, greedy snake of a line formed. Many passers-by were attracted, thinking it was a charity food stall at a temple. They ran over to see and couldn't help but ask, "Bro, is there some special event for these meat buns? Why is the line so long?" "No event." 51. I think these meat buns are amazing. At this price, being able to buy a second one is already the best proof. The other person was also smart. They knew that the most delicious food often received the simplest praise. Just from the word, they could already guess how good it was. "Thanks, brother. I'll go line up too." By 11 o'clock, Su Chun had sold out 100 meat buns and returned to Yuhujin Yuan. Selling meat buns at 50 yuan each and finishing in just 3 hours was beyond his expectations. Most of the customers were repeat buyers, first trying one, then buying more after tasting it again. Su Chun took a shower, put on his pajamas, and collapsed onto the soft mattress. "Since early morning, I have been preparing meat sandwiches, and now I feel completely exhausted. After casually watching a few short videos, I fell asleep. I completely forgot that there were a group of hungry customers at Star Dream Park. At 2:30 p.m., at Star Dream Park, many regular customers looked anxiously at the street. What's going on? It's so late. Why hasn't the boss arrived yet? Don't worry, it should be soon. With the traffic now, maybe the boss is stuck somewhere and worried. Maybe the boss partied too hard last night and overslept today." As time quietly passed, more and more customers gathered at the park entrance, like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Soon, there were about 40 or 50 people. Not far away, Zhou Shuzhen and her daughter-in-law Tingting were walking slowly. Yesterday, Tingting saw in a pregnancy group that friends who ate pigs' trotters found them irresistible. Other foods seemed tasteless in comparison. They decided to come together to buy some, and Tingting was invited along. Seeing the crowded scene, Zhou Shuzhen suddenly panicked. Could they have already sold out? But when she heard the conversations around her, she was stunned. What's going on? Why hasn't the boss come yet? Could it be that the boss has something urgent and can't come today? No way. I even asked several friends to help me queue. If he doesn't come, it's a big loss. Does anyone have the boss's contact info? Everyone was talking anxiously, spreading worry like a plague. A clever person suddenly had an idea, ran home to get a telescope, and climbed to the top floor to carefully scan the nearby streets for any sign of vehicles or clues about Su Chen, but still found nothing. Several hours passed. It seemed Su Chen really wouldn't come today, and the customers sighed and gradually left. Today, no pig's trotters. Zhou Shuzhen asked around everywhere. Seeing that no one knew the boss's whereabouts, she had no choice but to shrug at her daughter-in-law. Tingting had already heard the gossip and sighed, comforting her mother-in-law. "Mom, maybe the boss has something to do. Let's go back first and check again later. If it's really impossible, we can wait until tomorrow." Many customers waited hungry for hours and ended up buying from nearby vendors. The pancake and fruit sellers, grilled sausage vendors, and corn and tea egg sellers all smiled happily. Haha. Such wealth and prosperity. Thank you to the competitors for boosting the local economy. The sausage vendor today experienced both pain and happiness. The joy came from selling over 100 sausages with all stock sold out. He had never felt so happy before and wanted to sing loudly in front of his stall. "Finally, I found you. Luckily, I didn't give up." But he didn't get to eat pig's trotters today. That made him very sad. According to his plan, he would reward himself after selling every 20 sausages. Now, he should have rewarded himself 5 times. He decided that tomorrow, when the pig's trotter's stall arrives, he would ask someone to help buy for him. Many people left their phone numbers with the security guard when they left. If the pig's trotter's stall comes late, he will notify them and give a tip. The security guard happily agreed. Of course, these people never guessed that Su Chun would never sell pig's trotters again. Su Chun stood at the kindergarten entrance, tall and eye-catching. "Daddy!" A clear, cheerful voice called out as a small figure happily ran over. She was holding up a small red flower and a beautiful lacquer fan. Suchin smiled, squatted down, and hugged her into his arms. Daddy, look, I got a prize for my fan too. Nua waved her fan excitedly, proud of her achievement. The background of the fan was a patchy green, decorated with gold accents of varying thickness. It looked light and lively, full of charm. Wow, such taste. My daughter really has a bit of an artistic streak. Suchin laughed, picked up Nua, and kissed her chubby face. You're so amazing, sweetheart. Daddy knew you were the best. Later, I'll reward you with a super delicious meat bun. Nua tilted her head. Meat bun? Isn't there no pig's trotters today? After eating kindergarten food all day, she's craving pig's trotters now. Suchin patted her head. Don't worry. Tonight, we'll have meat buns, and tomorrow, we can have pig's trotters hot pot. How about that? They say winter illnesses are better cured in summer. During her nap at noon, he sneezed several times for no reason. Eating hot pot to dispel dampness and sweat it out is always a good idea. All right, then today we'll have meat buns. Nua responded softly, with her lips slightly pouting, clearly a bit disappointed. Suchin found her expression amusing and chuckled. This young girl is usually full of energy. Today, she looks upset just because she didn't get to eat pig's trotters, which makes people smile. When she gets home, Suchin puts 4 dough balls into the oven to warm up. He also takes out a few slices of cured meat. He specifically saved these before leaving. Knowing his customers well, he predicts that if he takes the meat out, it will be gone quickly. After 3 minutes, Nuonio sits at the dining table, forcing a smile as she takes a meat-filled bun and bites a small piece. Suddenly, her big, shiny eyes light up like black obsidian. Wow, this bun isn't hard, and the first bite has such delicious meat. Nuonio immediately takes a big bite again. Her cheeks puff out cutely. She is so happy that her little feet start to sway without her realizing it. Nuonio, is the meat bun tasty? Suchin looks at the little girl with stars in her eyes, teasing her on purpose. Nuonio's mouth is full, so she can't speak clearly. She just nods repeatedly, her eyes forming little crescent moons. At 4 a.m., the alarm clock rings. Suchin fumbles to find his phone, and the bright screen makes him squint. For hours and 35 seconds, he decisively presses the off button and goes to the bathroom to wash up. After washing, Suchin stands in front of the mirror, feeling very refreshed. He thinks this must be the benefit of going to bed early and waking up early. Yesterday, he sold authentic Shaanxi-style cured meat buns. Having eaten braised meat for so many days, today Suchin plans to try a new flavor. Cumin beef bun? He loves beef. Juicy, tender beef with a strong cumin aroma, plus the refreshing taste of green peppers. Great. This is decided. It's you. To make cumin beef buns, the beef is very important. It must be fresh, of course. Ideally, it should be tender cuts like beef tenderloin or beef sirloin. Such beef is tender and tastes good after stir-frying, not too tough or dry. Fortunately, the beef provided by the system this time is perfect Australian Angus beef tenderloin. The beef is bright red and shiny. It has low fat content, fine muscle fibers, and a beautiful marbled pattern on the surface. Such tender, smooth meat is something Suchin has never seen on the market before. Besides the beef, the cumin used is a variety from Xinjiang, with a greenish color, full grains, and oily texture. When ground into powder and rubbed by hand, the aroma clings to the fingers for a long time. It has a strong Western region flavor. Regarding green peppers, I chose peppers, which have a moderate spiciness and a fresh flavor. During cooking, they maintain a good texture and crunch, not becoming soft from overcooking. Suchin sliced the beef into strips and marinated it with cooking wine, soy sauce, starch, and other seasonings. He then placed the beef and sliced peppers into the refrigerator to chill. It was already past 5 o'clock, and he didn't dare stop for a moment. He started making the dough for the pancakes. Cumin beef sandwiches can be made with either plain buns or flaky pastry buns. Both types of buns have their own features, different methods, and textures. Using plain buns highlights the rich flavor of the beef and the wheat aroma of the bread. If flaky pastry buns are used, the taste becomes more complex and crispy, with layers that can be felt when biting. Suchin chose the plain buns mainly because of limited time. Making flaky buns requires creating layers of butter and rolling the dough with circles on top. Each piece of dough must be rotated while protecting the layers to roll into a pancake. It's quite complicated. Next comes the long process of kneading the dough, shaping the pieces, and rolling the buns. After making over 100 plain buns, Soo-chin didn't fry them. Instead, he separated them with thin plastic sheets and packed them with beef and green peppers into the food cart. At 8 a.m., Soo-chun, with Nuonyuo, arrived on time at the entrance of Fu's temple to set up his stall. At this time, there weren't many people at the temple entrance, making it look peaceful. Many worshippers had already entered the temple to begin their prayers. "Boss, you're finally here. Quickly, give me 8 beef sandwiches." As Soo-chin parked his cart, a familiar figure hurried over. It was Master Chin, looking anxious and full of expectation. Yesterday, he bought 5 beef sandwiches one after another, finishing his breakfast and lunch. When he came back in the afternoon, he found that Soo-chin had already packed up. He felt quite disappointed. Dinner didn't taste as good without the sandwiches. This morning at 6:30, Master Chin was abruptly awakened by hunger in his sleep. Unable to bear the hunger, he quickly got out of bed. He grabbed a plain, dry coarse bun, ate it to soothe his stomach, and hurried to Fu's temple. "Sorry, today's beef sandwiches are cumin-flavored." Soo-chin smiled as he looked at the anxious Master Chin and sped up his work. He wrote cumin beef sandwich, 50 each on a small whiteboard and hung it in front of the cart. Master Chin paused upon hearing this. According to traditional beliefs, Taoists have 4 foods they do not eat, and beef is one of them. Additionally, the blue ox is considered a sacred spirit in Taoism, so practitioners usually avoid eating it. However, eating or not eating is more about personal feelings than spiritual practice. As a fortune teller, I don't focus on feelings. Thinking about this, Master Chin flicked his sleeve and spoke. "All right, boss, bring me 8 servings of that beef. Although I miss the delicious braised pork bun, the quality of this boss's cooking can't be bad. The beef is probably even tastier." Soo-chin nodded and placed the dough into the oven. At this moment, Han Ling from the cycling team was alone in a cold hospital room. Since her fall yesterday, her left leg had swollen like a pig's hoof. Her cycling friends took her to the hospital, did an MRI, and she got her first cast in her life. Falling is a lifelong regret. Han Ling looked at her once agile legs, which could pedal 10,000 laps in one breath, and felt almost devastated. The doctor said if the fracture heals well, the cast could be removed in about a month. But even after removing the cast, she couldn't walk without support for a while. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. She hasn't traveled the beautiful mountains and rivers yet, and now she faces a long, boring recovery. Who wouldn't feel upset? Tears kept flowing from Han Ling's eyes. Should she tell her parents and seek some comfort? Forget it. If they found out she skipped her good job and secretly resigned to chase poetry and distant dreams, her father would definitely cause a fuss. She might even have to use crutches. She can't afford that. She can only silently endure everything herself. At the hospital door, voices approached from afar. Han Ling quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile. The door opened. Her cycling friends entered one after another. Han Ling is the team, and everyone usually treats her like a brother. Even now, even though she's injured, they didn't miss any chance to tease her. "Ling, did you cry? Are you acting like a little girl?" It's just a fracture, a small injury. When I was a freshman, I had a cast and still played basketball." "Exactly, Ling. Don't be so girly. Remember, you're a woman among women, the queen among queens." "Hey, I just took a quick look, and the orthopedic doctor is quite handsome. Your fracture is almost worth it." A few riding friends came over, smiling happily, trying to comfort her in their own way. Han Ling felt annoyed watching them. Regular friends are polite and caring, but bad friends are just bad friends. Every word they said was like jumping on her nerves. For a moment, Han Ling forgot about her injury and instinctively tried to kick. Ouch. It hurts. She moved slightly, and the injury pulled, making her gasp in pain. The friends immediately looked worried and moved closer to check. Han Ling glared at them fiercely. "Go away, all of you. Get out of here. Is this how friends behave? Visiting me with just your mouths?" Hearing this, the friends immediately looked upset and pretended to be angry. "What's wrong? We came to see you, and you think we shouldn't bring anything? You really look down on us." "Exactly. With our relationship, we'd even pack up and send it to you if we could. We don't come empty-handed. Come on, Cozy, stop hiding. Hurry up and take out everything we prepared. Let Honda Meili see our sincerity." They rummaged through their backpacks. Soon, Lika proudly pulled out something and waved it in his hand. Look, girls like this kind of thing. See how thoughtful we are? Han Ling, full of expectation, looked closely, and her face immediately fell. No way, do you guys eat oil pancakes? And blue flowers are called that too? They were so cheeky and annoying. Why not? Green and eco-friendly, and you can eat them. Very practical. Lika muttered irritably. Then he quickly took out a uniquely shaped jar from his backpack. If you don't like it, here's some chicken soup we specially prepared for you. Look at this chicken, big and round. Following his words, Han Ling's eyes were instantly drawn to the jar. Her first reaction was shock. What kind of shape is that? It's really eye-catching. The jar was bright yellow, shaped like a chicken's outline. The chicken was standing tall with its head held high, lifelike. Its belly was round and plump, clearly able to hold soup inside. Hee, want some chicken soup to boost your energy? We added red dates and goji berries. Lika happily smiled, proudly offering the jar like a treasure. You really went to some trouble, Han Ling said helplessly. She opened the lid, ready to drink quickly. But when she looked closely, she was stunned. This so-called chicken soup is just a cup of hot water with 2 sad-looking red dates and more than 10 goji berries, swaying gently in a jar. Looking closer, there's a small hole near the chicken's beak, probably for sipping the broth. Who would be such a bad friend to do this? The fellow riders saw her just staring blankly and started to worry. Lingling, why aren't you drinking? Do you not like chicken soup? Han Ling twitched her mouth and lost her patience. As everyone knows, when a woman suddenly becomes very serious, she is probably truly angry. Li Ku thought to himself that this was bad, so he quickly forced a smile and said, "Oh, we just wanted to come see you earlier. Time is tight, so we didn't have time to buy nice gifts, so we just grabbed a few things from the kitchen. Simple gifts, but heartfelt. When have we ever treated you badly?" The other riders quickly agreed, nodding vigorously. Han Ling rolled her eyes at them. "All right then, go buy some good stuff now. It's not too late. Just eat. Just eat pig's trotters. I've been craving them for days. Can someone help me buy more? Don't be stingy." Hearing this, everyone immediately pounded their chest loudly. "No problem. Leave it to us. We promise to bring back the biggest, fattiest pig's trotters." Inside Fu's temple, Luo Hao and Wang Shui are praying. Since yesterday, after they missed Su Chen at the stall, today they came here early in the morning. No choice. One of the special qualities of our people is since you're here. So they decided to pray first, then buy meat sandwiches. Although it's said that Buddha guides true love away from bad karma, many couples go to temples and break up. But these two went very openly. After finishing their prayers and taking photos, they left the temple. Walking along the stone path, not far. Suddenly, they heard a cheerful, childish voice from a horn, bright and adorable. "Meat sandwich is delicious. Come by, everyone." Hearing this, Luo Hao looked at Wang Shui. Why does it sound like a little girl's voice? Is this the place? Wang Shui frowned slightly, unsure. I don't know either. The vendor was setting up a stall over there yesterday. Let's go see first. They continued walking forward, chatting happily. Soon, Wang Shui saw a familiar meat sandwich stall with several people already in line. How hurry up. Charge quickly. Luo Hao? Is this still the girl who can't even open a bottle cap? She swiped at his arm so hard it almost dislocated. Thus, Luo Hao was dragged all the way to the end of the line. Now, the street is busy with many people, and the environment is quite complicated. Suddenly, so many orders came in, and Su Chen had no time to care about Nuonuo. He looked back briefly. Fortunately, this little girl is very easy to take care of. She was quietly staying in the rest area of the food truck, tinkering with things, listening to ancient poetry, recognizing characters, and looking at picture books. Very good, not a burden at all. Su Chen looked away. The bagels were already baked in the oven. Next, he prepared to stir-fry the beef. He added a little butter to the cold oil in the pan for flavor. Then, he poured in the marinated beef and stir-fried on high heat. The red beef quickly turned an appealing brownish color. The aroma of vegetable oil mixed with the creamy scent of butter, blending with the rich flavor of the beef. The delicious smell burst out instantly. The customers in front were playing with their phones, but they were quickly tempted by the smell. Such fragrant meat, come to my belly. In ancient times, people looked at plums to quench their thirst. Now, we smell the aroma to fill our stomachs. The diners stopped what they were doing and started breathing deeply. Beef has coarser muscle fibers and becomes tougher as it cooks more thoroughly. Unlike steak, which is often cooked to 3 to 7 parts, stir-fried beef is usually fully cooked. Cooking beef until tender and juicy is a real test of a chef's skill. Fortunately, Angus sirloin is very tender. Stir-fried on high heat. Soo-chun guessed it was almost done and took out the beef strips to set aside. He left a little oil in the pan, then added chopped green onions and garlic to release their aroma. Although the exhaust fan on the food truck was turned on, it seemed to only remove the smoke, not the delicious smell in the air. Next, he sprinkled a large spoonful of cayenne pepper powder into the pan. The fine, reddish-orange powder sizzled loudly when it hit the hot oil. In an instant, the aroma filled the air. It had the spicy kick of cayenne pepper, mixed with the fragrant aroma of onions and garlic, plus a faint, oily scent. As he flipped the ingredients in the pan, it crackled loudly. At this point, the peppers could go in. The system provided moderate spice peppers. They had a noticeable vegetable aroma mixed with the heat. A few quick stirs made the pepper strips slightly curl at the edges, looking crispy and tasty. When the chili peppers just start to soften slightly, the spicy aroma begins to spread. Soo-chun quickly pours the cooked shredded beef into the pan. He adds some seasonings and cumin powder. Stirring well, the beef turns a tempting sauce color and looks shiny and oily. The aroma of the meat is strong, and the pan is full of sizzling sounds. It can be said to be quite soulful. The diners watch Soo-chun's every move closely, their cravings growing stronger. It's time to take it off the heat. With a skilled flick of his spoon, Soo-chun places the cumin-flavored beef into a large bowl. As he scoops the beef out of the pan, everyone's hearts skip a beat. This is meat. It would be a shame if it fell on the ground. Stuff the cumin beef into a plain flatbread, nothing fancy, just quick and hearty. The more, the better. The beef is so fragrant and expensive, no one minds having a lot. The diners hold the freshly made cumin beef sandwiches, looking amazed. Wow, they're really huge. Taking a bite, they feel like their faces might get buried in the deliciousness. Such a surprise. After getting off the bus, Zhou-yun heads straight to Soo-chun's beef sandwich stall. Yesterday, she tried the marinated meat sandwich and found it so tasty she bought one for her son. Now, just before the college entrance exams, students are allowed to study at home. Her son spends all day in his study, not eating or drinking much. She brings in some cut fruit, but he hasn't touched it all afternoon. But yesterday, after eating the sandwich, he kept saying how delicious it was. So today, Zhou-yun came back again. She didn't take the subway this time. Buses are 4 yuan cheaper, but the trip is longer. When she arrived at this time, there was already a long line at the stall. Getting closer, Zhou-yun notices the aroma seems different from yesterday, more familiar and comforting. She walks up to the stall and sees cumin-flavored beef. Zhou-yun smiles warmly. Cumin flavor is good. She wonders if one will be enough for her son to eat at home. It's funny, her son has loved cumin-flavored foods since he was a baby. Back then, he was just over 2 years old, always biting on things and sticking close to his dad. As he grew older, he would say his dad smelled like barbecue. The whole family finally understood. Such a foodie little boy, stop craving so much, your dad's got a body odor. Actually, Zhou-yun also feels her son's fondness for this smell might be inherited. Is it genetics? Or prenatal influence? After all, she and her son's father used to eat barbecue every day when they were dating. 10 minutes later, Wang Shui and Luo Hao received steaming cumin beef sandwiches. Snap! The moment their teeth sank in, the crust was crispy, followed by the soft, chewy texture unique to the flatbread. Push a little further inside. What you touch is the hot beef. Each strand of beef has a crispy outer layer that gives it a special aroma and locks in the juice. The meat fibers are very fine, so they break easily without much chewing. You can taste the pure flavor of the beef, rich and full, with a hint of milky sweetness. Just when you think it's over, the cumin powder and spicy pepper powder on top come rushing in. Cumin is like a mysterious and passionate foreign girl. With the heat and wildness of a desert sun, it creates a storm on the tongue. After the strong aroma of fennel comes the spicy kick of the pepper powder. Its spiciness isn't overpowering like other chili peppers but gentle and lasting. It stimulates the taste buds without causing too much heat. It also adds a slight numbing sensation, giving the flavor more depth. Wow, baby, this beef sandwich is so delicious. At this moment, Wang Shui's heart is pounding, her hands trembling, and her mouth teary. Luo Hao is also very excited. As a big fan of beef, what could be more joyful than eating authentic beef? Seeing Luo Hao ignore her, he looked like a starving rat falling into a rice jar, his mouth bulging with food. Wang Shui rolled her eyes. Baby, eat slowly. Isn't it hot? I thought your lips aren't directly connected to your esophagus. Luo Hao shook his head, not having time to reply. At this point, neither of them cared about the other. They both started eating eagerly. One beef sandwich down. Luo Hao's craving in his stomach was still raging. For someone who loves basketball, his appetite is already big. Plus, the texture of this cumin beef sandwich is so strong that each bite makes him unable to stop. 2 sandwiches might be enough for an average person, but for him, it's just the beginning. Soon, Luo Hao finished the second sandwich, licking his lips in satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Shui just picked up her second one. They bought 4 in total, and they disappeared like that? Luo Hao's eyes unconsciously drifted toward Wang Shui. Baby, let me have a bite. Okay, but only a little. In the next second, under Wang Shui's surprised gaze, crash. Luo Hao took a big bite, a quarter of the sandwich. Wang Shui's eyes widened. Are you biting so much? That's even scarier than Principal Wang's giant mouth when he eats sausage. In the past, I didn't mind seeing Hao eat. It felt more like a grandmother happily watching her grandson eat. But now, Wang Shui feels both wronged and angry. It's truly disappointing, not a big fuss, and real disappointment isn't tears streaming down the face. Big pig's hoof. Bad man. You are going too far. Seeing that my girlfriend is really upset, I quickly try to soothe her softly. Baby, don't be angry. It was just an accidental open mouth. Come on, let's go wait in line again. I say this gently, holding Wang Shui in my arms and offering her some snacks. Seeing that my attitude is sincere, we soon return to our sweet, loving state. At the temple gate, a young monk is focused on sweeping the ground. Suddenly, a gentle aroma drifts over. It's the smell of cumin-spiced meat. He pauses, nostrils flaring slightly. Oh no, it smells even more tempting than yesterday's braised meat. His face changes, and he keeps chanting Buddhist names. Amitabha, Amitabha. At the same time, he hurriedly takes out a mask he prepared earlier and quickly puts it on. Finally, noon arrives. The sun is high, and the bell signaling lunchtime rings softly. The young monk rushes to the dining hall. He holds his bowl with both hands, looking eagerly ahead. When it's his turn, the monk serving rice scoops some vegetables and tofu into his bowl. He walks to his seat and looks at the little monk beside him, frowning slightly. Senior brother, I felt that the vegetarian meal has been too bland these days. It almost has no flavor. The little monk clasps his hands together, looking serious. Junior brother, don't say that. The vegetarian meal is for our spiritual practice here. We eat it to cultivate ourselves and abandon worldly desires. Look at the common people. They eat fish and meat every day, yet their hearts are full of worries and greed. We eat simple vegetarian food, but our minds are peaceful. That is our practice. After a moment, the young monk looks around, then lowers his voice. But senior brother, have you smelled the cumin meat at the temple gate? The little monk immediately glares at him. Amitabha, junior brother, you are succumbing to greed. As monks, we should be free from attachments. How can we crave such savory foods? The young monk sighs. All right, I understand. I was just talking. I really don't know when I will get to enjoy a delicious vegetarian meal again. The young monk smiled. Junior brother, when your mind is free of distractions and focused on Buddha, this vegetarian meal will taste better. Seeing the young novice eating tofu, he turned his head away. Although this younger brother is kind and has a connection to Buddhism, he is still new to the monastic life. Having experienced the worldly life, it's natural for him to develop some attachment to worldly desires. Unlike himself, who grew up in this temple since childhood, devoted entirely to Buddha. Thinking of his master's instructions to take good care of his younger brother, the monk quietly made a plan. It seems he needs to investigate carefully tomorrow. What exactly is tempting his younger brother so much? Once he finds out, he can use the opportunity to teach him a lesson, to prevent him from breaking the rules. Waiting for more than half an hour felt like a century, so hard to endure. Wang Shui and Luo Hao, like eager watchers, stared anxiously ahead. Finally, the customer ahead left with 4 cumin beef sandwiches. They saw the light of victory. Boss, for more, please. Seeing their eager, shining eyes, wishing they could jump into the pot, Suchin could only smile helplessly. Sorry, only 2 left. Luo Hao's eyes twitched at the news. Huh? What? The customers behind them also groaned, feeling a bit sorry for the disappointment. All right, boss, please pack these 2 for me. Luo Hao secretly felt relieved and quickly spoke up. He originally wanted to buy 4 sandwiches to share with his roommates, but now only bought 2, barely enough for himself. It seems they won't be lucky enough to receive their father's love after all. After finishing the last 2 orders, Suchin began to close up shop. Next to him, Nuonuo wiped the oil from her mouth. She tiptoed over, sadly tugging at Suchin's pant leg. "Dad, I want to eat one more pancake." Suchin chuckled, ruffling her nose. "No, you just ate one, and there are no more now." Nuonuo frowned. She pouted her chubby finger, pointing at her belly, and pleaded, "But my little tummy says it still wants one." "Please?" Suchin rolled his eyes and refused again. His homemade cumin beef sandwiches are much bigger than those from the market. "One more?" "No way." He made up his mind and decided not to give in. By dinner time, no matter how much Nuonuo threw a tantrum, she couldn't eat anymore. Seeing her fail to coax, Nuonuo closed her eyes and raised her hands in surrender. She imitated Crayon Shinchan from the cartoon and said, "Oh, I really can't do anything about you." After tidying up, the father and daughter didn't go straight back to Yuhu Jinyuan. Instead, they entered the mall and bought a lot of new clothes. He loves to spoil his daughter. He definitely wants to fill her closet with new outfits. Of course, for Nuonuo's safety, Suchin carefully chose a beta satellite phone watch for her. At 2:30 p.m., under the shade at the entrance of Xingming Park, a group of people was eagerly waiting. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, what's that smell? Is that Pig's Trotters coming?" Everyone immediately looked toward the entrance. But instead of Pig's Trotters, a garbage truck slowly drove by. "Hey, brother, are you hallucinating? That's not Pig's Trotters, it's clearly some kind of chemical weapon." "Ah," I got excited for nothing. I was drooling, and then this thing came along. Another half hour passed, and some people started to lose their patience. "The sky is falling. Has the boss not come today? Pig's Trotters. My Pig's Trotters. Did you see my Pig's Trotters? Ah, no way. Does that mean we won't be able to eat Pig's Trotters anymore?" The security guard inside the booth was also restless. Since just after 1 o'clock, his old phone had been ringing nonstop. Phone ring on. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. He had folded dozens, but it still wouldn't stop ringing. The old man looked at the crowd at the park entrance with a hopeless expression. Considering that someone tipped him yesterday, he decided to send a group message out of humanitarian kindness. Don't ask. The Pig's Trotters stall owner didn't come today, really didn't come. A few minutes later, a few members of the cycling team arrived. As soon as they stopped, they overheard the heated discussions of the crowd. For a moment, the few of them looked at each other in confusion. "Oh, what should I tell Lingling? Maybe we should buy 2 from the market and bring them back. Could it be that other stalls have this smell? Can Lingling still tell the difference? This is getting out of hand." I was craving the pork knuckle too. Bam. No more happiness. The group was helpless and looked bitter. One of the cyclists suddenly had an idea. As a single man with lots of experience being deceived, he said seriously, "If we can't find it, let's call the police. The disappearance of that Pig's Trotters stall is too strange." Surprisingly, this was a good idea, and everyone nodded in agreement. The ant nearby looked up when she heard this, saw their innocent expressions, and waved her hand dismissively. "Young folks, don't bother. We've already reported it to the police, and they won't take action." At the entrance of Stardream Park, after waiting another half hour, everyone couldn't sit still anymore. Many sighed in disappointment and left. A young diner looked again at the security guard. He went into the security booth, took out an old, slightly cracked phone from his pocket. "Sir, I called you several times yesterday. It was a bit troublesome. I have an outdated phone that's no good for selling, only good for parts or use. Here, take it." He handed the old phone to the guard. "We've created a group. When the Pig's Foot vendor arrives, please notify us in the group." The guard was happy to receive the free equipment and nodded gladly. He spends every day here, so sending a message was no trouble at all. This Pig's Foot information officer was just right for him. The young man saw the guard agree and felt very happy. Now, there was finally an organization. He quickly helped the guard connect to the Wi-Fi from the nearby convenience store, registered a WeChat account, and started teaching him how to use it. "Sir, look, click here to type, and here to send voice messages." He kept talking nonstop. But suddenly, the guard raised his hand to stop him. "I already know all that." He quickly opened the group chat, raised his phone, and took a picture with a click. A huge selfie close-up was sent directly to the newly formed Pig's Foot Wanted group. Suddenly, the group was filled with. The young man was speechless. "All right, as long as you can use it, sir." After the young man left, the security guard leaned back comfortably in his chair and opened a novel app. Within a minute, a few books appeared on his bookshelf. I, the security guard, am exposed by the school. Just retired, and now the school comes knocking. Meanwhile, a group of cycling friends, carrying 2 pigs' feet bought from the market, arrived again at the hospital ward. Lika burst into excitement as soon as he entered, smiling so broadly his gums showed. Lingling, pig's feet are here. Come try some. Han Ling, lying bored on the bed and playing on her phone, immediately threw it aside when she heard this. Holding the pig's trotter, I almost drooled like a hungry dog. I opened the plastic food container. A strong smell of industrial flavor immediately hit my face, almost making me faint. Han Ling frowned, looking confused. This pig's trotter doesn't smell right, and the color is half yellow, half red. What's going on? Sure enough, she was noticed. Lika scratched his head and explained, you don't know? The pig's trotter stall at the park entrance has disappeared these days, like it vanished into thin air. We can't find it no matter what. We even made a group to find the pig's trotter seller. When he comes back, we'll buy for you. Then, Lika shifted the topic and pointed at the food container in Han Ling's hand. You must eat this pig's trotter. Our friends went far to buy it for you. It was quite a hassle. Hearing this, Han Ling frowned and paused for a moment. Since it was everyone's kind gesture, she didn't want to refuse. She put on disposable gloves and took a bite of the pig's trotter. This taste. Under so much technology and tough work, it wasn't bad, but it definitely wasn't delicious. Han Ling numbly chewed a few bites. She felt her tongue almost numb from the sensation. Achoo! A strong smell of seasoning rushed into her nose, making her sneeze wildly, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Lingling, are you okay? Riders quickly gathered around, patting her back and handing her water. Han Ling took the water and gulped it down. Oh no! She choked again and started coughing uncontrollably. But the worst part was still to come. In a moment of carelessness, water from the cup spilled onto Han Ling's phone. The screen flickered a few times, as if struggling for life, then went completely dark. Han Ling cried out in pain and hurriedly picked up her phone. But no matter how she pressed the power button, it wouldn't respond. Oh no, her phone was completely dead now. A few big guys who saw the whole thing were stunned. Really? Lingling, you're so unlucky. Should you go to a temple to pray? She fell off her bike and broke her leg, and now she got choked while eating and drinking water, and her phone is broken too. Isn't this just the luckiest unlucky person? Before Han Ling could answer, one of the riders interrupted. Why not ask Kezi to help you get a talisman? Hugh's temple isn't far from his house. Lika heard this and waved his hands quickly, serious. No, I can't. I believe in Christianity. A servant can't serve 2 masters. I can't go worship Buddha. What, Cozy, who believes in this among young people? Amid everyone's surprised faces, Lika looked serious and spoke confidently. What's so strange about it? Everyone in our town believes in Christianity. Do you know that they give eggs and milk during church services? Everyone? So, it's realism. Indeed, our people don't worship useless gods. You're not really believing in Christianity, you're just believing in milk and eggs. Everyone chuckled. Han Ling turned her head and looked at Xiangzi. Xiangzi, since Li Ku is busy, can you help me pray and light a lamp tomorrow morning? Also, ask for a health charm. Oh, and remember to bring me some ice pops. Xiangzi was surprised. Why is it me again? But seeing she was unwell, he nodded helplessly. They had already run around all day. Tomorrow they'd have to do it again. He definitely needed a backup. Xiangzi's eyes lit up as he looked at Qian Peng, who was giggling nonstop, and said, Peng, since you're always posting silly stuff early in the group, why don't you come with me tomorrow? As soon as he finished, everyone's faces showed knowing smiles. Qian Peng, however, looked serious. Hey, don't talk nonsense, or I'll kick you out of the group. At 11 o'clock at night, the darkness was thick. In the Zen room of Fu's temple, it was even more silent. Little Monk lay on a simple wooden bed. He supported his head with his right hand, his left hand resting by his side, sleeping in a typical peaceful pose. In his dream, Little Monk entered a strange world. He saw a round, juicy meat bun, tempting in color and fragrant with aroma. Just as he was surprised, the meat bun suddenly turned into a chubby little person. It wiggled its hips, danced around, and shouted at Little Monk. Come chase me. Hurry up and eat me. Hee hee ah. Little Monk was so scared he jolted awake. Amitabha, my sins, my sins. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered. After such a scare, little monk couldn't sleep anymore. He went straight to the Buddha, picked up the wooden fish, and knocked loudly. Despite the high prices, the quality and uniqueness of these top ingredients make it quite worthwhile. Suchin washed some vegetables, cut a piece of tender tofu, and prepared a large plate of sliced meat. Just a quick dip in the hot pot, and it was ready to eat. Wow, this is so satisfying. Who else eats hot pot so early in the morning? After finishing breakfast, it was time to work. He still hadn't had enough of cumin beef sandwiches, so today he continued with that flavor. But he planned to try a different type of bread, crispy pastry bread. Making crispy pastry bread is simple. Just add water and knead the dough normally. But to make the crust more crispy and stretchy, a little salt and baking soda are needed. There's no special skill needed for kneading the dough. The key is in how to make the pastry. Mix the dough well, then roll it out into thin sheets. Brush with pork fat, then start rolling. Pork fat makes the layers flaky and prevents sticking, creating a layered texture. Suchin rolled from the dough sheet, pulling back as he rolled. When he reached the last small section, he used a cutter to cut strips into the dough and continued rolling, twisting it tightly into a spiral, then flattening it into a crispy pastry bread. The steps sound simple, but the actual process is very challenging. No wonder street vendors buy pre-made frozen pastry sheets online. For such delicate work, making 100 crispy pastry breads takes several hours of kneading, rolling, and twisting. Sure enough, after more than 2 hours, Suchin had only made 50. The other 50 would be plain white jiaozi instead. At 8:30 in the morning, sunlight shone on the temple's glazed tiles, casting a golden glow. At the temple entrance, Monk Huikong clasped his hands together, respectfully seeing off the visitors. In his free time, he looked at his younger brother, who was sweeping with a mask on. His eyes showed both worry and curiosity. Today, he deliberately changed to greet visitors at the temple gate to see what was tempting his little brother. A gentle breeze blew by. Suddenly, the younger brother's sweeping motion stiffened, and he covered his mask, trying to hide. His face darkened, and he stepped forward. That's when he smelled a strong aroma of meat wafting in from outside the temple. It smelled so good. Huikong's eyes widened instantly, feeling his saliva nearly spill out. Oh, how tempting. Amitabha, Amitabha. The monk had been practicing for many years and believed he shouldn't be affected by worldly temptations. But this smell was just too irresistible. 1 minute later, Huikong sighed. Fine. If I don't descend into who will. I want to see what exactly is disturbing my meditation. He approached Suchin's stall, where a bustling crowd gathered. Huikong's stomach was growling loudly. No. I am fully devoted to Buddha. He turned around forcefully and started walking toward the temple. 2 young men nearby were chewing on meat-filled buns and murmuring in praise. This meat bun is amazing. Yes, but there's a little less meat. No, it's even less. Why don't you tell the shopkeeper to make a bun without the bread? Unintentionally, the listener took it to heart. Monk Huikong immediately understood. He walked straight to the young novice. Junior brother, although as monks we should be pure and free from desires, as long as our hearts are focused on Buddha and not distracted by cravings, that's enough. Senior brother, what do you mean? The young novice sensed something was off and asked cautiously. Monk Huikong slightly lowered his gaze, showing a faint smile. I just looked at it. It's a meat bun. The crust is crispy, golden, and fragrant. Senior brother, shoo. You're crazy. If I don't want the meat in the bun, that's fine. The crust is golden and should be tasty too. The young novice was initially stunned. Then, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he looked at his senior brother with admiration. Senior brother, you're so insightful. I can't compare. Soon, Huikong found 2 younger disciples to take over. He ran to the back of the line where Suchin was selling. Today was the 3rd day of selling meat buns, and there were many repeat customers. As soon as Suchin finished setting up, the line formed. Hey, look, 2 bald men are coming from behind. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a large and a small monk, both wearing gray robes. Wow, aren't monks supposed to avoid eating meat? Check if they have any scars on their heads. Yesterday, I went to worship Buddha and saw the little monk next to them. Wow, are they just openly buying meat buns? I heard some sects in Buddhism eat 3 pure meat, so some monks can eat it. Who knows? I'm a monk inside the temple, but outside, I'm a meat-loving monk. Everyone was excited, discussing their observations. The topics came and went quickly, like current hot news. Suchin didn't know about the strange events behind the line. He was busy brushing oil on the surface of the crispy buns. The oil makes the buns crispy and delicious. After a few minutes, the buns turned a beautiful golden color and were ready to be taken out. They looked perfect, with a clear, shiny surface. Paired with tender, juicy cumin beef, it was incredibly fragrant. To prevent the silk from falling, Suchin cut directly from the side of the flaky bread. Crackling sounds. The crust flakes off crisp and crunchy, while the inside layers are clear and flaky. It's a perfect example of a crispy pastry bun. Adding freshly cooked cumin beef, the dish is perfectly completed. The line continues to move forward. After more than half an hour, they finally reached 2 monks. Monk Huikong clasped his hands together, slightly bowed forward, and softly said, "Amida Buddha, benefactor, please give this poor monk 2 meat-filled buns, just the buns. How much for each?" Suchin was slightly surprised and finally saw their attire. So they are masters. He has never sold like this before. And if he sells the buns, what will he do with the meat? Thinking of this, Suchin had to refuse. "Master, the buns and cumin beef here are measured carefully. If I sell the buns, I can't sell the meat." The 2 young men behind quickly stepped forward. "Boss, sell the meat-filled buns to the master. Separate the meat and buns. I'll buy the meat." They just thought the meat was too little. A good thing falling from the sky, and they managed to pick it up. Suchin thought for a moment and realized it made sense. He agreed immediately. Okay. The flaky bread was brushed with pork fat, which the monks couldn't eat. He decided to give them a plain white pancake instead. Soon, Suchin took 2 ready-made buns from the side, packed them, and handed them to Huikong. "Amida Buddha, thank you, benefactor." Huikong took the pancake, bowed again, clasped his hands together, and solemnly saluted. Seeing this, Suchin hurriedly bowed in return. He also packed the 2 portions of cumin beef separately and handed them to the young man. The young man and monk Huikong discussed briefly, then paid a total of 100 yuan. The young novice also followed suit, buying 2 buns. After waiting in line for a long time, it was now mealtime. Monk Huikong and the young novice hurried towards the dining hall. Halfway there, they suddenly saw the abbot approaching. The abbot's gaze was immediately drawn to the brown paper bags in their hands. Bold red characters printed on the bags read, "Meat-filled buns." "Why you?" The abbot's face suddenly changed. "In broad daylight, you 2 are not even pretending. It looks like the monastery's rules are about to be strictly enforced. Abbot, please listen to me." Monk Huikong quickly reacted and urgently began to explain. "We only bought plain buns. We haven't broken any rules." He hurriedly took out a plain bread and showed it to the host. The young monk also nodded repeatedly beside him. "Yes, Abbot. We have always followed the temple rules and dare not break them at all." Hearing this, the abbot gently patted his chest, pushing away the shock he had just experienced. "Amitabha, you must cultivate well and not break the precepts." The abbot wanted to turn and leave, but a faint fragrance drifted in the wind. He leaned in closer. The plain bread was boldly moving around, spreading into the abbot's nose. The smell of wheat, warm like sunshine and earthy like soil, made him feel as if he were in a vast wheat field. The abbot slowly closed his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze and the swaying wheat stalks. In that moment, a peaceful feeling of harmony with all things arose in his heart. "This bread smells very simple and pure. Where did you buy it?" The abbot stood still, hesitating for a moment, then finally spoke. "Back to the abbot, right at the temple gate. We queued for a long time." The abbot nodded slightly, a hint of expectation in his eyes. He thought that the simple taste of this bread must be different from the vegetarian dishes in the temple. He also wanted to try it. The 2 foolish monks didn't think to buy one for him. "Huikong, Jingwu, can each of you eat so much?" "Abbot, don't worry. The disciples and brother Jingwu can finish it and won't waste it. Although the bread is big, it's nothing compared to our hunger. Besides, we will cherish the food and not disappoint your teachings." Seeing that the 2 monks didn't respond, the abbot's face gradually darkened. "Enough, enough. Go now. Be more clever in the future. Quickly put this bag away and go to the dining hall for your meal." The abbot flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. "Yes, abbot. We will pay attention in the future." Huikong and the young monk hurriedly stuffed the bread into their robes and headed to the dining hall. When they arrived at the dining hall, the monks were already eating. It was the usual simple meal: vegetables, tofu, steamed buns, and porridge. Hui Kong and the young monk cleverly revealed half of the bread from the bag and strode inside confidently. Don't think it's a meat-filled bun. I haven't broken any rules. The monks looked at what they were holding and were stunned. At the door, there was a stall selling meat-filled buns every day. The strong, domineering smell of meat had been experienced by all of them before. Usually, no one dared to think about grabbing one. But now, seeing Hui Kong and the young monk, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. These two must be geniuses. There's no wife and wife cakes, and even meat-filled buns can be made without meat. Why didn't we think of that? We only focused on not breaking our vows, but we didn't consider this clever trick. Suddenly, the dining hall buzzed with activity. Hui Kong held a warm white bun with both hands, leaned in, and took a deep breath. Gently pressing the bun, it bounces back clearly. Hui Kong took a bite and immediately widened his eyes. The taste on his tongue was first the crispy, toasted outer layer. Then came the soft, tasty inside. The bun's filling was a light, milky white, like biting into something sweet and fragrant, delicate yet slightly chewy. Gulp. Seeing Hui Kong and the young novice eating so happily, all the monks put down their food and swallowed hard. Brother Hui Kong, how does this white bun taste? Hui Kong swallowed a mouthful, clasped his hands together, and said slowly, this bun is crispy on the outside, tender inside, with a strong wheat aroma. When you eat it, it feels like a blessing from Buddha, warming the heart. It's not meaty, but rich in flour flavor, truly a delicacy in this world. The young novice nodded vigorously in agreement. Young brother, you're right. This white bun is chewy and smooth when swallowed. Every bite feels like a blessing from Buddha, making people happy inside. In short, it was just too delicious. They had never tasted such fragrant vegetarian food in their lives. After speaking, they each took another bite. Brother Hui Kong, can we try some? Junior brother, just one bite, please. I beg you. A few close senior brothers stepped forward, eager to try. Hui Kong's mouth twitched, and he quickly refused. This bun took us a long time to buy. If you want to try, go buy your own. We can't even eat enough ourselves, and you want some? If we had known it was this tasty, we would have bought 4. Suddenly, many monks rushed out of the dining hall to the temple gate. Looking around, the food cart was gone, the long line was gone, and the buns were gone too. Their eager hearts sank, falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. So frustrating. We'll have to buy more tomorrow. 11 o'clock. Suchin finished selling the last meat bun and started packing up. Today, there were more customers in line than yesterday. Xiangzi and Qianping's places weren't close to Fuse Temple. They each left home, met at Wanda Plaza, then headed toward Fuse Temple. When they reached a traffic light, Qianping extended his right hand, pointing to the small road ahead. Xiangzi, go this way. Cross the small road and turn right. In a few minutes, you'll see Fuse Temple. Xiangzi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of a familiar vehicle out of the corner of his eye and immediately turned to look. However, he only saw the vehicle's fading silhouette as it drove away. He hurriedly fumbled to take out his phone and snapped a photo. Qianping saw Xiangzi's sudden action and looked puzzled. Xiangzi, what's wrong? Did something happen? Xiangzi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. I think I just saw the pig's hoof vendor's car heading that way. Qianping's curiosity was piqued. He quickly moved closer and looked at Xiangzi's phone screen. The photo was not very clear, but the shape of the vehicle did seem to match. This photo is too blurry to be sure. The car's gone now, so I can't chase after it. Maybe we should send the photo to the group? There are some experts there. Maybe they can figure something out. Hearing this, Xiangzi nodded helplessly. Xiangzi took out his phone and opened the Pig Hoof Vendor Wanted group. At this moment, the group was very active and chatting. Scout 1. I checked all the nearby parks, but found nothing. Command. Got it. The time might be off. Wait until 2:30 p.m. and continue the search. Security guard. Picture.jpg. Xiangzi looked at the messages with a blank expression. Yesterday, a retired soldier in the group suggested a military-style operation, which sparked many responses. They called this mission the hoof-cutting operation. Several diners living nearby searched around night markets, parks, and residential areas but found nothing. Xiangzi scrolled through previous chat records and posted the recent photo. I think I saw the pig's hoof vendor's car. Suddenly, everyone in the group was excited. Looking at this model, it does seem similar. Where did you take this photo? At Chong, over on Hepping Road. Wow, that's far away. It probably isn't the pig's hoof vendor's car. It's about 2 hours drive from the park. My company is nearby. After work, I'll go take a look. Maybe I'll run into it. Everyone in the group was very active. Messages kept refreshing on the screen. After some discussion, they thought it was unlikely. After all, which street vendor would travel such a long distance? Since I set up a stall at Xingming Park a few days ago, I must live nearby. The park just built a good reputation recently. Pork trotters are in high demand every day. It's strange to go so far for no reason at all. Xiangzi read the analysis in the group and secretly agreed. It does seem a bit odd. Maybe it's just the same model as the bosses. Thinking this, he called Xianping and they continued to Fuse Temple. They crossed a small path, and the temple's gate was right in front of them. A strong smell of incense drifted from the nearby shopping street. Xianping couldn't help but swallow hard. Xiangzi, let's go quickly. We'll ask for a blessing for safety first, then go eat. I'm starving. Xiangzi nodded repeatedly and hurried inside. On the other side, Suchin returned home. He relaxed on the sofa, feeling happy, and started watching short videos. He had nothing to do all afternoon, so he decided to relax. He played 2 rounds of games, then stood up to stretch. Casually, his eyes looked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. He noticed a thin layer of dust on the glass. Suchin looked around the house and frowned slightly. It's a bit messy. These days, he had to wake up early to prepare ingredients for the stall. He also had to pick up and drop off his daughter from school. After all that, he was exhausted. He couldn't do housework too. He'd be worn out. No, he needed to hire some professionals. Thinking this, Suchin picked up his phone and called the property manager. A few minutes later, the property manager arrived with several cleaning ladies. So efficient. Suchin was surprised. But he quickly calmed down. This was much better than the previous community. 10,000 yuan a year for property fees. How could this service not be good? Gotta praise the system. It's very thoughtful. Not only did it give a villa, but it also paid for lifetime property fees. The service includes 2 free cleanings each year. That's pretty amazing. By the way, he really should find a private housekeeper or nanny. After all, system tasks come randomly. If a task conflicts with picking up Nua, that would be bad. He needs to ask the property management if they have suitable candidates. The next morning at 7 a.m., Nanjing University, South District Male Dormitory 508. How good? Give us some info. What exactly are we doing today? The 3 roommates stood like gate guardians, blocking the door and not letting Luo Hao leave. Yeah, if you don't explain everything clearly today, we definitely won't let you go. You have a class with Goddess Huang this morning and you didn't go? That's so strange. Something's off. Very off. Luo Hao stood there helpless, with a look of frustration. Since the weekend, after eating that meat-filled bun with his girlfriend Wang Shui, he's been obsessed with it. He didn't get to eat it yesterday and spent the whole day craving it, now showing signs of withdrawal. Even in his dreams at midnight, he was still salivating over it. Since he had no classes in the morning, Luo Hao wanted his roommates to help him sign in for attendance, but he didn't expect them to come up with such a stubborn plan. Over at Fuse Temple, there's a really tasty meat bun stand. I just want to buy some today to satisfy my craving. Hearing this, everyone was first surprised, then pushed him back. Come on, stop joking. Do you really think we believe that? Some fancy food, and you need to skip class to buy it? What's next? Are you abandoning our campus delicacies for outside snacks? The 3 big dishes in the cafeteria, mapo strawberries, orange fried eggs, and mooncake with watermelon rind, are hurt by this. Everyone kept talking at once. Honestly, it sounded impossible. How could a meat bun be so tempting? And skipping class just to buy one? You must be up to no good outside. Luo Hao shook his head, feeling frustrated. Honestly, no one believes it anymore. It's really disappointing. He only wished he had bought a few more meat buns yesterday to share with them. I'm not joking. I'm really going to buy a meat bun. I'm telling you, the taste is divine. Seeing how sincere he was, everyone finally started to believe him a little. They only agreed to let Luo Hao go if he promised to bring each of them a meat bun. Meanwhile, Suchin finished packing the marinated beef and beef tripe into his car, ready to leave. With the old marinade, marinating these ingredients was very easy. He just needed to watch the heat. That way, he wouldn't have to stir-fry dishes himself. Lately, after making cumin beef, his arms felt like they weren't his anymore. Mr. Su, good morning. Safe travels. The security guard at the villa gate stood straight and respectful as he watched the food truck drive away. Recently, the security team had been talking about it. They said that the new boss who just moved in was always driving out in a food truck, suspected of selling outside. It was hard to believe. In a villa area full of luxury cars, a food truck was so out of place. I have known for a long time that running a restaurant can be profitable. I didn't expect that even a mobile vendor could afford a villa worth 10 million. Not to mention the villa itself, but the high property fees alone are enough to cover 2 years of my salary. Maybe I should let my wife quit her job at the electronics factory and try selling food at a stall? Suchin left Yuhu Ji-yuan and took Nuonuo to kindergarten. Dad, come pick me up early. Remember to bring a meat bun. Nuonuo carried her small backpack and had cute twin ponytails. Her chubby arms hugged Suchin's leg, looking very reluctant to leave. Okay, Dad will bring you one. Be good and go inside now. At 7:50, outside Fuse Temple, Suchin parked his car at his usual spot. By now, many customers had gathered at the stall. As the lid was lifted, the rich, tempting aroma of braised meat broke free completely. The smell was even more powerful than yesterday's cumin beef. Master Chen, standing at the front of the stall, felt his mind go blank, his mouth half open in awe. Even the large banyan tree at the temple entrance, where a few stray cats were napping, suddenly opened their eyes wide, their pupils dilated. Young boss, that smells so good. Is the braised pork back today? Master Chen snapped out of his surprise, eagerly stretching his neck to look into the pot. No, today we're making braised beef and beef tripe. Suchin smiled and shook his head. He took out a whiteboard and wrote, beef and beef tripe buns, 50 yuan each. Then he grabbed a large piece of braised beef from the pot and slapped it onto the cutting board with a loud sound. This beef was cooked without any additives, relying solely on skill. The braised meat looked tempting, with clear muscle fibers. It had a natural brown-red color. One jin, about 500 grams, of raw meat could produce nearly 6 liang, about 300 grams, of cooked beef, which was quite firm. The aroma spread out, and the faces of the customers were full of excitement and longing. Boss, pack 5 of each flavor. Give me 10 beef buns to take home. Hearing this, Suchin couldn't help but look up, secretly surprised. He had just stood still and already sold 20. These people were getting crazier with each sale. Many regular customers immediately jumped in to buy. Buying 10s at a time, this isn't right. Not many people will get a chance before they're sold out. Yeah, we've been waiting for a long time. It's not fair if we can't buy some. Boss, hurry up and limit the purchases. Everyone starts to complain and act pitiful. Suchin nods, picks up a pen, and continues writing on the whiteboard. Limit 2 per person. Limiting purchases at least provides some safety net. It's better than nothing. Standing in the middle of the line, Luo Hao is bored, playing with his phone. Suddenly, he hears a commotion ahead. Noticing the key details, he feels like he's been hit with a huge, "Oh no, they're coming for me. Limit of 2? My adopted children need 3. That's not enough. Forget it. Saving himself is the most important." At the temple gate, 2 young monks see Suchin's food cart in place, exchange a glance, and then act. One of them looks happy, runs to the back of the line, and starts queuing. The other runs back into the temple to call others. Soon, at the bright red temple door, a group of monks emerges in order, but with urgency. Oh no. Oh my god, why are all the monks lining up? Wow, did they sneak out of the monastery? 18 warrior monks come to protect the temple, welcoming the chef god. So many monks show up at once, and the people in line start to panic. Everyone, who understands this? A group of monks actually came to compete for their meat-filled buns. Suchin hears the noise and finds it hilarious. The monks just come out in such a grand parade. Won't the abbot get mad? Just as he's thinking this, sure enough, 2 bearded monks in robes walk out with serious expressions. Cough, cough. What are you guys doing? This is a sacred place of Buddhism. How can you act so unruly and cause trouble for the people's karma? An old monk can't help but scold. His voice is not loud but very firm. The monks in line look timid and greedy. They look at each other, then sheepishly run back into the temple. This is getting serious. The abbot and the head monk have been alerted. Let's go. Let's go. The young novice in line, unwilling, pulls on Monk Huikong's robe. Senior brother, are we really going to give up those delicious buns? Huikong glances at him sharply. You fool, look at the chaos we've caused. Better to hide for now and wait for the right moment. After saying that, he taps the young novice's head. The young novice sighs dejectedly and follows the main group back. Oh, it seems there are no more pancakes today. The temple entrance quickly returned to its usual quiet state. However, from time to time, a few young monks quietly slipped out and lined up behind the meat bun stall. Although the abbot had scolded them earlier, a clever senior monk understood the abbot and the abbot's meaning. Lining up is okay, but gathering in groups is not allowed. Trying this idea, it turned out to be correct. This led to more monks coming to the temple entrance to take over sweeping duties. Each one stood there like a statue, staring longingly at Su Chen's meat bun stall. With these monks as a lively sign, many visitors finished their prayers and also lined up behind. Soon, the line grew longer again. It was not long before Luo Hao reached the front. "Boss, I want one with this flavor. Can you handle spicy?" "A little spicy." Su Chen nodded. He took out a large piece of braised beef and sliced it. The beef was of high quality. Each cut felt firm and elastic. The slices were neat and of moderate thickness, not too thin to lose texture, nor too thick to affect flavor. He mixed in a small spoon of chili, placed on the rich-colored braised beef, then stuffed into a plain bun. It was ready. In an instant, the strong aroma of spices, braised meat, and beef filled Luo Hao's surroundings. Luo Hao was so overwhelmed by the smell he accidentally bumped his mouth against the bun. "Oh, I didn't start this. Since it's happened, I might as well eat politely." Luo Hao bit down hard. The beef had no tendons, not dry or tough. Not only was the flavor of the meat well preserved, but the taste of the braising sauce seeped into every fiber of the beef. A slight spicy kick stimulated his taste buds, blending perfectly with the rich braised flavor, enhancing the overall taste of the bun. One bite made his soul tremble. "This is so delicious." In less than 2 minutes, Luo Hao finished the huge bun in one go. He hesitated, looking at the beef tripe bun he was holding. The bun was packed with shredded beef tripe. Its unique honeycomb pattern on the outside absorbed the braising juice well. The inside of the tripe looked tender. He could imagine the feeling of the tripe bouncing in his mouth when chewed. But he wasn't sure if it was fresh or not. If it was tender, how was the texture? As his Adam's apple moved faster and faster, Luo Hao started to feel a bit impatient. He quickly his bag, licked his lips to clear the lingering flavor, and satisfied his craving. Luo Hao held a beef tripe and bun that could only be admired but not appreciated closely, and he was secretly thinking. Shui'er was still waiting for him to bring back the bun. If he cheered himself up and ate one with her later, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But what about the few friends in the dorm? Maybe he should go wait in line again. Looking at the long line beside him, Luo Hao felt uneasy. He wasn't sure if he could still get his turn at this pace. "Sir, I want 2 plain buns." Suddenly, he heard a voice from Su Chen's stall. Luo Hao looked over and saw 3 monks in front of the line. "Master, I can't sell just the meat bun alone. You can find someone to share the order." The small monk, new to buying buns, obviously didn't know about this rule. His shiny little head was full of big questions. "Hey, this is a good chance." Luo Hao's mind moved, and he quickly stepped forward. "3 masters, I'll share an order with you. You take the plain buns, and I'll take the beef and tripe separately." As he spoke, the 3 little monks smiled happily and bowed. Su Chen had sold like this yesterday, so he had no objections. He quickly packed the 6 meals separately. Each monk got 2 plain buns. Luo Hao took the 6 portions of beef and tripe, smiling so much his face almost reached his ears. He didn't get the meat bun, but getting some braised meat back was enough to explain to his rebellious son. The customers behind saw this and immediately got anxious. They hurriedly tried to join the monks, their eyes burning with eagerness. "Master, let's share an order." "Ba, good indeed." On the 5th day, braised beef and beef tripe buns. On the 6th day, Tongguan meat buns. In these days, the line of people waiting kept growing. 100 buns were not enough to meet the demand. Tomorrow was Friday, the last day of the stall this week. Su Chen planned to add a special flavor. Lobster meat buns. He had seen this flavor on the system menu by chance a couple of days ago. He wanted to make it that day, but thinking about how hard it was to prepare lobsters, he put it off for now. Since tomorrow was the last day, he couldn't hold back anymore. He took an afternoon break. Su Chen brought Guogua home and summoned lobsters from the system. These lobsters came from wild ones in the natural waters of Hengze Lake. They fed on natural aquatic plants and animals. Each lobster was large and long, with a clean white belly. The shrimp paste is sweet and tender, with fresh, juicy meat. Seeing this group of high-quality shrimp, lively and active in the bowl, Su Chen couldn't help but feel eager to try. He carefully peeled and deveined more than 10 of small lobsters. It took him over 4 hours. Such a waste of effort. It seems that hiring a housekeeper or nanny should be a priority soon. Letting them handle these chores can save him some time. Suchin stretched his muscles, ready to reward himself with some garlic lobster, a tasty treat. First, he fried the lobster in oil to make the tail meat firmer. He didn't crush the garlic but chopped it into small pieces to reduce juice loss and prevent bitterness when heated. He heated the oil, added small chili peppers and half of the garlic, and stir-fried. The garlic turned a beautiful golden color, releasing a strong garlic aroma. Then he added the lobsters, stir-fried a few times until they turned bright red and eye-catching. The fresh lobster flavor mixed perfectly with the garlic scent, making his whole spirit lift. Nua, watching TV in the living room, sniffed constantly. Wow, it smells so good. She had become quite experienced with seasoned meats and was immune to their aroma. But she couldn't resist Suchin's new flavor choice. She quickly ran to the kitchen. The smell at the kitchen door was even stronger, a mix of beer and garlic lobster aroma that made her feel even more excited. Suchin covered the pot and simmered on medium-low heat. Turning around, he noticed the small figure at the kitchen entrance. Daddy, such a pitiful little lobster. Nua pointed at the lobster heads in the bowl, her face full of pity. Suchin smiled, just about to speak. But her gaze shifted to the bright red lobsters in the pot, and she couldn't help but swallow. Both pitiful and delicious. The next morning, at 7:30 a.m. Nanjing University, teacher's office. Teacher Zhang, here's yesterday's attendance sheet. As she spoke, Counselor Zhang Wei took the form from Teacher Wang and quickly glanced over it. Luo Hao Qianning. For students didn't come to class again? They had skipped several mornings in a row. And these 4 students all shared the same dorm. When Professor Wang headed to the teaching building, Zhang Wei followed closely behind. She wanted to see if these troublemakers were absent again today. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei arrived at the South District dorm with a serious look. Now, in dorm 508 of the South District. Brother Hao, hurry up. The boss will sell out soon. Wow, today the teacher called roll again, and the counselor was there too. No one dared to help us answer. What should we do now? Should we skip class? Idiot. They've already remembered our names. If we go to class now, wouldn't that be a loss? A few people discussed it. They all agreed quickly. They hurried out to line up. If they were late, they would miss out. They quickly grabbed shared bikes and rode off. Zhang Wei happened to walk by and saw the 4 of them leaving, feeling curious. What are these kids doing so early in the morning? At first, she thought they couldn't get out of bed, so they skipped class. But now, it seems there's something else going on. Zhang Wei didn't think much and confidently rented a bike to follow them. After about 10 minutes, Luo Hao and his 3 roommates arrived at their usual spot. They parked their bikes and hurried toward Fuse Temple. Zhang Wei followed behind. As a person from Nanjing, she knew this place well. When she took her college entrance exam, her parents had come to pray to Manjusri Bodhisattva. But what are Luo Hao and the others doing there? Are they praying for love? For quick wealth? Or just hoping not to fail? She couldn't understand at all. Seeing the 4 of them reach the temple gate, they suddenly turned and ran toward a group of people. Zhang Wei was stunned. What's going on now? While she was confused, a food truck slowly arrived, and everyone cheered loudly. Only then did Zhang Wei realize. So they were in such a rush just for some food. But the street stalls outside sell zombie meat and leftovers, unsanitary and not tasty at all. What's so good about that? Zhang Wei took a few steps forward, planning to bring Luo Hao and the others back to school. Unexpectedly, a monk dressed in robes was also at the end of the line. What? No, she's not blind. For a moment, Zhang Wei was stunned again. Then, a few more monks appeared at the temple entrance, lining up. No one knew how much Zhang Wei's worldview was shaken in just a few seconds. What? Even the authentic monks can't resist a meat bun? Wow, I never thought small lobster could be eaten like this. It's really raising the bar for meat sandwiches. Suchin didn't expect that his new lobster flavor would be so popular with everyone. But, thinking about it, it's not surprising. With its unique tender texture, lobster tastes great whether it's spicy, seasoned with herbs, garlic, or salt and pepper. The first customer in line couldn't wait after getting 2 lobster meat sandwiches. He held the sandwich and started eating right away. The strong garlic smell, mixed with a slight hint of beer aroma, instantly made him hungry. He focused on the lobster, took a big bite. First, he upped the thick garlic sauce on the S. This is the best part. Gently biting the lobster, his tongue skillfully moved, and the firm, juicy lobster meat quickly slipped out of its S. The garlic flavor had already soaked into every part of the lobster meat. Eating it, you get the sweet taste of lobster along with the salty garlic flavor. This is so satisfying. It's so delicious. Everyone listen to me. This garlic lobster is amazing. As soon as he said that, the other diners started talking. Their voices reached Zheng Wei's ears, and she felt a bit confused. Garlic lobster? Why would anyone be interested in this kind of street food? Not to mention these unhygienic stalls. Even in fancy buffets or private restaurants, many of the shrimp are frozen or dead. Just add lots of garlic, chili, and pour beer over it to cook, and the fishy smell is hidden. The texture is soft and mushy. What's the point of eating it? And as for garlic? Zheng Wei would never touch it. Not just garlic. Onions, chives, leek, and garlic shoots, all of them are completely off limits for her. The moment she smells that greasy, pungent smell, she feels dizzy and physically uncomfortable. If the garlic is undercooked, she feels like it's crawling up her throat all day. Zheng Wei steadied herself and was about to grab those 4 students skipping class and leave. But after just a few steps, her eyes were drawn to a lobster meat sandwich in a customer's hand. The bun was toasted to a golden, crispy perfection. Inside, it was packed with golden garlic and bright red lobster. Under the lobster's S, there was plenty of juicy lobster meat. The white, tender lobster pieces looked like tiny trapped fairies, struggling to break free from their SS and jump into the customer's mouth. Crunch. Crunch. The customer happily chewed the sandwich, a blissful smile on his face. This enjoyable scene left Zheng Wei standing still, stunned. Her mouth slightly open, saliva almost dripping down. She had just eaten a purple cabbage omelet sandwich this morning. The calories were definitely enough. It was still early, so she wouldn't be hungry. As for the street food stall, she usually wouldn't eat there, not even glance at it. But now, Zheng Wei was staring fixedly at the meat-filled bun in someone else's hand, her eyes dreamy. Her mind was quick to react, sensing her moment of distraction, and immediately sent signals to her limbs, guiding her to the back of the line. The line gradually moved forward. Luo Hao and the others appeared with happy faces, holding fragrant meat-filled buns, chatting and laughing as they approached from ahead. Zheng Wei's heart suddenly tightened. Why did she feel so strangely guilty? As the students' figures drew closer, she grew more nervous. In the moment they passed by, Zheng Wei slightly turned her body, quickly turning her face away. Phew. So close. Luckily, she wasn't recognized. As the saying goes, unsuccessful at the start, chaos ensues, trying to catch students, but falling into the same trap. This was the first time Zheng Wei had done something like this, and she felt very embarrassed. When it was her turn to buy, her eyes lit up. Although the vendor wore a mask, his handsome looks were still noticeable. The food cart was spotless, with no dirt anywhere. Looking around, everything was clean and tidy. Now, she felt at ease. There was no risk of flies or cockroaches. Getting closer and closer, the aroma kept teasing her nose, slipping into her heart. Strangely, it was garlic smell, but it didn't make her feel repulsed. This wasn't ordinary garlic. It was like the garlic from Wang Wei's poems. The rich, thick garlic scent stimulated every nerve in Zheng Wei. She couldn't help swallowing her overflowing saliva. Finally, it was her turn. Boss, 2 small lobster-flavored ones, please. Suchin nodded, quickly packed them, and handed them over. Zheng Wei took her lobster-filled bun and stepped aside. One bite, and she was hit with a full burst of wheat aroma. It was even more fragrant than the German rye bread she had eaten before. The lobster had no fishy smell, and the shrimp soaked in garlic oil had a faint, fresh aroma, with firm, bouncy meat. It was clearly different from pre-made flavors. Chewing a few bites, her mouth flooded with saliva. For a moment, she even thought the garlic smell was strangely delicious. This is not just a street stall. It's probably better than a 5-star hotel. The customer behind Zheng Wei finally reached the front of the line and quickly spoke. Boss, I want 2 small lobster-flavored snacks too. Suchin waved his hand regretfully and said, Sorry, we're sold out. Only the braised pork buns are left. Wow, no more? A few young people behind instantly exploded with disappointment. Boss, you can't just ignore us. We can't live without the lobster buns, just like the Western world can't lose Jerusalem. It's over. I haven't even tasted it yet. Please, my little lobsters, don't leave me. They shouted loudly, then held their hot braised pork buns, crying happily. After 40 minutes, Suchin started to close up shop. Many customers who didn't get the new flavor gathered around. Boss, didn't get the lobster buns. Will you make them again tomorrow? Suchin smiled and said, "No, I won't be making them anymore." Everyone was stunned, not realizing what he really meant. Really? So the lobster buns are gone forever? Yes, just one step too late. Oh my, are you playing with me? Ah, everything's ruined. Please, boss, make some again. I can bring my own ingredients. They clung to the food cart, crying and shouting loudly. Such bad luck. They'll never taste lobster-flavored buns again. A few customers who didn't get what they wanted were desperate as Su Chun prepared to leave. They grabbed his food cart tightly, like octopus tentacles. Su Chin's face twitched, but he didn't let them get away with it. He decisively pressed the gas pedal and sped off in his food cart. He had just said he wouldn't be making those anymore. The customer's craziness was somewhat understandable. As Su Chin left, everyone else dispersed reluctantly. Next door, an aunt selling buns saw the crowd passing her stall. She quickly shouted, "Steamed buns, fresh meat buns, and pork sauce buns, all available." Everyone looked over. Their expressions were all the same: frowning, side-eye glances, sneering. No one spoke, but the silence was deafening. The bun seller crossed her arms, very angry. It was strange. What's the difference between those braised pork buns and steamed buns? It's just meat wrapped in dough, so why are they treating it differently? Maybe I should come over tomorrow and sell meat sandwiches too. After a few days of watching, I noticed the meat sandwich vendors only sell in the morning. That means the afternoon is my time to shine, and my grandma can make the money. On the other side, South City University, Little Forest. Luo Hao separates from his 3 roommates and comes here for a date. A few minutes later. So delicious. So tasty. Wang Shue's mouth moves as she chews, and her cheeks go up and down with the rhythm. After finishing her meat sandwich, she lifts her head and looks at the man with bright, black eyes. I want more, husband. Her eyes are shiny and full of affection, speaking softly and sweetly. Little glutton. Luo Hao's throat tightens, feeling warm inside, and a mischievous smile appears on his face. Baby, what else do you want? I want to eat crayfish. I'll give you some. Today, I'll make sure you're full, my dear. Luo Hao picks up Wang Shui and places her on his lap. One arm wraps around her slender waist. Thanks, husband. Luo Hao looks at Wang Shui, who is obediently snuggling in his arms, like a little kitten waiting to be fed by its owner. He can't help but want to tease her. Thanks, but is that all? No real action? Wang Shui, hearing this, hugs his neck, a smile in her eyes, and slowly leans in. A warm, tingling sensation spreads, making her feel numb and tingly. It's even more crispy than a plain bun and more numbing than Sichuan pepper. Just one. Luo Hao shows a disappointed face and continues. Wang Shui rolls her eyes at him, looks at Luo Hao, and closes her eyes as she leans closer to his other cheek. But unexpectedly, Luo Hao turns his head. Softly, a whiff of crayfish scent. Smells so good. I'll buy more tomorrow. Nearby, a few single guys passing by see the couple being all lovey-dovey. They feel a strange mix of envy and frustration. They don't want to leave, but they also don't want to stay. I've been shown up. My teeth are aching from envy. Trying to make me find someone? Impossible. Being single makes me happy. Let's crush these two, mash them up. Separate them. One at the south gate, one at the north gate. Yeah, and then fill them with 2 tons of cement. Meanwhile, at South City University, Dorm 508 in the South District. This crayfish meat sandwich is simply amazing. So delicious. I'll buy more tomorrow. Luo Hao is so pitiful. Unlike us, we can each eat too. Haha, women only distract me from eating my sandwich. Congratulations to the host for completing a week of street vending tasks. You have been rewarded with a Way M9 vehicle, which has been parked in your villa's garage. Your relevant documents and insurance have been processed and are now in the main bedroom drawer. Please check carefully. Su Chin was relaxing in a massage chair. When he heard the notification sound, his eyes lit up instantly. During kindergarten dismissal, the crowd is always busy. He usually drives the food truck over, but it's quite inconvenient. Once, a parent smelled the aroma of braised dishes and asked if there were pig's feet for sale. He had been planning to buy a new vehicle someday. He didn't expect Brother Tongzi to be so thoughtful. Anyway, the car is already parked in the garage. Su Chin got up from the massage chair. He opened the drawer, took the car keys, and headed straight to the basement. The villa's basement has 3 parking spaces next to the usual food truck. A large black SUV was quietly parked there, looking steady and impressive. The charging station on the wall was also ready to use, very convenient. He liked it very much. Now, Suchin just hopes that when the weekly tasks reset at midnight, they won't be too extreme. Week after week, he has been vending every day, either busy making pig's feet, staying up until dawn, or preparing meat sandwiches early in the morning. His schedule is completely nocturnal. Life like this is even more exhausting than a typical office worker. He also wants to enjoy a peaceful, relaxed life someday. At night, Suchin was playing games in bed. Unfortunately, he lost 5 matches in a row. Getting frustrated, he stayed up until 2 a.m. and finally won one game. But now it was late, and there was no sign of the new task. He couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already 9 a.m. The system task had refreshed. The current vending task, from Monday to Sunday next week, sell 200 servings of spicy large intestine at 10 p.m. each day. He checked the vending location. He almost spat out the water he just drank. The location was City Proctology Hospital. He remembered passing by this hospital before. The place had a decent amount of foot traffic. Nowadays, people either sit long hours in offices or can't resist spicy, stimulating foods. This kind of lifestyle makes it easy to develop proctology issues. But selling spicy large intestine at the hospital entrance at 10 p.m.? Is he serious? The system is getting more mischievous. The good news is the system actually gave him 2 days off this time. Finally, he's acting like a real person. On Saturday morning, Suchin took Nuonuo to the zoo. The little one sat on his shoulder, looking around. He saw flying animals in the sky, crawling creatures on the ground, and swimming ones in the water. He touched a llama, fed a giraffe, and rode a small elephant. Finally, this little kid even started craving bamboo from a giant panda's mouth. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Fuse Temple, everyone was waiting and waiting until 10:30. The neat line had long become a mess. A young man at the front kept checking the time and muttering, "Why isn't it here yet? Isn't it supposed to be at 8 in the morning? How long have we been waiting? Did something happen? Did the boss say he wouldn't come today?" "No, he just said there's no more spicy crayfish flavor today." People discussed among themselves. Suddenly, someone in the crowd slapped their thigh and shouted, Wow, could we have misunderstood yesterday? Maybe the boss wasn't talking about crayfish flavor, but that he won't come anymore in the future." Everyone. At the entrance of Fuse Temple, everyone was stunned. What? Not doing it anymore? If the boss doesn't set up shop, what will I eat in the future? My partner just got addicted. If I can't buy a meat bun today, I might not even be able to get into my house. Forget it. Let's go back. Sigh, all that waiting was for nothing. Many had specifically saved their stomachs to eat the meat buns. Now, they felt very disappointed. But since the boss didn't come, staying here was pointless. Soon, they accepted reality and turned away sadly. In the background, perhaps there was music. Snow is falling. The north wind is howling. But some stubborn college students refused to give up and sat down at the temple gate. 2 hours later, a tired and hungry Luo Hao and his friends sat on the steps beside the temple, looking like they might collapse from the wind. They took big sips of water again, trying to soothe their empty stomachs. Meat buns, fragrant and delicious meat buns. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Their eyes lit up, and they stood up excitedly. The boss was here? Hurry. If they were too late, they wouldn't get any. Hey, isn't that the lady who sells buns? Why is she selling meat buns now? Their smiles froze. The lady looked at them with big, clear, and somewhat silly eyes, and they looked at each other in confusion. They quickly spoke up. Freshly made handmade meat sandwiches, 10 yuan each, cheap and good value. Handsome young guys, come try one. I'll give each of you a sample with a savory flavor. Don't worry, it's very tasty. The auntie is so enthusiastic. Pure-hearted Luo Hao and his friends find it hard to refuse. Anyway, it's not expensive. Since they can't get the boss's meat sandwiches, they'll settle for a substitute. Seeing the opportunity, the auntie quickly packs the sandwiches and hands them over. For servings, total 40 yuan. Skin here. Watching them obediently pay, the auntie feels proud. Business is not so hard after all. Just target the right crowd. Meat sandwiches sell better than buns. No wonder her large batch of frozen goods from the wholesale market is selling well. If she had known it would be like this, what was the point of that young vendor? Luo Hao and his friends carry their sandwiches to the side. These sandwiches are lighter than the ones they ate yesterday, but the price here is acceptable. They take a bite. It doesn't have the roasted texture they expected. Instead, it tastes like naturally air-dried bread, not crispy and a little damp. Most importantly, their mouths are filled with plain bread. They can't find the meat in the first or second bites, and by the third, they finally lick some meat, but it's just a thin layer. The filling tastes average, even a bit unpleasant. Overall, the texture is really bad. Luo Hao feels he can't eat anymore. He glances at his friends and can't help but complain. I thought it was a proper meat sandwich, but it's just 2 pieces of bread. Exactly. A pig used to make these sandwiches for that Andy. She could sell them for a year. Dream on. No way that's real pork. I can tell it's pre-made meat, maybe even with some filler. They all complain loudly. They could tolerate darkness if they hadn't seen the light. But now, thinking of the meat sandwiches made by Suchin only makes them feel more desolate inside. The white moonlight is always just moonlight. Meanwhile, Suchin is having a great time. After leaving the zoo, the two went to the museum together. They viewed various ancient artifacts, fossils, and plant and animal specimens. Then, father and daughter watched the big movie Bears Return to the Future. After the movie, they went to the underground parking lot. Nua, soft and cuddly, was lying on Suchin's back, with her little arms loosely wrapped around his neck. Clearly, she was exhausted. Suchin tilted his head slightly and gently asked, Nua, did you have fun today? I'm happy when I'm with Dad. I hear the little girl's voice full of tiredness but also joy. Suchin smiles affectionately. He gently pats the soft little bottom and quickens his steps toward the car. The next day, Nua, feeling lazy, doesn't want to go out. Suchin stays at home playing with building blocks with her. They are having a good time when the property manager calls. It's about the specific interview times for the private housekeeper and nannies. Suchin arranges the interviews for the afternoon. At the scheduled time, the property manager brings a group of people to the door. There are 3 private housekeeper candidates and 6 nannies. Suchin looks at a stack of resumes and asks each to introduce themselves. The 3-story villa is large but not complicated in other ways, so 2 nannies should be enough. Since they might need to pick up and drop off Nua, it's best if they can drive. In the end, Suchin chooses 2 women in their 50s. They look honest and sincere, can cook simple home dishes, and can drive just what he needs. Next are the 3 candidates for the housekeeper. 1 man and 2 women, each with their own traits. 1 woman appears well-dressed but natural, 35 years old, with a college degree in English, a nurse license, a nutritionist certificate, and an intermediate accounting certificate. The second woman is 39, very straightforward in her words. She says she has good judgment. When the employer extends a foot, she puts on her shoes. When she shrugs her shoulders at home, she takes off her coat. Her family has been honest for 3 generations, and she has excellent credit. Suchin pays special attention to the last male candidate. He is 47, with a background as a craftsman, chef, and driver, and has been a housekeeper for nearly 10 years, very experienced. After some thought, Suchin chooses convenience. All the candidates are men, which makes things easier. Also, Nua is quite independent, so she doesn't need much care besides transportation. So, he directly picks the last one. The property manager, having finalized the candidate, leaves with the others. All 3 do not live at the house. Their work is simple, and Suchin doesn't have many rules. Their salaries are based on market rates. Of course, the 3 have no objections. They are all smart people and know that since there's no lady of the house or master, there won't be many complicated issues. Besides, there's a little girl who seems quite well behaved. My daughter Nua is 5 years old, attending the senior class at 4 Seasons Kindergarten. Sometimes I'm busy, and Uncle Ding arranges to pick her up and drop her off. In addition to daily cleaning of the villa and garden maintenance, you also need to help prepare ingredients for the market stalls. Now, you can first look around the villa and get familiar with it. Tomorrow, you will start working officially. Ding Jingshan and the 2 nannies are honest and speak little. After receiving the instructions, they leave directly. They think the boss is quite down to earth. Despite being so wealthy, he still goes to set up a stall. But since they are professionally trained, they just need to do their work well. No one will inquire about the employer's family matters. Besides, this small hobby is hardly worth mentioning in the nanny group chat. In the morning, after Suchin sends Nuonuo to kindergarten, he returns to the villa. By this time, the housekeeper and the 2 nannies have already arrived on time. The 2 nannies are cleaning, while housekeeper Ding is trimming branches in the yard. Seeing Suchin return home, the 3 quickly greet him and then follow him to the kitchen. In the large basin, there are strips of pink, greasy pig intestines. Su-chan took these out from the system before they started work. All the pig intestines had been carefully cooled and deacidified, so there is very little smell. A close smell reveals only a slight odor. More importantly, each piece of pig intestine was carefully trimmed by the system to remove the fattiest parts of the intestine head and the small intestines at the end. Only the middle section, the most valuable part, was left. This section is pink with a slight sheen. The perfect balance of fat and lean, with the fat like firm lard and the lean like elastic leather, makes it excellent. Seeing the pile of raw intestines, Su-chan didn't delay. He turned and instructed the three to wear gloves and help out. Because the workload is large and the kitchen is a bit cramped, he moved the basin with the intestines to the backyard to work. Each person has a basin of clean water and an empty basin in front of them. The quality of the intestines depends greatly on how well they are cleaned. Normally, obvious fat and lymph impurities on the surface must be removed. But since the ingredients come from the system, these issues are not a problem. They skipped some steps and started flipping the fat intestines. First, they inserted chopsticks and poured water into the intestines. Under the pressure of the water, the inner wall of the intestines was easily turned inside out. Although there is a lot of fat inside, it doesn't need to be completely cut away. A little fat can actually improve the taste of the intestines. After removing excess fat, they moved on to the cleaning process. They added salt, white wine, and flour, then kneaded and rubbed repeatedly, until no excess oil remains, leaving only a ring of firm, elastic sausage skin. The cleaning process is considered complete. I must say, this cleaning process is quite tedious. Fortunately, housekeeper Ding has cooking experience, and the two maids are quick and efficient. After seeing Su-chan demonstrate personally, they quickly took action. It's worth mentioning that, considering many people like to eat intestines with a natural flavor, Su-chan specially prepared a small pot to satisfy different tastes. He can assure that these intestines, after such a light cleaning, definitely won't contain any special fillings. More than an hour later, all the pig intestines are processed. They are fresh, smooth, moist to the touch, and slightly greasy. The next step, blanching, is simple. Drop the intestines into cold water one by one. Add slices, scallions, and a good amount of white wine, then cook for over half an hour before removing. While blanching, the maids prepare other ingredients like onions, garlic, and everything is ready, just waiting for the evening to start selling. At this moment, it is just past 11:30 p.m. Ding Jingshan is very perceptive. He knows Su-chan goes out to sell at night, so he starts making soup and cooking early. By the time Su-chan finishes, the table is filled with delicious smells. It's very comforting. After lunch, Su-chan takes a rare nap. He sells 200 portions of intestines a day and doesn't know how late he'll be out tonight. At 10 p.m., outside the city proctology hospital. Freshly stir-fried intestines. Hot and ready to eat. Clean and hygienic Su-chan stands by his food cart, calling out, "Sir, try a portion. Hey, don't rush off yet." Under the dim street lights, a breeze s through, stirring a few fallen leaves. But no one stops to look at him. Nearby street vendors keep to their own stalls. They cast strange glances at Su-chan's arrival. Is this guy just joking around? Selling intestines outside a hospital? Wow. What a... Are these intestines really fresh and pure? Maybe he snuck out from the hospital? Feeling the eyes on him, Su-chan feels a bit uncomfortable. He instinctively reaches into his pocket and puts on a mask. His goal is to sell 200 portions of stir-fried intestines. But half an hour has passed, and he's still at zero. Maybe he should fry a small sample to show. If it doesn't sell, I'll keep it warm on the stove so people can taste it when they ask. Let's do it. Su-chan directly cut a piece of pork intestine. Light the fire, heat the oil, and add in garlic to release their aroma. Stir-fry the intestine. Oil temperature is very important. If the oil is too cold, the water inside the intestine will escape, making it soft and not crispy. If the oil is too hot, the surface will burn before the inside is cooked. Right now, the oil in the pan is about 50 to 60% hot, just right. Sizzling the moment the intestine hits the oil. The fat in the intestine causes the oil surface to rise slightly. Small bubbles quickly form and crackle loudly. When the surface turns from pinkish white to light yellow, the aroma rises. Add soy sauce and other seasonings for coloring. The surface of the intestine becomes shiny and golden, and the smell becomes even more tempting. At this moment, a figure slowly walks out from the hospital entrance. This young woman wears a hat, a mask, and sunglasses even at night. She is fully dressed for protection. No need to guess. She must be shy and embarrassed. After all, which young girl would accept being exposed in such a shameful way? Bent over, with her backside lit up by the big light? Just thinking about it makes her blush and feel embarrassed, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She walks a bit nervously. With each step, she feels a slight pain in her lower back. As Su-chin adds onions and dried chili peppers into the pan, the chili peppers release their spicy oils. The smell is pungent and fragrant, full of life. Stir-fry a few times, and the natural aroma of the intestine is even more intensified. It has a unique meaty smell, rich and full-bodied. Hearing this aroma, the young woman feels hungry, as expected. Wow, it smells so good. Oh my, it really smells delicious. Since 2 hours ago, she had a terrible hemorrhoid flare-up and rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. She took some hemorrhoid ointment but hasn't eaten yet. Her nose twitches wildly as she sniffs in several directions, finally locking onto one spot. The closer she gets, the stronger the smell. When she reaches Su-chin's food cart, she stops in surprise. Stir-fried intestine? She watches the glossy, sizzling intestine swirl in the pan. She can't resist and silently swallows. Boss, how much for one? I'll have one. 51 yuan for about half a kilogram. Su-chin skillfully uses a spoon to serve the stir-fried intestine onto a plate. After hearing Su-chin's words, the young woman nodded slightly. Fried pork intestines cost about 100 yuan per gene, half a kilogram, which isn't too expensive among cooked foods. And this plate of intestines before her was different from others. There weren't many chili peppers, despite their bright red color. The fiery red dried peppers didn't dominate the dish. Instead, they playfully hid within the amber-colored intestines. The intestines looked firm and shaped well, with slight wrinkles on the surface. Under the light of the food cart, the wrinkles shimmered with a tempting golden oil. That color and texture alone made the woman feel confident that these intestines were chewy and springy. And just thinking about eating them made her mouth water. But suddenly, as she was lost in this delicious scene, she felt a dull pain somewhere in her body. Hemorrhoids. As a big fan of spicy food, she loved the heat, but her hemorrhoids flared up at the worst moment. The doctor had just warned her to avoid spicy, greasy, and foods. Yet now, looking at the intestines, slippery, tender, fragrant, her restless desire surged like a roaring wave, completely drowning her reason. At this moment, Su-chin looked at the woman, who was dressed quite conservatively, and hesitated. He couldn't help but speak. Why don't you try a piece first? If you like it, you can buy more. After all, she was the first to come over and ask about the price, and she didn't leave after asking. Su-chin saw this as a good opportunity. He picked up a toothpick, skewered a shiny piece of intestines, and handed it to her. The golden fat on the intestines slowly dripped down the toothpick, carrying a rich aroma that teased the senses. The woman couldn't resist anymore. Her hand trembled as she took the intestines from Su-chin, tears in her eyes, and put it in her mouth. First, she touched the slightly crispy outer skin of the intestines. After a slight resistance, it bounced back just right. The fatty part melted in her mouth, smooth and tender, without feeling greasy. The leaner part was firm and delicate, and with each chew, she could taste the fresh flavor of the large intestine. By the end, a spicy heat surged from her tongue, like a wild roller coaster plunging from the top at high speed. The fiery sensation finished with a satisfying kick, making her unable to stop. Oh my God, her pores even relaxed. It was simply exhilarating. At this moment, the spicy sausage is her king. She is willing to risk her life and health for it. Even if she immediately gets stomach trouble, it's worth it. Of course, the level of spiciness is just mild for her. In other words, she can eat more without trouble. Cough, cough. The woman stands in front of the stall, drooling uncontrollably. She almost chokes and turns pale when she speaks. Cough, cough. Boss, I'll have 2 servings, please. Her voice comes from behind her mask, sounding a bit urgent and embarrassed. Thanks to her wearing a mask, she avoids embarrassment. Okay. Su-chin, used to such scenes, smiles calmly. Then he remembers something and adds, do you want the large intestine with filling or just plain? The woman is a bit confused after hearing this. A few seconds later, she reacts and says, 1 plain and 1 without any flavor. Wait a moment. I'll recook the flavored one in a different pot. Wow, this boss is quite particular. He knows how strong stuffed large intestines can be. 10 minutes later, the young woman receives 2 plates of stir-fried spicy intestines. She finishes one in one go. She didn't eat the dried chili inside, just to give her stomach a break. 5 minutes pass. Wang Chun carries a big bag of fruit, dragging his exhausted body to the entrance of the city's specialty hospital. He had promised to visit his hospitalized brother after work, but at the last minute, his boss assigned him an urgent task. He feels like a typical overworked employee, helpless. He hasn't even had dinner yet, and his stomach is growling loudly, complaining about being neglected. A gentle breeze softly. At first sniff, it's a slightly oily but rich aroma. There's also a faint smell of internal organs. It's so fragrant and confident that it makes him stop in his tracks. Wang Chun instinctively touches his stomach. His intense hunger drives him toward the smell. When he stops and looks up, he can't help but widen his eyes. What? Stir-fried spicy intestines? Who would sell this outside in specialty hospital? Looking at the tempting color of the stir-fried intestines, he feels puzzled but finally speaks cautiously. Boss, are these stir-fried large intestines fresh? After all, he loves eating offal. But eating street food has caused food poisoning from salmonella several times. He can't help but feel worried. Seeing this, Suchin quickly spoke. Fresh. Very fresh. My pork intestines just arrived today. Made fresh now. Handsome. You can try it first before buying. Hearing Suchin, Wang Chen's doubts eased a little. He decided to try it first. He picked up a toothpick, took a piece of pork intestine, and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his pupils slightly dilated. Not bad. The fat in the intestine melted into every part, keeping the true flavor of the large intestine as much as possible. A unique aroma spread in his mouth, with a faint hint of gaminess. Very good. This is the flavor of the large intestine he dreamed of. If lamb doesn't have a strong smell, is it still lamb? Similarly, if pork intestine doesn't have its characteristic flavor, is it still pork intestine? As he chewed, the fresh, tender, and flavorful intestine slid down his throat. It was like freshly cooked pork intestine. So delicious it felt like his soul was leaving his body. Wang Chun finished buying a stir-fried pork intestine dish. He also ordered a bowl of porridge from the stall next door, and with these things in hand, he hurried towards the ward. Now, his brother Wang Shun had been 6 hours post-surgery. He could move around a little in bed, eat, and drink water. In the ward, his brother lay weakly on the bed. He moved his hands and feet slightly to relieve the pain as the anesthesia wore off. Brother, have some porridge. Wang Chun brought the porridge to the bedside. Wang Shun took a sip, and finally a hint of vitality appeared in his eyes. My little brother is the best. This porridge warms the stomach and the heart. One sip, and I was so touched I almost cried. When I get out of the hospital, I must buy you that graphics card you've been dreaming of, the 4090. Seeing his brother's condition, Wang Chun felt relieved. He sat down beside him and opened the stir-fried intestines. As soon as he lifted the container, a strong, spicy aroma of pork intestines immediately filled the air. Wow, little rascal, what are you eating? It smells so good. Wang Shun couldn't help but exclaim when he caught the scent. The porridge he just received suddenly lost its appeal. Night fell. In the ward, Wang Shun's craving sounds kept ringing. Sitting by the bed, Wang Chun turned his head to look. Brother, stop calling. That's pork intestine. You can't eat it. He held up a shiny piece of pork intestine and waved it in front of Wang Shun. The bright yellow, fragrant, and juicy sausage was shiny and oily, stir-fried until very dry and fragrant. Xiaochen, are you sick? For the first time, I think you're acting so shameless. I wanted to curse and scold him, but considering we're both from the same family, oh well. I just had hemorrhoid surgery. Xiaoju not only had a large piece of gauze stuffed inside, but also kept spasming and contracting every few minutes. Even I, a grown man, was close to tears from the pain. My younger brother said he came to see me, but he's acting so unruly once here. I suspect he's deliberately trying to get back at me. Brother, don't be mad. It's not that I don't want you to eat, but the doctor said you can only have plain bread and porridge. Wang Chen's tone clearly carried a hint of sadness. After speaking, he shoved a small piece of sausage into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, the sausage was crispy and flavorful. Once you start, you can't stop. In the ward, only the sound of him chewing remained. He was satisfied. Poor Wang Shun's eyes just followed the sausage, moving up and down. Smelling that meaty aroma, his stomach was restless with craving. The bowl of plain porridge in his hand, which once made him feel touched, now looked unappealing. Tasteless and dull. What's the point of eating? Why can you eat sausage, but I can only drink rice water? Knowing that I can only smell but not eat, that's a cruel punishment in this world. Quick, bring the sausage closer so I can smell it. My whole body feels like ants are crawling on it. Wang Shun's eyes were fixed on the sausage in his brother's bowl, restless and uneasy. His throat even moved sharply with nervousness. What? Wang Shun was stunned by this sudden request. He twitched his mouth and rolled his eyes at him. Not now, brother. You're getting too abstract. Seeing him unmoving, Wang Shun urged again. Come on, brother. I've always been gentle with you. Just a little sausage aroma, and you won't even let me smell? Under his soft but firm persuasion, Wang Shun shifted closer, bringing the sausage in front of his brother. Brother, I really care about you. Once you're better, eat as much as you want. Go all out. Before he finished speaking, Wang Shun suddenly reached out. With a quick move, he grabbed a piece of sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. The surprise was so sudden that Wang Shun froze in shock. Whoa, sneak attack. I didn't block it. Brother, are you crazy? Just had hemorrhoid surgery, and you dare to eat like this? Wang Shun hurriedly held the sausage and moved aside. Meanwhile, Wang Shun, with his eyes half closed, looked blissful. Once the sausage entered his mouth, the strong spicy flavor burst directly in his mouth, rushing around wildly. The outer skin of the pork intestine was very crispy, with a slight hint of its unique texture. It was crispy outside and tender inside, full of flavor. After several days of hardly eating, this piece of intestine cleared away all the gloom. It was so delicious that tears almost came to the corner of his eyes. Smells amazing. Really, so tasty. Wang Shun endured the spiciness, chewing slowly while vaguely urging. Xiaochen, I'm hooked. Hurry and give me more pieces. Wang Shun put down his lunchbox, quickly stepped forward, and shook his brother's shoulder. No, brother, don't swallow the intestine in your mouth. Spit it out quickly. Hearing this, Wang Shun kept shaking his head. Spit what out? It's already in your mouth. How can you spit it out? Besides, this taste is truly amazing. Missing out on it would be a real loss. As Wang Shun's throat moved up and down, a spicy sensation quickly traveled down his throat. Hiki, hemorrhoids are nothing. Today, I'll fight you to the end and see who is the real master of this body. Seeing this, Wang Chen's face turned green with anger. Fine. Brother, just give up. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Just wait for the knife to come out. After saying that, he decisively snatched the bowl of plain porridge in front of his brother. Brother, aren't you unable to drink or eat? Fine. I still need a main dish to go with this intestine. You don't have to eat anymore. I'll finish it all myself. Wang Shun. He was completely stunned. What the heck? I ask. Who is really the patient here? We're brothers. Why do you always want to be the boss? If there was a sound for breaking someone's composure, it would be deafening. Faced with his brother's relentless teasing, Wang Shun remained unfazed. He sat aside, happily picking at the intestine, slurping his porridge. Sure enough, stir-fried intestine is a perfect match for rice. The spicy aroma of the intestine combined with the smooth porridge, balancing the greasiness with warmth and softness. One bite of intestine, one spoonful of porridge, so satisfying. After finishing, Wang Shun happily licked his lips. He tore off a banana from the fruit he brought and threw it to his brother. Then he took out his phone, aimed the camera at his angry, steaming brother on the bed, and started taking photos and checking in. He posted it in the Happy Family group chat with the caption, "Being a caregiver is tough, especially with brother's big grumpy face, but I'm the younger brother, so I won't say a word." Night is deep and quiet. The hospital ward smells strongly of disinfectant. Occasionally, there are faint sounds of patients groaning and the ticking of medical devices. After 5 minutes, a pleasant aroma quietly spreads through the air. A family member helping their relative return from the bathroom suddenly wrinkles their nose. Huh? What's that smell? How can it be so nice? They are captivated by the scent. Their nostrils flit rapidly as they eagerly search for the source of the aroma. Finally, they are shocked to realize that the smell is coming from the trash can outside Wang Shun's hospital room. Inside the container, not a trace of meat remains, only bright red dried chili peppers. Yet, even so, the fragrance boldly fills every inch of the air. It's a spicy, oily aroma that feels warm and rich. Taking a deep breath, their eyes and expressions can't help but show delight. Taking care of a patient is already hard work. Smelling such a delicious scent late at night instantly lifts the exhaustion that is built up. The family member stands there, entranced, greedily inhaling the aroma by the trash can. Soon, other family members are attracted one after another. Their taste buds are awakened by the tempting smell. Their stomachs growl loudly, eager for food. Finally, someone can't hold back and knocks on the hospital room door. A few minutes later, a group of family members of patients with digestive issues rushes to Su-chen's food stall. "Boss, give me 2 portions of the spicy pork intestines with extra onions. I'll have 2 too, plain and with more chili." Seeing so many people gathered around the food cart, Su-chen is very happy. He quickly counts about 24 servings. Now, things look better. The fried pork intestines come in only 2 flavors, original and non-original. While ensuring good taste, he can cook up to 3 plates at once in one pot. He starts cooking immediately. Sizzle. The pork intestines go into the pan, and he stirs vigorously over high heat, causing oil to splash everywhere. The high temperature forces out the fat, releasing a tempting meaty smell. As the intestines turn color, onions, dried chili peppers, and minced garlic are added one after another. For a moment, the flames reflect on Su-chen's face. The aroma rolls over like a powerful wave, hitting the noses of the customers one after another. They gathered in front of Su-chen's stall, eager and excited, waiting for the owner to give them food. Meanwhile, nearby, a barbecue stall was bustling with lively smoke and warmth. Wang Bin and a few friends sat happily around the stall. One hand held a juicy skewer, and the other held a beer, which they tilted back to drink. They were having a good time. Suddenly, Wang Bin felt that his leg was empty, as if something was missing. He was momentarily stunned, biting on a half piece of meat in his mouth. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Where's my dog? Everyone, look. Where did my naughty dog go?" His dog was usually a bit mischievous and a little silly. It was late at night, dark and windy, and now it was missing. What should he do? Wang Bin quickly threw down his skewer and set his beer aside. He didn't bother to wipe the oil off his mouth and squatted down to look around frantically. "Not here? Not here?" A few voices called out, making his friends worried too. Where could it have gone? Maybe someone took it. His friends muttered as they searched. Wang Bin felt even more anxious. His mind kept imagining his dog being turned into a hot pot dish. Just when he was about to cry from worry, he suddenly heard a long howl. It was a silly, dull wolf-like cry, so awkward it was embarrassing. It was definitely his dog. Wang Bin followed the sound quickly. He saw his silly dog sitting among a group of people, sticking out its tongue and grinning foolishly. Phew, glad I didn't lose him. He ran over, exhausted, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. "Not here? Let's go. Let's go home." When the husky saw his owner, it didn't rush over like usual. It didn't even look at him. It sat firmly on the ground, completely still. Wang Bin was both annoyed and amused. He reached out and gave the dog a light slap on the head. "Stop fooling around, and if you run off again, just see how I deal with you." But his dog was stubborn and wild. It kept its paws firmly on the ground, refusing to move even an inch. Its eyes were fixed intently on Su-chen's stall. The customers nearby were touched by how pitiful the dog looked. They couldn't help but say, "This dog is pretty well behaved. Don't scold it. Maybe it's hungry." Wang Bin's face darkened instantly when he heard that. Wow, this naughty dog was pretending to be innocent outside. He had just seen it. There were several skewers of grilled meat on the ground, thrown for it to eat. Hungry? That dog was not hungry at all. This husky was very clever. It seems that the current public opinion is very favorable to me. So, I cleverly let my mouth drip with saliva. The customers watching the dog and me struggle couldn't help but laugh quietly. This made Wang Bin feel a bit embarrassed. He had to suppress his anger and send a message to his friends to start eating while he went to the stall. "Boss, 1 fried pork intestine. For this rebellious kid, less chili. Just the original flavor." Hearing this, the dog knew it had succeeded and happily followed along. Su-chen was packing pork intestines for a customer. Watching the dog's tail wag wildly as if it was on a second gear. Its tail fur almost got into the pot. It was quite funny. Very good, very good. Even cross-species business is happening now. Don't worry, I have 2 more samples of fried intestines for you to try," Su-chen said, flicking his hand to make a perfect toss. The dog's eyes lit up at the sight. It jumped up and caught the intestine steadily in its mouth. Then, its eyes shone brightly with excitement. Its tail wagged so hard it seemed like it might spiral into the sky. After eating, it grinned at Su-chen, showing a flattering look. "Woof, woof. If a stranger gives me something, I'll just call them Mom and Dad." Watching his son's useless look, Wang Bin couldn't help but roll his eyes. But somehow, he also felt a bit tempted. Gotta admit, a dog's nose is really sharp. This fried intestine smells really good. Wang Bin sniffed and swallowed his saliva, saying, "Boss, one more spicy one, please." Just the plain version. Got it. Many family members of patients with digestive issues stayed after getting their fried intestines. The smell was too tempting, and they didn't want to bring it inside and upset the patients. Luckily, there was enough space. Suchin moved some tables and chairs out of the food cart. Everyone sat together, eating and chatting and even petting the dog. The dog was tall and clean, with soft, shiny fur. As long as someone was willing to take a piece of intestine from their bowl and feed it to the dog would obediently lie on the ground, showing a submissive attitude. It lay on its back, exposing its belly, making soft hums and whines. Wang Bin's mouth twitched. It was almost too embarrassing to watch. Is this really his unruly father? A few minutes later, Wang Bin took 2 heavy, warm intestines from Su Chen's hands. He tugged at his silly big son and said, "Let's go. Your uncles are waiting for your dad to drink." Bang! Who would have thought that the husky would suddenly lie down and act stubborn? Its eyes were still fixed intently on the customer's sausage. No doubt, it's a typical case of looking at what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Although a box of sausages was already it wasn't willing to leave just yet. It was thinking about showing off a bit more charm to get a few more sausages before leaving this food paradise. Everyone saw this scene and laughed even louder. Wang Bin also shook his head helplessly. He was really annoyed by this silly dog. He opened the lunchbox, picked up a piece of sausage, and put it in his mouth. Well, as soon as he took a bite, his pupils trembled intensely. This shop owner is quite talented, good at using flavor to enhance flavor. He managed to make the strongly fragrant sausage come alive with aroma. The stir-fried sausages were crispy and crunchy, making a cracking sound when bitten. Inside, they were rich, tender, and incredibly smooth. It's said that to see the quality of a sausage, you need to look closely. This box of sausages had almost no gamey smell left. After chewing, only the lingering aroma of the sausage remained, gently wrapping around the tongue and lasting long. Hiki. Good dog, good dog. The silly big one is quite discerning. Suddenly, I find myself liking it more and more. No wonder I trained this big dog so well. Adding chili and onions enhances the flavor, making it fragrant and spicy. It's crispy and addictive. Once you take a bite, you can't stop. Actually, a slightly gamey taste makes it more delicious. Like the plain pork intestines I have here, fresh, spicy, crispy, tender, and full of lively flavors. Boss, what time do you come to set up your stall every day? Everyone shared their opinions freely and praised enthusiastically. Suchin tapped the side of the wok gently and responded kindly. This week, I start selling at 10 p.m., 10 o'clock at night. What do we eat during the day tomorrow? Most of them are there to support family members. Nearby, the only options are the hospital cafeteria or a small local restaurant. After eating this pork intestine, can they really eat anything else? Boss, please cook 2 more portions of the non-spicy version of the intestines. Tomorrow I'll microwave it, and I'll buy some plain rice. Perfect. When he said that, the customer's eyes lit up immediately. Boss, I'll have 1 spicy and 1 non-spicy, please. Cook me 2 more non-spicy ones. Me too. I want. Suddenly, this group kept buying more, and many people nearby who were out for late-night snacks also came over. Since so many people are lining up, the taste must be really good. Bye. As each portion of pork intestines was sold, Suchin's progress toward his goal quickly increased. About 10 minutes later, 1 person and a dog finally prepared to leave. Honestly, I have to say, Wang Bin carefully looked at his silly dog. Its once fluffy fur was now slicked back into a big pompadour. It looked like it had been styled with wax, shiny and reflecting light. No way, were you using the pork intestines to wipe your hands after eating? Back at the barbecue stall, a few friends saw Wang Bin and immediately made funny faces at him. Hey, what took you so long? We're almost done eating. Here, Binzi, I left some skewers for you. You've been gone so long? Did you meet a pretty girl? Wang Bin curled his lips in disdain. No pretty girl, but I did find a delicious treat. He waved the pork intestine box in his hand. Their conversation continued, making the dog nearby impatient. The husky barked loudly at Wang Bin and spun around anxiously. Seeing this, Wang Bin quickly opened the box. He placed the separate portion on the ground and opened it. Inside was a full serving of plain pork intestines, no spice. Surely, the silly dog that often snuck into his pants to smell the food would love it. As expected, the husky quickly approached, sniffing vigorously a few times. Then, with a look of delight, it stuffed its snout into the lunchbox. It opened its big mouth wide and inhaled everything inside. Its sharp teeth clashed as it chewed the fatty sausage with a crunchy sound. It swallowed happily, humming with satisfaction. The aroma rose, filling the air with a rich, meaty smell. Wow, this smells so good. The few people who had been doubtful earlier could no longer hold back. They all started drooling. They snatched the spicy fried sausage from Wang Bin's hand and grabbed their chopsticks to eat. Wait, don't rush. This one is the original flavor, and that one is the non-original flavor, Wang Bin kindly explained. At first, they were surprised, but then they understood. They turned their chopsticks toward the non-original flavor first. The fried sausage was golden yellow with a hint of light brown, with a thin crispy layer on the outside. They took a big bite, and it crackled loudly. After biting through the crispy yes, the soft, chewy inside was juicy and flavorful. It was crispy and tender at the same time. Everywhere the sausage touched, teeth and tongue tangled, and taste buds and mouth fought endlessly. The experience was simply indescribable. The original flavor sausage had a different taste. Its unique texture from the intestines was not overwhelmed by spices. It was pure and full of its own charm. One bite, and it was crunchy and fragrant with a slight chewiness, so delicious it made people dazed. Both types were incredibly tasty. Boss, for more bottles of Dawusu. Got it. The barbecue stall owner was so happy he grinned widely. Just now, the young men were about to leave after finishing their food, but now business picked up again. Gentlemen, here's the wine. Take your time and enjoy. They opened beers with a splash, pouring them out quickly. They wolfed down the fried sausage with the wine, eating eagerly. Sausage with Dawusu. This is heavenly. Come on, cheers. At 2:30 a.m., they finally sold 200 servings. Master Su, who had been busy all night, was starting to feel a little hungry. He finished the remaining 2 sausages, packed up, and closed shop. Late at night, with few cars on the road, Suchin drove smoothly all the way home. Half an hour later, he arrived at the villa entrance. This was the prime time for security guards to slack off. The bright headlights suddenly shone, waking them from their dreams. Seeing the owner returning, they hurried out to greet him warmly. Mr. Su, you're back. Suchin nodded slightly as a greeting, then drove the food cart into the community, watching the cart gradually disappear into the distance. A small security guard frowned slightly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Hey, Mr. Su used to only sell things during the day, and now he's working until late at night. Wealthy people really have it tough too. Upon hearing this, another tall security guard immediately turned his head sharply. He rolled his eyes openly. Hey, buddy, are you serious? You, a security guard earning only a few thousand a month, are worried about rich people living in big villas? People like to sell things as a hobby. You, who work hard like a beast, should stop worrying about the wealthy. Wake up. As soon as Suchin stepped into his home, the caring housekeeper, hearing the noise, hurried down from the second floor to greet him. From afar, she saw Suchin looking tired. Her brows furrowed with concern. Mr. Su, you're back. Nuo is sleeping soundly, and there's hot late-night snack in the kitchen. Would you like to eat some? Or go take a shower and rest? Suchin weakly waved his hand. Auntie, I won't eat anymore. You've worked hard. Rest well now, and you can go to work a little later tomorrow. After saying this, Suchin went upstairs toward the bathroom. The housekeeper looked at his back with a helpless sigh. Ah, this kid works so hard, selling things late into the night to support us. The next day, Suchin slept very deeply and comfortably. Maybe he was exhausted. He felt like he had fallen into a pile and couldn't wake up. Before opening his eyes, he first smelled a familiar milky scent. Then, he felt something soft in his arms. When he opened his eyes, he saw Nuo smiling sweetly at him. Dad, you lazybones, wake up. It's time to take me to kindergarten. She pouted her little lips, her voice full of adorable coaxing. It seemed she had no idea about him working at the stall last night. That's good. No need for her to worry about him being away at night and feeling anxious. Suchin sat up and gently kissed her soft cheek. Good girl, Dad is getting up now. Are you hungry? Nuo reached out her small hand and gestured. A little hungry hearing this, Suchin lovingly carried her into the bathroom. Okay, after washing up, we'll go eat. Fuse Temple. The morning sunlight shone on the bright red gate at 8 o'clock. With a heavy creaking sound, The temple gate slowly opened. As soon as the gate opened, worshippers hurried inside. A few people, however, were not in a rush. They gathered around Monk Huikong, asking anxiously, "Master, has the meat bun stall at the gate not come for a few days? What's going on? Do you know where the owner has gone?" Hearing this, Monk Huikong felt a bit troubled inside. "Amitabha, we are all lost souls in this world. If you have worries, you can tell me. But as a monk, I really can't say anything. I also want to know where that delicious meat bun stall is gone." Thinking of this, Huikong tried to hide the twitching at the corner of his mouth. He clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, maintaining the calm of a monk, and replied, "Donors, this is a difficult question for me. I truly do not know." In recent days, he had been at the gate respectfully seeing off worshippers, staring longingly at where the meat bun stall used to be. Including today, the owner hadn't set up shop for 4 days straight. Huikong touched his somewhat gaunt face and couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. "It's all bread. I really don't understand why the monk who makes the buns is such a terrible cook. The crust is hard, difficult to bite, and can choke you so badly you want to roll your eyes." After finally swallowing it with effort, he felt bloated and uncomfortable, unable to digest it for a long time. His craving was hard to satisfy. "Buddha, can't you see this? If I had known earlier, I should have brought that meat bun owner to our temple to become a monk." Suddenly, Huikong was awakened by wicked thoughts. He quickly clasped his hands together, looking both tense and regretful. "Amitabha, my sins, my sins. I have greed, anger, and ignorance all at once." Not far away, on the street, a small group of people was still gathered. "It's been 10 minutes. The meat bun owner probably won't come today again. Let's disperse. The suspense is finally over." They shrugged their shoulders and drooped their heads. Does Buddha even care about this? If not, maybe we ask Mazu. Or we could ask the Jade Emperor and see what the United Nations says. Everyone's thoughts were like wild horses running out of control, getting more and more scattered. At this moment, someone turned their gaze to Master Chun, the fortune teller in the crowd. When it comes to praying to gods, of course, you pray to whoever seems most spiritual. To find the boss, why not try all the gods, Buddhas, and Taoists? "Master, I recognize you. You come here every day to queue for meat-filled buns. Please, tell me, where has the meat bun boss gone?" Suddenly called out, Master Chen felt speechless. "Huh? No, I don't have that much supernatural power. If I knew, I could just enjoy a meat bun, right?" But on the surface, he still pretended to smooth his robe. He spoke seriously. "Well, first I need to eat a meat bun to trace its origin before I can use my magic to find out." Meanwhile, at the city proctology hospital, Wang Shun lay on the bed like a dying fish, groaning in pain, because a large piece of gauze was stuffed inside Xiaoju. He had been pressed painfully all night. Muscles spasmed and contracted hundreds of times. No matter how he lay, it hurt. The door creaked open. It was an intern nurse coming to check the ward. Wang Shun's face instantly turned red. The nurse looked about his age. She came to remove the gauze from Xiaoju and change the dressing. It was as awkward as a female doctor performing a blood pressure check. This was too embarrassing. It was a double torment for both mind and body. The young nurse was unfazed. To her, private parts were just cold little organs. Removing the gauze might hurt. You need to endure it. If you can't stand it, just grab the sheets, or shout or curse me if you want, but don't hit me. As soon as she finished speaking, the nurse took a firm stance. Quick and precise, she tore off the gauze. Ah. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream filled the entire ward. Looking at the wound, blood was pouring out. There were even tiny bits of flesh splashing out. The situation doesn't look good. It's already swollen, purple, and black. Did you eat spicy food? At this moment, Wang Shun was screaming nonstop, trembling all over like a leaf. He had no strength left to speak. He could only silently beg for mercy in his heart. Whoa, I was wrong. Next time, I won't eat fried intestines. Hemorrhoids, you are the grandpa. I am the grandson. The grandson is apologizing to the grandpa. I won't challenge you again. Next was applying medicine. The young nurse took a cotton swab dipped in medicine and began to apply it. Immediately, another round of desperate screams and struggles echoed through the ward. Not only Wang Shun. Outside the dressing room door, a group of rough-looking men, with legs apart and wearing skirts, stood watching. Everyone's faces are twisted, and they look pained. They're very polite. They not only refuse to cut in line, but also show great courtesy to each other. Soon, the whole building echoes with loud, pig-like screams. The screams are so tragic that they are even more terrible than the cries of prisoners in ancient dungeons. After sending the children, Suchin returns to his villa as usual. At this time, Steward Ding and another nanny auntie are already on duty. Seeing him return, Steward Ding brings over a cup of soy milk and slightly bows. "Mr. Su, the ingredients you ordered have arrived." Today, when Suchin took the ingredients from his system backpack, he chose the delivery mode for direct home delivery. After all, there are many people at home now. If he suddenly produced a large amount of white, fatty intestines like before, people might think he went out in the middle of the night to steal from someone's pig pen. That would be hard to explain later. "Okay, put it in the backyard for processing," Suchin said after taking a sip of soy milk. Although it's fine for 2 people to work in the kitchen, the smell of the intestines is strong. Putting them outside allows some fresh air to circulate and prevents everyone from being overwhelmed by the smell. He set down his cup and went to the backyard. In the basin, there were still strips of high-quality intestines coiled like white snakes. He poked them with his finger. They were cool and soft, fresh and tender. Besides the intestines and some ingredients like scallions, garlic, and chili, there was also a large jar of pickled vegetables. This jar, full to the brim, was the key ingredient for his tonight's spicy stir-fried pickled pepper and intestines. Through the glass, he could see the peppers inside, red, green, and yellow, bright and dazzling. The bright red peppers are jingxiu, a common chili used in Sichuan and Chongqing. They are mildly spicy with a strong aroma. The red oil made from them tastes very delicious and fragrant. The yellow-green peppers are small, cute bullet-head pickled peppers, each one tiny and adorable. There are also some small chili peppers in slices. As soon as the jar lid was opened, the strong aroma of pickled peppers rushed out, quickly filling the backyard. The spicy scent with a slight sourness made people cough uncontrollably. This powerful smell has been fermented for at least over a year. When he came to his senses, everyone was salivating. Luckily, there were no spicy hot peppers inside, or just one which would make tears stream down their faces. While Steward Ding and the nanny sat in front of the basin scraping off the oil from the intestines, Suchin went back to sleep. Outside the window, cicadas chirped, and Suchin slowly woke up. It was already 2 in the afternoon. "Mr. Su, you are awake. Lunch is ready for you." Suchin nodded slightly and followed Butler Ding to the dining room. At the dining table, there are 3 dishes and 1 soup, with a balanced and healthy mix. Next to it, there is a plate with desserts. The fruits are cut into pretty shapes and arranged carefully. Suchin nodded with satisfaction and sat down to eat. The butler and the staff have already prepared a large bowl of pork intestines according to his instructions. You can cook the pig intestines with spicy peppers by boiling or not boiling. Each way has its own flavor. If you boil and then stir-fry, the intestines will have a fragrant aroma and a richer taste. If you skip boiling and just stir-fry, the intestines will show their natural flavor more clearly. This method is also simple and quick. Suchin made up his mind and directly told the butler what to do. Blanch the pig intestines, cut into sections, slice the pickled, cut the pickled peppers and green onions into sections. Butler Ding took notes and went to prepare. Today, Nuonuo has a ballet class. Suchin left the house 45 minutes later than usual. When he arrived, a small, chubby girl ran happily toward him from afar. Daddy Nuonuo was wearing a light pink ballet dress with white tights. The tutu was fluffy and soft, swaying gently as she ran, like a delicate pink rose. "Wow, Nuonuo looks so pretty today. You're definitely the most charming little princess in the world." Suchin looked at her with tenderness and heartfelt praise. Hearing the compliment, Nuonuo blushed and smiled shyly. She was happy and immediately did an impromptu dance. She lifted her chin slightly and stretched her long, white, jade-like neck. Her elegant posture was like a noble little swan. Her chubby arms and legs were white and tender. She tiptoed and spun around a few times. She looked adorable and round. Suchin couldn't help but smile knowingly and clapped his hands. "Great. My little one danced so wonderfully. Daddy is so proud of you." After saying that, Suchin squatted down and kissed her chubby little face. The little girl put her hands on her hips, showing a proud expression. "Daddy, I have even more tricks." Hearing this, Suchin tilted his head slightly. "Oh? Tell me more, sweetheart." In the car, Nuonuo sat in the back seat in her baby chair. Her small, pink mouth moved as she babbled nonstop. "There's more. Daddy, I learned a lot of new words today. The teacher said I'm amazing." The little girl's voice was soft and sweet, her eyes curved with pride. Su-chan was driving and smiling as he talked to her. Really? Tell Dad what you've learned today. What characters did you memorize? Through the rearview mirror inside the car, he saw the little girl pouting cutely and scratching her head with her tiny hand. She frowned. I can't remember soon. The little girl used all her strength to pull out a small book from her tiny backpack. Gua, watermelon. After saying it, she looked at Su-chan expectantly, waiting for praise. Su-chan was surprised. While waiting at a red light, he took the textbook and chuckled. He saw that it clearly had the pinyin gua, watermelon, written on it, with a picture of a big watermelon attached. Haha, such a clever child. She can form words now. Should reward her with a watermelon to eat. Seeing Su-chan smile so happily, the little girl thought she was being praised, and she giggled along with him. At 9 p.m., Su-chan tiptoed into Nuonyo's room. The faint moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting a soft silver glow. At this moment, the little girl was holding her doll and sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes gently covered her closed eyes. Her slightly pouted little mouth still had a faint smile. He gently tucked Nuonyo's blanket and quietly left the room. Since there was a nanny taking care of her, Su-chan felt at ease. He went to the kitchen. He added some seasonings like cooking wine and soy sauce to the chopped fatty intestines. He guessed that by the time they arrived at the hospital, these intestines would be perfectly marinated. Once everything was ready, he moved the ingredients into the food cart and left the house. At this moment, in a neighborhood next to Star Dream Park, Tingting was holding a toilet bowl and ing. The harsh dry heave sounded especially loud inside the house. She hadn't eaten pig's trotters for over 10 days, so she ate whatever she ate. She looked exhausted, so thin that her cheekbones slightly protruded. Zhou Shuzhen gently patted her daughter-in-law's back, her eyes reddening with concern. Mom, I'm fine, it's just my appetite, Tingting weakly said. Before she finished speaking, she was hit with another dry heave. Ugh. Pig's trotters. Pig's trotters. Where are you? 2 p.m. security guard. The boss hasn't come. Image.jpg. 2:01 p.m. Eagle strikes the sky. Sigh. Still not here. I'm so hungry. I feel like my stomach is about to rebel. 3:05 p.m. Grandma Doe. What should I do? My grandson keeps begging to eat pig's trotters every day. If we can't find that boss, I won't be able to explain to my obedient grandson. Once, the command center and scouts in the group were very active. But now, even though everyone still chats in the water group, their enthusiasm has almost disappeared. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Zhou Shuzhen was very anxious. More people could do more, but everyone was so lazy. How can we find the pig's trotter's boss like this? Her daughter-in-law is still waiting to eat. Thinking of this, she quickly typed and sent a message. 9:25 p.m. meeting by chance. What should we do? The pig's trotter's boss has been missing for so many days. We can't just wait around. What can we do? We've searched everywhere nearby. Do we need a full-scale search? Maybe we should gather the crowd's help, post a missing person notice online, and even offer a reward. Good idea. I'm in for 20. Someone agreed. I'm in for 10. I'm in for 10 too. Remember to enlarge the photo. And add a clear headline. Missing pig's trotters. Where are you? Okay. Over. Suddenly, the whole group was buzzing. Most of the members were elderly. Although they had good pensions, they were quite frugal. But with these small amounts of 10 or 20 yuan, they added up to a few hundred yuan. Soon, a missing person notice was posted on Weibo and Douyin. Urgent. Searching all over the internet. Location, South City. There's a pig's trotter seller, really delicious. The food cart is white. The boss is handsome, sometimes with a daughter who looks like an angel when she smiles. If you have any clues about him, please send a private message quickly. Those who provide useful information will receive a big cash reward. Trust us, we won't forget. At this moment, Wang Bin was feeling overwhelmed. Since he brought the husky home, it had been howling nonstop. He didn't know what it was saying. Stop tearing things apart, don't bark anymore. I know you're hungry. Eat your dog food quickly. Wang Bin spoke kindly to the husky. Howl, howl, howl. The husky responded with its nose. Its sharp blue eyes stared intensely at Wang Bin. With a frantic look, it showed clear disdain. Hey, silly dog, look at this. There's beef jerky, chicken jerky, and even salmon and bluefish. And you still look down on it? Wang Bin patiently explained again. He pushed the dog bowl forward. Suddenly, in a fit of anger, the husky pawed the bowl and knocked it over. Clang. Dog food spilled everywhere. Hey, you little troublemaker. Do you believe I'll hit you? He raised his fist, ready to strike. Awu. The husky not only wasn't afraid but started scolding Wang Bin loudly. It seemed like the dog was cursing quite badly. At this moment, Wang Bin felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, the cage was reinforced with expensive bars and lots of wire. Otherwise, with the dog's wild energy, it might have escaped and wrecked the house. The man and the dog argued and stared at each other. But it was late at night, and if they kept shouting like this, neighbors would probably come over soon. The silly dog, with its clever ability to tear things apart, had raised its value to 15,000. Surely, they couldn't just abandon it now. Besides, although the father and son often fought, there was still a little bit of affection between them. Reluctantly, Wang Bin finally decided to compromise and started talking to the dog. He remembered how his father used to scold him. Wasn't he also shouting like that? Never mind, just go along with me. Wang Bin also knew what the silly dog was up to. It just wanted that spicy fried large intestine. What's more, it was almost like a little devil trying to trick him. Just thinking about the greasy intestines made Wang Bin salivate. He glared at the silly dog in frustration and shook his head helplessly. Then he took out his phone and sent a message in the group chat with his friends. Are we going to eat the spicy intestines? As soon as the message went out, the friends who had eaten the intestines yesterday responded eagerly. It was like playing mahjong. Whether to play or not didn't matter. But once someone invites, how could they refuse? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Drooling, you two go, I'll join. Just thinking about that flavor makes me drool again. +1. I dreamed about the intestines last night, so fragrant I couldn't stop drooling. And so on. Soon, everyone agreed to meet in front of Su Chen's stall. Wang Bin's house wasn't far, so he just walked there. But along the way, the husky kept pulling him along. Wang Bin was dragged along unsteadily. He even wondered whether it was the leash that was wrong or whether it was meant for him or the dog. From a distance, the husky sniffed the familiar smell of spicy pork intestines and instantly became very excited. It suddenly sped up quickly. Like a wild horse running free, it ran happily. Bystanders hurried to get out of the way. Wow. Stop. Now Wang Bin experienced what it felt like to be kite flying with a dog. Fortunately, the leash was strong enough, so he wasn't pulled off his feet. In a flash, one person and one dog rushed to Su Chen's stall. The silly dog surprisingly knew how to brake suddenly. Its paws scraped deep marks on the ground, almost causing it to fall flat on its face. Stop pulling. Don't make trouble. Huff. At this moment, Wang Bin's face was red. He was panting heavily, like an old steam engine about to break down. Woof. The half-grown husky didn't even look at him. It pushed off with its back legs, front paws hanging in the air. Its whole body bounced up, and its head desperately looked into the pot. After barking, the husky turned its gaze back to Su Chen, as if seeing its own father. It stuck out its pink tongue. It kept making a series of whimpering sounds. It was just like a spoiled little kid, adorable and charming. Hungry? Huh? Ha. You're quite a cute little dog. Su Chen was packing boxes and laughed so hard he was trembling. Seeing this, Wang Bin's face turned green. That silly dog really went all out for a bite of food, very determined. But low intelligence is low intelligence. Did it think it could eat the intestines without its dad paying first? Thinking about the silly dog's series of actions just now, Wang Bin decided to ignore it for a while. A few seconds later, the husky turned around, glaring at Wang Bin with its big eyes. Then, it suddenly slapped its paw on his phone with a snap. Woof. Wang Bin. Its tail suddenly whipped around like an out-of-control broom. It swung wildly from side to side, stirring up a gust of wind. Su Chen looked up and couldn't help but smile secretly. You silly dog, you're practically starving for it. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Su Chen turned the handle, and in an instant, a blue flame burst out. He heated the pan with oil, then added green onions and garlic. He reached into a fresh box and scooped out a big spoonful of pickled peppers. This ingredient is the soul of the dish. Sichuan cuisine always emphasizes layered flavors, and expert spice making involves multiple levels of heat. There are spicy peppers that blend aroma and heat, like the moderately spicy Xiaomi La, and milder, fragrant peppers like Chao Tianjiao. These peppers are tossed into the hot oil and stir-fried, releasing a tempting aroma. Crackle as soon as the pickled peppers hit the hot oil. Tiny bubbles kept rising and popping. After a quick fry, the Xiaomi La peppers started to seep out red oil, shining with an alluring glow. At this moment, other types of peppers also began to release their flavors. The aroma layered and intertwined, each competing to stand out. Passers-by, just passing by, caught the strong spicy scent and couldn't help but come closer. Wow, it smells so good before the main ingredients even arrived. Just the spicy aroma alone made everyone's stomach rumble. Boss, I'll have one too. Suchin nodded and began preparing the pork intestines. The marinated intestines had a light brown color on the surface. He put them into the pan and stirred, turning them into a beautiful golden yellow. After absorbing the pickled pepper's flavor, the intestines' aroma changed. The spicy scent mixed with the meaty fragrance and boldly filled everyone's noses again. Before everyone could greedily take a few bites, Suchin quickly took the pan off the heat. The pickled pepper pork intestines were packed into 3 portions and handed to the waiting customers. The 3 colored peppers, red, yellow, and green, paired with the glossy, juicy intestines. It looked delicious and tempting. Wang Bin took the box and sat down at a nearby table. Eagerly, he picked up a piece of the fragrant, crispy intestines. The outside was crunchy, and once bitten, tender meat was revealed, with a strong pickled pepper flavor. The sour and spicy taste was fully expressed, making it very refreshing. Everyone's taste buds were amazed day by day. Before Wang Bin could enjoy it for long, the intense pickled pepper smell rushed straight into his nose. It made his bright blue eyes water. But the silly dog didn't care. Like a cannonball, it charged straight at the intestines. Wang Bin was startled by this sudden attack and quickly protected the food. You crazy dog, are you out of your mind? If they remove my intestines, I might go crazy right then and there. Wang Bin suddenly stood up, held the intestines high, and started scolding the dog. Foolish dog, do you remember the last time you ate chili and had diarrhea, costing over 1,000? Do you know how many portions of intestines that money could buy? Can you calm down? You're in the pot. Don't steal from my bowl. The dog, however, couldn't listen. Dogs are always on the verge of losing their minds. Going crazy, if I don't get the intestines, I'll go nuts. The dog started pulling at Wang Bin's pants, biting and chewing at the air wildly. Wang Bin, without hesitation, he grabbed the dog's snout. In front of everyone, acting so wild. If people don't know better, they might think you're sick. If reported, we might both get into trouble. Saliva kept building up in his hand. Wang Bin's whole body was covered in goosebumps. He quickly went to the nearby convenience store to buy bottled water and tissues, washed a piece of intestines, then handed it to the dog. Slurped the warm feeling in Wang Bin's hand. Before he could react, the dog swallowed the intestines whole. Well, if he'd been a second slower, he'd be starving now. Meanwhile, at the city's specialty hospital, Director Huang was on night shift today. At 10:30, the emergency room called him for a consultation. They say, 9 out of 10 hemorrhoids, 10 women with hemorrhoids, good men have hemorrhoids everywhere. Nighttime pain gets worse. It's very common in clinics. A young man with a grimace walked in, and Director Huang spoke directly and clearly. Take off your pants. Lie on the bed. Pangaea hesitated after hearing this. His eyes scanned the 2 walls. They were covered with banners like Proctology is your friend, best at treating hemorrhoids, top-notch skills, all looking very professional. Feeling shy, Pangaea climbed onto the examination bed. He took off his pants, lay on his side, with his facing Director Huang. But in the next second, suddenly his clenched tight, and he let out a loud sneeze. Director Huang's face immediately turned pale. Wow, what a polite little, greeting someone before sneezing. It's well known that sneezing usually involves some saliva. Whether or not he had something sneaky in his nose this time, the importance of masks was clear. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Director Huang, committed to his professional spirit, remained very calm. Having worked as an doctor for many years, I have seen all kinds of situations. He coughed to try to ease the awkwardness. Young man, you seem to really like eating chives. As soon as he said this, Pangaea blushed deeply. Wow, the doctor's sense of smell is incredible. His nose can detect chemical substances after digestion and figure out what the person ate before. It looks like I've come to the right place this time. Anyway, this doctor's skill in smelling and the traditional diagnosis method is truly excellent. Thinking of this, Pangaea felt a bit shy and smiled. Doctor, please don't mind. This young girl hasn't seen much of the world and is a bit shy. Director Huang nodded slightly, showing he understood. As the smell gradually faded away, he quickly held to one with one hand. With the other hand, he dipped some Vaseline and carefully pressed around the young girl. Wow! Pangaea exclaimed in surprise, feeling a mix of emotions. This was a big deal. The detector slipped inside several centimeters. The tube expanded, starting to press against QLX. It was like opening a door to a new world suddenly. Seeing this, Pangaea's mind immediately sounded an alarm. Be careful not to take a wrong turn. Make sure to close the cabinet door tightly. Pangaea took this very seriously. He considered himself a straightforward, honest man. Taking a wrong turn? That's impossible. It was just an ordinary finger examination. No way he'd suddenly change from a 1 to a 0. Just as Pangaea was lost in his own world, feeling good about himself, Director Huang suddenly pulled out the tool with a quick motion. Then he shook his head. Young man, you're still so young, but your hemorrhoids are so serious. There are lumps both inside and outside, bleeding, and even scar tissue. Did you use some kind of treatment at a small clinic before? That's right. Director Huang, you don't know. That quack doctor really tricked me. I had no idea that old guy used to be a veterinarian for castrating piglets in the village. He only learned some injection techniques and dared to treat hemorrhoids. Talking about this, Pangaea couldn't help but complain endlessly. But Director Huang loved listening to these stories. Because the jokes were so frequent, his slight displeasure disappeared quickly, and the lines on his face deepened a bit. Soon after, there was a sharp smack sound. Director Huang patted Jie's buttock muscle. All right, you finished watching. Hurry up and get ready for tomorrow afternoon's surgery. Originally, Jie's surgery was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, but his hemorrhoids were too severe. The proctology department helps those in need. Old Huang has always been known for his kindness. At Su Chen's stall, Wang Bin and Buchai are quietly eating spicy intestines. One person and one dog, neither paying attention to the other. Suddenly, a few friends came over to say, "Oh." Wang Bin looked up and smiled. "Hey, brothers, you're finally here. Look at these freshly cooked spicy intestines, still hot and tempting." Everyone smiled when they heard that. Binzi really is a good brother. To make sure they could eat hot intestines without waiting in line, he carefully planned the timing. "Thanks, brother. We'll transfer the money to you," the friends said, taking out their phones to send money. "Oh, no need, no need," Wang Bin said, suddenly leaning back and waving his hands. "That won't do. If Buchai wants, he can buy a few more portions of intestines." They transferred the money, and Wang Bin kept saying, "No, really, no need." Just then, a playful dog with a full mouth of food suddenly turned its head and pounced on Wang Bin's phone with its paw. With a snap, the screen lit up brightly. Everyone chuckled when they saw that. "See? Your big boy is telling you to get the money." Wang Bin also laughed. This silly dog, usually not very smart, but at critical moments, it still knows how to protect its dad. All right, this meal of intestines was worth it. Hot intestines are best enjoyed warm. Once cold, they don't taste as good. After a few jokes, everyone sat down around the table and eagerly uncovered the lid. The color of the pickled pepper intestines was golden and oily, decorated with bright red and golden pickled peppers. Before even eating, it made mouths water. The intestines, after stir-frying, still steamed hot. They blew on it to cool it down a little before putting it in their mouths. The aroma was intense, almost overwhelming. At first, a spicy scent hit the nose, awakening the taste buds. Then came the sour fragrance unique to pickled peppers. This sourness was not sharp. Mixed with the rich aroma of the intestines, it was utterly addictive. Until I could finally taste it. I put it in my mouth. The outer skin had a slight charred flavor, but once I chewed, it was soft and sticky with a bit of chewiness. So delicious, really tasty, a few people mumbled with their mouths full. It was already 11 p.m. In the gastroenterology corridor, a strong aroma suddenly wafted again. The rich scent seemed almost tangible, freely drifting into every corner. At the nurse's station, Nurse Jung frowned, her nose twitching slightly. Her hungry stomach was growling loudly, and she swallowed hard. The smell, so tempting. It almost felt like her soul was leaving her. Working overtime was exhausting, especially during night shifts. She wanted to sleep but couldn't, wanted to eat but couldn't, feeling very frustrated. Nurse Jung silently lamented inside. When she saw a family member carrying a bag of food pass by, she approached and asked, "Oh, so you bought the pig intestines at the hospital entrance?" Nurse Jung muttered to herself, her expression suddenly becoming quite interesting. Just hearing the words pig intestines gave her a first impression: greasy, rich, smelly, and pungent. Her mind conjured images of swollen, coiled shapes, with thick layers of fat piled together. Unhygienic, unclean, not suitable for display. The top of the pig, awful leak. Not only did it smell bad, but it was sticky and gooey, sticking to her hands and impossible to wash off. As a nurse in the gastroenterology department, it's impossible for her not to have some feelings about it. After all, it really does look a lot like that part of the body. But still, how could the stir-fried fat intestine smell so good? After about 10 minutes, another wave of savory aroma floated through the air. A big, burly man appeared, like a glutton who hadn't eaten in years, walking out of the elevator, eating as he went. Chopsticks in his hand seemed to turn into a broom, sweeping through his food quickly. His mouth puffed up high at times, then quickly flattened again. The crackling and sizzling sounds of biting into the greasy intestines echoed, each sound like a spell, directly reaching Nurse Jiang's ears. It was like tiny hammers pounding on her fragile nerves. Finally, Nurse Jiang couldn't take it anymore. Everyone was eating, so why couldn't she? No. Tonight, she was determined to have that intestine. She was going to eat it. Nurse Jiang made up her mind. She turned her head and looked at her colleague beside her. Hey, sister, cover my shift for a bit. I'll go buy some late-night snacks and be right back. After getting approval from her colleague, Nurse Jiang quickly took off her nurse uniform. Then she hurried down the elevator and ran outside. When she reached Su Chen's stall, she saw a long line of people waiting. Nurse Jiang went silent. You guys have nothing to do at night, all gathering here to buy pork intestines. Does that make sense? Who would do such a thing? But, with such a popular item, and that tempting smell, she had to try some herself. Thinking this, Nurse Jiang quickly moved to the end of the line, tiptoeing and peeking forward. After half an hour, it was finally her turn. Boss, one spicy pickled pepper pork intestine, no original flavor. Nurse Jiang took the packed pork intestines and thanked Su Chen. Then she hurried to the nurse's help desk, her face still slightly flushed from running. Her colleague, who was covering her shift, saw her and quickly stood up. Jiang, you're back. Nothing happened here just now. Everything's normal. Nurse Jiang nodded and responded, placing the intestines on the table. Just as her colleague was about to leave, she caught sight of something unintentionally. Suddenly, she stopped. Through the lunchbox, she saw the pork intestines, plump and glistening with oil, shining with a tempting golden color. The pickled peppers were covered with oil droplets, bright in color. The chili and meat juices looked full, as if a gentle bite would splash out a tangy, spicy juice. The strong visual appeal made her colleague swallow instinctively. What's going on? I'm not even hungry. Nurse Jiang didn't pay attention to her at all. After looking around and seeing no one, she opened the lunchbox and took a piece of pork intestine to chew. Her colleague's eyes were fixed on her. But after a few chews, Nurse Jiang's normally calm face suddenly showed a strange expression. It looked like she was in some pain. She forced herself to chew a few more times, her expression growing more and more unpleasant. Her colleague's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. The intestines looked so delicious and smelled so tempting. Even if it didn't taste great, it shouldn't look this bad. In just a few seconds, Nurse Jiang's brows furrowed tighter, and she suddenly started coughing violently. But she didn't spit out the intestines. Instead, she covered her mouth with her hand, tilted her head up at a 45-degree angle, and swallowed the intestines whole. Her colleague saw tears welling up in her eyes and looked quite surprised. What exactly is going on? She was frowning and crying at the same time. Ha! It's so spicy. I can't believe there's some secret ingredient. Nurse Jiang's mouth was wide open, panting heavily. She looked like a thirsty old dog just escaped from the desert. Life is unpredictable, big sausage wrapped around small. Chili peppers. One day, those tiny chili peppers sneaked into the sausage ring without anyone noticing. And they started a spicy double act inside. The heat shot from her tongue straight to her throat, then fiercely settled in her stomach, spreading wildly. It turned every part of her body upside down. This spicy and refreshing flavor is just so delicious. Her colleague was captivated by Nurse Jiang's excited words, standing frozen in place. She felt speechless. Wow, so you look so miserable because you're spicy? Just spit out the chili if it's too hot. Forcing it down yourself is just asking for trouble. But Nurse Jiang didn't care what her colleague thought. She quickly waved her hand in front of her mouth a few times. Then she picked up her chopsticks again and grabbed a piece of sausage. One sausage, one dream, one joy, one fantasy. Compared to the previous spicy, vinegary, fiery sausage that made you melt, she preferred this fleeting spicy sensation, slipping lightly on her tongue, which better showcased the true flavor of the sausage. This sausage is so delicious. It really touches my heart. Nurse Jiang was completely ignoring her manners, wildly swinging her chopsticks and taking big bites. Her lips were covered with shiny oil. Ugh. Her colleague next to her swallowed hard, unable to hold back. She stared fixedly at the sausage in the lunchbox, unable to resist any longer. Jiang, can I have a taste? Her colleague's voice was a bit pleading, making it hard to refuse. Hearing this, Nurse Jiang instinctively moved the sausage closer to herself. Honestly, her colleague had kindly covered her shift, so it would be rude not to share a taste. But this sausage was just too fragrant. She had just been choked with tears from the spice and didn't want to spit it out. Now, asking her to give it up, wasn't that too much? Seeing Nurse Jiang's action, her colleague immediately got worried. She grabbed her arm and pouted, gently shaking it. Jiangjie, please, just let me try a bite. I'll buy 2 more later. It's on me, okay? All right, then. Fine. Hearing the delicious smell of spicy intestines, Nurse Jiang's tense expression finally softened a little. Seeing this, her colleague immediately took out a disposable pair of chopsticks. No need for anyone to tell her. Her craving had long been shouting inside her, urging her to start eating. In an instant, the unique sour and spicy flavor of pickled peppers and the rich, fragrant intestines burst in her mouth. Her previously unsatisfied stomach now clenched even tighter, eager for the tasty food to slide down her throat quickly and reach her stomach. But she didn't want to swallow it so hurriedly. She wished she could linger a little longer on her tongue, so as not to waste this rare delicacy. For a moment, neither of them stopped eating, quickly filling their mouths again after each bite. Dada, suddenly, in the quiet hospital corridor, footsteps sounded. 2 young nurses at the reception desk were lost in their own world, happily munching away. They didn't notice Director Huang approaching. The smell of pickled peppers and spicy intestines was too strong and overpowering. It seemed like invisible tentacles, freely stretching and spreading in the air. You could smell it from far away, and the closer you got, the more intense the aroma became, making people salivate uncontrollably. The 2 nurses continued eating, completely absorbed, unaware that Director Huang was quietly standing beside them. He looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was already feeling a storm of emotions. The smell of the intestines was indeed very tempting. Most young women don't usually eat intestines, thinking they're not clean enough. But these 2 young nurses, being medical staff at a hospital for intestinal issues, had seen plenty of removed colons from patients. And now, they could still eat with such gusto. Impressive. That's quite a heavy taste. Director Huang's thick eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he cleared his throat softly. You too. This is a hospital. How can you be eating at the reception desk? And the smell of those intestines is too strong. The 2 nurses. Hearing this, they shivered in shock. Oh no, they'd been caught. Director Huang was an experienced doctor at the hospital. He usually looked calm and rarely interacted with young nurses like them. But one thing was certain, older men like him were usually very serious. When working, he was precise and strict, not tolerating even a grain of dust. Now, they wondered if he would report them to the head nurse. Thinking about the possibility of losing their wages, their hearts clenched painfully, feeling a deep ache. What should we do? What should we do? The 2 hearts were shouting wildly inside. In desperation, the 2 nurses decided to first pretend to be pitiful to Director Huang. They put down their chopsticks, quickly swallowed the greasy intestines, and then forced an awkward smile. Director Huang, you know, we work night shifts. We're just too hungry, and these intestines are so tasty, we couldn't resist. Nurse Jiang, speaking, dared not look directly at Director Huang. Her eyes wandered around, and she couldn't help but glance at the box of leftover intestines. The intestines soaked in spicy, rich red oil looked so tempting just to look at. Oh, I should have eaten them earlier. Now, only about 10 pieces remain. Whether they can finish them or not is another matter, and they might even get in trouble. What bad luck. Sure enough, Director Huang shook his head, his throat moving as he spoke. Even if they smell good, you can't eat them here. It's not good for the environment. The 2 young nurses felt a chill. They knew a long lecture was coming. Older people often act like they're experienced and give harsh advice to the younger ones. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. But, to their surprise, the scene they imagined did not happen. Director Huang only cast a meaningful glance behind them. Hurry up and go inside. Keep it low-key. Huh? Behind them was their break room. The two nurses excitedly looked at each other. Then, like prisoners who had been pardoned, they quickly carried the intestines past the nurses' station and into the small room inside. Oh my, Director Huang is such a kind person. I thought we'd get scolded. Nurse Jiang patted her chest, still trembling. Exactly, I was so scared. If the head nurse finds out, it's over. The other quickly agreed, looking grateful. No time to waste, let's finish quickly. Soon, the intestines in the lunchbox were visibly decreasing. Oh no, I want the last piece. Nurse Jiang suddenly reached out her chopsticks, aiming for the delicious piece. Dream on. That's mine. Her colleague also reached out, and their chopsticks clashed with a dull sound. They were fighting over it. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Hey, remember to bring me a copy later. Little nurses, so, you didn't leave after all. And did I hear correctly? Did Director Huang really say that? The two of them were stunned at first, then couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought Director Huang was also a foodie, acting like a big kid? I should have guessed earlier, which caused them to worry so much. Today is the second day that Su Chun is selling food at the entrance of the gastroenterology hospital. The returning customers at his stall are still quite a lot, about 85%. The remaining 15% probably either don't want to quit smoking or just happen to be working overtime and missed out. Or maybe their wallets are too empty to buy more. It's now past 1 a.m. Many passers-by are still attracted by the delicious smell of grilled intestines and are lining up at his stall. As more people arrive, Su Chun gets very busy, moving so fast that his hands seem to leave afterimages. Every portion of intestines must be stir-fried by him personally. Customers keep coming and going. The silly, cute husky from earlier has already left. Many customers no longer have the same excitement as yesterday. No matter how much the husky tries to act cute and beg for food, people just tease it and play for a while. But they won't just toss it some intestines like yesterday. Sigh, rewarding the dog was fun at first, but now it's just tears in front of an empty bowl. People need to learn lessons sometimes. So, the husky also seems a bit disappointed. On the way home, it stubbornly begged Wang Bin to pack 2 portions of intestines, and only then was it willing to go home happily. Here, your 3 original flavor intestines. Eat while hot, Suchin said as he handed over the food. The customer in front took the intestines and started cheering excitedly. Smells so good. My pickled pepper intestines smell amazing. Of course, such a delicious dish needs a good drink. Guohao immediately ran to the nearby convenience store and grabbed a bottle of chilled beer. Taking a bite of the juicy, fragrant intestines, the rich flavor of pickled peppers, after being fried in hot oil, has a gentle fermented aroma. Pairing it with cold beer, it slides smoothly down the throat. It's so satisfying. I can't help but sigh with pleasure. This hour of waiting was totally worth it. Guohao loves sharing his life. Although he doesn't have many fans and his videos usually get few likes, when he finds such delicious pickled pepper intestines, he can't help but make a short video. Centered on the intestines, he films all around, capturing every angle perfectly, showing their beauty. Late at night, some young people in the Wanted Pig Trotter Boss group chat are still watching TikTok, refreshing the page now and then. Since the reward announcement was posted a few hours ago, the videos have gained some popularity. There are private messages saying they have spotted the Pig Trotter Boss. But all the photos sent over are not of the boss himself. The bigger their hopes, the greater their disappointment. Maybe it's because they focused all their attention on Pig's feet and never thought to take pictures of the vendor. The photos on the reward notice only show the beautiful images of Pig's feet and a blurry picture of a car outline taken by Qiangzi. Honestly, finding someone based on such clues is really difficult. But this kind of food is worth the effort. When browsing nearby, someone was enthusiastically recommending spicy pickled pork intestines. They kept saying how delicious it was. For some reason, this sparked a competitive spirit in them. Suddenly, they launched a full attack. Undoubtedly, pig's feet are the coolest. Just some pork intestines, and they're bragging like crazy. Seems like these people haven't tried real delicacies. Han Ling was also very excited. After leaving comments, she tagged Qiangzi, Li Ke, and Qian Peng, asking them to like the post. On the other side, Guohao finished his video, then sat down with some sausage and wine, feeling very happy. Now, he just wanted to open Douyin and look at it again. But he was immediately startled by a notification of over 99 new alerts. Wow, what's going on? Who sent me all these views? He had never seen such a scene before. Usually, the little red dots on apps are just ads. But this pork intestine video had over 100 comments and shares in just 10 minutes. Guahao felt a bit excited and quickly opened the comment section. A small group was talking about how pork intestines couldn't compare to pig's feet. He didn't comment on that. After all, he hadn't even tried the pig's feet from Star Dream Park. He decided to focus on another set of comments. Are you eating people? Eating intestines late at night and showing off. These intestines look pretty good. Why not share the address? I'm speechless. All I can think about now is intestines. I wasn't hungry before, but now I want some. Hurry up and send a private message. Where did you buy them? So many people in line. I seriously suspect this is an ad. Guahao's original intention was just to share. Seeing many people asking in the comments and following him, he naturally replied to each one. Of course, if intestines weren't good, would I buy 3 portions at once? This stuff smells so good. It's right at the city proctology hospital. At this moment, Li Ke had no sleep at all. After being tagged by Han Ling, he went to Douyin and liked a post. For a while, his mood was all mixed up. Pig's feet. Where are you exactly? Although his soul was dead, his mouth was still alive, and he still wanted to eat pig's trotters, which was quite frightening. As the comments section became more heated, Li Ke suddenly had the idea of trying it again. Are you in? He waited a minute, but his phone didn't ring. Li Ke smiled, found a picture in his collection, and sent it over. Immediately, Zhengzi replied with a question mark. Very good. Huai Min was also not sleeping. He sent a warm greeting. Kezi, are you sick? Why are you sending me spicy pictures so late at night? Hee, if I didn't send spicy pictures, would you talk to me? Let's meet for some sausage. Men's conversations don't need many words. Just 3 words. Go or not. If yes, then go. Other details don't matter. So, the 2 hungry guys agreed quickly. They left home and headed straight to the city's specialist hospital for digestive health. At 1 a.m., Su Chen's stall was very lively. Under the dim yellow light, shadows moved back and forth. The sounds of conversations and clattering dishes filled the air. Yesterday, the old man who sold porridge next to Su Chen was happily pushing his cart toward this side. He looked full of energy, not tired at all, even at this late hour. He sold plain rice porridge at the hospital entrance, which sold pretty well, though he often had leftovers of the second pot. But yesterday, with this young man around, things were very different. It seemed like everything was perfectly coordinated. Many people saw him and casually ordered a bowl to soothe their stomachs. Some even thought he was Su Chen's father. Following the principle of loving what you love, they ordered several bowls of porridge. The old man chuckled. He didn't explain or argue. He just took advantage of this good opportunity and gained a son in the process. He carried the second pot of porridge to Su Chen's cart and shouted, plain porridge. Hot, fresh plain porridge. Although the price was low, only 3 yuan per bowl, the cost was also low, and the quantity was large. After about 10 minutes, Zhengzi and Li Ke hurried to the hospital entrance. Although it was late at night and the view was poor, they could see a long line of people at the small stall from afar. It looked just like the video. Smells so good. The aroma of meat mixed with sour and spicy flavors wafted for miles, truly impressive. Could this be a hidden gem of a snack stall? Did the heavens see their sincere search for pig's trotters and decide to give them a special treat? The 2 of them thought for a moment, quickly parked the car, and went to the stall, looking at the small whiteboard. Spicy stir-fried pig intestines, original flavor and non-original flavor, 50 yuan per portion, each portion half a kilogram. They exchanged a glance and chuckled softly. This boss is quite interesting. Original flavor fans must be very happy. Such a kind person. Who else would pamper me like this? They were very happy and excited, ready to line up behind. Suddenly, Zhangzi noticed something. He slapped his thigh loudly and shouted at Su Chen, who was tossing the wok. Wow, wow, are you the boss of the pig hoof stall? Although he had doubts when he saw the food cart and setup earlier, he didn't think much of it. If it weren't for the look in the boss's eyes and face, he wouldn't dare to recognize him. Hearing this, Su Chen's action of tossing the wok suddenly paused, and he felt a jolt in his heart. Huh? Could it be a customer from Xingming Park? Those 2 places are thousands of miles apart. And it's already late at night, and he's still wearing a mask. How could he be recognized? That's really surprising. In the next moment, Suchin nodded slightly. He had sold pig trotters before. After all, just part of his previous job. There's nothing to hide. By now, the pig intestines and the wok were cooked. Suchin turned off the stove smoothly, plated the food casually, and handed it to the customer in front. The customer took the box blankly, with curious eyes glued to them, unwilling to look away. When Zhangzi and Lika saw Suchin nod, they were so excited they almost cried tears of joy. Is he really the pig hoof boss? Or was it just a lovely fantasy before I die? Smack. Without hesitation, Zhangzi raised his hand and gave Liku a hard slap on the back. Ow! Lika gasped sharply and was about to react. But Zhangzi was so excited he was dancing and acting a bit crazy. Great. Brother, your shout was perfect. No need to shout anymore. This isn't a dream. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. It's like fate is playing tricks. Unexpectedly, they met today. Such terrible luck. Suchin. Silence is tonight's calm. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, so he didn't need to manage his emotions. There was a line of people waiting, so Suchin didn't linger much. He quickly reached into the food box and scooped out a large spoon of pickled peppers, ready to continue cooking. Zhangzi and Lika showed no intention of leaving. Suchin's indifference only made them more excited, as if they had been greatly wronged. Boss, we haven't had pig's trotters for so many days. Do you know how we got through it? Yeah, we're right in front of you. Do we look like we did before? Don't underestimate the bond we have with pig's trotters, you. Their complaints were full of resentment, and their sad expressions made listeners feel sad and tearful. The customers who were orderly waiting in line at the back also shifted their attention. Even the stray dogs passing by pricked up their ears and gathered to see what was happening. Now, Suchin was really stuck in an awkward spot. Isn't that right? What is this noisy scene? Did I catch a teenage rebellion? Help me, help me. People are born to die, but not to be socially humiliated. Suchin's face turned green as he stepped back into the food cart. No, brothers, calm down, okay? Sometimes, setting up a stall alone makes you really want to call the police. These customers are just too scary. He just wanted to keep a low profile and didn't even show his face. Boss, don't hide. We don't have any bad intentions. We just crave those pig's trotters. Do you know? We look for you every day. There are 326 bricks at the entrance of Star Dream Park, but we've stepped on each one countless times. 31 of them already have tiny cracks. How else can we get through these long nights? After speaking, Suchin was left speechless again. Fortunately, the front of the food cart was enclosed. Otherwise, he was really worried these two might rush over. We're not selling pig's trotters anymore. This week, at 10 p.m., we'll sell spicy fried intestines instead. Suchin simply explained. Hearing this, the customers understood what was going on. So, the boss sold pig's trotters and now is selling intestines. They couldn't eat the pig's trotters anymore. But these two shouldn't interfere with their plans to eat intestines. Many customers quickly spoke to support. If you want to eat intestines, go line up at the back. Don't delay the boss's business. Exactly. Seeing the customers about to unite against them, Qiangzi and Li could gradually calm down. They definitely wanted to eat the intestines, and of course, they wanted to collect their reward. They quickly took out their phones and sent messages in the pig's trotters boss wanted group chat. Then they strode to the back of the line. At everyone, the pig's trotters stall owner has been found. He will sell intestines at the entrance of the city specialty hospital at 10 p.m. After sending this message, Qiangzi took a few more photos and posted them in the group, along with a location tag. He didn't forget to tag the group owner, who holds the main authority over the reward fund. 600 yuan. Feeling rich and successful, Qiangzi and Lika split the money equally. It's almost like winning the lottery. A few minutes later, their phones started vibrating intensely. Since it was late, the elderly people had already gone to bed. But a few young night owls were still awake. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You actually found it. I didn't expect I'd be so dedicated to pig's feet, but the boss has pork intestines outside. Is that fair to us? What's so great about pork intestines? Can it compare to pig's feet? If he says he won't sell, then he won't. Let the boss wait. I'm going now, right now, overnight. Come on, let's go together. Messages kept flowing quickly, and the pig's foot army was about to head into battle. 15 minutes passed. Suchin took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "No more stock? Everyone, come back tomorrow." Qiangzi and Li Ke didn't get any either, so they agreed to try again tomorrow. They also sent a friendly reminder in the group chat. As soon as the message was sent, many Pig's Foot fans sat down on the ground, crying loudly. The next day, at the city proctology hospital, Director Huang had been busy since 2 p.m., running between wards and clinics like a spring-driven toy. The department kept urging him for case reports. The clock quietly pointed to 6 p.m. That's when Huang realized he had forgotten to order dinner. After this time, the cafeteria would be closed, and he'd have to order takeout or buy food outside. Feeling helpless, Huang turned to Nurse Jiang and her team, asking them to recommend some good food. Surprisingly, the dishes these young girls picked were really tasty. Take the spicy pickled pork intestines they bought yesterday, for example. The intestines were bright and golden, crispy and crunchy when bitten, fragrant and not greasy, chewy yet fatty. Paired with spicy, sour pickled peppers, it was very appetizing and refreshing. It made him happily give up his 50-year-old knees, and he still wanted more. Unfortunately, he heard the vendor only came to sell until 10 p.m. It was really tough. Nurse Jiang had also been busy all afternoon. Now she finally had a moment to rest in a small room and enjoy her dinner. On the table was the spicy pickled pork intestines she bought early in the morning. They had just been heated in the microwave and were steaming hot. Nurse Jiang was about to enjoy her meal when suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. "Come in," she called out. The door was gently pushed open, revealing the familiar figure of Director Huang. The smell of spicy intestines suddenly filled the air, making his throat unconsciously move as he swallowed hard. Nurse Jiang looked completely confused. "Director Huang, do you need something?" Hearing this, Director Huang snapped back to himself, forcing a shy smile. "Jiang, I do have something to discuss." A few minutes later, after some persuasion and pressure, Director Huang happily returned to his office holding half a portion of spicy intestines in a lunchbox. Ding, ding, ding. The head nurse called him. "Director Huang, why haven't you reached the operating room yet? Old Sheen is already there. Hurry up." Okay, I'm coming now." Shivering, Director Huang quickly grabbed a few bites of intestines and hurried off. When Director Huang entered the operating room, Pan Jie had already taken off his pants and was lying on the operating table. A few minutes later, anesthesia was administered. The thin needle was just inserted, and Pan Jie's buttocks twitched as if electrocuted, trembling a little. He frowned and asked, "Doctor, do you charge per shot or per bottle for the anesthesia?" Hearing this, anesthetist Lao Qin quickly responded, "Per bottle." "Per bottle? Then maybe use a little less. We're not poor, but the anesthesia isn't good for the body." Lao Qin couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the remark. This young man's words were tough, but his body was honest. He helplessly replied, "All right, if it hurts, just tell me." As the needle slowly went in, Pan Jie clenched his jaw muscles bulging. Lao Qin noticed how stiff the young man's gluteal muscles were and frowned, joking, "Young man, it's just a shot. Why does it hurt so much? Should I give you the normal amount so the surgery won't hurt later? It's all covered by insurance anyway." "Ah, what?" Pan Jie cried out in pain. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Doctor, please increase the dose. Give me enough anesthesia." Lao Qin. Nowadays, there are more and more jokes about proctology. Soon, Pan Jie felt his area go numb. The tense body gradually relaxed. He took a deep breath and suddenly asked, "Doctor, I heard you can use your phone during surgery?" Director Huang didn't even lift his eyelids. He just shifted Pan Jie's large buttocks slightly. "Yes, you can play with your phone, anything you want. Someone even watched videos during surgery before." He responded to Pan Jie's question while using tweezers to disinfect the area locally. Unintentionally, a flicker of excitement appeared in Pan Jie's eyes. He directly opened a website and started watching a family-friendly video without caring about others. Director Huang? Old Sheen? The female nurse who was adjusting Pan Jie's buttocks? "What? Dude, you. Just making small talk to lighten the mood, and you actually watch videos? Could it be that you're a big fan of a certain comedian? This is so crazy. How can we doctors focus with this going on?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the operating room became very strange. Once upon a time, Guan Yu was known for playing chess and healing wounds. Now, a young man was watching videos during a painless procedure. Everyone looked at each other in silence. Only Pan Jie's phone made noise. "Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to lose his job, right?" The doctors' faces grew darker and darker. As long as the patient wasn't embarrassed, the real embarrassment was on us, the professional medical staff. "Director, what should we do now?" Everyone looked at Director Huang. "Since you're the lead surgeon, you decide." Ahem. The young man is currently in surgery. Director Huang cleared his throat. Halfway through his words, Pan Jia pressed his phone screen with his right hand, swiped back, and suddenly blurted out a curse. Wow. The screen displayed a big 404 error. Unexpected things happened suddenly and unpredictably. Pan Jia's eyes widened. He repeatedly tried refreshing and re-entering the page, but to no avail. Finally, he looked at the screen with a sigh of despair. He couldn't accept such a frustrating interruption, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing this, everyone in the operating room let out a relieved sigh. Old Qin relaxed and sat down on a nearby stool, taking out his phone. Director Huang also secretly felt lucky inside. From now on, he decided not to try to lighten the mood again. Now, the priority was to finish the surgery and send the patient away quickly. Pan Jia's hemorrhoids were very severe, causing him to be quite anemic. So, during the operation, extra caution was needed, and any bleeding had to be stopped with an electric knife. Director Huang seems slow in his movements, but in fact, he is quick and precise when he cuts. The electric knife buzzes and sparks as it works, filling the air with the smell of burnt feathers. Pan Jia wrinkles his nose and sniffs hard. Why does it smell like barbecue? Hearing this, Director Huang pauses his hand. His hungry eyes fix on him, and his thoughts sink. Is this cutting hemorrhoids almost like stir-frying crispy sausages? That's not right. He's on the operating table. How can he have such silly thoughts? Director Huang secretly thinks he's in trouble. He instinctively licks his dry lips and pushes away this crazy idea. Just then, a sound of Timmy rings out. Pan Jia instantly clears his mind and focuses completely on the game. Old Qin glances at him sideways, then turns his eyes back to his phone, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Director Huang looks serious and focused, holding the electric knife and concentrating on grilling meat. An hour later, all the hemorrhoids are gone. Huang skillfully stuffs in a hemostatic sponge and then tapes it up with large bandages. The surgery is finally successfully finished. All right, young man, you can put on your pants now. The nurse will take you to the ward to rest. After saying this, Director Huang swallows hard, his throat moving up and down. Honestly, this electric knife barbecue is really exhausting, especially with the lingering smell of greasy sausage in his mouth. It's so uncomfortable more than he can say. But Pan Jia shows no reaction at all. He keeps sliding his fingers quickly over the screen, still shouting loudly. Well, help me, help me. You can counterattack. Are you just chasing me, you big fool? Pan Jia keeps shouting loudly. Director Huang is stunned. He quickly reaches out and pats Pan Jia's leg firmly. Kid, the surgery is done. Don't push me down, Director Huang. I'm in the finals. Wait for me. Wait 5 minutes. My crystal is about to push through. This game isn't over yet. Why not cut a couple more? Everyone in the operating room. Even after many years of medical practice, they've never seen such a strange thing. Cut a couple more? If they were in Mion City, they might cut out some extra organs along with him. But this is a proper hospital. Quick, pull up your pants. I have other things to do behind me. At this moment, Director Huang is also very anxious. He's almost drooling. Hastily swallowing, he immediately called the nurse to send Pan Jia out. Just as they reached the door of the operating room, a female voice sounded. Defeat. Pan Jia saw the crystal shatter and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Director Huang, I told you to cut a little longer, but now. On the other side, victory. Anesthetist Lao Qin looked at the game screen and smiled slightly. At 7:20 p.m., night quietly fell, but the villa was warm and cozy. The ingredients for snacks had already been prepared and stored in the fridge. The butler and a nanny had already finished their shifts. In the living room, on the sofa, Nuonyuo was snuggling close to Su Chun, her small head resting in his arm. They were happily watching TV together. On the coffee table in front of them was a heart-shaped meat sandwich. Nuonyuo had grown tired of the meals cooked by manager Ding these days. So she begged Su Chun to make her a special meat sandwich. Now, Nuonyuo stretched out her chubby little hand, pointing at the cute heart-shaped sandwich, and in a soft, baby voice, she called out, Daddy, help me hold the pancake. I want a bite coming right up. Be careful, it's hot. Nuonyuo took it, opened her mouth wide, and bit down hard. The pancake smelled of wheat, crispy and crumbly. The meat was tender and juicy, very tasty. After eating half of the sandwich, Nuonyuo's little tummy slightly puffed out. She yawned tiredly, her big eyes watery, but she still tried to keep eating. Daddy made it so well I definitely can't waste it. Seeing her eyes almost closing, Su Chun gently stroked her soft hair and softly asked, Nuo, are you sleepy? No, not sleepy. Nuo struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her voice a little fuzzy. Daddy, I'm not sleepy at all. My eyelids just feel sticky, but I can still eat. After saying that, she opened her mouth wide, waiting for Suchin to feed her. For a moment, Suchin couldn't help but laugh and cry. You little glutton. With your mouth like that, it's really hard for me. He picked up the remaining half of the sandwich, gently broke off a piece of the pancake, and placed it near Nuonuo's mouth. The soft, moist little mouth started chewing slowly, getting slower and slower. In the end, it completely stopped moving. Nuonuo? Suchin gently called out. Nuonuo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but her little mouth immediately started moving again, like a wind-up toy, continuing to chew. You little one. Her eyes closed, yet her tiny mouth was still using the remaining energy to keep going. It was just like when she was a baby, drinking milk. She would eat, and then fall asleep. If the bottle was moved slightly, she would a few more times. So adorable, it's almost deadly. Suchin couldn't help but smile. Such a cute little baby. Not recording this would be a real loss. He took out his phone, aimed the camera at Nuonuo's pink, fair face, and snapped several photos. At 9:55 p.m., outside the city's specialized hospital for gastrointestinal issues. Wow! A chubby guy shouted loudly, his face red and neck thick. Who the heck posted this on the internet? Don't they know the boss was planning 200 portions of spicy intestines tonight? With so many people coming all at once, what if I can't serve them? The chubby man's belly trembled as he spoke. Yeah, this is no different from a fishing guy's location being exposed. A tall, skinny person in line also started shouting, pointing around wildly. The crowd was noisy and lively. They had been eating spicy intestines for 2 days straight. Many customers had come in groups, 3, 4, even with wings, arriving together. They rushed over in a hurry and found a dense crowd waiting outside the stall. It was said they came after watching a video on Douyin, and the regular customers started to get angry. It was only 10 p.m., but the resentment they felt was scarier than ghosts. After all, the disappointment from not getting a turn yesterday still hurt in their hearts. Guohao, standing further back, listened to the angry curses around him. He felt a bit uneasy. What should he do? Is it still possible to regret now? The little video of the spicy intestines he posted casually yesterday had gone viral after a day. Likes and shares had already exceeded 3,000. That was incredible wealth. If he deleted it, he would really be reluctant. Among this group, there were also a few wanted posters for the pig's hoof boss, who were hiding among the crowd. Most of the older people in the group weren't there. They were either asleep or couldn't get up. Instead, they were stopped alive by their children at home. When the children heard that their parents wanted to go out late at night to find the pig's trotter's vendor, they were worried about falling for a new scam. They became anxious and scolded them loudly. Not only did they refuse to let them go, but they also held a quick family meeting to criticize them. Many young people, including those like Zhou Shuzhen who came with their daughters-in-law, had it much easier. Xiangzi and Li Ku didn't manage to get the spicy pig intestines early in the morning, but after receiving a reward of 600 yuan, they were very excited. They arrived early and even brought along Han Ling, who was on crutches, to wait here. If they had known earlier that the pig's trotters and pig intestines came from the same cellar, they wouldn't have criticized them so much. They complained about the smell and the smell of the meat. What's so special about that? Aren't they just like the jokers in a deck of cards? The person involved felt really embarrassed. Here they come. The boss is here. With a series of excited shouts, a familiar face appeared nearby. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the food cart. Before the cart even stopped, a group of people rushed forward and surrounded Suchin's food cart. The 4 great joys in life: finding rain after a long drought, meeting old friends in a strange place, a wedding night, and recovering what was lost. Everyone was so excited. It's him. It's really him. Quick, everyone surround him. Brothers were forming a group order. As soon as Suchin came out of the driver's seat, he was quickly surrounded. They started shouting loudly. Boss, is it really you, the pig's trotter's boss? If you run away again next time, I'll lock you up and keep you by my side forever, watching everything you do. Hee, obsessive love. Boss, I'll always watch you. You bad guy, I hate betrayal the most. Selling my love, your conscience is like a dog's. And you even stole my stomach. A bunch of people kept complaining loudly. Suchin was pushed and squeezed until he almost lost feeling. Isn't that right? You all act like you found the king of Shui Pingue and the lady Wang. And, don't wipe your nose on my clothes. Thank you. Suchin secretly sighed, feeling speechless. He thought the two young men crying loudly in the early morning were just an exception, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Can pig's trotters really be that addictive? I used to eat them every day, but I don't think I was addicted. Boss, do you think that's fair? You said you wouldn't sell the pig's trotters anymore, and now you're not selling. If you start selling again, we'll forgive you. Yeah, boss. Tomorrow you must sell both intestines and trotters, or else I'll kneel right here and cry to beg you. Shopkeeper, we can carry a whole bag of pork elbows ourselves. Just help us with the braising. It won't take up much of your time or money. Seeing the customers' complaints gradually weaken, but they still insisted on wanting pig's trotters. Su-chun was sweating all over. For the past few weeks, he had been freely selling his goods without restrictions. But now, he felt like he was being rushed to work. Thanks for your love, everyone, but please stop arguing. The pig's trotters really won't be back in stock. I sell just for fun, not as a profession. Customers. Some people really do sell just for fun. That's too much. Boss, the pig's trotters are gone. Can you give us a contact? I'm different from them. I don't cause trouble and I'm reasonable. As long as it's your food, I want to try it. Just let me know when you set up again. Suddenly, a young girl from the crowd spoke. Just a second ago, she was complaining about Su-chin, but now she forgave him immediately. Because there's a saying, someone who truly loves you won't get angry with you. What else can she do if she doesn't cheer herself up? The boss is free to sell wherever he wants and whatever he wants. That's his right. If she can't control her mouth, she'll end up relying on the boss. We're all helpless. We can't control ourselves. Sorry, I can't give out my contact info. I like to sell wherever I feel like, depending on my mood. If we're destined to meet, we'll meet. Enjoy the food and see what happens. Su-chin emphasized again. He didn't want to be tied down by his customers. He didn't want too much contact with them. Plus, giving out one person's contact would lead to countless others asking later. Taking a step back might mean taking 10,000 steps back. What if they start pushing their luck? Wah. Boss, you're so cruel. Yen, how can I live without your pig's trotters? Falling in love with a wild horse, but I don't have a pasture at home. Su-chin had already made it very clear. The crowd naturally had no reason to keep arguing. And behind his stall, there was still a large group of people. Just blocking the way like this, who knows, we might end up getting a good beating. The fellow customers are quite observant. After crying and complaining for a while, they finally obediently moved aside, giving Su-chin space to be free. As for the pig intestines, they are truly a love-it-or-hate-it food. People who dislike them say they smell like pickled organs, which is unbearable to smell. If cooked by an inexperienced chef, it gets worse. Sometimes it's full of strong spices, or undercooked, making it chewy and tasteless. Because of its special nature, many people avoid it entirely. But what some call a strong, unpleasant smell, others see as a rich meat aroma. Since we're here, how can we not try it? Many fellow customers then turned around and queued at the end of the line. At this moment, a family member of a patient came out of the hospital's entrance. They wanted to get some fresh air first, and then buy some intestines later to satisfy their craving. They took out a cigarette from their pocket, lit it, and took a puff. The smoke curled up and slowly dispersed. Bored, they casually looked outside. They saw a long line at a familiar stall, stretching endlessly. Wow, isn't that the food cart selling pig intestines? It's only 10 o'clock. Is it a zombie siege or what the day? Why are so many people here all of a sudden? They puffed on their cigarette, quickly moved to the back of the line. After standing still, they nervously stretched their neck, counting the people ahead. The situation looks grim. They took out their phone, typed a message, and took a photo to send to the chrysanthemum group. Faster, faster. There are so many people today. If you're late, you won't get any. The message spread quickly. Those family members who had been relaxing and planning to wait a bit before lining up suddenly panicked. They all rushed toward the elevator entrance. The elevator was crowded, people pushing and shoving. As soon as the doors opened, everyone surged inside. In no time, the elevator was full, making creaking sounds from overloading. Inside, there were loud wails. Come on, you guys who ate pig intestines early in the morning, can't you skip a meal today? That's not fair. You're rushing to grab some too, and you have the nerve to criticize others. Double standards. Hey, don't push. Who the bumped into my? Aren't you afraid I'll spit blood at you? It hurts, it. Very soon. Suchin looked at the crowd rushing to the back of the line and frowned. The number of people in line was estimated to be over 80. A few days ago, many bought 3 or 4 portions at a time. His 200 portions of pork intestines wouldn't be enough to sell. There was nothing he could do. Everyone had come from far away, and no one wanted to leave empty-handed. So, he decided to serve spicy pork intestines with a limit of 2 portions per person. Customers saw the purchase limit on the small whiteboard and almost all ordered 2 portions. After all, the regular customers who arrived on time knew how valuable this dish was. Everyone, don't rush. Come one by one, Suchin said. He quickly prepared the marinated intestines, various seasonings, and side dishes. He heated the wok and added oil. The sizzling sound immediately filled the air. Suchin flipped the wok with his left hand and held the spatula with his right. Chili pieces mixed with the golden brown intestines flew out of the wok with a whoosh and then landed back precisely. He stirred quickly with a large spoon. Under high heat, the Maillard reaction occurred, making the dish fragrant and spicy. Many diners' eyes widened as they stared at the intestines in the wok without blinking. They drooled uncontrollably. A few minutes later, the first customer in line received the stir-fried intestines. He didn't sit quietly by the stall but sneaked around the line to the other side. He took a big detour to the nearby supermarket to buy beer. He bit into the intestines, which crackled loudly. With each bite, the flavor was sweet and rich, filling his mouth. As the saying goes, follow the aroma to find the taste. Suddenly, he became the center of attention, and everyone was salivating. But the people behind in line found this scene too abstract. They looked at him with a mix of disdain and envy, noticing his smug expression. Over the top, too much. It's just eating intestines. Why make such a fuss? If he gets pig trotters, he'd be so excited he'd feel like he's ascending to heaven. An hour and a half passed. Guohao in line still hadn't managed to get his much-desired intestines. At this moment, he was feeling very frustrated. Watching others happily munch on the fragrant intestines, he was so hungry his mouth almost grew a hand. When will it be his turn? Today, there was a limit of 2 portions, and I barely managed to eat 3 yesterday. Oh well, serves me right. Maybe he really shouldn't have shared that video. Suddenly, so many people rushed to buy food. It's like he's asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Nurse Jiang carried 2 portions of spicy pork intestines and hurried back to the hospital. The elevator doors opened. Seeing Nurse Jiang, Director Huang and another nurse looked happy and quickly went to greet her. But Nurse Jiang sighed and looked helpless, puckering her lips. Director Huang, Xiaodong, today there were so many people buying intestines, and each person is limited to 2 portions. She placed the packed boxes on the table. Director Huang saw this and his face immediately fell. No way. Already limited so soon? It takes half an hour to wait in line just for one trip. With the current situation, is there still time to go wait in line? Just now, he confidently said he would treat Xiao Jiang to a portion of intestines. But the quick reality check was a slap in the face. Now he's fighting with 2 young girls over food. Life is unpredictable. Where can he put his old face now? For a moment, Director Huang felt a bit down. He decided to leave this tricky problem to the 2 young nurses. Just 2 portions of intestines. How do you think we should divide them? After speaking, Xiaodong stood aside, glancing at Nurse Jiang and Director Huang, too afraid to speak. Nurse Jiang hesitated, then shrugged, as if saying, "It's up to you." At 1 a.m., Hanling, Qiangzi, and Li Ke finally reached the front of the line. "Boss, the 3 of us each want 2 portions, all non-original flavor," Hanling said first, sitting on a bench nearby because her legs were inconvenient. During these days with a broken leg, she had no appetite. Nothing she ate made her feel better. Her face looked pale and yellow, and she had lost several pounds. The physical pain was secondary. The mental pain was even more overwhelming. She kept thinking about the greasy, fragrant pig trotters she couldn't eat anymore. The thought of never tasting pig trotters again made her heart feel broken and heavy. Just then, the spicy, oily aroma suddenly wafted into her nose, unreasonably tempting her. Her mouth started watering instantly. When Suchin handed her the stir-fried intestines, Hanling's eyes widened in surprise. The plump, evenly sized sausage rings, paired with spicy dried chili peppers, looked very festive and appealing. Taking a bite, the crispy exterior and soft interior of the sausage, enhanced by scallions, garlic, and chili, release a rich, meaty aroma. The crispy outside is wrapped in fragrant fat, and within that fat lies tenderness. One bite after another, the taste becomes more and more delightful. Each bite feels like a powerful punch, hitting her taste buds hard. It leaves her dizzy and unable to stop eating. Hanling's eyes sparkled with excitement. She never expected this. Even the simplest pig intestines can make her feel so satisfied and thrilled. The last time she experienced such extreme pleasure was when she was biting into pig trotters. She kept eating the intestines eagerly. They hit her taste buds with great force, like powerful water bombs. At this moment, Hanling's mind suddenly seemed to develop its own awareness. It started to act on its own. First, it mercilessly pushed away all traces of pig trotters. Then, it surprisingly developed a rebellious idea. Somehow, the intestines seemed more fragrant than the trotters. A minute ago, she was heartbroken. Now, she was smiling happily. Where in this world are unforgettable old friends? Only new lovers who aren't good enough. After a few bites, Hanling's heart had already changed. Her mind kept sending signals of intense desire. Nearby, Qiangzi and Li Ku were also enjoying their food with gusto. No need to ask, no need to say. She understood their reactions perfectly. Meanwhile, upstairs at the hospital for digestive health, Director Huang, though experienced, still hesitated when facing those 2 portions of sausage. His many years of medical skill allowed him to fairly divide the 2 portions into 3 parts. After finishing the sausage, Director Huang drank a bottle of cold cola, feeling satisfied. He wiped his mouth and then went back to work. He wrote some medical records and arranged the shift schedule for tomorrow. Only then did he return to the duty room to rest. Sleeping while on duty is very different from sleeping at home. He always kept a tight tension. It felt like sleeping on a string, just like when little dragon girl sleeps on that string. It was suspended, tense, and a state of being asleep but not fully asleep. Director Huang just closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly. His originally relaxed hand as if electrocuted and reached out quickly. He squinted and looked. It was Nurse Huang calling. Director Huang suddenly became more alert and quickly answered the phone. Nurse Huang, what's wrong? Director Huang, patients in beds 11, 13, and 14 are bleeding. What? Okay, I'll go right away. Feeling suddenly awake, Director Huang sat up sharply from his bed. He hurriedly put on his white coat and shoes, preparing to leave quickly. Just as he reached the door, he heard loud knocking. Director, the old man in bed 4 is crying out in pain, rolling around on the bed. Bed SIXS. The young nurse, panting heavily, rattled off a long list. Really? This. The commotion completely woke Director Huang from his sleep. He rushed into the ward. He saw the female patient in bed 11 crying and clutching her bottom. Blood had soaked through her pants and even stained the sheets red. The room was filled with a strong smell of rust. Director Huang saw the patient grimacing and twitching. What's wrong with you? The patient was crying loudly and sobbing uncontrollably. Doctor, I don't know. I suddenly felt a sharp pain. It's like my entire bottom is being rubbed on broken glass, and the painkillers don't work. Hearing this, Director Huang's eyes showed a hint of sympathy. Oh, the pain and bleeding, such misfortune. Sniffing loudly, Director Huang suddenly twitched his nose and his face turned very serious. He shouted at the patient, That's not right. Tell me honestly, what did you just eat? In the hospital ward, the crying of the female patient in bed 11 suddenly stopped. Director Huang, usually gentle and kind, had never been so stern before. She looked at him with wide eyes. After a long moment, she hesitantly spoke, Doctor, I was hungry and couldn't resist eating something. Director Huang crossed his arms and looked at her seriously. Stop being vague. Tell me exactly what you ate. The patient lowered her head even more, afraid to meet his eyes. Tears, clear and uncontrollable, fell down her cheeks. This old man really is quite a character. Right after her hemorrhoid surgery, he even wanted to take his old hemorrhoid home, saying he wanted to keep it as a souvenir. Look, this intestine looks like the part of my eye cut out, doesn't it? So, I quickly reached out and helped Director Huang sit down on the nearby chair. The young nurse swiftly snatched the box of intestines away. The symptoms of the 2 patients were exactly the same as those on bed 11. I was so scared my heart was pounding. It looked like a burst water pipe, with blood rushing down in a wild stream. I hurried to check and found that the female patient was severely swollen. The nurse nearby couldn't help but chuckle softly. I felt mixed feelings about Su Chin's intestines, both love and frustration. You weren't crying in pain, rolling around in bed. Why are you eating this? Director Huang's face instantly darkened. We had been working for 40 minutes. It was really chaotic. No wonder he was bleeding from all orifices. This is typical of severe bleeding caused by post-surgery diarrhea. No. So, you all cried out for help in the middle of the night because of eating intestines? But my feelings are more love than hate. Ugh, the intestines smell so good. Not spicy, not greasy. Eating so boldly in front of everyone. You're the first to do that, old man. You're risking your life. Can you eat like this right after surgery? The nurse nearby saw this scene. Speaking of which, when she just pushed open the ward door, she saw the old man holding a box of intestines, eating happily. His mouth twitched, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Eating too spicy can upset the stomach, making it move faster to push the spice out. All right, enough. I didn't mean for you to describe the taste. I decided to be bold and openly showed the food container. Both the pickled pepper flavor and the spicy pepper flavor were very spicy, but just eating intestines shouldn't cause such a reaction. The medical staff didn't comment. The pain was unbearable, and there was bleeding from below. Right? She was not young anymore, but she spoke in a high-pitched voice, acting cute with a clip-on voice. Director Huang. He didn't bother with anything else. Did you eat more than one portion? Did you also eat the chili peppers? Before he could continue causing trouble, Director Huang suddenly got goosebumps all over. All the patients had eaten intestines, not to mention the chili peppers. He didn't even lift his eyelids and reluctantly swallowed. At this moment, the young nurse quickly brought over the tools. The female patient immediately blushed with embarrassment. After all the patient's issues were resolved, it was nearly 5 in the morning. It's almost time to go home, but it looks like I won't get any sleep. Luckily, it's not as serious as bed 11. I am careful with my words. Just now, I really felt a lot of pain. Seeing that you didn't come right away, I changed my approach. I rinsed the fatty intestines with water. Now they are not spicy or greasy, just right. After I finish eating, I will feel better. However, the old man shook his head with a stubborn and proud smile on his face. He was holding tools to treat the patient's wound but couldn't help asking knowingly. He secretly did a few pelvic exercises. Director Huang was exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. Old brother, you. He had eaten fried intestines before. As a doctor, he must do his duty, no matter how speechless he feels. The internal bleeding stitches and hemorrhoid bands had fallen off. Director Huang was so upset that he became anxious. He explained, but the old man was afraid they wouldn't believe him. Director Huang frowned deeply. A few familiar takeaway boxes were clearly in sight. Old man, you're really being reckless. At this moment, he tried to dodge but was too late. Even though the patient knew eating this would cause unbearable pain, he still couldn't stop because eating was truly joyful for him. Director Huang widened his eyes, his lips trembling slightly. This was a double-room ward. The scene was so terrible that even Director Huang couldn't help but feel a bit sour inside. Realizing his mistake, he felt ashamed. There is no love without hate. He thought about how 10 months of pregnancy is precious, especially since he had a 45-year-old hemorrhoid that had helped him through many days of constipation. How could he just throw it away at the hospital? He couldn't bear to. Today, what kind of intestines had he poked? Seeing this, a bad premonition crossed Director Huang's mind again. He sniffed and praised, after all, that thing was packed in a food-safe bag. The spicy stuff that wasn't fully digested could still spread to the intestinal areas, continuing to cause trouble and attacking the fragile area around the. Director Huang hurriedly rushed to beds 13 and 14. He hoped the patient hadn't been treated yet, or he might run out of breath first. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trembling shoulders. After confirming her suspicion, she was so angry her voice rose 8 levels. Her eyes were red, and her eyelids kept twitching. That night, only the medical staff suffered injuries. Then, she turned suspiciously to the trash can. Director Huang was ultimately kind. He just hoped the old man wouldn't be confused and mistakenly think that thing was pork and fry it to eat. Finally, they moved to bed 4. While talking, the old man picked up a piece of intestines and waved it in front of them. He widened his eyes and gasped heavily. Dr. Huang, this is pork intestine. Such a good dish. My wife said eating with the right balance is the best way, and she's right. Yes, doctor. I love spicy food. The spicier, the better. I ate it all. Mainly, that stir-fried pork intestine isn't just tasty. The chili peppers are fragrant and spicy, very satisfying, and the flavors are rich. It doesn't overpower everything else. After finishing, the old man exhaled deeply and closed his eyes, feeling very pleased. 10 minutes later, she raised her eyebrows and stared with wide eyes, as if watching a mischievous little child. This spicy stir-fried pork intestine is incredibly delicious and spicy, and it also makes this silly little brain very happy. 2 tears welled up in the old man's eyes. He chewed vigorously and fanned his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head, opened his mouth wide, and took a big bite. Doctor, I ate a serving of spicy pork intestine. Stop eating spicy and greasy food. Lie down quickly, I'll give you some medicine. Director Huang's face turned pale. He was aware of this deep down. The pork intestine puffed up his cheeks very round and full. Early morning, 8 o'clock, at the proctology department hospital meeting room. Sunlight seeped through the cracks in the window but couldn't warm the icy atmosphere. Can someone tell me why the recurrence rate of patients in the hospital has been so high these past 2 days? Please give me an explanation. Director Chin's forehead veins bulged. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. This year, their proctology hospital's postoperative complications and fistula rates hit record lows, setting a national precedent. Last week, they proudly praised the clinical doctor's skills and diagnostic abilities. It was even covered by major media outlets. After hesitating for 2 minutes, he finally knocked on the door. Many elderly patients, who were stopped by their children from leaving yesterday, couldn't sit still anymore. Even if someone now told them, please help us buy it. Share some with us. Save these poor old folks trapped by their children. Thinking about last night's fierce attack from that group of friends, he still felt scared. Many who had been there saw the news and agreed with him. Is pork intestine really that delicious? Then why isn't it selling at our hospital cafeteria? They all clearly understood the tragic reality behind it. Frequent diarrhea can have serious consequences, such as wounds that do not heal, bleeding, swelling, and other complications. After the surgery, it only took a few days for such a big problem to develop. Who would have thought? That's why they only dared to come and report now. But the group chat of the Pig Hoof restaurant customers is still lively. The hospital always reminds patients to eat light and easy-to-digest food for a short time. Seeing the crowd behind the stall, dark and busy like an ant colony, he is used to it. To get accurate information, she worked very hard just now. They even created a new group called Hoof Friends Chat. How can there be such a tough group that dares to eat spicy fried intestines, which are quite risky? Suchin rested a bit inside the food cart before starting the vehicle to leave. He just finished a night shift and was suddenly called to a meeting. Just thinking about these words in his mind feels a bit strange. As a hemorrhoid patient, he's sure he's seen people passing glass. Huh? Everyone was chatting, praising each other. Leaders tend to talk nonsense. Based on data from the pharmacy department head, I waited in line for a whole hour just to get to eat these intestines, but I think it was worth it. Totally worth it. Each leader seems to have a strange confidence in their own cafeteria food. At the city proctology hospital, the director's office. Looking at the time, he has to go out again. If the customers get even more excited, he might really have no way to escape. The ingredients for the stall are already prepared, and Nunu is sleeping soundly. Is a fried intestine stall really so popular? On the other side, after learning this, Director Chin's face eased quite a bit. I want one too. I want to buy some for my son. If he eats it once, he'll let me go. Does he even dare to say he has a cafeteria? This is like putting chili powder on a wound. The nanny slightly bowed, with a calm smile, and saw him to the door. Those who need to work, chat, exercise, or buy groceries are all ready. Director, I don't know much, only that the small vendor starts selling at 10 p.m. After venting his emotions, exactly. Many family members of proctology patients are lining up, and some post-surgery complications are not all bad. Anyway, I'm going out to set up a stall. Please take care of Noonyo for me. It's better not to get involved with the director right now. The secretary arrived at the door with a strange look. His eyes were bloodshot, and his dark circles looked like he had been punched twice. How can the director bear this? Yesterday, Han Ling was amazed by the spicy intestines and immediately shared the news in the group. 2 minutes later, Suchin was slumped on the sofa playing a game. All the doctors sat upright, not daring to make a sound. Director Chin talked about the hospital's mission, vision, values, work goals, and service ideas. Mr. Su, don't worry. Secretary Liang nodded without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud exclamation came from inside. They said, the stir-fried intestines are so delicious, they just couldn't resist. At this moment, Director Huang was sitting in the back. It was already evening. But now, all right, I'll go check tonight, Director Qin said, looking very surprised. If everyone knew the reason was that these patients couldn't control their appetites, all enjoying the stir-fried intestines and then crying out in pain after holding their stomachs, it would be terrifying. After a few rounds, there were quite a few people online. At a stall, there was a long line in front of one booth. The sales of medicine had been amazing these days. Could it be that all the hospital patients had come out? Although the Pig's Trotters shop owner stopped selling Pig's Trotters after finding out, many doctors felt sleepy, thinking he was just mumbling nonsense. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and took a sip of tea. This at least showed it wasn't their hospital's fault. Everyone can try the owner's intestines. They really taste just as good as Pig's Trotters. He visited several floors of the hospital, specifically asking some patients with bleeding from minor injuries about their situation. Secretary Liang, are you sure? Secretary Liang scratched his head awkwardly. After some hesitation, he finally chose to stay silent. At 10 o'clock at night, he arrived at the entrance of the proctology hospital on time. Anyway, the truth would be clear once they checked. What? You say they got complications from eating stir-fried intestines? It's really tasty. I went with the intention of finding fault, but I couldn't find any problems at all. I'm impressed. Many others were rushing to join the line. Director Qin's sharp eyes were full of doubt as he spoke slowly. At this moment, Director Qin, on duty, just stepped out of the hospital gate. His lips moved slightly. Now, this is the point. Honestly, after eating that fatty intestine, I feel completely refreshed all over. Every pore smells wonderful. It's so enjoyable. Check. Find out the details. Don't ruin the good reputation and fame our hospital has worked hard to build. As the end of the world approaches, people are stockpiling supplies, but it seems calm and uneventful. Really? Is it that delicious? Is there anyone willing to help buy some for us? I'm too old to go out at night, and my children are so cautious, they won't let me. Late at night, more and more people are lining up to buy fatty intestine. The hospital parking lot is already full. The security guard stands at the booth, waving to stop the cars from entering. Many passers-by find this very interesting. Director Qin stands there, eyes wide with shock. Inside the line, it seems not only patients are waiting, but also many who drove here just to buy. What kind of fatty intestine could be so attractive? If the vendor were recruited into the hospital cafeteria, it could be a great way to earn extra money. When he reaches the food cart, Qin quietly thinks to himself, it smells so good. But his stomach growls loudly, showing no respect. With its color and aroma, such high-quality stir-fried fatty intestine would be hard to find even in a 5-star hotel. He didn't expect the young vendor to have such excellent cooking skills. He must recruit him quickly. Do you want to buy fatty intestine? Please line up at the back. While stirring the wok, Suchin glanced around. He saw the man in front, dressed in a neat white shirt and trousers. His sparse hair was mostly white, but he looked very energetic. He didn't seem like someone who loved eating street food. Just as Director Qin was about to speak, he hesitated. With so many people in line, he decided to wait before recruiting him. Maybe he could ask his secretary to line up and buy a taste. Just as he was thinking, a young girl's voice came over. Hey, sir, are you buying or not? Can you have some manners and not block the line? Nurse Jiang was finally off work today. She got up early just to buy the fatty intestine she's been craving. She was about to get her turn, so she couldn't let someone cut in line and ruin her chance. Suddenly, her sleeve was pulled roughly a few times. Little Tong, why are you pulling me? Nurse Jiang looked annoyed and glared at her companion. I told you, don't spoil the elderly, so they don't become arrogant. She had snuck out during work hours to buy something, so she behaved herself. Now that work is over, she's just an ordinary customer. If anyone dares to cut in line, she won't hold back. At this moment, Director Qin, who was always respected and supported by others, had never experienced such treatment. He slightly turned his head, glanced with his peripheral vision, showing no emotion on his face, then quietly moved aside to give way. Director Qin? Nurse Jiang saw his face clearly. Her eyes widened in shock, and she instantly panicked. Oh no. Oh no. How could a worker cause such a big problem? She had finally managed to get an internship at the hospital through connections. And now she had just upset the top leader. What should she do? Your 2 servings of spicy pickled pork intestines are ready. Craving it, Nurse Jiang swallowed hard and took the food from Su Chen's hand. She hadn't gone far when she heard Director Chin on the phone, talking about lining up and pork intestines. He's the hospital director after all. For some street food, he came out late at night to line up. And he had to wait at least 2 hours. Doesn't that seem a bit pitiful? Then, Nurse Jiang took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and approached Director Chin. She wore a cautious and somewhat pleading smile. Director Chin, I'm a surgical nursing intern in the proctology department. I'm off today. I bought an extra one by mistake. Could you please help? Director Chin was initially stunned. Then his gaze fell on the crispy, yellowish spicy pickled pork intestines. Gulpy couldn't hold back anymore and picked up a piece to taste. His expression was calm and composed, but he ate large bites eagerly, completely immersed in it. Even without speaking, Nurse Jiang could tell that the director loved to eat. She couldn't help but smile secretly. Kiki, one bite, and he wouldn't say a word. In this hospital, everyone fears the director. But right now, it kind of reminded her of pig feeding, heads down, slurping happily, very lively. Creak creak, the director was eating with such enjoyment. Taking a bite immediately made me feel high, with dopamine rushing wildly, and I felt completely satisfied. I used to think that being over 50 made my heart as rough as old tree bark. But I never expected that one day I could feel the joy and pride of my youth again. Director Chin swallowed his food and couldn't help but sigh. He had underestimated this young man just now. With such cooking skills, even famous top restaurants couldn't compare. It seems I need to reevaluate everything. As he ate, Director Chin suddenly looked up and casually said, "Oh, you mentioned earlier that you are an intern nurse in the surgical department." Late at night, around 2:30 a.m., Master Su, who had been busy all evening, was finally about to close his stall. He stretched his arms and legs, then picked up the leftover pickled pepper pork intestines to eat. The old man selling porridge nearby was very observant. He proactively brought a steaming bowl of porridge and cheerfully handed it to Su Chin. "Thanks to you, little brother, we sold 3 more buckets of porridge today. Here, don't move. I've got a fire." Just as the old man was reaching into his pocket for a lighter, a figure approached. It was the same man from earlier. He came to Su Chin and pressed his lighter with a click, then slightly bent down and leaned in. "Here, use my fire." Su Chin was a bit overwhelmed by this continuous enthusiasm and hurriedly waved his hand. "Thanks, I don't smoke." But he didn't refuse the porridge handed over by the old man, smiling as he took it. Customers gradually finished, and the old man prepared to pack up and leave. However, the man showed no intention of leaving. After taking a few bites of the intestines and a sip of porridge, Su Chin finally spoke. "Sorry, the intestines are sold out. Come back tomorrow to buy some." Director Chin waved his hand and directly stated his purpose. "Oh, young man, I am the director of this colorectal specialty hospital. I came here specifically to ask if you would like to work in our hospital cafeteria selling intestines." Su Chin almost spat out the intestines he had in his mouth. The other person didn't notice his changing expression. He kept talking enthusiastically and showed sincere interest. "Young man, if you work in our cafeteria, you'll get full social insurance and housing fund, and the year-end bonus will be very generous. Plus, a special benefit, lifelong free hemorrhoid treatment." At this point, the director paused, cleared his throat, and continued. "However, we do have one condition. After all, food safety is the top priority. You entered the cafeteria, and the ingredients must be used according to our rules and under our supervision." Cough, cough, cough. No. There's really no need. Thank you, Director, for your kind offer. I just want to set up my own stall freely. Listening to Director Chin, Su Chin coughed from choking. He quickly waved his hand to stop him. "The director of the proctology department offering me pork intestines sounds a bit strange. Not to mention, he has a system task on his mind." As soon as he said that, the director's smiling face froze instantly. This kid, how could he refuse such a good opportunity? Street stalls are exposed to the sun and wind, and the customer flow isn't steady. It's so much better to eat in the cafeteria. Many people would break their heads to get this chance, yet he easily refused? Perhaps young people dislike restrictions and long for freedom. All right, if that's the case, I won't force you. But if you change your mind, contact me anytime. With that, Director Chin took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Su Chin. After saying goodbye, Su Chin finished eating the pork intestines and packed up his cart to go home. Next, he spent 3 days nonstop flipping pans and cooking. Not only was his spatula sparking from the heat, but his whole body ached, and his arms could hardly lift. This won't do. When he got back, he needed to ask Steward Ding to help arrange a pure green massage to save his battered body. Today was the last day selling pork intestines. To prevent the crowd from leaving just like the pig's trotter's customers, Suchin even reminded them that he wouldn't be selling intestines anymore. This caused many diners to cling to his cart, refusing to leave. Boss, no. I just applied to stay a few more days in the hospital, and you're not selling anymore? Yeah, boss. Without the intestines, I feel like life has lost its light. They couldn't get it anymore. They wouldn't be able to eat it in the future. Everyone looked very disappointed. Finally, they understood how the pig's trotter's friends felt a few days ago. Oh heavens! What kind of new stall method is this? Or is it the boss's mischievous idea? Don't play with us like this. After much persuasion, Suchin finally managed to chase them away. The old man selling porridge nearby saw this and, as usual, brought him a bowl of plain porridge. Young man, it's still hot. Finish eating before you leave. Thanks, Grandpa. I won't be selling here tomorrow. Please prepare fewer bowls of porridge, so I don't have leftovers. Suchin took the porridge and took a sip. Honestly, after staying up late to sell things, just having a small sip made his stomach feel warm and cozy. Little brother, you're doing a great job with your stall. Everyone loves your food. Why are you leaving? The old man said, looking very excited. He tightly grabbed Suchin's arm. Others could eat more after leaving Suchin, but if he left this young man, what would happen to his business? Seeing Suchin's firm decision, the old man suddenly had an idea. Little brother, would you like to be my adopted son? Someone who gets money every holiday. Suchin, what's going on? In the blink of an eye, he suddenly had a new dad from this stall. Suchin rubbed his forehead in frustration. The old man thought he didn't believe, so he took out a few bills. Don't worry, at least this much. The red bills flickered in front of Suchin's eyes, shining brightly. Before he could refuse, the old man kept talking quickly. Little brother, if you don't want to be my adopted son, do you need a wife? I have a granddaughter. She looks very lively, works as a government clerk, but she's a little lazy. Suchin was stunned, shaking his head quickly. No. Grandpa, I don't want a wife. I don't want to be anyone's adopted son, and I definitely don't want your money. Thank you very much. After saying that, Suchin drank the white porridge in one gulp. He left 100 yuan to pay for the porridge these days. Then he quickly jumped into his car and sped away. Back home, Suchin took a quick shower and then lay on the massage chair to rest. Before he could fall asleep, he received a reward from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a week of stall tasks. Reward, 1 body strengthening potion. Suchin immediately sat up, holding his waist. Ouch, that hurts. After a moment of groaning, he looked excitedly at the system reward. My brother really is my real brother. This week, he fried 200 servings of intestines every day, almost exhausted him. Now the potion is here. You can't blame me for being so diligent. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Suchin quickly took out the body-strengthening potion from the system backpack. The potion was in a clear glass bottle, with a charming light blue liquid inside. As the name suggests, just drinking it could strengthen the body and improve resistance. It's basically a blessing for night owls. But somehow, he felt like the system was up to something. Maybe next week, it would go crazy again and make him go out to sell things in the middle of the night. Despite having thoughts about it, Suchin didn't hesitate. He directly unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the potion in one gulp. It tastes a little sweet. It's quite good, like adding a tiny bit of honey to plain milk. As for other effects, there was no pain or strange feelings, not even a little discomfort. But gradually, Suchin sensed something was wrong. His originally sore body unexpectedly disappeared without a trace. Hey, not bad. I'm absorbing it pretty quickly. Just as he stretched and prepared to play a game, he heard a ding sound. Weekly task, sell 800 desserts in total. Stall location, at the foot of Shishir Mountain. Dessert types are unlimited. Stall hours are flexible. Dessert price, 50 yuan per piece. Dessert recipes have been sent out. Wow, that's pretty good. I thought once I finished the beginner stage, the difficulty would increase. But I didn't expect to be given a big break instead. This small task isn't too hard at all. No need to climb mountains, and only 800 desserts to sell. The time isn't limited, so I can just go for a couple of days and treat the rest as a vacation. Brother Tongzi, who else would care for me this much? Suchin opened his phone and quickly searched for Shishir Mountain. No way. It's actually over 2 hours drive to the edge of Nanxing. Even though it's a AAA-rated scenic spot, it's too remote. The mountain isn't high, so few people visit. Usually, there are very few visitors. There are comments below the navigation. Trash scenic spot, not fun at all, and tickets cost 50 yuan. If it weren't for the public benefit event offering free tickets, I wouldn't come. Attention! Wild animals sometimes appear inside. Keep your pants and backpack zipped to avoid being robbed. The scenery is nice, and there are many birds, but watch out for falling snacks from the sky. Suchin casually scrolled through, feeling indifferent. He doesn't pay for tickets or go mountain viewing. Who cares? First, he'll go to bed and sleep, then decide what to do after waking up. Suchin finally took a day off today. He didn't plan to set up his stall at all. After enjoying a relaxing massage, he lounged at home, sleeping and playing games, starting a happy, lazy day. In the afternoon, seeing Steward Ding go to pick up Nuonuo, Suchin stretched lazily. He planned to make some desserts and try out a few flavors. Desserts, you know. Cakes, cookies, fruit pies, steamed buns, flaky pastries, puddings. There are so many to choose from. You can make whatever you like, all according to your mood. Suchin was thinking about different dessert recipes in his mind. In the end, he decided to make a cheesecake first, mainly because Nuonuo, that little glutton, loves to eat it. Usually, whenever the little one passes by a bakery, he can't resist stopping. But he really doesn't trust outside bakeries. They are so cheap and poorly made. Some dishonest shops, to earn more money, pretend to use animal cream but actually mix in vegetable fats or low-quality oils. There are also issues with the freshness of the cake bases and the selection of fruits. So, even though Nuonuo loves to eat it, Suchin rarely buys it. He's worried that trans fats in vegetable cream might harm the little one's growth and development. Now that he has a system with ingredients and skills, he can finally make something really satisfying for him. With a nanny at home, Suchin chose the delivery mode. 20 minutes later, the ingredients arrived, and he immediately started working. First, he made the cake base. Suchin crushed digestive biscuits into fine crumbs. They shouldn't be too coarse or too fine, or it will affect the texture. He melted the butter completely and mixed it well with the biscuit crumbs, then pressed it into the bottom of the mold. Next, he made the filling. Using a double boiler, he heated cream cheese, butter, and milk, stirring constantly. After adding egg yolks and flour, he mixed everything evenly and then sifted the mixture. Once sifted, he added the whipped egg whites and mixed gently. Then, poured everything into the mold and baked it in a water bath. All preparations were done, now just waiting. Gradually, a faint sizzling sound came from the oven. Through the transparent oven door, he could see the edges of the batter turning a light golden color. Soon, the center of the batter also started to puff up. After about half an hour, there was a sound of the door opening in the living room. Nuonuo was back. As soon as she entered, she sniffed loudly, taking deep breaths. Wow, it smells so good. Is there something delicious today? Just as she was thinking that, Su-chan came out of the kitchen. Nuonuo crossed her arms and pouted her little mouth high. Dad, why didn't you come to pick me up today? Seeing her angry look, Su-chan couldn't help but laugh. He immediately picked her up and headed to the kitchen. Oh, you've learned to be mad at Dad now. I made your favorite cake, and it's almost ready. Really? It turns out it was a cake. No wonder it smelled so good. The little one followed Dad's instructions and looked into the oven with shining eyes. The cake's surface was golden and shiny. It was round, chubby, and very cute. When the cheesecake was taken out of the oven, a rich, creamy aroma instantly filled the air. This special smell was a mix of salty cheese, buttery milk, and eggs, creating a complex fragrance. The smell was very strong and bold. It was unstoppable, like a wild force rushing forward. The scent floated happily through the window, drifting toward the neighboring villa. At that moment, in the garden of the neighboring villa, a little boy was playing with Ultraman toys. He was mumbling to himself, completely absorbed. Suddenly, the boy caught a whiff of the sweet, milky smell. He froze in surprise. His mouth drooled a little as he stared. He dropped his Ultraman toy and ran into the house as fast as he could. Inside the living room, two elderly people sat on the sofa watching TV. The boy grabbed their hands and shook them excitedly. Grandpa, Grandma, you should go see. Is someone making a super delicious cake next door? I want to eat it. Seeing their grandson calling out loudly, the two elders didn't dare delay. They quickly asked their chef to bring out the cakes and snacks. After all, their little grandson only visited once a month. If they didn't serve well, he might not come back next time. Soon, the cake was brought out. The boy sniffed it and then plopped down on the floor. He kicked his legs wildly and kept clapping his hands in frustration. No, I only want to eat the cake next door. It smells even better. Meanwhile, over at Su Chin's place, in the dining room, Nuonuo sat eagerly on a stool, opening her tiny mouth wide. She took a big bite of the cake. The moment it touched her tongue, the sweet, soft flavor danced happily inside her mouth. Her eyes widened instantly. Wow, Dad, this cake is so delicious. It was the best cake she had ever tasted. Nuonuo chewed happily, twisting her little body with joy. Then she picked up her fork and cut a small piece of cake. She held it up to Su Chin's mouth, speaking softly and cutely. Dad, Su Chin looked at the little girl with gentle eyes, bent down, and ate the cake she fed him. Thank you, sweetheart. You fed me so well. Hearing this, Nuonuo was very happy. Her tiny feet happily bounced, unable to hide her inner joy. After finishing that piece, Nuonuo hugged Su Chin's neck and happily pressed her face close to his. Daddy, the cake is so delicious I want to eat another piece, you little glutton. You can't eat too much. We will eat dinner later. Su Chin said affectionately, gently wiping away the cake crumbs from the soft mouth. Seeing this father and daughter so sweet and close, the butler and nanny smiled softly. Nuo, did Daddy tell you before that you should learn to share? Let's get some cake to share with everyone, okay? Nuo nodded happily and ran to the kitchen. Soon, she came out holding a tray of cake. Grandpa Butler, cake this. Grandpa Butler almost fainted from the adorable voice, like music. He carefully took the tray with both hands, smiling so broadly his face almost split. Thank you, Nuo. You're welcome, Nuo, cute and pouty, walked over to the two nannies again. This little girl has fair, tender skin and looks like a delicate doll. Her cuteness softens everyone's hearts, and she even shares cake with them. She is truly a little angel who could not love her. The three of them happily took slices of cheese and cream cake. The rich aroma was so solid and deep, it seemed almost unbreakable. The scent of milk wrapped tightly around them. It shows how high quality the ingredients must be. Taking a bite, the texture was dense, smooth, and full of sweet, creamy flavor. Ah, delicious. Absolutely delicious. Next door villa. Faced with his grandson's tantrum and rolling on the ground, the two elders looked at each other, feeling helpless. Okay, good boy, get up first. Grandpa bent down and helped the little grandson up from the ground. Then, at the child's pleading, they went into the yard. Grandpa, Grandma, do you smell something so good? The little boy tugged at their clothes, shouting excitedly. They exchanged glances. They really wanted to deny it, but the irresistible smell kept wafting into their noses. Should they really go next door and ask for some? That would be so embarrassing. They both swallowed nervously. Oh, even their old noses, which are quite sensitive now, couldn't handle it, not to mention the child. They didn't know who the chef was at the neighbor's house, whether they could afford to hire one. Forget it. For the sake of their grandson, they wouldn't be ashamed. Thinking this, Grandpa went inside, grabbed a bottle of red wine, and approached the neighbor's door. Ding dong. The door opened. Seeing the two elderly people and the young child in front of him, Butler Ding looked confused. The old man had no choice but to speak bravely. Oh, I am your neighbor from next door. I happen to have some free time today and came to visit. As he spoke, the old man handed over a bottle of red wine. He really couldn't say more after that. Having been a boss all his life, he truly didn't know how to ask for food. The little grandson didn't care about all that. He was more interested in the smell of the cake his grandpa was talking about. He got impatient. He stuck his head out from behind his grandpa. Your cake smells so good. Can I have a piece? As soon as he said that, the old man looked a bit embarrassed. The old lady apologized. My grandson is not very sensible. He's just so tempted by the smell of your cake. Butler Ding smiled slightly after hearing this. Please wait a moment, I'll go talk to my boss. He turned and quickly went inside to report the situation at the door to Su Chin. Su Chin was surprised at first, then couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it's just about making a cake. Why is it such a big deal? Now even the little neighbor kid has come to our house. Soon, Su Chin and Butler Ding arrived at the door together. Seeing the cake in Butler Ding's hands, the two elderly people looked a bit shy and awkward. Young man, my grandson is not very sensible. He's too greedy. I'll teach him a good lesson later. It's okay, kids are naturally curious, Suchin said with a gentle smile. This child was about the same age as Nuonuo, both at that mischievous stage where they can't control their appetites. He naturally understood. The old man took the cake and kept thanking him. Then, ignoring Suchin's polite refusal, he directly shoved the bottle of red wine into his arms. A few quiet hours passed. Wangbin finished work late today. When he got home, he let the little dog out of its cage to play. He then collapsed onto the sofa like a pile of mush, playing on his phone. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. The clock hands quietly pointed to 9:30. He was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he was hit on the head twice with a solid bang, making him dazed. Ow, what the heck? Wangbin was suddenly awakened and shouted loudly. When he regained his senses, he saw the little dog still holding a paw in midair, barking howl, as if protesting. Stop it, let me sleep a little more. Wangbin was both angry and helpless, so tired he didn't even have the strength to scold the dog. He turned his head away and continued sleeping. The little dog refused to give up and gave another slap. This made Wangbin completely angry. He instantly sat up and roared, "If you keep bothering me, I'll put you back in the cage." Woot woof woof. Woot woof woof. Woot woof woof. The husky barked loudly and chaotically, biting tightly on Wangbin's pant leg and pulling toward the door. As the saying goes, only a father truly knows his child. Wangbin had no choice but to patiently explain. Stupid dog, the boss isn't selling anymore, not selling intestines. Going there won't help. The dog tugged even harder. The entire dog leaned back, paws pushing forcefully on the floor. It whined and protested angrily at its owner's inaction. Wangbin was pulled to one side and quickly reached out to pry open the dog's mouth. Let go. Let go. Are you deaf, or what? Can't understand human words? Don't tear your dad's pants. After a sharp, family-friendly curse, the person and the dog finally left the house. They arrived at the entrance of the proctology clinic. Sure enough, the lively stall was now quiet and deserted. There were still some unaware customers waiting there, craning their necks with hopeful looks. You're here for the intestines, right? The boss said he sold out last week and isn't coming back. If you want to find him, it's all about luck. At least, it was a customer's story. Wangbin felt a sense of kinship and kindly reminded them. Huh? What? The intestine boss only sold for a week. Maybe we should look around nearby. It's late at night, dark and quiet. Where can we find him? Before Wangbin could say more to the customers, the husky suddenly acted like it had been injected with adrenaline, frantically circling this familiar place, running in circles. Howl, 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 howl. Whine the dog was simply howling, full of emotion, with no technique. Wangbin was pulled off balance by the silly dog and almost fell. In a panic, he tightly held the straightened dog leash and shouted loudly, "Stop pulling. What are you so excited about? Didn't I tell you already? The boss isn't selling anymore, and you still don't believe your dad?" Honestly, Wangbin was a bit scared now. He was worried his stupid dog might turn into a loyal dog like Hachiko. The intestine boss had left, and the dog waited here faithfully, rain or shine, for years. If this silly dog was really that stubborn, Wangbin knew he'd have a tough time. The husky spun around like a small whirlwind, running around the territory for over 5 minutes. The more it ran, the bigger its circle became, and it howled as it went. Passers-by saw this strange scene of a person and a dog and looked on with curiosity. Wangbin felt utterly embarrassed, completely ashamed. Should he tell everyone that this disobedient dog wasn't even his? Just then, with a whoosh, a sudden movement, the husky dashed toward the wall, running fast. Wangbin's heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Oh no, what is he about to do? Will he lose his 15,000 yuan over some intestines and crash into the wall? Luckily, just before hitting the wall, the husky suddenly braked sharply. With a burst of speed, it darted to the side of a trash can. Wangbin supported his waist with one hand, finally able to breathe a little. He saw a silly dog fiddling around for a moment. Then, it carried out a small piece of intestines it must have dropped somewhere. Wangbin's mind hadn't fully reacted yet, but the husky's mouth was already moving. Woof woof. While chewing, the husky's bright blue eyes looked shiny. It seemed almost about to cry. Wangbin's eyes twitched slightly, and he swallowed hard. Foolish dog. A dog that loves to eat can even dig through trash. What should I do if he's hungry? The next day. It was only 6 in the morning, but Suchin couldn't sleep anymore. He had stayed up all night for a week straight. He didn't feel any deficiency in his body. Instead, he was full of energy. This must be due to the body-enhancing medicine he took. After washing up, Suchin went to the kitchen to make cheesecake, planning to sell it later. The oven was large and could bake 6 at once. When the second batch was almost ready, Steward Ding and the nanny had already gone to work. "Good morning, Mr. Su. You're already making cake so early? Do you need us to help with anything?" Suchin thought for a moment. "Then help me wash some fruit. After all, cheesecake is delicious, but honestly, 50 yuan is a bit expensive. If he added some cream and fruit, it would be perfect." Suchin opened the fridge, which was full of fruit. Mangosteen, honeydew melon, kiwi, dragon fruit, and even durian. Everything was there. Since he had money now, he liked to buy imported fruits in bulk. He saw expensive ones and threw them into the shopping cart. It was mostly for a kind of revenge shopping. But after eating a lot, he became disillusioned and often forgot to eat. He looked around and decided on strawberries and kiwis. He asked the housekeeper to wash and slice them, then let them dry. Making this kind of fruit-filled cake is simple. Slice the cheesecake into thin layers, then spread layers of animal cream and fruit. Add some custard in the middle to make it more surprising. Finally, he topped the cake with whipped cream, added a border, and cut each cake into 4 pieces. Then he piped some whipped cream designs to decorate. For the strawberry cake, it was natural to decorate the top with whole strawberries. As for the kiwi-flavored cake, to make it look better, Suchin carefully arranged the sliced kiwi into rose shapes. After a while, the nannies finished preparing breakfast. Suchin finally set aside his work and went to call the little one. Nuonyo, wake up quickly. If you don't get up, you'll be late," Suchin softly called. But Nuonyo remained asleep, snoring peacefully. Even when she heard her dad's voice, she slept even more soundly. "That kid. Does your dad have to use his strongest trick?" Suchin bent down, leaned close to Nuonyo's ear, and whispered, "Nuonyo, wake up and have breakfast. There are lots of delicious cakes." As soon as he finished speaking, Suchin saw her eyelids move. Her big eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. "Cake? I want to eat." Suchin couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pinch her soft, chubby cheeks. Sure enough, she's a little glutton. After breakfast, Nuonyo was going to kindergarten. She picked up the packed cake and stuffed it into her small backpack. The bag was so full that the zipper couldn't close. She still insisted on packing it in. Finally, Nuonyo took out her textbooks and managed to squeeze in 2 cakes. Anyway, the main thing was the cakes. She didn't have to read the books, but she had to eat the food. Suchin watched from the side, shaking his head. He told the little girl to hold her books properly. "Sigh. Forget it. If she can learn, she will. If not, she can just eat more. Her brain and body definitely need to grow together." At 8:30, Suchin drove his food truck toward Shishir Mountain. They were almost there. From afar, the mountain looked like a sleepy winter melon, short and squat, standing there without much presence. It looked unimpressive. At the foot of the mountain, the paint on the scenic area's entrance was peeling badly, rusty, and old. The security guard was quite relaxed. He sat comfortably in the guardhouse, his phone volume turned up loud, and traditional opera music played from inside. Suchin found a somewhat noticeable spot to park. He opened the sunshade and wrote the flavors and prices on a small whiteboard. 20 minutes passed. Looking at the empty scenic area, Suchin fell into deep thought. He had brought over 40 packed cakes. Would he be able to sell them all? He thought the business here might be a little slow, but he never expected it to be so deserted. No wonder there isn't a single stall in such a large scenic area. It's so frustrating. He ended up falling into the system's trap again. There's nothing he can do. Suchin took out a long-unused loudspeaker and recorded 2 lines. "Cake, strawberry cake, kiwi cake, delicious." He played it on repeat. Pop, pop, the birds in the woods found the noise annoying and flapped their wings, flying into the scenic area. The gatekeeper, who was immersed in his opera world, was also disturbed by the shouting. Huh? When did someone come? Someone actually set up a stall here? The loudspeaker was noisy enough to be annoying. Was he just here to bother himself? But he couldn't fly away like the birds. He could only push open the gatehouse door with a loud bang and walk over to Suchin. "Hey, kid, selling cakes? There aren't many visitors here. Where's the business? Pack up and leave already. No point wasting effort here." Honestly, when the gatekeeper arrived at the stall and saw a young man about his son's age, he felt a bit compassionate. "Old man, want a cake? They're really tasty." Suchin ignored the gatekeeper's advice and started enthusiastically promoting his cakes. After all, he didn't choose this place. It was better to try to attract potential customers. "Wow, a cake for 50 yuan each? The old man saw the price on the whiteboard, got excited, and his voice trembled. In such a remote place, selling cakes for 50 yuan each was quite a lot. His monthly salary was only 3,000 yuan, so one cake could take half a month's wages. He quickly waved his hand. No, I won't buy. I'm too old for sweets. He said this while trying to save some face, but his eyes kept lingering on the beautiful cake. Such a lovely strawberry cake. The snowy white cream, like fresh winter snow, thick and soft-looking, smooth and shiny. The strawberries were big, red, and fresh. Back in the days of material scarcity, they couldn't afford such treats. Just one bite of an old-fashioned cake made with flour, eggs, and baked white would make him feel so happy inside. He hadn't eaten cake in many years and still missed it. He wondered if his son would buy him one for his birthday this year. He hoped the boy would grow up a bit. Old man, want to try a piece? Taste first, then buy. Suchin saw Grandpa's head and couldn't help but laugh. He quickly took out a strawberry cake, cut a small piece with a knife, and stuck in a toothpick to hand over. Suddenly, the grandpa who just earlier claimed he didn't like sweets eagerly took the cake, handed it to his mouth, and ate it. Grandpa chewed the cake carefully, his wrinkles relaxing as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Delicious, very tasty. He didn't expect the strawberry cake to be even better than he imagined. The cream was just the right sweetness and smooth to taste. The cake itself was fragrant, soft, and sweet, balancing the richness of the cream. When he bit into the strawberry, the sweet and sour juice burst out like a splash. Inside, it seemed there was some jelly-like filling that slipped smoothly into his mouth, tender and refreshing. Who says old people can't eat cake? As they get older, they should enjoy cake more. The cake was soft and easy to chew, and it seemed to heal his lonely old heart. It was truly wonderful. Grandpa want one? Suchin looked at Grandpa's carefree smile and asked. Yes, I'll have a strawberry one. Grandpa, in a good mood after eating some sweets, took out his phone without hesitation, scanned a QR code, and paid 50 yuan. Then he held the beautiful strawberry cake and went back to his booth to relive happy memories. After Grandpa left, Suchin looked at the empty scenic entrance and had no choice but to sit on a chair, take out his phone, and start scrolling through Douyin. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wu Shuang was planning to hike Shishir Mountain with her best friend. The park wasn't very popular, but they had various activities to promote it. Now, locals could enter for free with their ID cards. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to go. They had heard there were many animals inside, so they thought it would be fun. More than half an hour later, as they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard distant shouting. Could there really be cake for sale here? They instinctively hurried over. When they arrived at the food cart, they saw the tempting cake, and their eyes widened. Wow! One piece was full of fresh strawberries, big and juicy. Imagine soft, fluffy white cream mixed with light textures. Just thinking about how delicious it would be to put in your mouth is enough to make you hungry. The kiwi-flavored cake has a unique taste. On top of the cake, there is a large, whole kiwi rose. The bright green flesh looks like jade, with tiny black sesame-like seeds adding a playful and cute touch. It looks fancy and very tasty at first glance. Slurp, the two friends secretly swallow their saliva, feeling a bit embarrassed. This cake is so cute. Boss, I'll take one of each flavor. Wu Shuang can't hold back and speaks first. Shuang, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Oh, I'm always trying to diet, but sometimes I just want to indulge. It's reasonable, right? Besides, how can I have energy to hike if I don't eat enough? That's true. No way to argue. Seeing her good friend break her diet in a second, her best friend's guilt about eating sweets lessens. Since Wu Shuang already bought two, it's natural for her to eat some too. Then, boss, give me one of each too. Hearing this, Su Chin's smile deepens. Okay, that's 100 yuan each. 2 hours have passed, and the progress on the task has finally reached 5/800. So difficult. Wu Shuang and her friend pay the bill. They exchange a glance, secretly feeling a little regret. Weren't they here to hike for free? Why did they just lose 100 yuan? They say the free things are often the most expensive, and now they see how true that is. Holding the cakes, they start walking up the mountain trail. Lush trees block the sides, making it not too hot. Birds occasionally fly by. The sound of monkeys calling can be heard, sometimes short and sharp, sometimes long and mellow. After walking a while, Wu Shuang and her friend decide to each take one flavor and swap to satisfy their cravings. They put the rest in their bags, planning to eat it at the top of the mountain later. Her friend chose the kiwi cake, not wanting to ruin the perfect roast. She used a fork to cut a piece from the side of the cake. Wow. Oh my gosh. The soft, cloud-like cream combined with the fluffy cake melts slowly on the tongue. It's so delicious. The kiwi slices inside are juicy and crisp, not causing a numb feeling, and the heart-shaped fruit isn't hard. As a true dessert lover, she never expected to find such a surprise at a roadside stall. Just as she's about to try the strawberry cake in Wu Shuang's hands, chirp chirp, ooh, a sudden noisy call rings out. Then, 4 monkeys jump out from the dense woods. A pair of bright, curious eyes stared sharply at the 2 people on the mountain path. Huh? Wild monkeys? Wu Shuang and her best friend widened their eyes in surprise. The 2 of them and 4 monkeys looked at each other from a distance. In almost no time, the monkeys jumped close to them. They then looked at the girls eagerly, hoping for some bread as a snack today. The girls' faces suddenly stiffened. They had heard that park monkeys can be tricky and knew that if they didn't have food, it wouldn't be a problem. But just now, they saw a cake for sale and forgot about that. If it were small bread or sausage, it would be okay to give. But such a delicious cake, they didn't want to share. Her best friend saw the situation was getting bad. She quickly bent down to pick up a stick from the ground, holding it ready just in case. Go away, go far enough, she shouted loudly, waving the stick wildly. Under her warning, 2 of the monkeys behaved and sat still looking greedy, but not daring to jump over and grab. But the other 2 young monkeys, greedy and bold, took a step forward. They weren't afraid and looked very arrogant. They grinned, showing their teeth, and made low growling sounds. They seemed to threaten the girls to give up their food quickly. 2 minutes later, one of the monkeys, seeming impatient, saw that Wu Shuang had no weapons. It kicked hard with its back legs, jumped from the tree, and ran toward her. Suddenly, Wu Shuang felt a furry touch. In the next second, her strawberry cake disappeared. Ah! A sharp noise suddenly erupted in the mountains. My cake! My strawberry cake! Seeing their friends succeed, the monkeys got very excited. Their small group's morale soared. They jumped onto Wu Shuang's bag, grabbing it. They skillfully unzipped it, reached inside, and took out another kiwi cake. Wow! You mischievous monkeys! I don't even know what that kiwi cake tastes like. Stop! Stop! Why are you taking my lipstick? The monkeys rummaged through the bag, sniffed the lipstick, and, seeing it wasn't food, threw it on the ground in disgust. Wu Shuang's 2 cakes were snatched away by the monkeys. Her best friend also fell into the chaos. The monkeys kept coming, surrounding the 2 of them. In an instant, all the cakes were taken by the monkeys' paws. The best friend was furious and swung a branch fiercely at the monkeys. Unexpectedly, these monkeys seemed almost magical. They easily jumped aside to avoid the branches. Then they grabbed the branch from her hand and started jumping around happily. Best friend? What's wrong? You, an unfinished little monkey, think you can hit me? At this moment, as a monkey, you should fight hard for what you love. Honestly, Suchin saw a bright flash of white outside the window. So, she bought a cake and went up the mountain. She transformed from a good girl into a street-smart troublemaker. After replying to some comments online, she started messing with the cake she just set down. In the quiet mountain, a fierce battle between humans and monkeys suddenly broke out. Wu Shuang grabbed her best friend, who was still yelling and jumping. Some comments had gone off topic, asking what kind of cake it was. If they were luckier and managed to grab a whole strawberry or kiwi, that would be amazing. You've gone too far. When they saw the price tag on the cake, they hesitated. They didn't notice a group of monkeys quietly lurking on the mountain trail. Once they took a bite, the only thing comparable was a hive hanging on a tree. They decided to rest for 2 days. But after tasting it, the sweet flavor quickly conquered their taste buds. Suchin checked the weather forecast. The rain would last for 2 days. Then, thunder roared loudly. They felt so happy they almost couldn't hold it in. She saw many comments on the short video she posted earlier. Little thieves, don't run. You stole my cake and think you can just walk away? I'll your monkey fur if I have to. 2 minutes later, the 2 became angrier and chased after the fleeing culprits. They picked up the stolen small cake and prepared to run away. Business had suddenly slowed down, and they felt a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the angry comments, Wu Shuang's frustration eased a lot. Those who didn't get a cake were even more frantic, chasing and squealing to get a share. They all started shouting at the monkeys loudly. Just for a few cakes, they fought fiercely, not willing to give in. Forget it. Stop chasing. Whenever I think about the time when those visitors chased me all over the street, I can't help but laugh. Some of them were in such a rush that cream splattered right into my eyes, and I couldn't even bother to wipe it away. As the saying goes, the more bugs there are, the less you need to worry about being bitten. After a while, the loud horn sound drew a few young people who were out hiking. My best friend was so angry her blood pressure shot up rapidly, and she stormed madly toward the monkeys. Yesterday was a clear sunny day, but we didn't sell much, and on rainy days, fewer people visit the scenic area. Suddenly, people online with similar experiences felt like they found a group. Shisha Mountain? I've been there. The monkeys are so naughty, they don't respect tourists at all, they even steal my spicy snacks. She took out her phone, ready to complain to her roommate about this annoying incident. Hey, sister, what kind of little cake are you talking about? Is it tasty? She adjusted her angle, taking photos of the cake from the left and right. I've never seen such a cake with fresh fruit on top. Watching the terrifying monkeys get closer and closer, the monkeys quickly climbed trees and swung away on vines, disappearing swiftly. The two of them angrily posted online, complaining about the situation. Although some fruits are sweet, very few are as perfectly balanced as this one. She packed up her backpack, which had been attacked by monkeys. The smell was incredibly fragrant and sweet. Meanwhile, on the other side, she was just gobbling down her food without care. The cake was so soft it was almost unbelievable, moist and tender, better than the small bread she usually snatched. Those lousy monkeys are so cheap. Hey, the danger of wild animals is pretty high. The monkeys at Eshan are especially nasty, mean, sneaky, and even creepy. They like to lift pretty girls' skirts. As soon as the smell of the delicious cake reached their noses, the monkeys couldn't resist anymore. Faced with such a rare, gift-like cake, sometimes, it started to rain. Usually, visitors going up the mountain don't bring fruits. Unfortunately, there aren't many beehives in Shisha Mountain, and stealing honey would just get you stung all over, which isn't worth it. They sheepishly headed down the mountain, planning to buy 2 more portions. Wednesday. What can we do about them? Even the most gentle and adorable little monkeys in the troop, after all this fuss, neither of them felt like continuing to play. They took a few close-up photos of the messy scene the monkeys had made on the ground. Wu Shuang and her best friend went straight home after buying the cake. Stealing the cake. No shame. Wait until Friday or the weekend when there are more people, then go and sell fiercely for 3 days. These young people are laughing and chatting happily all the way. In the morning, as soon as I wake up, large raindrops start pounding down loudly. Miss, don't be angry. I have no classes tomorrow, so I can help you teach those naughty monkeys a lesson and help them find peace. Next, the cream is smooth and rich, with a hint of a mother's warmth. It's sweet and sour, juicy and full of flavor. Just one bite makes the little claws tremble with excitement. The monkeys at Shisha Mountain are crazy. They stole all the delicious little cakes I bought. I'm overwhelmed. I feel like I might completely lose it. At most, I could only grab a small piece of bread. Monkeys are protected animals after all. They have tough skin and thick flesh, and they don't cry out in pain. Though they haven't fully evolved, they understand the game of strategy well. The monkey that got the cake quickly grabbed a piece and put it in its mouth. Now, to get the cake, they only regret that adorable cake, and they didn't even get to eat a few bites. They quickly banded together again, ready to block these upright apes. The monkeys were all surprised. They tried several times but couldn't capture its perfect form. They swung the empty bag that the monkey had flipped over and threw it at them. Just unlocked the screen. Click, 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 took several photos. What a fierce mother ape. Run quickly. Even if you want to chase, you need to see if you have the skill. Suchin was lazily playing on his phone, watching videos. Next to him, Wushua shouted loudly. Faced with such delicious food, she took out her phone, opened the camera, adjusted her hair, and put on makeup. Finally, she found a small lamp for extra lighting, then happily posted her photos in the comments. She plopped down on the sofa. Especially in the forest where sweets are scarce, the monkeys started fighting and chaos ensued. Shisha Mountain. When the melodious Fur-Elise music played in the scenic area, the monkeys, who had rested all night, started to become restless. They hadn't tasted cake for 17 hours, and enduring until now had already tested their patience. They hurriedly ran toward the stone path that tourists must pass yesterday. A few monkeys jumped onto the wooden posts on the iron wire fence, resting their bright red behinds on top. Other monkeys squatted on the horizontal beams of the fence. The animals stretched their necks, looking toward the foot of the mountain, waiting for today's tasty little cakes. Half an hour later, the monkeys, eager with anticipation, drooled as they stared. Dark, twisted shapes crawling. What are they doing? A dozen claws scratching wildly. It's quite strange. Shouldn't this be shared on social media? But on the other hand, they were also trying hard to scratch at the window, hoping to get inside. However, the little cakes were bought with their own money, so they couldn't let thieves steal their thoughts. Chirp, chirp. Oink, oink. The old man was frightened. Chirp, chirp. He quickly decided and bit into a cake fiercely. Soon, he realized something was wrong. In the mountains, only one word filled the air: worry. He jumped down from the guard booth. He didn't dare open the door. He pressed against the shouting outside, trying to clear his name. The monkey's crying grew louder. It was hard to tell if it was rain or tears. He looked toward the source of the commotion. The mountain bandits were tearing apart the security booth, small but important. This was a mascot for the scenic area. If they ran away, who would keep the place open? Suddenly, several dark shadows jumped down from the mountain. Seeing they couldn't get in, the monkeys became very aggressive. It's not my fault. Really, I didn't make anyone cry. Probably hungry. If you feed them some food, they'll be fine. The security guard. After venting his feelings, they all jumped up at once, claws quickly grabbing the edge of the booth. No more business, so they had to leave their posts. Then they collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Inside the booth. This is interesting. What kind of place is this? I want to go see. In this vast world, where exactly are the little cakes? The administrator was puzzled but finally asked. Honestly, he was very restrained in eating the cake this time. A few stubborn ones didn't want to hide from the rain. Several monkeys were holding a grudge, in a stage where they wanted to bite everyone they saw. The administrator came to help and was completely stunned. Seeing the monkeys so hungry that they looked like they were about to drool, it was truly pitiful. Suddenly, dark clouds drifted to the mountaintop, bringing heavy rain and thunder. Probably heartbroken. Thinking about what can't be, that's why this happens. Just like that terrible weather, that rainy day, when I failed to confess. Sigh. No matter how you look at it, it seems like the monkeys sent a rescue team. Speaking of which, he trembled as he picked up the phone, his voice trembling too. Soon, they noticed the delicious food inside the guard booth that they all longed for. I don't know what crazy thing these monkeys are doing. They frantically scratched and dug at the ground with their forepaws. It's hard to tell if their fur is wetter and heavier from the rain, or if they simply don't want to move at all. The monkeys instantly got soaked and looked like drowned rats. The overwhelmed monkeys couldn't hold back anymore. A few minutes later, they were still being filmed while complaining. Rumble. Seeing the cake being eaten in a few bites, it was the first time he saw the monkeys cry loudly since he started working here. They went crazy. Each monkey stuck their big bottom out and clung to the guard booth, making loud noises. He put a lot of effort into this. The administrator's video was so strange that many online viewers, who were slacking off at work, left comments. The rain mercilessly washed over their fur. He stepped forward and grabbed the monkey's arms, trying to pull each one away. At this moment, the monkeys stared fixedly at their cake, drooling heavily. Does he still need to do anything? Did you poke the monkey's bottom? Why are they all attacking you? Even if he accidentally kicked one, the monkey wouldn't resist, looking more defeated than a stray dog. They all looked hopeless. Their sharp teeth clacked against the glass as they chewed loudly. Hey, I wouldn't dare hit the glass with my hands. You deal with it first. I'll go get a stick nearby. The security guard had no choice but to agree and urge the administrator to hurry. What a mess at the scenic spot. They only feed the monkeys once a day. The administrator frowned deeply. The old man shouted loudly. What? The monkeys launched a chaotic attack on the old man. There were no humans feeding them, no tasty little cakes, and they were caught in the pouring rain. After just 10 meters, they already looked tired. Why are the monkeys coming down the mountain? They frantically pounded on the windows. They opened their mouths wide and screamed wildly. Under the heavy rain, they stumbled and ran down the mountain. After biting again, the monkey screams grew louder. Their loud cries were almost heartbreaking. The administrator put his phone back in his pocket. He waved the slingshot in his hand and shouted. He glanced at the long stick in his hand but felt a bit reluctant. Bang, bang, bang. He didn't expect it to turn out like this. Dressed in a raincoat, the administrator hurried over. Wow, is this the old man? All day in the mountains, doing nothing, sleeping and waking, eating when awake, now crying loudly. For a moment, the administrator looked curious, like a curious animal in a field. As soon as he took a bite, the monkey squealed loudly. Eating in front of starving monkeys, he always kept his manners and didn't make noise. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but smile. There was no rescue needed at the scene, just chaos. It was completely different from before. Administrator, come quickly, help. The monkeys have come down the mountain and are causing trouble at the guard post. Look at this. The monkeys are acting crazy, crying and shouting. He shook his head. What's wrong? Are the monkeys all upset? Outside, there was a strong wind and heavy rain. The wild monkeys were baring their teeth and screeching, jumping around wildly. Since it was public property, the gatekeeper was calmly eating leftover cake from yesterday and drinking hot tea, enjoying the storm. Why are they crying? Evolution is just right. No need to work. No need to cook. Go away, you little monkeys. Hurry back where you came from. Thinking this, the administrator formed his fingers into a natural umbrella and placed his phone underneath to record. Did I see that right? The monkeys are crying? Did they lose the Monkey King competition? He was so anxious he scratched his head and pounded the fence with his monkey paw. No, sir. What did you do to them? It looked like a scene of a large-scale monkey abuse. Suddenly, he heard a harsh, wild scream. Big sister, please share some cake with me. I'll give you my favorite building blocks to play with. Nuo, I have this really tasty yogurt. You should try it. Boss, I also have my Barbie doll to share with you. Yesterday, after trying a bit of her cake, the children started calling Nuo Big Sister Nuo on their own. That little cake was so delicious, better than any bought by parents outside. Now that there's a chance to eat cake again, of course they want to bring out their favorite things to please the boss. Nuo is never a stingy child. Seeing everyone sharing, she generously divided some cake among the children. So tasty. Slurp, slurp, so good. One by one, little heads gathered around Nuo's table, each taking a spoonful. Their cheeks puffed out as they chewed happily. Hee, isn't it delicious? My dad made it. Nuo tilted her chin and pouted slightly, showing a bit of pride. Wow, Nuo, you're so lucky having cake every day. I wish I had such a dad. Wow, I also want a handsome dad who can bake cakes. Me too. Meanwhile, on the other side, the food lovers in the Pig Trotters group were all sighing. A few days ago, while their families were out of town, they wandered around the streets, searching for Su Chin's stall. But today, with such heavy rain, they could only sigh through the windows. Where did the boss go to set up his stall? What delicious food did he make this week? With the rain so heavy, going out to find him now is impossible. Helpless, many started searching online for various food posts, trying to find clues. But in the end, they found nothing. Hey, with us searching little by little, when will we find him? Is anyone in the Pig Trotters group? How's the situation over there? Found him yet? Just like us, they haven't found him either. Better to rely on ourselves. Waiting for others to find him isn't enough. Maybe someone found him but isn't saying anything. As soon as these words were spoken, the group became lively. That's true. Who would want to work hard to find the boss just to do others a favor? If everyone freeloads, who would bother to look? And if there's another purchase limit, missing out would be a loss. After some discussion, everyone decided to create a new group just for the Pig Trotters group. To prevent those who only want to get news for free, and to encourage everyone to contribute what they can, money or effort. A new group of customers was also set up with a threshold. Joining the group required paying a fee, with each person contributing 50 yuan as a reserve bonus. The main idea was to prevent anyone from just enjoying the benefits without contributing. Compared to the Pigs Trotters group, most members here are young people. There are more white-collar workers who know they can't lead a team and can only work hard until they are exhausted. Without proper management, it's hard to find the boss in such a big city like Nanjing. So, they decided to manage directly through a grid system and also set up a few grid leaders. Although it might seem like using a cannon to kill a mosquito to find vendors this way, it's a bit of an overkill, but it's all for their own good. No one wants to suffer, especially not their mouths. These people are very organized and quick to act. Messages keep coming in constantly. Everyone, please pay attention to the regional street staff allocation sheet.xlsx. Everyone needs to upload relevant information to the table at each location, checking by district and time slot. Attached, regional inspection progress tracking.xlsx. Suddenly, everyone is very enthusiastic, more focused than when working in a company. They aim for a team-based customer group, searching thoroughly everywhere, determined not to give up until they find the boss. At 4 p.m., due to heavy rain, The kindergarten contacted parents and decided to dismiss children early. Parents can come anytime to pick up their kids. Su-chun, being free, naturally went quickly. He arrived at the third class. From afar, he saw Nua carrying a small backpack, looking eagerly down the corridor. "Daddy!" The little one's clear, childish voice came with full joy. Hearing this, the other children gathered around, each calling out in a cute, babyish voice. "Godfather! Godfather! Godfather!" "Su-chun, what's going on?" These little kids are calling him grandpa, like the gourd baby, suddenly becoming the godfather of dozens of children who wouldn't be confused. A few days ago, he met an old man who thought he was his son. Now, another group is calling him their dad? What's happening? Kids, don't call out randomly. Be careful your real parents find out and will spank you. Higi, Nuonyo shared the cake with us. She's our big sister, so her dad is naturally our dad too. Yeah, Su-dad's cake is really delicious. Su-chen's eyelids kept twitching. Wow, these little kids are so funny. They ate the cake and sold out their own dad. Truly, you little rascals. Godfather, will we have cake to eat tomorrow? A chubby kid patted his belly, asking eagerly, with a bit of breathlessness. You, little guy, already have crooked teeth and still want sweets? Don't you want your teeth anymore? Su-chen teased him on purpose. The chubby kid got upset, his round face turning into a wrinkled bun. Oh, don't cry. I'll make some for you tomorrow. Since the kids are so supportive and all gathered around Nuonyo to play, as a dad, he definitely couldn't be too disappointed. Well, thanks, Godfather. Long live the Godfather. Great. We'll have cake again tomorrow, Su-chen. Sure. You little ones, stop shouting. Be careful your dad comes. Friday morning at 5 o'clock. Su-chen got up and checked the weather forecast. It rained for 2 days straight, but finally, the sun is out. Besides the cake he made last time, what else should he make today to sell? How about cream puffs? Cream puffs are small, tasty, and easy to make. Just prepare the puff pastry and cream filling. A batch makes 10, selling for 50 yuan, pretty fair. After all, the ingredients are top-quality flour, raw eggs, whole milk, and fermented butter provided by the system. Su-chen went to the kitchen and quickly started working. He sifted the flour, mixed it with eggs, water, salt, and butter into a soft dough, then put it into a piping bag. He squeezed small portions onto a baking tray and baked them in the oven. At high temperature, the dough expanded quickly, turning into hollow, crispy SS. Through the oven's transparent glass, he watched the dough grow wildly inside. Like ing-up balloons, they gradually rounded and grew bigger. Soon, they turned into small, plump balls. After a bit more baking, the smooth surfaces cracked open, forming flaky SS. He opened the oven. The aroma of baked goods filled the air, carrying a unique wheat scent. The SS were ready. Now they just needed cream. Cream is a must. The custard cream sauce, made mainly from egg yolks and milk, mixed with animal cream, turns into a light yellow puff pastry filling. It is piped into a fine-tip bag and injected into hollow pastry SS to make cream puffs. Soon, it was already 7:30. After placing the cake and cream puffs on the cart, Su-chen prepared to take the little one to school. Before leaving, he specifically handed over 2 large boxes of cream puffs for Nuonyo to hold. Watching the little one happily skip into the park, he then set off towards Shishir Mountain. Shishir Mountain Scenic Area. Recently, a video of monkeys crying in the rain spread quickly online. It even gained some fame. Who could resist adorable monkeys hugging their knees, burying their heads, and sniffling? It was very eye-catching and definitely fun to watch. The park leaders learned about this and immediately got excited. The previous marketing efforts by the team didn't generate much attention, but this crying monkey scene attracted a lot of people. It was a rare opportunity to gain fame, and they had to seize it. Soon, the administrator received a notice. He was told to post some videos of the monkeys using the official scenic area account to ride the wave of popularity and promote the park well. The administrator had no objections, as he would get a commission. Everyone loved watching the monkeys, so they just focused the camera on them. The park also actively collaborated with nearby schools. They didn't charge admission fees, aiming to attract students and boost popularity. The field trip for Inkai Elementary School was scheduled here. At 10 in the morning, 5 buses arrived at the foot of Shishir Mountain. One bus door opened, and a homeroom teacher led a group of elementary students off the bus. They lined up, and the teacher began giving instructions before entering the park. While listening, a few mischievous kids were distracted by the sound of a horn nearby. starting to zone out. They nudged each other and whispered like thieves. Did you hear? There are cream puffs and cakes for sale up ahead. Yeah, I heard. And there's strawberry flavor. I love it. Haha, my parents gave me some money for this trip. After the teacher finishes talking, I'll go buy some. A few students whispered quietly. The lively noise made the homeroom teacher have to stop for a moment. Students, please listen carefully to the teacher first. You can go buy things later. After all, it was a field trip. Unlike in school, where there are many rules, the teacher didn't want to scold these excited children. 5 minutes later, the teacher finished speaking. Do you all understand? Yes. A loud response rang out. The children quickly rushed toward the small stalls. The homeroom teacher shook his head helplessly behind them. These kids probably didn't listen at all. Suddenly, the Boy Scouts arrived. Suchin, sitting in the food cart, felt a new wave of enthusiasm from the elementary students. Wow! They ran and shouted, like monkeys coming down the mountain. In no time, they surrounded his stall, making it very lively. Cream puffs, kiwi cakes, strawberry cakes each cost 50 yuan. Suchin stood up, introduced each item, and watched how the children reacted. 50 yuan per piece? Was that too expensive for them? Did they have enough change? The children's eyes lit up when they heard this. Hiki, 50 yuan isn't much, within their budget. Anyway, their parents paid for the trip, so they naturally wanted to buy. Now that they had a bit of money, they wanted to indulge and buy more. Boss, 2 boxes of cream puffs, please. Handsome boss, I want 2 strawberry ones, hold them for me. Big brother boss, I want 2 too. And so on, these kids kept clamoring like ducks, all wanting to buy. Suchin was surprised. Wow, it turned out he had underestimated these little brothers and sisters. They all seem pretty wealthy. By the way, should he give Nua a bit more pocket money? Before he could finish packing the cakes, the children all took out their phone watches. They paid very smoothly impressive. Nice, very boss-like. Here are your 2 boxes of cream puffs. Take care of them. The girl who got her cream puffs first sniffed the rich milky aroma from the box. Her eyes lit up instantly, eager to eat them right away and enjoy them thoroughly. She took a bite, and the crispy outer S crackled and crumbled. The thin crust was very crispy, and the cream filling was rich, packed full inside. As her teeth broke through the crust, the pale yellow cream burst into her mouth, leaving a lingering flavor. The cream was soft and smooth, with a slight coolness, like being in soft snow, not too sweet, but with a tiny salty touch. The delicate cream was mixed with crispy pastry bits, making a crunchy sound when chewed. Taking a big bite, the feeling of happiness was overwhelming. The little girl was so delighted she nodded her head and tapped her feet happily. Wow, handsome boss. I want 2 boxes of cream puffs too. Boss, I want 1 too. Boss. The children from the other 4 buses also rushed over in a crowd. They chattered nonstop, making a loud noise. It was probably louder than the sound of a duck farm. Suchin was surrounded from all sides, with no way to escape. His head was buzzing, feeling overwhelmed. But, somehow, it felt a little exciting. Nearly 200 elementary students stormed into the cornfield like a swarm of locusts. A dark mass of children gathered around Suchin's food cart. The kids at the front tiptoed desperately, holding up the QR code on their smartwatches close to Suchin's eyes. The kids behind pushed and shoved each other, fighting for space, blushing and almost starting a fight. Don't fight. Everyone. Line up properly. I'll sell only when everyone's in order. Otherwise, there'll be nothing to eat. There was no choice. Suchin had to shout for order. If these mischievous kids lifted his cart away, that would be fine. But if they ended up fighting over a few small cakes and got bruised, that wouldn't be good. As the guardian of snacks at the entrance of the scenic spot, Suchin's words were very effective. The children obediently lined up. A few teachers also came over to help maintain order. In theory, during outdoor activities, students could buy whatever they wanted. But teachers had to keep an eye on them. If these little kids ate something unclean from a street stall and got stomachaches, they wouldn't be able to handle it. The teachers looked at Suchin's food cart. It was clean and hygienic, spotless everywhere, with reasonable prices. The cakes were all very beautiful. Golden, crispy cream puffs, round and adorable. Fresh strawberries half-hidden in delicate white cream cakes, like a dreamy dessert. Juicy green kiwi pieces looked vibrant and lively, adding energy to the cakes. Each one was uniquely beautiful and eye-catching. Not only the kids, but even the teachers couldn't resist. But if the adults went a line up behind the kids, that would be too awkward. Forget it. No purchase for now. At this moment, The elementary school children who bought the cakes all looked down and ate eagerly. Monkey was so excited that some white cream got on his face, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. Each of their eyes sparkled brightly. They were so happy and satisfied that they couldn't stop smiling. People say they aren't afraid of being greedy alone, but they are afraid of a group of people being greedy together. The teachers found it hard to handle. They exchanged glances and stepped aside. But some clever kids quickly noticed what was happening. Teacher Lou here. A little girl opened a box of cream puffs and pushed one forward loudly, shouting. The teacher felt a bit embarrassed. After some hesitation, she bravely took a cream puff. Kids are less shy than adults about sharing or refusing. If she didn't eat it now, and they took it back, she wouldn't get to try it. This rich, fragrant cream puff, with soft white cream inside, had a delicate filling that was sweet and tasty, so delicious it was hard to describe. She wondered if the other two fruit cakes were just as good. Anyway, she's an adult with more money and a bigger appetite. Soon, after all the little kids left, she planned to buy 2 of each flavor. Suchin was busy scanning the kids' smartwatches, packing cakes, and checking the task interface. Task progress, plus 178. Current progress, 188/800. Wow, that's scary. On Tuesday, only 9 were sold, but in less than half an hour today, they were almost sold out. No wonder people say women and children are the easiest to make money from. It's true. A few minutes later, Suchin packed the last 2 cakes and helplessly spread his hands. Sorry, kids, all the cream puffs and cakes are sold out. He didn't expect much from today's stall. There are 3 days left this week, so he prepared 200 pieces based on the system's task quota. If he had known there would be so many kids, he would have prepared a few hundred more, being too cautious. For a moment, the kids who bought the cakes happily started eating, but those who didn't get any immediately got upset. Wah, big brother boss, please. I haven't eaten yet. Boss, I don't care, I want to eat. If you don't sell me one, I'll cry. Yeah, if you don't sell me a cake, I'll cry. I'll cry too. Wah. When the bad news spread, one little girl's eyes filled with tears, but she held back from crying. Once one started crying, others followed. The sad emotion spread quickly, and the children all opened their mouths, crying loudly. Several teachers kept trying to comfort and persuade them, but it was no use. They could only look at Suchin with pleading eyes. Suchin felt overwhelmed and quickly spoke. Okay, kids, you go ahead and enjoy the scenic area. While you're exploring, I'll make a batch of cakes. When you come out, you can buy some. As soon as he said that, the tearful little one stopped sobbing. Wow, Big Brother Boss is so nice. Big Brother Boss, we promised we'd come back to buy later. You have to make more. Yeah, if they run out, we'll all cry for you. A few teachers watched nearby, feeling both amused and helpless. Not far away, Wu Shuang parked her small electric scooter by the roadside, not pushing into the crowd. She watched the whole scene in surprise. Wow, so many little kids. A couple of days ago, she saw how delicious the cakes made by the boss looked, but his stall was very quiet. She even helped promote him in the comments. Who would have thought that today, the cakes sold out and even caused a fuss among the elementary students? It was so interesting she wanted to record a video. Thinking this, she took out her phone and snapped a quick video of the kids. Just then, a few whistles sounded. Recess time was over. The teachers raised their voices, urging the children to line up quickly and count heads before entering the scenic area. The kids who didn't get cakes felt uneasy. They kept looking back and kept whispering to Suchin. Boss, we're leaving now. You promised you'd keep your word. Yes, don't worry, we're going now. Seeing the elementary students gradually walk away, Suchin finally relaxed. It seemed that little brothers and sisters were just as difficult as his regular old customers, always demanding and crying when they didn't get what they wanted. No, these kids were even more stubborn. They cried when they were not satisfied. Who could handle that? Suchin took a deep breath. He pulled out various ingredients from the system and placed them in the food cart, preparing to make fresh cream puffs. At that moment, Wu Shuang rode her electric bike to Suchin's stall. Over the past 2 days, she had come twice during the small breaks in the rain, but she hadn't found him. Today, early in the morning, when the weather was good, she hurried over again. She parked her bike and looked at the whiteboard, her eyes lighting up. Cream puffs? They had added a new flavor. She loved eating this. The outer crust is crispy, the cream is smooth, and it's hard for girls not to love it. Wu Shuang walked over to the foldable chair that Suchin had set up and sat down heavily. Boss, how much longer do I have to wait? The profiteroles are made fresh. It takes about an hour, and the cake's even longer. You might as well take a walk around the scenic area. Suchin was busy with work while replying. Hearing this, Wu Shuang remembered the scene where the monkey stole his things and shook his head repeatedly. I'll just wait here. You don't need to worry about me, boss. An hour is quite a while, but Wu Shuang was bored anyway. He picked up his phone and looked at some videos he had posted earlier. Because a video of the monkeys in the scenic area unexpectedly went viral, the comments below it were very numerous. Riding the wave of popularity, Wu Shuang also posted a short video of the elementary school students he had just filmed. Entering the scenic area gate, the teacher led the students along the stone-paved road, slowly heading up to Shishir Mountain. In the past, once you stepped into the mountain, monkeys could be seen everywhere, on the stairs, on the paths, on small bridges, on wooden stumps, and hanging from chains, jumping around actively. But now, because of the children climbing the mountain, the park management had arranged several monkey keepers to handle security. They wore bright yellow vests and stood by the fences, holding slingshots, chasing the monkeys away to about 10 meters away. The elementary students who bought cakes were climbing the mountain, stuffing pieces into their mouths, too busy to talk. The remaining children stared eagerly, their eyes full of longing. Unable to hold back, some shamelessly went over to ask their classmates for a piece, promising to return it after buying more at the bottom. After bargaining, the children happily ate their cakes, occasionally bursting into clear, cheerful laughter. They were happy, but the monkeys inside the fence suffered. Not only had they been tormented by the cakes these past 2 days, some monkeys looked dehydrated from crying. Seeing the little upright monkeys holding cakes, they couldn't resist their craving. They started pacing in place, scratching their ears and cheeks, making sharp, piercing noises. Some brave monkeys, knowing that fortune favors the bold, pretended to stretch their arms and legs, secretly gathering strength. Their muscles tensed, and with a quick of their hips, they launched themselves forward, claws out, ready to pounce. In the next moment, swish, a monkey shot a slingshot, hitting the approaching monkey, which squealed loudly and ran back in fear. Hee hee, so what if the monkeys come again? I defeated the Monkey King right in front of the group, so now I am the Monkey King. Who dares to rebel now? Great job. Uncle Yellow Vest is awesome. When I grow up, I want to be a monkey officer too. A young boy in the team clapped excitedly, his face turning red. Hearing this, the monkey officer smiled proudly. He loves climbing mountains and using a slingshot. Working here is not only fun, but also makes him feel appreciated by the kids. Sometimes, he even becomes a hero in their eyes. That feels amazing. Not far away, the defeated monkeys squatted in the distance, baring their teeth and crying loudly. Drool dripped down like waterfalls from their mouths. After a short rest, they suddenly charged forward again in a swarm. The monkey officers didn't hold back, firing their slingshots nonstop, causing the monkeys to scatter everywhere. These monkeys were attracted by a piece of cake, like endless zombies. Just when they were driven away, they quickly regrouped and attacked again. The scene was chaotic. Some little girls were scared, while some boys laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Led by the teacher, they kept walking along the stone path. They turned a corner and finally reached a place without any monkeys. Soon, a chubby elementary school student frowned slightly, seeming to hear a rustling sound. Huh? He tilted his head and looked suspiciously into the bushes. It turned out to be a small squirrel. It had soft, brown fur all over, a fluffy tail dragging behind, and big round eyes that looked adorable. Its mouth kept moving, munching on a piece of cake that a little kid had accidentally dropped. Wow, look over there, a squirrel. The chubby boy pointed at the squirrel. He was about to raise his voice, but worried about scaring the cute animal, so he lowered his voice and spoke softly. Many kids turned around to look when they heard the noise. Wild squirrels are rare and precious. Getting so close to one is even more special. Wow, it seems to love eating cake. Yeah, its cheeks are moving. So cute. A few students chattered excitedly, their eyes shining and stomping their feet with joy. The squirrel, who was happily munching, suddenly sensed all the intense gazes on it. It froze in fear, clutching its tiny paws tightly, but it didn't run away. These cakes are really too tempting for the mice. Choo choo choo. The squirrel is very cute, so adorable that it melts people's hearts. Plus, it has a greedy nature, so some little humans and animal spirits naturally go to feed it. The chubby one confidently throws a big piece of cake batter. The squirrel quickly presses it with its paws, and its tail excitedly wags like a propeller. Soon after, several other small squirrels also come out. The children are very happy and start giving lots of treats. The squirrels chew and nibble eagerly, their cheeks jiggling with each bite. They're making a fortune. They can't finish it all. They might even stockpile some, reaching the peak of squirrel life. As they go further, the elementary students walk more slowly. They eat cake along the way, dropping crumbs everywhere. A gentle breeze bringing the rustling of leaves and a faint natural scent. Suddenly, some birds appear out of nowhere. About a dozen birds flap their wings, fighting over the crumbs on the ground. They open their beaks wide, grabbing pieces of nature's gift and eating happily. Many children, who usually like feeding pigeons, find this even more fun now. Feeling warm inside, they immediately toss their cakes to the birds. In the midst of this noisy feeding frenzy, more birds arrive, flocking over in a swarm. The children have never seen such a scene. They abandon their cakes and hurriedly throw them into the bird flock. They are so scared they step back repeatedly. Just then, the teacher comes over. "Are you okay? Stop feeding the birds. It's dangerous, and sharing so much cake isn't good for them. You've all waited in line to buy these, so just eat them yourselves." Hearing this, the children quickly hide behind the teacher like little quails. They peek out, first looking at the birds, then at their empty hands. They finally realize what's happening. No way. Where's my big cake? The cream cake I was so eager to buy? Why has it all become a buffet for the animals? Wah, wah, wah. For a moment, a big commotion broke out in the Creek Stone Mountain. Animals that usually hide in the corners all came out in full force. The birds finished the cake and circled happily in the air, singing. The squirrels excitedly chattered squeak, 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 wagging their big tails from side to side. Everyone is happily enjoying this unprecedented grand celebration. Of course, except for the monkeys. The wild monkeys all over the mountain are unable to get any cake because of the slingshot control by the monkey guards. They are filled with anger and sadness, their hearts aching. They cry out, jump around, and grab tree branches, wildly panicking among the dense leaves. The entire forest echoes with their desperate roars. Chirp, chirp. Hoo-hoo. One day, they must learn to use slingshots to fight the upright apes. At this moment, the elementary school picnic team has already reached the mountain top. At first, the children were happily running and laughing together. But now, each face is flushed red, and they are sweating a lot. The scenery on the mountain is beautiful and the air is fresh. A gentle breeze making everyone feel much happier. After checking in and taking photos, they rest in place for a while. Amidst the sounds of sad monkey calls, the main group prepares to go down the mountain. On the other side, Suchin has no idea that his cakes are famous among the birds and animals. The baking time is up. Suchun puts down the whipped cream he just finished preparing and opens the oven. Inside, plump profiteroles emit a tempting wheat aroma. The crispy pastry surface is golden and especially crunchy, showing it's very successful. After cooling, he fills them with light yellow animal cream. The profiteroles are perfectly made right in front of the diners. While still fresh from the oven, Wu Shuang orders 2 boxes at once. With a big bite, she bites into a large profiterole. The fluffy, airy pastry instantly crumbles in her mouth, and soft, fragrant cream bursts out wildly. It feels like being wrapped in love and pampering, absolutely unbeatable. Wow, so delicious. Wu Shuang hugs the 2 boxes of profiteroles, stuffing them into her mouth one after another, enjoying every bite. She can't get enough, 2 boxes are not enough. After swallowing the profiteroles, she quickly orders 2 more boxes. Her actions make the nearby tourists, who are there to watch the monkeys, all drool with envy. They're not blind. Everyone can see how happy and surprised she looks. Watching food shows through screens used to be hard to bear, but now, seeing someone eat right in front of you, how can you resist? Boss, give me a box of profiteroles. I want one too. Give me 2 boxes. Meanwhile, the elementary school kids coming down the mountain are clearly less energetic than when they went up, especially in the second half of the descent. Their stomachs have long since digested the cake. Many kids are clutching their stomachs, groaning and sighing repeatedly. Ugh, how much longer until we reach the foot of the mountain? I don't know if the boss brother finished making the cake yet. I'm so hungry. If I had known, I wouldn't have let the little animals eat. Ugh, I'm out of money. I need to call my mom quickly to ask for some change. The elementary school kids are all complaining loudly. They also look at the birds flying overhead with a bit of resentment. Half an hour later, these tired kids suddenly become very energetic. They all run quickly towards Suchin's food cart. Boss brother, it's a robbery. Hurry and give us the sweet cake, come on. Whoever gets the cake can share it, and they'll be the boss. Boss brother, are the cream puffs ready? I want to buy some, the story isn't over yet. Click to continue reading. 1/2. Oh, what are you running for? Don't run so fast. Leave some for me. Oh no, the little troublemakers are back again. Suchin looks up and visibly shows a bit of fear. He quickly arranges the cakes on the cutting board. Luckily, the oven on the cart is big enough, with several racks. He managed to make quite a few during this time, mostly simple cream puffs. Everyone stay calm, take your time. Line up one by one. The teachers care about the kids and even extended their return time by half an hour. Mostly because they also couldn't resist the temptation. Many kids only bought 2 flavors. It's not that they didn't want to try others, but their pockets are empty. Anyway, tomorrow is Saturday and school is off. They'll come back with their parents to buy more then. As the crowd leaves, all the cakes and cream puffs in Suchin's cart are sold out. At this time, not many people are visiting the scenic area, so he plans to pack up and go home. The progress is pretty good, 436 out of 800. There are 2 days left, so finishing the task shouldn't be a problem. In the Fatty Intestine group chat, recently many customers who used to queue up for the fatty intestines have rejoined. Everyone is searching all over the streets according to their assigned tasks. By the end of work, the search team has grown larger. They've checked almost all the hospitals and park entrances. Now, they are focusing on other streets and alleys. Wang Bin's 2-hound dog has been running to the proctology hospital every day lately. Rain or shine, it goes without fail. Even in the rain, it wears a raincoat to go out. This dog is full of energy. Wang Bin takes advantage of his after-work hours to take it out for searches. The husky was running very fast. It could run across the entire street in just 10 minutes, but it was a bit clumsy. Hold on. Wait a moment. My dad still needs to fill out some forms. After finishing the paperwork, the person and the dog went to find someone else. At that moment, a sharp, loud horn sounded nearby. The noise startled the dog that was running around. It yelped loudly and jumped up suddenly. It leapt straight into the lap of a beautiful girl sitting by the roadside. Huskies really know how to choose their spots. Its big front paws casually rested on the girl's shoulders. Its fluffy head almost sank into a deep ditch. At the same time, there was a loud bang. Wang Bin, who was holding the dog's leash just a second ago, looked confident and handsome. But the next moment, he fell flat on his backside, completely unprepared. Wang Bin was stunned, feeling dazed. The beautiful girl looked confused and overwhelmed. Her delicate face was full of surprise, and her mouth was half open. Wang Bin quickly recovered and clumsily got up from the ground. He instinctively brushed off the dust on his clothes and looked at the silly dog, which was sticking out its tongue at the girl. What a little rascal. You got scared and ran into her arms for comfort. And your dad, got dragged into this and fell flat on my. I have to clean up after this mess. All the good things seem to be taken by you, this dead dog. But on the other hand, your son's eyes are pretty good. This girl is quite pretty. I really got a good deal. Wang Bin quickly pulled the husky off the girl. He sincerely started to apologize. Miss, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. No. My dog didn't mean to. I'm sorry. For a moment, Wang Bin felt like he had lost face. He wished he could disappear from the earth right then. Woof, 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 woof. At this moment, the husky seemed to realize it had caused trouble. It hung its head low, with ears drooping. Its blue eyes were full of guilt, and it made pitiful whimpering sounds. This made the girl both laugh and cry at the same time. She smiled and reached out to gently pet the fluffy dog's head. It's okay. It's just scared suddenly. It's actually quite cute. Wang Bin secretly let out a breath of relief. This girl is really kind. She took the initiative to find a way to smooth things over. Just because she's so understanding, I should treat her to a meal and sincerely apologize. The girl feels that the attitude of the dog and herself is quite genuine. There's nothing unpleasant about the situation, so she agrees. In the restaurant, the husky seems to like this girl very much, wagging its tail constantly to show affection. The girl enjoys it, gently petting the dog's head with a warm, bright smile on her face. After a few strokes, the husky becomes even bolder. It rests its head on her lap, squinting happily and making satisfied hums. They play with the dog, eat, and chat at the same time. After a while, Wangbin learns that this girl is not only his schoolmate but also from the same hometown. Most importantly, she is single. What a coincidence! He went out to find his boss and unexpectedly met this fate. The two talk more and more easily, and after the meal, they exchange contact information. Back home, Wangbin points at his dog and starts giving commands. You? No more rushing at pretty girls in the future, understand? The husky is probably exhausted. It lies on the ground, panting heavily. He's not sure if it hurt him, but its ears moved twice, so he takes it as a response. Wangbin also feels a bit tired. He decides to put the dog on the balcony to reflect. He sinks into the sofa and starts scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly, a video catches his attention sharply. Something feels off, very off. Who would go to Shishir Mountain Scenic Area to sell cakes? And judging by the situation, it was before the monkeys at Shishir Mountain became popular, so they were already selling there. He knows that place is usually pretty empty. This route is a bit unusual. Could it be a familiar recipe? The last time he had this feeling, it was when he ate spicy large intestine outside the colorectal hospital. And elementary school kids are so picky. Would they be interested in ordinary things? If they're making a bunch of little kids cry and scream, it definitely isn't something ordinary. Since it's already like this, shouldn't he boldly make a hypothesis? Wangbin gathers his spirits, sits up from the sofa, and sends a private message to the uploader. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang finished washing up early and is lying in bed playing with his phone. He notices someone asking about the cake-selling boss's food truck and appearance. Although he finds it a bit strange. 1/2. I told the other person everything I knew. However, I naturally didn't have photos of the vendor or the food truck. Someone serious about buying a cake would be focused on the cake itself, not other details. Wangbin also understood most of the situation from a few words. The man, the white food truck, wearing a mask so his appearance isn't clear, probably very handsome. These details are almost certain now. Since the boss sells during the day and tomorrow is the weekend, I can drive over to check it out. As for the group chat, I should hold off for now. First, to avoid confusion. Second, if all the group members go, and the boss limits purchases, making us queue or arrive too late, it would be frustrating. As for the bonus, I can wait until I buy the cake myself before claiming it in the group. Haha, clever, huh? Am I really a genius? Wangbin put down his phone, smiling happily. He went over to the husky, excitedly patted its head. Buddy, I've got good news. Dad will take you to see the boss tomorrow morning. The husky immediately stopped being sleepy. Its eyes widened with clear, excited light. Hawa, Hawa. It howled loudly, then licked Wangbin's face. Its pink tongue, like a tiny brush, made his face wet with saliva. Wangbin didn't mind, and both he and the dog happily acted like fools. Today is Friday, and there was some traffic on the way back. Suchin came home a bit late. As soon as he entered, he heard Steward Ding say that the neighbor, the old man, sent another bottle of brandy. He paused slightly, then smiled helplessly. The old man was really enthusiastic and loved drinking. Last time he gave red wine, now he's giving brandy. Actually, the cakes he gave weren't worth that much. Suchin picked up the bottle from the table. The packaging was very exquisite, with various foreign labels showing its quality. It looked like a fine piece of art. Unfortunately, he wasn't really interested in alcohol. To him, it was just a spicy liquid. He casually placed the bottle of brandy in the liquor cabinet. As he turned to leave, a sudden idea struck him. Well, it's just sitting there anyway. Why not make use of it? Maybe turn it into some alcohol-filled chocolates? Combine rich liquor with smooth chocolate. Maybe they'd sell well tomorrow. After dinner, Steward Ding and the maids finished their work for the day. Nua was sitting by the coffee table, drawing, her watercolor pen making soft sounds on the paper. Suchin glanced at her but didn't disturb her. He took a bottle of brandy into the kitchen to start working. Besides the alcohol, Suchin also took out some butter and flour from the system. As for the chocolate, he chose dark chocolate. The slight bitterness of dark chocolate balances well with the sweetness of the filling. It also has a high cocoa content, giving a rich and exciting taste. Making this is relatively simple. Mainly, it involves preparing the alcohol filling in the outer S. First, mix the butter until smooth, then add flour and brandy, stirring constantly to make sure everything is well combined. Once the alcohol filling is smooth and creamy, pour it directly into chocolate molds and put them in the fridge to start setting. While waiting, he can prepare the chocolate S. He cuts the dark chocolate into small pieces and places them in a bowl for double boiling, stirring as it melts, making sure not to overheat and burn the chocolate. Under the heat, the chocolate melts gradually, and the rich cocoa aroma quickly fills the room. Under the high heat, the chocolate melts into a silky, smooth liquid. Suchin pours some of the liquid into the molds, shakes them a few times, then flips them over. Watching the delicate chocolate drip from the molds, he feels a deep appreciation. The fine texture and rich aroma are so captivating that he feels almost addicted to baking. It's incredible. Before marriage, besides boiling water for instant noodles, he rarely entered the kitchen. His meals were mostly takeout or street food. After getting married and having Manhwa, for the sake of the child's health, he had to learn to cook. From being clumsy at first to gradually becoming skilled enough to make simple home dishes, his hands had been splashed with oil countless times. So, he originally didn't like cooking. But now, seeing different ingredients turn into delicious dishes in his hands and witnessing the amazed looks of his diners, he feels a real sense of achievement. Thanks to the system, he developed a new hobby. Once the chocolate liquid stops dripping, he flips the mold to dry, then pours in the alcohol filling, finally sealing it with a layer of chocolate and smoothing it with a spatula. The uniquely flavored alcohol-filled chocolates are now ready. Suchin places the finished chocolates in the fridge to set. He walks out of the kitchen, and Manhwa happily rushes over. Suchin smiles as he picks her up and gently nuzzles her little nose. "Little glutton, did you smell something tasty again?" "Daddy, I can smell the chocolate. I want to eat it." Manhwa giggled happily, her eyes shining as she looked at Suchin, speaking in a sweet voice. "No, sweetie, today Daddy made alcohol-filled chocolates, and kids can't eat those. Tomorrow, I'll make you something else." "Okay. All right." The next morning, around 5 o'clock. After waking up, Suchin got up to prepare ingredients for today's stall. Besides the alcohol-filled chocolates and puffs he made yesterday, he also planned to make durian milfai. Durian is like fatty sausage. People who dislike it avoid it, but those who love it treasure it. Luckily, both Suchin and Manhwa enjoy it. Making durian milfai is simple. It only needs puff pastry, durian filling, and cream. Thinking of this, Suchin immediately started making the pastry sheets. He cracked eggs into a bowl, added fine sugar and fresh milk, and mixed well. He sifted in low-gluten flour and cornstarch into the egg mixture, then added melted butter and kept stirring until the batter was smooth. He heated a pan, and 2 spoonfuls of batter made 1 pastry sheet. Suchin held the pan handle firmly. He spread the batter evenly in the pan, waited until the surface set and the edges slightly lifted, then removed it. After an hour, countless layers of pastry sheets were stacked on a plate. Time was tight. After a short rest, Suchin started whipping fresh cream. Next, he removed the durian flesh, mashed it into a paste with a spoon. All preparations were complete. Next, he placed a pastry sheet, spread a layer of cream, then added another layer of cream, and finally topped with a layer of durian pulp, his special ingredient. Layer by layer, he built the cake. Finally, he refrigerated it to set. Honestly, with this amount, each cake should be cut into 6 slices. Soon, it was 8 in the morning. "Manhwa, wake up." Suchin knocked on Manhwa's door, but there was no response. He pushed the door open. Manhwa was covered with a thin blanket, lying with her arms spread out in a big X. Hearing her father's voice, she opened her eyes slightly. "No, Daddy, I want to sleep. Just 5 more minutes." Her sleepy, adorable look was simply too cute. She rolled over, turning her back to Suchin, and stayed still. Last night before bed, Manhwa kept asking for chocolate, so Suchin gave her one. Since she's a kid, she shouldn't eat too much alcohol-filled chocolate. But after eating, she was so excited she jumped around in bed, still wanting more. Suchin didn't dare agree. After a long while of coaxing and persuading, Manhwa finally calmed down. Seeing Manhwa turn her back and pretend to snore, Suchin smiled helplessly. "Daddy has to go to work now. If you want to sleep, Grandpa Butler and the others will take care of you." Hearing this, Manhwa quickly sat up from the bed and rubbed her eyes. "Daddy, I want to go with you after washing up and sitting at the dining table." Manhwa finally became a bit more alert. Suchin sat beside her. Father and daughter both eagerly picked up their forks and dug into durian-layered cake. They ate at the same time, and happiness showed on their faces. The soft, smooth cream, thin but not dry cake layers, and sweet, fragrant durian flesh created a wonderful taste experience. Manhwa happily ate, her little feet swinging back and forth in the air. After finishing a bite, She sipped the milk her dad specially prepared for her, her big eyes curling into a crescent shape. After breakfast, the nannies cleaned up the dishes. Suchin gave a quick instruction and then took Noonyuo out. After a 2-hour journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of Shishir Mountain Scenic Area around 10 o'clock. Several children were already waiting here, along with tired-looking parents yawning nearby. Daddy, look. The boss is here. Hurry by me. Boss brother, I want 1 puff. No, 2. Wow, today they have durian-layered cake. I want 2 of those. Behind the crowd, Wang Bin held on to his dog, Dahu, and saw Su Chun. His heart leapt with joy. Wow, it's really the boss. I'm a genius. He was still feeling a bit shaken when suddenly his dog let out a loud bark and ran straight towards Su Chun, ignoring his owner holding the leash. Wang Bin was caught off guard, staggering and leaning to one side. His big backside hit the ground hard again. The familiar pain hit him instantly. He couldn't help but hiss. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Meanwhile, a few children standing at a stall nearby were startled by the sudden rush of the big dog. The adults beside them reacted quickly, stepping forward to protect their children and preparing to kick. But the dog didn't look at them at all. It ran straight to the food cart, squatted down, stuck out its tongue, and grinned mischievously. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Has the boss's dog come back from a walk? Suchin was packing bags when he heard a familiar growl and immediately recognized the silly dog. Sure enough, Wang Bin, grimacing and holding his waist, hurried over. I'm sorry, everyone. My dog doesn't bite. Sorry about that. Wang Bin quickly apologized to the cautious crowd. A few diners saw the awkward state of the young man and waved him off, then each went their own way with their snacks. Wang Bin handed a big bag to the dog. Kid, if you break my tailbone, see who will take you out next time. Boss, we finally found you. How are the desserts selling this week? Many diners bought snacks from Su Chin and headed straight up the mountain. With the monkeys around, they felt safe and weren't worried about being bothered. A gentle breeze blew through the trees, leaves rustling softly. Climbing the mountain wasn't too hot. Everyone chatted happily as they walked along the rocky path. Meanwhile, after a night of settling, the monkeys at Shishir Mountain were especially lively today. They kept jumping and running around, playing and tumbling, swinging on branches, and flying through the forest. Their antics caught the full attention of the monkey keepers. The tourists watched happily. This place is worth a visit. Someone had previously spoken ill of it. Many people took out their phones and started snapping pictures wildly. They didn't notice a monkey sneaking quietly in the corner, eyeing a bag held by one of the tourists. The noise of chattering and calls distracted everyone. The sneaky monkey saw its chance. Suddenly, it lunged at the bag and snatched it away. Once successful, it quickly retreated, running off casually. It proudly showed its prize to a distant companion. Chirp, chirp, oo chirp, oo. The monkeys responded to each other happily, making loud noises. Now, the tourists and the monkey keepers were all stunned. Wow, after so many years, the monkeys outsmarted us. Do monkeys these days learn military tactics? They even know how to feint and attack from the side? The monkey keepers were furious, frowning and glaring. They raised their tools and fired several shots at the monkeys. The monkeys were quick. They twisted their bodies, sticking their chubby behinds high in the air. With a few bang 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 sounds, the bullets hit right on their big behinds. Hey, it doesn't hurt, hee hee. The monkey proudly ran into the woods, reaching into the bag with its paw. It grabbed the most eye-catching durian cake and brought it close to its nose to smell. The smell was overwhelming. The monkey showed its teeth and grimaced, constantly shaking its head. It was so scared that it threw the durian cake far away, while its furry little hands kept wiping the grass. It smelled really bad. It looked at the tourists with strange eyes. Then it pinched its little nose and ran off towards the monkey group. The other monkeys looked confused. They wondered why, after finally getting something, the monkey threw it away. They were all still hungry. When that monkey came back, before they could ask anything, they immediately smelled a bad odor. They all frowned and looked at its backside with disgust. One big mother monkey couldn't take it anymore and made a chattering sound. It reached out its paw and unceremoniously checked the red bottom of the big monkey. This scene was seen by the tourist who had just been robbed. Surprisingly, a faint smile appeared on the angry face. You bunch of silly monkeys, stealing durians and then complaining about the smell. You can't handle it. That durian smell is nothing compared to your behind. The tourist shouted loudly with a tone of anger. Other tourists enjoyed the spectacle and found it amusing. Seeing the monkeys resisting, they felt it was funny. They quickly whistled and shouted to lure the monkeys to eat. After a few tries, a simple-minded monkey rubbed its belly, looking a bit tempted. But smelling that odor, it didn't dare to go forward. Its face was wrinkled, clearly struggling inside. After a few minutes, the hungry monkey finally overcame its dislike for the bad smell. It couldn't resist and took a bite of the durian cake. As soon as it did, the whole monkey group froze. They all covered their noses, jumping and squealing. "Wow, this is amazing. Yui won't play with fools." The little silly monkey ignored the noise around it. It covered its nose, held its breath, and chewed the durian cake with its eyes closed. The texture was soft and sweet, not as bad as expected. After smelling nothing, the silly monkey realized it was quite tasty. It slowly lowered its paw from its nose. Its features relaxed, and as it ate, it felt that the flavor was wonderful. The expression on its face shows pure enjoyment, making the tourist want to laugh. The monkey is so absorbed that it grabs a durian-layered snack with both hands and eats it eagerly. The monkeys behind it are all stunned, looking at each other in confusion. They don't understand why this silly monkey is so obsessed with this smelly food. But soon, seeing their companion's greedy look, they start to wonder. They can't hold back anymore and all gather around to see what's going on. However, the durian snack has already been finished by the silly monkey in just a few bites. There's nothing left but the empty container. They have to go find the bags they previously snatched from the tourists. Inside, the yellowish, smelly stuff is gone, but there are still many boxes of other items. When they open a box, a strange smell wafts out. Inside, there are dark, block-shaped pieces, very different from the bread they usually eat. They are new to this kind of chocolate with a liqueur center. Each monkey looks at the others with curiosity, tilting their heads and eyes full of doubt. Today, the things from the upright apes are quite strange. One chubby monkey reaches out and picks up a piece of chocolate, sniffing it carefully. It stares at it closely, eyes wide. This thing doesn't smell bad, but it's dark and mysterious, no idea what it is. The chubby monkey shakes it curiously. To be safe, it bites a small piece from the side. Inside, it's hollow. Within the hollow cavity is a fragrant, clear liquid. The monkey has never seen such wild, rich aroma before, but it doesn't seem to be anything harmful. The chubby monkey can't wait any longer. It lifts its head and shoves the dark chocolate directly into its mouth. Sniff. Wow, it's delicious. The chubby monkey starts to dance around happily, feeling excited all over. Seeing this, the other monkeys quickly grab some chocolates and pop them into their mouths. Chirp chirp, ooh chirp, ooh. All the monkeys scream in unison. They all turn to look over. Wow, there are monkeys doing drunken boxing over there. Someone shouts loudly. The closest monkey to them, a fat one, stumbles left and right, walking unsteadily. In a daze, it picks up another piece of chocolate, ignoring everything else, and randomly shoves it into its mouth. The monkeys behind it are not much better, wobbling and swaying. They even pull weeds from the ground as they walk, tossing and dropping them randomly. Soon, a large group of monkeys are all lying under the big tree, drunk and scattered everywhere. At the foot of Shishir Mountain, Wang Bin was standing with his husky in front of Su Chin's stall, looking inside. The pastries looked soft and round, with a tempting sweet smell. The durian milfud was especially eye-catching. The layers of light golden pastry gleamed with a warm, attractive shine. The white cream filling and rich durian inside looked almost ready to spill out. The fresh, solid durian pulp was not something ordinary shops could compare with. "Boss, I want 1 cream puff and 2 durian milfud," Wang Bin said, swallowing nervously and speaking eagerly. Then he looked at the chocolate with alcohol filling nearby. He knew the boss's skill, so he was sure the taste would be good. But today, he was driving and couldn't eat. Huskies also couldn't eat chocolate. Thinking about this, Wang Bin glanced at his silly dog, drooling. He pointed at the chocolate and whispered to Suchin, "Get one of these too." "Okay, just a moment," Suchin replied. He looked at the familiar man and dog, quickly packed all the desserts, and handed them to Wang Bin. Wang Bin thanked him and sat down at the chair Suchin had prepared. The husky followed closely behind, eyes fixed on the bag in Wang Bin's hand, never looking away. When the durian milfai box was just taken out, the husky eagerly stood on its hind legs and spun around several times. As soon as the box was opened, a strong, unique smell filled the air. The husky's tongue was already lapping at its lips, eager to eat. But as soon as the smell hit its nose, it was startled, snorting and wrinkling its nose, giving Wang Bin a side eye. Its expression was quite mischievous. Woof woof? What does that mean? Usually, I'm not allowed to eat hot food, but now you're eating it yourself? Wang Bin. Stupid dog. What look is that? Do you think I'm eating something? Smell carefully, Wang Bin said, suppressing the urge to scold the dog. He gently tugged on the husky's fluffy ears and made it sniff. In the next second, the husky suddenly jumped high, as if its tail had been stepped on. Its forelegs moved uncontrollably backward, eyes full of fear. It clearly remembered something unpleasant. Eat this. Are you really not going to hit me this time? Wang Bin saw this and secretly cursed his rebellious child for having no taste. He didn't care and picked up his fork to cut a piece of durian milfai, then put it in his mouth. Just one bite. Wang Bin's mouth twitched instantly, and his red alert sounded immediately in his mind. The rich, smooth cream and dense, flavorful durian paste hit his taste buds from both sides. The fresh durian aroma, the milky scent, and the eggy smell of the pancake layers combined into a sweet, layered, and rich flavor. Every bite was soft, fragrant, and delicious enough to make him cry. At that moment, he finally understood why girls are so obsessed with cakes. Seeing his owner eating with such delight, the little husky nearby tilted its head and started to wonder. After thinking for a while, it decided to try a small taste. It stepped forward and nudged Wang Bin's arm. Howl. Wang Bin was busy eating his durian milfai and simply tore off a small piece to avoid bothering himself. The husky carefully carried the snack into its mouth. In an instant, the unique flavor exploded in the dog's mouth. Its clear blue eyes lit up immediately, and it excitedly started to bark. The husky was so excited it couldn't hold back. While Wang Bin was distracted, it swiftly and silently darted into the box, grabbing a piece of durian milfai. The dog chewed more and more eagerly, completely enchanted by the smell. It happily wagged its tail like a small fan. After finishing, it precisely placed its paws on Wang Bin's chest. Woof 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 woof, the dog was begging for more, clearly still hungry. The rebellious child had just spent 50 yuan proudly, and Wang Bin's heart was already bleeding. Now he felt even more pain in his chest, almost unable to breathe under the pressure. Are you trying to kill your dad? Do you think you're a little puppy? Get down. One piece is enough. You can't eat more. But the husky, having just opened the door to a new world with durian, refused to give up. It pushed Wang Bin with its front legs, showing reluctance on its dog face. Of course, in the end, its small paws couldn't overpower Wang Bin's big legs. The husky could only lie down dejectedly on the ground. Its tongue hung out, and it looked at Wang Bin with dreamy eyes, licking its lips. Wang Bin felt strangely like he was dealing with a mischievous child. If he didn't give it food, it would just start throwing a tantrum, right? This is so difficult. The glutinous dog heard the noise. Seeing this cute dog, it couldn't wait to jump down from the food cart. Its little paws patted quickly as it ran, stopping nearby, eyes fixed on the husky. It lifted its chubby face and sweetly and clearly asked Wang Bin, "Uncle, can I pet this dog?" Hearing this, Wang Bin raised an eyebrow and quickly corrected, "Call me Big Brother." Nua was momentarily stunned, blinking with big eyes, looking confused as she asked again, "Uncle, can I pet this big brother?" Wang Bin. He couldn't help but laugh. "You can pet this big brother. He doesn't bite." As he finished speaking, woof woof. The husky responded with a bark. It suddenly sounded sweet and gentle, like a little kid's voice. A very obedient, well-behaved big dog. "Oh, big dog." Nua cheerfully reached out her chubby hand. The husky paused for a moment, then gently pawed at her with its soft paw pads, acting cute. Next second, its paw was grabbed and shaken firmly. Nua withdrew her hand and then petted the husky's head again. Wow, so fluffy and soft, such a wonderful feeling, it made people want to pet the dog's head until it was bald. Woof woof, the husky happily snuggled with the little girl. Suchin watched this scene with a gentle smile in his eyes. After playing for a while, the husky blinked its big, blue eyes and stared at the durian milfud on the table, looking innocent. Seeing the husky's pitiful expression, Nua pointed with her little finger. "Uncle, this big brother is hungry." Okay, he's hungry. Little sister, are you hungry too?" Nua pursed her lips, and her dimples appeared softly on both cheeks. "I'm full now. Uncle, you and big brother can eat." Wang Bin sighed and, urged by the little girl, opened the second piece of durian milfud to share with the husky. They hardly savored it, and in no time, a big piece of dessert was gone. That's not enough. Wang Bin thought about his modest salary. He took out his phone and took a picture to send to the chili potty group. Extra. Big news. I found the boss. This week, we're selling durian millefeuille, puffs, and liqueur chocolates. If you love sweets, come quickly. Afterward, he added the location. After a discussion in the group, it was decided that the first 2 days of the week, anyone who finds the boss will get a reward of 1,000 yuan. The next 2 days, the reward is 800 yuan, and the last 3 days, it is 500 yuan. This way, earning 500 yuan is easy and relaxed. Receiving the red envelope, Wang Bin gets up and walks to Su Chen's stall. Boss, I want 6 pieces of durian millefeuille, 2 pieces of alcohol-filled chocolates, and 2 cream puffs. After placing the order, he calmly scans the code and pays 500 yuan. Since it's not hard-earned money, he doesn't feel guilty about spending it. He buys 10 portions at once, puts them in the fridge, and figures he can enjoy them for several days. Today is Saturday, and many people are off work. When Su Chen's stall location was announced, many food lovers rushed over from all parts of the city. The available items, cream puffs, durian millefeuille, and alcohol chocolates were ready to sell. Customers could buy as they arrived, which was very convenient. So much so that Su Chen didn't expect it and didn't limit purchases. The small desserts were snapped up quickly. Later, other customers arrived and saw the empty stall, sighing in disappointment. Ah, bad luck. I was a bit late. Someone shook their head helplessly. I'll come again tomorrow. Boss, what time do you start selling? Su Chen was packing up the folding chairs and calmly replied, no need to come tomorrow. I'm taking a day off. I'll start selling again next Monday. This light statement was like a heavy bombs. The customers holding snacks were stunned, and those who didn't get anything were also shocked. Wow, a thunderbolt on a clear day. This was probably the most frustrating moment in life. They didn't even get to taste the desserts before they were sold out. Some kind-hearted group members quickly added in the chat, guys, no need to come anymore. The desserts are sold out. We won't sell them this week. Group member 1? Trying to trick me into eating alone? Group member 2? Trying to deceive us? We don't believe it. Group member 3? There are bad people among us. The kind-hearted people were all confused. Now honest words are seen as lies. Those who haven't left yet are okay, but the ones who arrived and didn't get anything are the most miserable. They drove 2 hours to get here, to this remote place. Just found someone, and not even a minute of happiness. And now this? How can someone with such a cold tone say such harsh words? Boss, since we traveled so far, please sell for 1 more day. Please, be kind to me. I just promised my wife I'd bring her 2 boxes of chocolates. How can I explain myself now? Ugh. The situation became chaotic. Finding the item was almost worse than not finding it at all. How unfair the world is. Su Chen pretended not to hear and quickly packed up the food cart. At this moment, he learned that the dessert in his hand was a limited edition. All the customers who bought it treated it like a treasure. They hugged the desserts tightly, either heading home or waiting for their rides. Everyone scattered quickly. The young people who had just said they would go home and work on their computers saw the situation wasn't good. They panicked and immediately grabbed the customer with a bag full of treats. Oh, I'm really sorry, can I know? Brother, it's about friendship. It's better not to say more. I'll pay. No selling. Thinking about the side effects from last week's spicy intestines, the customer was very firm. I'll offer a price. 100 yuan. 1 box of chocolates. The customer didn't even lift his eyelids. Are we really that short of money? Forget it. I won't say more. How about 200 yuan for a box? The young man took out his phone, ready to scan the code. The customer shook his head and showed the payment QR code. Oh well, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Money doesn't matter. I just think he looks a bit pitiful. WeChat transfer of 400 yuan received. The customer. What does that mean? My wife has a big appetite. 1 box isn't enough for her. Bro, you're such a good person. Not. You're endless, aren't you? The customer forced a smile and looked sternly at the young man. In the end, he still gave him 2 boxes of chocolates. Some people, learning as they go, directly stopped the customers who bought the treats, trying to buy at high prices. After all, these were rare desserts. Very precious. Suddenly, at the entrance of the scenic area, dozens of people gathered. They talked back and forth, bargaining loudly. Su Chen was completely stunned. Forget it, let them play. I'll slip away. Many tourists saw this scene and looked at each other in surprise. Curiosity got the better of them, and they crowded over to watch the fun. More and more people gathered. The small area at the entrance was packed tightly. Even security was alarmed. The security guards struggled to squeeze in. When they found out what kind of dessert everyone was fighting over, they were speechless. Really? Are you all so bored? Why not go up the mountain and see the monkeys? The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and it was a rare day off. The little one woke up early and jumped out of bed, eager to go outside and play. Suchin didn't hesitate and quickly made arrangements. After breakfast, the father and daughter held hands and appeared at the entrance of the family amusement park. As soon as they entered, Nuonuo pulled Suchin straight to the drop tower ride. They went on it 5 times in a row. When they finally got off, Suchin felt like his stomach was churning, and he was very uncomfortable. No, you little one, aren't you feeling dizzy at all? Could it be because you're still a beginner? Just when Nuonuo was still eager and asking to go again, Suchin couldn't hold back anymore and hugged the little dumpling tightly. Let's not just play the drop tower, sweetheart. Look at this big amusement park. There are so many fun rides. If we only play this one, we'd miss out on so much. Nuonuo pouted. Okay. Suchin quickly took the opportunity to recommend more rides. Nuonuo, the merry-go-round is fun, and the Ferris wheel is also really interesting. All the kids like them. Daddy will take you there now. Before the little girl could answer, Suchin scooped her up, ran swiftly toward the merry-go-round. After a while of slow spinning on the merry-go-round, Nuonuo found it a bit boring. So she kept begging Suchin to try the roller coaster, the speed ride, and the pirate ship. All along, screams of excitement filled the air, one after another. Daddy, this is so fun. Did you hear that ticket lady say we can get a yearly pass? If I get one, can I come here to play every day? The little dumpling was so excited, talking nonstop. Suchin felt overwhelmed and kept waving his hands. This kid really costs a lot of effort. After a whole day of wild fun at the amusement park, the big and small tiredly returned home. As soon as they entered, Suchin collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Nuonuo was also very tired, lying nearby and whimpering. They rested on the sofa for a while. Suddenly, Suchin slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to check the most important reward of the week. Congratulations, the host has completed the week's stall task. Reward: 1 health potion for children. Another potion? Brother Tongzi is quite thoughtful. He even remembered to prepare one for Nuonuo. Suchin turned to look at the little dumpling lying there. Seeing her face pressed against the sofa, eyes half closed, still holding the remote control. She's not tired and is ready to watch cartoons? Suchin felt a wave of helplessness. With this little one's current effort to avoid effort, it's quite a handful. Honestly, after taking this potion, I wonder if I dare to take her into the amusement park again. Just thinking about that scene makes me shiver. It seems that future days will bring more challenges. Walking to the corner, Suchin takes out the potion from the system backpack. This time, it's pink and small, looking very dreamy. The children's potion works the same as the one he drank before, slowly strengthening the body. Suchin holds the potion and quickly walks to Nuonuo's side. Look, sweetie, this is a little fairy magic potion I prepared for you. Nuonuo's eyes, half closed, instantly sparkle like stars, and she excitedly shouts, I want to drink it. I want to drink it. The little girl takes the potion and drinks it all at once with a gulp. She happily licks her lips. Wow, Dad, this one is strawberry flavored. I want more. Suchin helplessly shrugs. No more, little glutton. He really can't control this. It all depends on Brother Tongzi's mood. After entertaining the child, he sleeps for about 2 hours. Just past midnight, the system task refreshes. Weekly task: sell barbecue. The barbecue guide has been issued. Stall location: the intersection of Sunshine Avenue and Chishan Road. Stall hours: from midnight to 3 a.m. Warm reminder: the food truck will automatically upgrade. This is the first time he's encountered a task with a time limit. Although the hours are a bit inconvenient, there's no specific quantity required, so there's no pressure. In the middle of the night, Suchin takes on the task and goes straight to sleep. Ingredients can be dealt with tomorrow. The next morning, after sending Nuonuo to kindergarten, Suchin returns home. Butler Ding and 2 maids are already there. Mr. Su, will you go out to sell barbecue again this week? They have a basic understanding of Suchin's hobby. They don't think it's a problem at all. Suchin doesn't explain, just nods. I'm going out to sell barbecue tonight. Later, help me skewer the ingredients. He lies on the sofa and opens the system panel to select ingredients. There must be 5 types of meat: chicken feet, chicken wings, squid, beef, and lamb. Vegetables like shiitake mushrooms, chives, potatoes, eggplants, and tofu can't be missed. Anyway, he picks what he likes to eat. Finally, some chili, spices, cumin, and other seasonings. Later, he will make a seasoning mixture based on the recipe. In less than half an hour, the delivery service arranged by the system delivers everything to the house. Butler Ding and the others work very well together. When the ingredients arrived, before Su-chin could give any instructions, they started washing and cutting the meat. All the chicken and duck paws were given a nice manicure. The meat provided by the system was of very high quality, so there was no need for much marinating. Once cooked, dipping it in some sauce made it very tasty. Su-chin had instructed that when cutting the meat into pieces, they should not be stingy. This made everyone more generous when preparing the dishes. The meat they cut was not the small pieces common in markets but large chunks. Big pieces of meat, all cut into neat dice shapes. As for the pricing, the system didn't specify, so they decided to set it based on their own judgment. They chose a middle ground. There was no need to list a menu for each ingredient. Vegetables cost 5 yuan per skewer, meat dishes 10 yuan per skewer. It was simple and easy to calculate. Su-chin just finished writing the prices on the whiteboard when Steward Ding's hand trembled as he handled the meat. Can they make money? With such fresh, high-quality meat cut into large chunks, is the boss doing charity? The two Annies also glanced over. They knew the market prices well, and with the boss's skill, selling at such low prices was not worth it. No, not worth it at all. They exchanged a look and nodded in silent agreement. While cutting the meat, they subtly moved the knife a little closer. They couldn't let the boss lose too much money. Such a good boss was hard to find. Su-chin didn't notice their small actions. After giving a few instructions, he went to the kitchen to prepare the seasonings. Making these was simple. Just mix sesame powder, chili powder, cumin powder, 13-spice blend, salt, and white pepper. At night, after tucking Nua to sleep, Su-chin played on his phone for a while before informing Aunt Wu, who was staying behind. He moved all the ingredients onto the food cart. After system upgrades, the cart looked almost the same from outside, but inside it was completely renewed. A large grill was embedded inside, with a smoke extractor on top. In the drawer below, there were tongs, knives, brushes, and other barbecue tools. It was fully equipped. Su-chin felt very satisfied. He sat in the driver's seat, turned on the navigation, and set off. Since he was unfamiliar with the route, he drove slowly. He had been driving for just over an hour, and everything was fine. But as he went further, things started to feel strange. The streetlights on both sides seemed to be getting dimmer. The houses around were sparse, very few in number. He hardly saw any other cars on the road. Only his food cart's lights cut through the darkness alone. What's going on? Disrupting the system. Where do you want to take me? Su-chin cursed silently and took a careful look at the navigation. Yes, this is the place. A few minutes later, a pleasant voice prompt sounded. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation has ended. Su-chin parked the car by the roadside. Looking around, he was stunned. In front of him were tombstones, casting a gloomy aura under the dim moonlight. What the heck? Is this a cemetery? So this is really the graveyard now. In the middle of the night, you silly system, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make me sell snacks to ghosts? The wind rustled the leaves. Occasionally, strange insect sounds came from the bushes around. Although it's summer, Su-chin felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of trouble have I gotten into? Is there no one to help? If I can finish this task smoothly, the silly system must reward me with 100 courage points. Su-chin shivered involuntarily. Quickly, he packed up the stall, turned the car's lights to the brightest, and lit the barbecue with fruitwood charcoal. As the fruitwood charcoal slowly ignited, red flames flickered from the black charcoal pieces. With a soft crackling sound, the charcoal fire turned a warm orange, and a faint fruity aroma spread out. Su-chin's tense mood eased a little. Honestly, after running so far, he was a bit hungry. He picked up a skewer of lamb and placed it on the grill. In an instant, the lamb touched the fire and sizzled with a pop, releasing white smoke. After brushing on a little oil, Su-chin kept turning the skewers to cook evenly. This way, all parts of the meat would cook properly, and the moisture inside would stay, preventing it from drying out. The skewers were marinated in advance with cumin and salt, which should be added last to keep the flavor. Fresh lamb skewers, sizzling and oily from the fruitwood charcoal, filled the air with a delicious aroma. What a wonderful scene of human life, if only it weren't in a cemetery. Not far away, in an old apartment building. Old Zhang, who was awakened in the middle of the night by the urge to urinate, groggily got up to go to the bathroom. He walked to the window and casually looked outside. What? That ghostly place actually has lights on? Old Zhang was so scared that his urge to vanish instantly, and he held it back with great effort. He almost shouted out loud. Hastily pulled up his pants and tremblingly helped his wife get up. Wake up quickly. Come look. The middle-aged woman was sleeping soundly, and annoyed by his disturbance, she scolded him. It's the middle of the night. What's wrong with you? Can't I get any sleep? Ah, come look quickly. Old Zhang grabbed his wife's arm with such force that he almost pulled her off the bed. Reluctantly, she got up, muttering as she moved to the window. When she looked out, her eyes widened more than Old Zhang's. In the direction of the graveyard, a small area was brightly lit. What is going on? It doesn't look like a fire. Are people digging up graves? Or are they secretly burying something at night? They had seen many news stories about old graves hiding new bodies, and this made them feel uneasy. They pushed open the dusty window to see more clearly. They saw wisps of blue smoke rising up. Faintly, there was a tempting smell of meat drifting over. What's happening? Old Zhang looked confused and swallowed nervously. It's late at night, and that's a graveyard. Why does it smell so good? It's even more fragrant than a barbecue stall on the street. The middle-aged woman frowned and slapped him sharply. You're thinking about food now? What's really going on? Could it be? Don't talk nonsense. Old Zhang quickly interrupted her. Should we go take a look? You go if you want. I'm too scared. She rolled her eyes at him and leaned back slightly. Old Zhang hesitated but gathered his courage. Let's go. That's where our dad is buried. You don't want to. Fine, but bring some tools just in case. Meanwhile, the charcoal was glowing a beautiful rose color. Skewers of meat were turning over the hot coals, fat melting into clear droplets that looked like tiny pearls, constantly dripping oil. The oil sizzled as it hit the flames, sparking small flames and hissing. When the surface turned a slightly crispy, tempting brown, Su-chin picked up a brush and carefully coated the skewers with his special barbecue sauce. The marinade clung tightly to the meat as it cooked. A rich aroma burst forth, making Su-chin swallow uncontrollably. He grabbed a bamboo skewer, and the steaming meat skewers, hot and bubbling, radiated heat. When he opened his mouth and took a bite, the surface of the food was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was surprisingly tender and juicy. Although the juice didn't splash out with each bite, the texture of the meat skewer was both soft and moist. The aroma of fresh meat and spices intertwined, creating a rich scent that seemed to lift straight to the sky, like a divine feeling. As the oily smell faded slightly, Su-chin carefully licked his lips again, noticing a layer of spicy and peppery flavor lingering on his tongue, leaving a memorable aftertaste. Wow. After eating this lamb skewer, who would remember that they were actually in a graveyard? Just then, faint footsteps sounded nearby, and some bushes shook violently. Su-chin was startled by the noise. In the next moment, more than 10 figures suddenly rushed out from the woods. The last bite of lamb in Su-chin's mouth nearly choked him. He quickly swallowed the meat and stared wide-eyed in that direction. Goodness, this scared him quite a bit. He almost lost his balance. Are they ghosts or humans? Humans can be frightening enough to scare people to death. By the way, who would have so many people in the middle of the night? No, it's not just a bunch of people. They all looked fierce, with wide eyes. Some carried hoes, others held sickles, and everyone had tools in hand, approaching him aggressively. Stop right there. Don't move. The leader, a villager, shouted loudly, his voice echoing sharply in the silent night. Su-chin? What the heck is going on? Could it be that his life is about to end here? Brothers and sisters, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just selling barbecue. Want a skewer or not? When the villagers heard Su-chin's words, they were first stunned, then sniffed hard. Their fierce faces relaxed a little, and their mouths slightly opened, saliva unconsciously swallowing. The leader of the villagers seemed to loosen up a bit. He stared intently at the lamb skewers on the grill and asked Su-chin, "Little brother, why are you selling barbecue in the graveyard in the middle of the night?" "Yeah, honest explanation. Otherwise, we won't be so polite." Old Zhang echoed, lowering his unknowingly. Su-chin's heart tightened. Then he smiled quickly and made up a reason on the spot. "Hee, I got lost, you know. I was just bored, so I decided to grill some skewers to pass the time. I didn't expect to meet you all." The villagers. They looked at each other. Who would believe that? But the fragrant aroma of grilled meat skewers was real and right in front of their eyes. Someone couldn't hold back and looked around the graveyard. They carefully searched and found nothing unusual, so they put down the weapon they were holding tightly. Oh well, no matter why they came here to set up a stall. Anyway, their grandfather, grandmother, great-grandfather, and great-grandmother are all doing well. The most important thing is the smell of the grilled skewers. It's just too delicious. The smell made their stomach growl with hunger. Someone stared at the skewers and licked their lips, unable to hold back, and asked, "Little brother, how much for these grilled skewers?" Finally, a real person showed interest in his grilled food. Suchin quickly started to promote. Vegetable skewers are 5 yuan, meat skewers are 10 yuan. The villager looked closely at the cooked lamb skewers on the plate. They weren't like the small kebabs, or those with minced meat on top you see outside. In a stainless steel tray, there were raw chicken claws, chicken wings, and squid, each with 2 pieces on a skewer. The vegetable skewers looked full and round with mushrooms. The tofu was thick, and the potatoes weren't sliced thin like wings. With this combination and portion, it was quite a good deal. The villager was clearly tempted but still asked cautiously, "Boss, what kind of meat is this?" Since this place was quite remote and people didn't earn much, coming out late at night to buy some grilled food was a real treat for them. So naturally, they asked every detail carefully. If any part didn't seem right, they could convince themselves not to buy. Every penny earned was hard to come by, so they wanted to make sure it was worth it. "Yes, little brother, what kind of meat is this?" "Not zombie meat. I'd be allergic if I ate that." If it were zombie meat, I wouldn't eat it. It probably isn't real lamb. Maybe it's duck or other meat mixed with lamb oil." "Is this skewer clean? Don't want to get sick from eating it later." Soon, the other villagers also got interested. "Don't worry, I only use fresh good meat. No fake or water-added stuff. Genuine and honest. You can eat with confidence," Suchin said, holding up a raw skewer for comparison. "The color, the texture, it's obvious whether it's fresh or not." Everyone nodded silently. During festivals, they slaughter pigs and chickens. These raw skewers were just lightly marinated, so they could still tell the difference. The freshness of the vegetables was obvious too, just like they were freshly picked from the field. "And fat. Aren't you allergic to lamb? Why don't you try a lamb skewer?" Suddenly, a young man spoke up. Aunt Fat was speechless and rolled her eyes at him. "You little guy, how bold of you. Such a rude remark. But with something this delicious, biting the bullet and having a skewer isn't a big problem." "Then, I'll have 1 lamb skewer." Suchin nodded. The grilled skewers had cooled down, so now they needed to be freshly grilled. Fresh lamb was placed on the grill to cook. The unique aroma of fruitwood charcoal mixed with the rich scent of lamb, blending and intensifying. People gathered around Suchin's stall, eyes fixed on the skewers. Golden oil beads slowly dripped down the tender lamb, sizzling and bubbling, making everyone salivate wildly. Aunt Fat took a skewer and eagerly took a bite. Suddenly, all eyes focused on her. "How is it?" Aunt Fat stayed silent. Hiss. 1 bite. Though it was hot and made her shiver, the delicious flavor shocked her entire family. "Is this a lamb skewer?" "Oh my goodness." It hardly had any gamey or strong smell, just fresh flavor and the aroma of seasonings. And the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. Inside, it was incredibly tender, with rich meat juices melting in her mouth. Her taste buds immediately produced a lot of saliva surrounding the lamb. She chewed for over 10 times before reluctantly swallowing the piece. Soon, Aunt Fat felt a bit itchy and reached up to scratch her face. As she did, the villagers nearby started shouting. "Oh wow, her face is swelling. Looks like a steamed bun, all puffed up. Her face is red, ha ha ha." "Aunt Fat, the more swollen your face, the more solid that lamb is. This skewer is definitely worth eating." Seeing everyone joking around like spectators at an animal show, Aunt Fat glared angrily. But at this moment, she had no time to pay attention to them. All she could think about was the lamb skewer in front of her. She couldn't resist and took another bite, then kept eating. The villagers nearby started salivating. Hey, Aunt Fat, that's enough now. We get it, it's lamb." But Aunt Fat said nothing. What does swelling matter? She grabbed another skewer and devoured it in one go. After savoring it happily for a minute, she finally opened her mouth to speak. "It's so delicious, no other skewer outside compares to this flavor." As she finished, everyone else started swallowing hard again. This lamb meat looks so good, and others are eating it with such enjoyment. Who could resist? "I must eat some quickly, that's the right way." "Boss, give me 3 skewers of lamb." "I'll have 2 skewers." "Boss, I want the same." A few villagers decisively bought all the lamb skewers from Su Chen. The others only then realized what was happening. Boss, 2 skewers of lamb, 2 of beef, and 5 meat skewers. Do you have crispy pork bones? I'll have a skewer of those too. And some vegetables, chives, potatoes, eggplants, just 1 skewer of each for now. They didn't dare order too much, since they were still here, just trying a little taste first. In summer, mosquitoes are numerous, especially in this deserted grass pile. While Su Chen was grilling skewers, the villagers started cutting grass with sickles and hoes. The tools were very sharp. It seemed the hoes and sickles they brought were actually useful. Su Chen kept grilling, his eyes twitching from the sight. Wow, these blades are really fast. A flash of cold light, almost like they could cut a throat in a second. Luckily, everyone was calm and didn't rush. The villagers holding skewers stood nearby, happily eating. As the next batch of fresh skewers was ready, the atmosphere at the graveyard heated up. People were grabbing skewers and eating eagerly, jumping with joy. The smell of meat was so tempting. Smelling it made eating even more delicious. And these weren't ordinary skewers, big chunks of meat, heavy and substantial in hand. Everyone's mouths were full, and each bite brought a burst of rich meat flavor and unique seasoning, giving their taste buds a new experience. They kept discovering new things about lamb skewers. Even Kai Dagon was exaggerated. He finished 5 skewers in one go. Just as he was lost in the deliciousness, with his eyes dreamy and his spirit almost flying away, suddenly, his gaze unintentionally fell on his father's tombstone in the distance. He was struck with a shock. Is it really appropriate to be dancing and eating skewers in front of his father's grave like this? It kind of looked like he was having a party at his dad's tomb. Forget it, forget it. He couldn't care less anymore. Just think of it as celebrating with his long-sleeping father, having fun together. His skewers were all gone now. All he could think about was dancing again. No, eating again. Okay, just a moment. There are still 20 more skewers ahead. Su Chen nodded. After paying, Kai Dagon didn't leave. Instead, he shrank his neck and moved closer to Su Chen's stall. He hesitated for a long time before quietly asking, "Boss, do you have lamb whips for sale?" After saying that, Kai Dagon instinctively tightened his belt. His face showed a faint, hard-to-see blush. Su Chen paused his skewering action and looked at him. He smiled awkwardly. "I really don't have that." Kai Dagon didn't seem satisfied. He frowned and asked again, "What about cow whips, dog whips, or pig kidneys?" None of those." As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Dagon's eyes dimmed a little. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then give me 5 skewers of chives. I just ate some meat and want to clear my palate." Su Chen quickly nodded. "Chives are indeed good. Boss, will you come again tomorrow? Maybe you can prepare some of that stuff for me. I'll pay extra." Su Chen was slightly surprised. He would naturally come. But those things like lamb whips, cow whips, and dog whips, just looking at them. Better not. Tomorrow I'll come again. In that case, I'll prepare some pig kidneys for you. Haha. All right, brother. Thank you. An hour and a half later, every villager's stomach was filled to the brim. Their bodies and minds felt greatly healed. They then lazily carried their hoes and sickles, mounted their small electric scooters, and prepared to go home. Children, hearing the noise outside, rubbed their sleepy eyes and came out of the house. Seeing their parents returning late at night with hoes and sickles, they were instantly confused. "Mom, Dad, you." Before the child finished speaking, the parents exchanged a look, their faces long and unamused, and started nagging. "Go to sleep quickly. Don't you see how exhausted we are? We're about to fall apart. You have school tomorrow, so study well. If you dare to be naughty, just wait and see what I do to you." Meanwhile, other villagers who hadn't been caught by their children weren't doing much better. They carefully pushed open the door. Seeing their children lying quietly in bed, sleeping soundly, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next second, the children, smelling the aroma, blinked drowsily and hadn't fully woken up yet. Their mouths instinctively reacted. "Mom, Dad, where did you go? What did you eat? I want some too." The adults gasped in surprise. Oh, the smell of barbecue had soaked into their bodies. "Nonsense, you brat. Why aren't you sleeping well? What kind of silly dreams are you having now?" After the villagers left, the lively barbecue stall suddenly became very quiet. Only Su Chen and many tombstones remained, both looking at each other in silence. This week's task has a time limit, from midnight to 3 a.m. Even if no one comes to buy barbecue, the time must be filled. But working for the system, there's no reason not to slack off a little. Suchin casually picked up his phone and started browsing short videos. He occasionally chewed on mushroom skewers or meat skewers, and sometimes had a grilled eggplant. There was about half an hour left. Since it's the first day of setting up the stall, he didn't prepare many ingredients. He figured he could finish the remaining food and then pack up and go home. Honestly, relaxing and slacking off during the task and taking advantage of the system feels really good. If no regular customers came, with the current situation, he thought he could slack off all week. He feels like these meat skewers are getting tastier the more he eats. Suchin leisurely scrolled through his phone while munching on skewers. The surroundings were dark and silent, only the sound of chewing meat skewers. Suddenly, a deep, old voice called out from not far away. "Young man." The voice seemed to carry a chill, piercing directly into Suchin's ears. Suchin? He immediately felt a shiver down his spine, his hair standing on end. He looked around nervously, but all he saw were tombstones and dark shadows of trees, no one else. How could there be such a voice in this ghostly place? "System, you idiot. Putting me here to set up a stall, what are you trying to do?" Suchin cursed silently, but the voice didn't stop. It seemed to be getting closer. Suddenly, without warning, a trembling hand reached out from in front of the food cart. Oh my God, a ghost! Suchin screamed in fright, clutching his skewer, instinctively stepping back. Even if he's usually brave, he's afraid this thing might really appear in front of him. "Young man, I am a human." Cough, cough. The voice was broken and heavy with labored breathing. It seemed to have a trace of human warmth. Suchin forced himself to stay calm and stepped forward. Under the light from the food cart, he looked carefully and realized this wasn't a ghost at all. It was clearly a homeless old man. The old man's long hair, unwashed and tangled, was streaked with unknown stains, dirty and messy. He wore a dull, torn shirt that blended with the darkness, making it hard to see there was even a person. No wonder he thought he was a ghost earlier. "Wow, you scared me." "Sir, why are you here so late at night?" Suchin asked nervously. "Hiki, this is a good place. Do you know about offerings? You can eat them freely." The old man grinned. "It's true that there aren't many offerings here." Suchin smiled helplessly at his words. "All right, it has to be you, the wandering old man. The free items are clearly for everyone to enjoy." After scaring Suchin, the old man showed no intention of leaving. He reached into his dirty pocket with his withered hand and fumbled around. Suchin was surprised and wondered what the old man was about to do. Suddenly, he pulled out an apple. The apple's skin was wrinkled, with a few black spots, clearly not fresh. The old man held the apple and slowly offered it to Suchin. "Young man, don't worry about this. I prayed before I took it. After praying, I added good luck to it. It's safe to eat." He then asked, "Can I trade this for a skewer to eat?" He looked eagerly at Suchin's skewer, eyes shining. Wow, this old man, dressed so poorly, looked quite pitiful. Walking alone among the graves late at night, probably afraid of being caught and beaten during the day. Sir, let me buy you a few skewers. Sit over there for a moment, I'll grill some more." "Thank you, young man." "Hee, thank you," the old man replied. He seemed to know he was dirty. Instead of sitting on Suchin's bench, he slowly moved to a large tree nearby and leaned against it.